and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Here we go. Let's do it. Welcome in. Happy Friday, everybody. Happy Football Friday. Great to be with you. Man, I can't believe it's week 11 already. These seasons go by way too fast. Good to be with you. We're with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I'm Sean Pendergast. He's Seth Payne.
I tried to watch Kingpin the other day, and there's that scene. Did you ever see Kingpin?
Once.
Okay.
Yep.
When Woody Harrelson comes out of his crappy apartment, or life's just not going so great for him, and there's a couple of down on their luck guys sitting outside, and he said, "How's life?" Woody Harrelson says to the one old man, "How's life?" And he says, "Not taking." What did he say? Taking too long, or whatever. Yeah, it's taking way too long. That's how I feel. Because you know what it is? As long as the Texans remain the number one scoring defense, we're at a point now in the season where you can say, man, you're over halfway through the season. It really means something.
Yes.
This isn't just flukish.
No.
And yet they face some good offenses coming up. I want them to maintain this stranglehold, and it would help if they get another shutout versus the Titans.
You know what I'd like to? Yeah, another. Yes, not just. I'm greedy in this game on Sunday. And not just a win. I want to shut them out for the season, the Titans, because we know they shut them out the first time they played. What I would like to eradicate from my life are any of the little factoids, teams that lead the league in scoring defense, and yet this deep into the season are still sub 500. I'd like to.
So they're definitely in record-shattering territory now.
Yeah, but winning this Sunday would get them out of that sub 500 thing. You know,
because there was that stat a while back where it was week 5 or something, where no team since whatever date had ever had the number one scoring defense and a losing record.
Yeah.
And we're several weeks past whenever that was.
Yeah.
Now, there might be some teams that had the number one scoring defense but had a collapse. So
right.
I don't want to monitor it all that closely.
Yeah.
I really don't.
Yeah.
I'd prefer to just be done with it after this week.
Don't want to be hit with it at all. So, yeah, they and at least for a week or 4 days at least, we'll get to say, hey, they're at 500. I feel good about that Thursday game, too. But let's eat what's on our plate. By the way, as we awake this morning, the New England Patriots have the best record in the NFL. Didn't see that one coming. The Patriots win again last night.
Especially early in the season, late in training camp when people were talking about, because remember, the Patriots are getting rid of a bunch of recently drafted players. And
they lost their opener to the Raiders, if I'm not mistaken, or they played really poorly against them.
And people were talking about, oh, boy, what a shame. What a shame for the Patriots. Yeah. They have just fallen so far.
9-2.
Have they?
9-2.
They've won how many straight now?
8 straight, I believe. Yeah, I think they started out 1-2. So yeah, they're 9-2 now. The Patriots are. I saw somebody tweet last night. I wonder what Gerard Mayo is thinking. One and done head coach of the Patriots from last year. They got whacked for Mike Vrabel. Does Gerard Mayo sit and watch these Patriot games and think, man, that could have been me? Because it would not have been him.
I'll credit Bob Kraft just because that was. That was his chosen successor.
Gerard Mayo,
That was the guy that all their plans kind of had formed around Gerard Mayo being that guy who was going to extend the Patriots' way.
It was written into his contract that he would become the next head coach, if I'm not mistaken, Gerard Mayo. So, because a lot of people were coming after him. There was big talk here in Houston back when we were going through the old dishwasher cycle of one coach each year. That Gerard Mayo could be a candidate here. But anyways, the Patriots, if you missed it, they won last night. A game that you could have heard right here on Sports Radio 610, 27-14. Boy, Justin Fields is terrible. He is not good at American football.
It's really alarming how far and how drastically he's fallen to the point where it's hard to silence a group of diehard defenders of a quarterback. You look at Trevor Lawrence. I mean,
still has him, yeah.
I've been watching all week as certain Jaguars fans try to defend to the death that Trevor Lawrence and claim that he actually played a pretty good game last week. And they'll put up pictures of Trevor Lawrence making bad throws or videos of Trevor Lawrence making bad throws and saying, if you think this was a bad throw, you don't know ball. They are delusional.
Right.
And yet, with Justin Fields, he's played so poorly that all but pretty much family. Justin Fields owes money. Have given up on Justin Fields.
You know when people will start to give up on Trevor Lawrence when he has to change teams. Like Justin Fields is on his third team now. I think once a couple of actual NFL teams give up on you, then the truthers start to be like, oh, okay, well these are people that actually know ball. They do it for a living. So that'll and Trevor Lawrence will not finish his career as a Jacksonville Jaguar. I feel pretty comfortable in that. But boy, that was a tough watch because we were rooting. I think everybody who's a Texan fan is rooting for the Jets last night. There's no reason to worry about the Jets. Meanwhile, New England is in front of you. If they end up being one of the, if they start to slurk back into the wild card race here, they're an issue. But the Texans obviously need to eat what's on their plate with the Titans this weekend. So that game kicks off at noon here on Sports Radio 610. Seth and I will have you at 9 a.m. on Sunday for Texans Countdown. C.J. Stroud officially declared out yesterday by DeMeco Ryans. Jalen Petrie as well, but CJ's the big one, obviously, with the position that he plays.
It was funny because DeMeco got up yesterday at the beginning of his press conference and delivered a very short statement about CJ Stroud and Jalen Petrie being out. Mm-hmm. And I think he was kind of surprised that this is how I read it. There was zero surprise from the people in the press in there. I think everybody pretty much already knew and assumed it had been enough little bit of leakage about what C.J. Stroud's status was that I can't even remember what the first question was, but it really wasn't. It wasn't directly about C.J. Stroud. It looked like DeMeco had a little bit of surprise on his face about C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, we kind of knew which way the wind was blowing on this one. So what's your? I'm actually. We'll talk about what we're excited about here in the beginning. We will do a segment next segment. Reasons to fear this game on Sunday. We can't
reasons to fear the Titans.
Yes, yeah.
There's Greg Popovich always liked to say you got to have the appropriate level of fear for your opponent, and this is whether it was the Titans or anybody else. You can't lose sight of how critical it is to win this football game when you've got games against three of the top teams in the NFL coming up.
Absolutely.
When you've got the Bills, you've got the Colts and the Chiefs.
Yep.
And those last two on the – is it Colts Chiefs or Chiefs Colts?
Colts Chiefs.
Colts Chiefs.
Yep.
And those two games on the road you cannot drop any of these games that you need to win if you want to have some control over your own playoff chances.
Yes.
We've gone through the simulators, and basically you got to win all the games you're supposed to win, and you got to steal at least one of these games from the Chiefs and Colts to realistically have a shot. And you also have to beat the Bills at home, where I feel that's of the three games after this Titans game, that Bills game is the one that feels most in your it's less. It's not a fluke, or you're not going to be a huge underdog. There's a very good. They match up well versus the Bills. It's at home. All those things line up that you got to beat the Bills.
Yeah, I think it's real simple. You're at home in that game, and you're on the road the next two. And I honestly think it's the least. I think the Chiefs are better, even though they're out of the playoffs right now. I think the Chiefs are better than Bills, especially at Arrowhead at night in December. Because that's a Sunday night football game you're playing in Kansas City. And the Colts, they're in their bye week now, so we'll see what happens. Their schedule, they definitely step up in weight class after the bye week.
Yeah.
But the Colts and the Chiefs are both yes, I would submit you've got to win this game, and you might got to win that Bills game too.
The Colts so far, I look at kind of the way I think people are looking at the Rockets, which is, wow, they can beat the snot out of bad teams.
Yeah.
It's just I'm not convinced yet that they're genuinely one of the truly elite teams in the league until they can start to consistently beat or put up more of a fight against the better teams.
That's really good. That's a good cross-sport analogy because they're both offensive juggernauts right now too.
Right,
They, similarly, that's what their foundation is the offensive side of the ball. So CJ out, Jalen Petrie out. Davis Mills, Seth, returns to the scene of where the infamous Davis Mills snub took place, where Case Keenum, this is the second time. It's interesting. The two times that C.J. Stroud's been concussed, one of the two games that he's missing is at Tennessee. And we know 2 years ago at Tennessee, that was where the whole week, the buildup up to that game, that many people thought it was going to be Davis Mills. And then at the last minute on Friday, the news broke, or maybe even Saturday too, hey, it's going to be Case Keenum starting this game. And Davis has said over the last couple of weeks that kind of fueled him over the last couple of years. Like
he did in response to Landry asking him a question about this. You know, Davis had actually said and cited that, that was motivation for him. And Landry asked a good question yesterday about, okay, now what's it like going into this place that provided you so much fuel and motivation? And Davis gave a very just a cliche, like, I'm just thinking about this week and nothing more.
That's why we need Jameis Winston. Jameis Winston would have started singing a country song, probably. Started giving us some Luke Bryan or something like that over how excited he was.
He would have made a Johnny Cash reference or something.
Yeah. So I'm excited for Davis. Returns to the scene of the infamous Case Keenum snub. I'm excited about Woody Marks. Forecasted. I think D'Amico has not been shy about the fact that Woody Marks is going to be a bigger part of things moving forward here.
And yet Nick Caley on Wednesday also gave kind of a bland response about how it wasn't a plan to get him more involved. I listened to your head coach in the pregame interview say they want to get Woody Marks more involved. So I think the team is they're going to try to play it close to the vest, but they very much are in the Woody Marks business right now, especially because the strength of your offensive line right now has, lo and behold, turned into your offensive tackles. Titus Howard had already been playing well, but Ariante Ursary is just making improvement in leaps and bounds from week to week. Yeah. And especially in the run game, you see when you get him out as a lead blocker, that is a huge, like, it's like having a police escort out there. Yeah. You know, he's just blowing people out of the way to clear the path for Woody Marks.
On the final drive where they ran Woody Marks to the outside and Ursary's in front of him like a tractor trailer in front of him that I've watched that play about 20 times. It is fun to watch Ariante Ursary in space.
Now, when I say that, when I talk about them having a police escort, I'm thinking specifically of what it's like riding in the chartered buses for an NFL team when you have a police escort.
Yeah.
It's fascinating.
It's fun.
It's really amazing just to watch the motorcycle cops do their work. Like you're on an interstate and they're just flying up and people get really confused when they're driving 65 miles per hour and all of a sudden there's a motorcycle cop next to them and telling them to pull over to the right or whatever.
Yeah.
So they it's fascinating to watch.
Is that every game you get that as a road team? Yeah.
The most impressive one I was ever in was when we played in Washington, and I think it was the first year of the Texans. I think it was in 2002. Maybe it was 2003, whatever it was. And because you could tell, wow, this is a different level. They do this for, they're doing this for foreign dignitaries and stuff all the time. Or I don't know, maybe they help out with the president, and they're just flying through city streets. The buses, it felt like we were going like 65 miles per hour through the middle of the city as they're just shutting intersections down and everything.
The only reason I ask is because I go to the stadium, I think, about the same time that NFL teams arrive at NRG, and never, at least over the last few years, has there been one time I'm like, boy, I sure could use a police escort to get down Old Spanish Trail here, to get down the OST. Yeah, it's
to get stressed about it, though, because it's traffic still. It's still traffic.
It is traffic.
And I can imagine what it's like if you're a first responder and people aren't moving for you and everything, and you got a genuine emergency. Your emergency isn't, we've got to get this football team there on time.
This football team has to warm up. They've got to warm up.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
So one time we were in Dallas. This won't surprise you. A Dallas cop his bike got sucked into the wheel well of the bus.
Dude.
He cut it a little. He flew too close to the sun. He was trying to fly up alongside, and somehow he got squeezed into this little partition area, and he got caught up on the bus and went head over tea kettle. Yeah.
Oh, he got knocked off. Oh God.
Yeah.
See, I'm envisioning the way you set that up. I'm envisioning him getting sucked underneath the bus.
No. It wasn't a tragic situation. He was all right. I think he was more embarrassed than anything. We must have been going 10 miles an hour. Or
okay.
But he went off the bike. It was kind of scary, and you heard the boop, boop, boop.
Oh, you did.
There was that moment where we're like, oh my gosh.
Through that thick glass.
Okay.
Yeah, that's no joke, man.
It was on the bus I was on. I could see it was right underneath me.
Did anybody get out and help him, or was he?
No, he got it. It was one of those things he was embarrassed enough that he got
back
up
bike.
immediately. And
he
probably had a broken leg, but he wasn't going to show it.
He wasn't going to sell it.
I just want to remember one of the times I got hit by a car while I was riding my bike in Houston. That's right. I said one of the times. It was right out in front of a construction site, and I was so I had no reason to be embarrassed, but it was embarrassing because this car kind of clipped me. My arm was bleeding, my face was bleeding.
Yeah.
But there were like 10 construction workers, kind of looking at me. And I don't know, it felt like I was in grade school all of a sudden.
Oh,
It's
man.
like, I don't want them to laugh at me. I just got up on my bike and pedaled away, wearing my stupid helmet.
Did the person stop? The person didn't stop that clipped you?
They stopped. They had definitely been on their phone.
Oh, wow.
The woman stopped like 100 yards up the road and got out. I think when she realized she had hit somebody because she was probably on her phone.
Did she go, hey, it's Seth Payne?
What's that?
Did she know who you were?
I don't know. I was too embarrassed. I was just like, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Yeah. Stupid biatch.
It was like, one of those things happening, but you're not sure if it was your fault or not. I'm like, I don't know. Maybe I tried to cross. It was on a side street. Maybe I tried to cross without looking. So I don't know. I just wanted to get
wanted
out
of the situation. Yeah. You weren't looking for a big payday or anything like that. Okay.
The fact that it took her like 100 yards to stop made me feel that she was either a bad person or she was on her phone and just didn't pay attention.
Or maybe it was the middle of the day. Maybe she was at lunch and had a couple cocktails and she's like, oh boy.
Yeah. And she's like, should I just make a break for it, or oh no, that'll look bad. I'm gonna stop.
And then she stopped. And
am I up for a hit and run this afternoon? I better stop.
Yeah, I better stop. So excited for Davis. Excited for Woody Marks. Excited for the ruination of Cam Ward this weekend. This could be another game where Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. are racing to the quarterback to see who gets 3 sacks first.
Yeah, the only thing I would worry about is that if the Texans legitimate concerns about this game, but I would be concerned that they don't let this be one of the games where the swarm runs amok.
Yeah,
that you get so greedy for keeping Cam Ward under 100 yards passing or something like that, or just too greedy for a shutout that guys start playing out of position. I don't think they'll take the Titans too lightly, but I worry that they'll get overly swarmy. Keep it at a 7 on the swarm.
7, yep, the optimal swarmage. It's like setting the temperature in a room. Not too hot, not too cold.
Yeah.
Right in the middle. This is a good segue into the next segment, text message. Another reason to fear this game, the Texans lost to Carolina in 2023. And I haven't read your reasons yet, Seth. I mean, but the Texans, they have games like this in them over the last couple of years where it's like, how they lost to the Jets the last couple of years. Like it's in, especially on the road, it's in there. So we can't have it come out.
The Titans gave the Chargers some issues a couple weeks ago. I mean, the final score is 33-19. But I'm looking at the wrong box score here.
No, but we remember the game. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so like it's an NFL game.
Yep.
It's the same league where the Dolphins beat the crap out of the Bills last week.
Yeah, let's get specific in the next segment with what to fear. We went through the excitement reasons. We'll go through what to fear. We'll do headlines a little bit later on this hour as well. Football talk, as always, on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. Can't count on much these days. We can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus. Also started today. Let's also get you guys down to Sugarland and get in that new luxury vehicle.
Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. Text message. Please tell me the Titans are wearing the Oiler uniforms again. They are not.
They're not. But the first time
They are going to be wearing light blue. Their normal light blue color. So I don't know what the Texans are wearing. I'm guessing white with the dark pants. That's usually the road gear.
They're not wearing H-Town blue.
They're not wearing H-Town. No, that would be a statement, though. That would be fun.
I refuse to call it Columbia blue anymore.
Yeah, it's
H-Town blue.
It is and forever will be H-Town blue. All right, so in the open to the show, I was doing that thing I do, looking through my rose-colored glasses and dancing on the media and talking about how the Texans are going to be amazing this weekend. And now this segment, in swoops Seth Payne to give me a dose of reality here on why I need to take this thing a little bit more seriously on Sunday.
Yeah, I guess I don't know if you're new to the NFL, Sean, or something, but there's a term called on any given Sunday, and it's that way for a reason.
Yeah,
it's
right.
that crazy stuff happens on any given Sunday in the NFL, and every year there's multiple instances of, say, the Miami Dolphins beating up on the Buffalo Bills or what have you. Yeah,
that happened last week.
Yeah. And I'd also remind you, too, that, look, the Texans are 4-2 in their last 6 games, but they are still a losing team on this season. They haven't necessarily established themselves as one of the unbeatable foes in the NFL.
In the last 6 weeks, they kind of have. I don't know. I like that 4-2 that you just threw at me right there.
Somebody asked Davis Mills yesterday a very fair question about how do you get motivated versus a team that doesn't have a good winning record. Mm-hmm. And I think, for one, how about the fact that this Texans team just a few weeks ago was carrying a 6-0 lead going into the fourth?
It's this very Titans team.
You know how I love the advanced stat of points.
Points, yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
And only being up 6-0. Being held in the game by a dominant performance by your defense, while meanwhile you continue to squander opportunities in the red zone. That wasn't that long ago.
That was against this very team they play on Sunday. That happened.
Yeah,
at home.
So so there's that.
That scares me. That scares me a little bit. I will admit.
And the offensive line has made a lot of improvement from the first few weeks until now, despite having to play different guys. Or maybe because they've been playing different guys. But Jeffrey Simmons, who hasn't been playing the last couple of weeks for the Titans, looks like he's probably coming back.
He practiced yesterday. He was a DN. He did not practice Wednesday. He practiced it's a hamstring, I think, with him.
Yeah.
He was limited yesterday, so it looks like he's at least trending in the right direction if you're a Titans fan.
So if I'm D'Amico and I'm worried about my team perhaps taking this team lightly or something, I could show him that play where the Texans offensive line just decided not to block.
Forgot to block him.
Jeffrey Simmons at all.
Yeah.
They didn't decide to do that, but there was a miscommunication. And it really highlighted the importance of, hey, you can't get away with this crap versus Jeffrey Simmons.
Yep.
And Tavondre Sweat. And they're also Ed Ingram. Ed Ingram's been one of the 2 consistently solid offensive linemen on this team, but he also just got old school butt whipped a couple times by Jeffrey Simmons. It wasn't just that play where Jeffrey Simmons came clean, unblocked because of a miscommunication. The game and those. He's a nightmare, and he's going to have fresh legs.
Okay, so the 6-0 lead that the Texans carried into the fourth quarter, that makes me somewhat nervous. Jeffrey Simmons makes me very nervous.
Yeah.
What else is there? I'm not scared off of my prediction yet, though.
The Ravens, okay, this is where it gets tricky because we've seen where, man, it looks like the Texans, if they're facing a team that doesn't really have a good pass rush or a good defensive line, they tend to do really well. Mm-hmm. It's when they face a good pass rush or a good defensive line that things start to fall apart. Last week was a great step in the right direction because they did a good job handling the defensive ends for the Jaguars. Jaguars aren't a great D-line overall.
Their ends are good, though.
And they're good against the run,
yeah.
And the Texans ran the ball really effectively.
Yep.
So that was a really good step in a positive direction. The Titans' defensive line is, on any given D-line ranking, they're right around middle of the pack.
Okay.
They're at 15th, 16th, 17th.
So which is way better than every other element of their team. That's their strength, is that defensive line.
I mean, so if there's one area that could really test whether the offensive line is improved or not, you got to look at that offensive line. They get Arden Key back as well this week, or probably they'll get Arden Key back as well.
Okay.
And then if you look at also with their defense, they run a Ravens style of defense with a whole lot of sim blitzes and things like that. The kind of deception that's really given the Texans trouble at times.
Confusion,
this season.
yes.
Yeah, right. And now, obviously, the Ravens didn't give the Texans offense a hard time. But the potential for mental errors, as we saw with the Jeffrey Simmons fiasco last time, that is very much possible.
If they weren't missing 7 starters, they would have given the Texans a hard time, probably.
The Ravens
would have. Yeah, probably in that game.
This is the biggest thing.
Okay.
This is where I'm really excited about Davis Mills' performance last week. But this matches the eyeball test. In the last 2 games, he has 7 turnover-worthy throws.
Now, people are judging it a little too harshly, I think.
And
I think he knew exactly what he was doing on those.
If you go on the sum total of his appearances this year, add the Ravens game into it and everything, of quarterbacks with a minimum of 84 dropbacks, Mills has the highest turnover-worthy play rate in the league.
Yeah.
Fully 7.6% of his passes are going into harm's way.
No, all kidding aside, that is the one thing. That and special teams gaffes like they had against the Jags.
Yeah.
Those are the only 2 things that I think can keep and I know you're giving a lot of good reasons here to take them seriously, the Titans. To me, the only way the Texans lose this game is if, especially early in the game, where they give the Titans reason to believe and hang around that they're either turning the ball over in their own territory, like they did last week on both special teams and on offense, or if they're giving up big chunk plays on like the invisible yards, chunk plays. If it's an interception, the Titans are returning it down into the red zone. That is, to me, the only way they win this game, because they're not like snap, they're not going to win them 27-24.
I know there's I feel like I need to defend CJ Stroud a little bit in people pointing out how heavily Davis Mills targeted Nico Collins, and that boy Davis really seems to have a connection with Nico. I do think that Davis got lucky on forcing the ball to Nico Collins in the last couple weeks at times.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that one where
right in between 2 guys.
Nico had to go up and was sandwiched between the 2 defenders. It was an ill-advised throw. It was great that it worked out and everything. You know, in the first time when Davis came in, it should have been an interception downfield, but Nico broke it up.
Yep.
Another time he led Nico into danger, but because Nico's a big oak tree of a dude, he held onto the ball, and they made a positive play out of it. You don't need plays like that versus the Titans to win. Right. Those are specifically the types of plays that at some point you're going to be unlucky on it, and you end up losing to a team like the Titans. If you just go you can't have YOLO Mills out there. There's no reason for YOLO Mills versus the Titans.
That's exactly it. There's no reason for it. I think that's the big thing there. That is, you nailed it. That is my, if I have a fear in this game, if this game is the Death Star, what's the little hatch that you had to shoot the proton torpedo in to blow up the Death Star? What's the little thing there that could turn into a big thing? It's turnovers.
Yeah.
If Davis Mills, and we got to add special teams because the last we saw Texan special teams, they were atrocious last week. And the Titans have a pretty good return game. They're a positive for them. So. So that you nailed it for me. Like, that's the thing I'm most worried about in this game.
Defensively, it's really hard for me to get worked up about Cam Ward or Cam Ward's a mess right now, and it's not his fault. But some of it's his fault just in that he's a rookie, and it seems like he's not super comfortable playing under center. So even some of the things they might be able to do to help him out on first and second down, when they're running in on first down, it's out of the gun. It's not. They're not really given a viable play action threat. Mm-hmm. But he's still capable of making those huge throws and, on 1 or 2 plays, all of a sudden breaking the game wide open. But he's going to be facing a secondary that doesn't have Jalen Petrie or MJ Stewart.
Right.
And Calvin Ridley comes back. So say whatever you want about Calvin Ridley. He's better than the guy he'll be displacing when he comes back. That there's still that potential for deep strikes or big plays or kind of a miracle scramble out of Cam Ward.
I'm not saying this is flipping my prediction or this is why the Titans will win the game. Does it help them? Does it help Cam Ward specifically that they're coming out of the bye week? That they've had maybe a little bit more time in this game to.
In theory, yeah.
Yeah, that's. I'm totally spitballing here.
Yeah.
So, because I don't know if Texan fans knew that. Titans coming out of their bye week. Titans 1-8, man. Worst team in the NFL. You got to take care of this business. Texans have the spirit of this segment is appropriate because the Texans have lost a game like this, at least one, in each of D'Amico's first two seasons here.
Where they just completely soil the bed.
No business
they
losing
just don't
the
look
game.
and it versus bad quarterbacks.
Yes, yeah. No,
Zach Wilson specifically had the best game of his career.
Will Levis here last year in Week 12. Like it's and Bryce Young in CJ and Bryce's rookie year. Bryce Young is 1-0 against CJ Stroud. Because they coming out of the bye week in CJ's rookie year, they lose to the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, and that's in the big one last year. The cautionary tale from last year was all the blown coverages or missed tackles in the secondary and with the linebacking core. So if they're a truly professional football team, I know D'Amico doesn't like to talk about the playoff race or anything like that, but a lot of the players do and pay attention to it.
Yeah.
And they got to know that, man, if you think you're somehow good enough to take this team lightly, you got another thing coming, man.
Yep.
You gotta be dialed in for this one because you guys cannot afford to lose any of these games in which you're favored right now.
Good job, Seth. I'm appropriately nervous now.
Good,
I'm not a nervous wreck, but I'm appropriately nervous.
By the time the pregame show rolls around, Sean, you're going to be wearing Depends.
Wetting my
I'm going to have
pants.
you so freaking scared.
Can't wait. Like a haunted house. This is going to be awesome. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's get to headlines. We'll give you the update on the Texans injury front. Rockets back in action tonight. We had Thursday Night Football, a little Astro news as well. We got a lot of stuff to get to, and we'll do it in headlines coming up next.
If you are building a custom home,
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's start with headlines here, and let's start with the Houston Texans. Injury front, C.J. Stroud will be missing the game on Sunday. I suppose we keep an eye on the practice report today to see if he's at least back at practice. He's got to participate in 2 practices without symptoms before he can return to play. So now next week becomes the issue for C.J. Stroud. But for now, the Titans are the issue on Sunday. C.J. will miss that game. Jalen Petrie also out for that game. Titus Howard did clear concussion protocol, Seth. So yeah. Titus Howard will be back. If you had to guess right now, purely a guess because we haven't seen anything. I don't think any outside eyes have been privy to what the Texans plan to do on the offensive line. Titus Sunday this week.
I think they roll with Jarrett Patterson at left guard and Titus Howard at right tackle.
I do too.
Yeah.
I do too. That's.
I don't
my
think.
prediction.
For one, I don't think Titus has never brought as much at guard as it seems like people on the team feel he does, and obviously they're watching it way closer and with more knowledge of what they want out of him than I do. But I think keep him at his natural position where he plays best, and he's been playing well all year, and see how Jarrett Patterson does it.
Yeah, he's had a good. Titus has had a good year, and I don't want to get it twisted. Trent Brown hadn't played football in however many months, over a year or whatever it is, and he was fine on Sunday. He wasn't great on Sunday though. And he definitely just he doesn't move like a young man, and I worry about what it looks like when teams really start to dial in on how they can attack him. Yep. So but I think there's definitely some value with him for certain looks or certain situations. I know a lot of people never think you should ever rotate offensive linemen at all. I don't like that series by series rotation that they're doing at left guard. I do like the idea of kind of swapping guys out in short yardage situations. Yeah.
And Trent Brown is just a massive human being.
Yep. That makes sense.
That knows what he's doing. So I think there might be some either red zone or short yardage situations where they figure out a way to use him.
Cade Stover practicing yesterday. He was limited at practice yesterday. He's not officially activated yet, but that's at least something good coming up on the horizon here, because Dalton Schultz actually has missed practice the last 2 days. He was out with his shoulder injury on Wednesday. Yesterday was a shoulder and an illness yesterday for Dalton Schultz.
And I think this might be the first time in a long time where people are looking at Dalton Schultz and his health status and thinking, oh, no,
we need
not
him.
Dalton.
Yeah.
No, because he's been super productive in the last few weeks.
He's had a good season, man.
He looks a lot more. Now, in fairness to him, the first year, the year that got him the contract extension that he was here, he was very, very productive, did a good job. This year it looks a lot more like that. But then especially if Davis Mills is going to be your quarterback, he certainly seems to have a good relationship with Dalton Schultz.
No doubt.
So Dalton, he looks like he's been held together with bubble gum and baling wire the last couple weeks. He just keeps getting banged up, and to his credit, he keeps going out there. But that's I don't feel like Cade Stover immediately is going to be an adequate replacement for Dalton Schultz.
No.
I'd love to have both of them out there.
Yeah.
And not necessarily always have to rely on a sixth offensive lineman to keep your quarterback from getting murdered.
That'll be the big one to watch on the injury report today is Dalton Schultz, for sure. No doubt about that. All right, to the Rockets we go, and they've got the Blazers in town tonight. The Rockets 7-3 on the season. I think the Blazers fit into the category of team that the Rockets have routinely scored 125 to 140 points on this year. Not a great basketball team. I expect this to be one of those games where the Rockets just kind of slowly grind the other team into dust. But we'll see. Their best players all of a sudden dealing with a groin injury, so that's good news for the Rockets this weekend. So a couple home games this weekend for the Rockets.
My favorite Rockets thing that I saw yesterday was that graphic you sent me with the chart of the offensive rebounding.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's one of those things where it's a nice steady line from worst to second best, and then all of a sudden, and then the Rockets, they ascend like a rocket off the chart almost. They're just off there by themselves.
Pluto.
As they continue to have a what would be a record-breaking offensive rebounding performance.
Yeah, if your computer chopped up that graphic a certain kind of way, you'd be asking yourself, like, where are the Rockets? They're not even on here. Oh, wait, hang on, let me click on the graphic. Oh, now it's showing the whole graphic. Oh, there the Rockets are, way the hell up in the right-hand corner next to nobody. It's wild.
The biggest thing to worry about tonight would be turnovers. The Blazers are first in creating turnovers and second in pace. And the Rockets, meanwhile, have been turning over the ball pretty frequently, and that's been their weakness against with the good teams as well as it's one of the weaknesses against the bad teams. They just overcome it with everything else.
Maybe this is a team where maybe the Blazers game tonight is one where not having an actual real point guard comes back to roost and keeps the game closer than you might think it is.
And if you're a Blazers fan that got a little sign of hope, they're horrible rebounders. So one of the strengths of the Rockets.
Better make your shots.
Strength, yeah.
Hey, better make your shots if you're the Blazers. Thursday Night Football last night, the New England Patriots beat the New York Jets 27. They'll have best record in the NFL. It's a team that picked 4th in the draft last year and 3rd in the draft 2 years ago. It's when they got Drake May, who's an MVP candidate, and now they're 9-2. And Mike Vrabel is, I would imagine, I haven't looked at any of the odds boards for Coach of the Year. But I got to imagine Mike Vrabel has got to be at the tippy top of any odds board for Coach of the Year right now. I would think.
Drake May, you've got a quarterback that's near the top of the odds boards and MVP.
Yeah.
Everything's coming up roses for the Patriots. Couldn't be happier for them. Couldn't be happier.
It's been like 3 years since they've had a winning team. So
it was rough. It was rough. You have to go through that. And,
rough patch. I do.
You look at the Giants after they got rid of Coughlin. And what a fiasco and a disaster it's been. It looked like the Patriots were on their way to that.
Yep.
And no, it was much, much shorter.
Got the head coach and the quarterback right. You do that, and you're good to go.
The Giants haven't had, other than that one little mini, when they made the playoffs a few years ago, they've just been a mess since Coughlin left. McAdoo. They haven't really had. They just had that one season that really. That season they made the playoffs, they were fizzling out the second half of the season.
They started the year 7-2 and they finished 9-7-1.
But because they had that game versus the Vikings, it made people think they did better than they actually did.
Yeah, the playoff game. They beat them in the playoffs.
They had a dominating playoff performance, and then they got trounced the next week.
That's right.
But that's it. That's like the one since they fired Coughlin, 15 years ago?
Yeah, something like that. Something like
Screw
that.
you, Patriots. Now this is annoying me. Okay. This is going to ruin my day that the Patriots are.
Hunter Brown, congratulations. Named all MLB, second team. Aaron Judge wins the MVP over Cal Raleigh in a pretty close vote. Jeremy Pena finished 10th. He was the only Astro to get any votes for MVP. Pena finishing 10th. Boy, Pena, before he got beamed in the rib by that Cubs pitcher, I don't think he would have beat Raleigh or Judge for MVP, but I think he would have finished top 5 if he had stayed healthy all season.
Pena finishing 10th with the injury concerns that he had is pretty damn impressive in my book, Sean.
Yep, I agree. Ohtani, unanimous MVP in the National League. Shohei Ohtani now has 4 unanimous MVPs. He can walk away today, and he waltzes into the Hall of Fame. 4 unanimous MVP awards. For Shohei Ohtani.
You can only hope that he ends up no, I wouldn't hope for this. But remember Trout. Remember when we got a text from a listener who we had to guess must have been like 18 years old?
Yeah.
Who said, "What's Trout ever done?
Big deal with
what has Trout ever done? What's the big deal?"
Go look.
Like he won how many MVPs did he win for that?
A few, but he was like top 3 for a decade.
It was
on bad teams.
But it goes to show you that amongst young people, at least, I can only assume that was a young person, unless they were asking sarcastically. Yeah. It's been a long time since he was super, super relevant.
And I think I knew where you were going. If we're lucky, a few years from now, Shohei will have cooled off enough to where the youngsters...
and I don't want him to be injured all the time like Trout.
No, I want him to
start sucking.
I want him to get swept up in a gambling scandal. I've been very clear about that.
That would be... I could feel good about that because he would be... That wouldn't be bad luck by him. That would be his fault.
Yeah.
He can only... Whoever he chooses next, whoever his next fall guy is, if there's another fall guy, people are really going to be like, hold on a second now. Wait, now you're claiming you were duped twice?
All right, let's get the scouting report on the Tennessee Titans through the eyes of D'Amico Ryans and Davis Mills. We'll do that. We'll do our Circle of Swarm for this week at 7:20. A lot to get to here in the 7 o'clock hour. Stay there. But if you are going to be grilling this weekend, no home.
station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Shohei thought Mookie Betts was a gambling website. Somebody just sent that in. That's good.
I don't care if you stole that from somebody, sir. That's good.
That is funny. Yeah, that gave us a chuckle. We like that.
Yeah, ESPN Bet, now defunct.
Defunct, yeah.
Except I still see little logos for it. They haven't swapped out all their graphics. They said we're going to discontinue ESPN Bet.
Yeah, I think there's an end date on it that hasn't happened. I think it's like this as of December 1st or something like that.
I had forgotten 100% completely and totally when somebody was talking about how, man, ESPN, maybe don't try to go too far outside your core business, because for those of you who don't know, ESPN Bet was a sports book that ESPN was running.
Yep.
Then you start to think about all the different conflicts of interest, whatever.
But
at the very least, it's okay. Whenever a company says, hey, we're going to do this whole new thing and run it, you know, like baseball being in control of manufacturing the baseballs.
Yeah.
MLB, you're like, all right, you're not a manufacturer. It's actually kind of complicated stuff.
Yep.
I forgot about ESPN Phone, which was
I didn't even know it existed.
Right before the smartphones came out.
Okay.
I think it was a couple years before the first iPhone, I believe.
Okay.
It was a phone, like a BlackBerry type device, but it was specifically had hardware on there that helped you follow sports news and everything.
Wow.
Yeah.
Didn't work out, huh?
Steve Jobs reportedly told a Disney executive that it was the dumbest bleeping idea I've ever heard. But you know how Jobs was. He was probably, at this time, working on the iPhone in secret. And a lot of people thought that was a dumb idea.
Yeah.
What are you going into phones now?
Right.
How stupid is that, Apple?
Yep.
What are you ever going to, oh, yeah, good luck with your telephone.
That'll never work. Never work. Guy's an idiot.
I wish Apple would make an electric car. I bet they'd be pretty good at it.
Dude, I mean, it's 10 years from now, do you laptop and everything?
Oh, it would be all,
everything's synced up,
Apple
man.
gets a little too, they try to make things a little too seamless with the way everything is all combined.
That'd be a merger, huh? Tesla and Apple, a merger. That would be
I don't want a merger. I can't handle trying to figure out whether I'm supposed to love or hate Elon.
Yeah.
You know? It's, At one point, somebody's telling me to love him, and then somebody else is telling me to hate him. Then the same people are telling me to love him or hate him. Same people have flip-flopped, whatever. I got to be done with it.
And then the first 7 tweets on my timeline are Elon.
Yeah.
You know, that's...
I can't handle the whiplash of people like, oh, you're into green energy, to all of a sudden the same people are like, hell yeah, I got a Tesla truck, to then all of a sudden being like, that Elon, what a piece of dirt.
It's all over the place.
Like, all right, man.
Yep.
I'm stepping away from the whole discussion.
Oh, my God. All right, so let's go to our safe space. Football. Titan scouting report. This is D'Amico Ryans yesterday. D'Amico met with the media yesterday on where he's seen improvement from Cam Ward since week 4 when the Texans faced him the first time.
Hey, I think where Cam has grown to me, where it's early on, seeing a lot where he was running out of the back of the pocket, trying to make the big play a lot, where you see him trying to settle down. I think offensively, they'll try to settle things down here after the bye week, kind of, not try to take the big plays as much and try to get the ball out of the quarterback's hands a little quicker. So I think that's where the coaching staff will come in and try to help him to settle down even more.
The old running out the back of the pocket.
And that's where the settling down part, we kind of joked around a little bit, but it's real. Cam Ward has smaller hands. He doesn't have tiny elfin hands like Kenny Cook, but he's...
Kenny Pickett, yeah.
Kenny Pickett, yes. Who the hell's Kenny Cook?
I don't know. Somebody with probably some elfin hands,
Probably somebody I went to high school with or something.
Yeah.
But he's got the dropsies a little bit. He leads the league in fumbles, and there's times where if you can get him flustered, even when he doesn't fumble it, just even handling the ball. People talk about him like a point guard almost that doesn't have a good handle. Mm-hmm. And he's he can't. I keep seeing people say, oh, he needs to run more. They need to get him involved in the run game. I don't know what to think about that, because he's not a fast guy.
No.
He's like Baker Mayfield in that he's got a scrambling ability and an ability to extend plays, but I don't think he's somebody that all of a sudden you turn him into a zone read machine or something.
No.
And I don't want him getting injured. He's a small guy.
He's a small guy. Well, I think they talk about Cam Ward using his legs the same way that we've talked about over the last couple of years, CJ using his legs a little bit more. Like, hey, he's a little more athletic than you think.
Do it when it's appropriate.
When it's appropriate. He's got good awareness. It's there for you. It's there for the taking. You're on an offense that is challenged. They're a much more challenged offense, obviously, than the Texans are, but this is a way you can keep in better down and distance situations or on third down, move the chains. The article that I read on, it was either The Ring or The Athletic. It was The Athletic from their beat writer, and his name escapes me. But writer was going through all the trials and tribulations that Cam Ward has gone through this year and the areas he needs to improve. And I felt like I was reading a Mad Libs article where they replaced CJ's name with Cam Ward. It's a lot of the same stuff. I
think that right now, where the Titans, whether they are or are not in tank mode or whatever, because it's not that if you were going to tank, this isn't necessarily a great year to do it. Other than what they're talking about in Tennessee is getting that number 1 overall pick just so you can trade back
and get some picks.
And it's not as lucrative a year to trade back probably as in other years, but still just get as many picks as possible. Mm-hmm. But you're also in that mode where look, the team's not going anywhere. And if we want to develop this quarterback, first and foremost, you want to get your young quarterback as much as have him be as much of a pocket quarterback as possible.
Yes.
And you don't want to have him all of a sudden trying to learn how to make that distinction between when to run and when to hold on to it as much as just let's get him comfortable in the pocket. How does he respond to pressure? Like D'Amico said, he's doing a better job of all of that. The one thing you asked earlier is, okay, would they have an advantage coming out of the bye week? Maybe it is in that regards in terms of if they added a couple things to this package where they can simplify it for their rookie quarterback but ambush the defense a little bit.
Yeah.
And maybe that involves some QB-designed runs or something where there's a rushing element to it.
Yep. Here's another one from D'Amico. Let's flip over to the other side of the ball. The strength of the Titans, if there is a strength with the Titans, I mean, they're the worst team in football, but if they do have a strength, it's their defensive line with Jeffrey.
T's defensive line is the strength of their entire team. We know the guys inside are really great players. They can wreck a play at any given time. So to do that, we just have to play with awareness up front. We got to play with toughness. We're going to have to grind. Simmons is a really great player. He's going to play hard each and every snap. There is no let up in him, so we have to outcompete him as best we can, knowing that, he's going to make some plays, right? We got to weather the storm. We got to keep moving forward. We can't allow one play to get us down. We just have to keep pressing. We have to keep mixing it up offensively, running our offense the proper way.
You mentioned the name earlier. I mean, obviously Jeffrey Simmons is one of the best players in football. No Tavondre Sweat in that first game.
Yeah.
Yes, Tavondre Sweat in this game. He's back now.
So that nightmare of last year's game where, remember, Tavondre Sweat basically retired Shaq Mason?
Yes.
He just kind of threw him aside.
Yes.
Like he was a teenager or something.
Yeah.
Who's getting in your way. You look around to be sure there's nobody watching,
yeah,
and then you throw the teenager aside.
Am I allowed to smack this teenager?
When you make that decision, I'm going to punch this teenager.
Right.
I don't care if I have to do hard time for it.
And nowadays
I'm
you're
going to punch this teenager.
I know everybody's got a camera in their hand, but this kid is a jackass.
I need to do this for society.
That was Shaq Mason. Yeah, it was Shaq Mason last year.
I think that's my biggest concern. The plus side is that, man, they've really embraced running Woody Marks. If you Titus Howard back, I think you've got two guys who can get out in space and block on some edge run plays, because Ariante Ursary did a really good job of it last week. Mm-hmm. So if the Texans are continuing to try to establish the run, this is a real prove it scenario and try to run versus Tavondre Sweat and Jeffrey Simmons up the middle.
Doubt.
I don't want it to turn into, hey, they've got the ball at the 1 yard line and D'Amico decides that, hey, we got to prove that we're tough enough to win.
We got to push these guys off the line. Yeah,
because I got to tell you, I don't think they are. I think they've improved on the offensive line a lot. I don't think they're good enough on the interior to beat Tavondre Sweat and Jeffrey Simmons on the 1 yard line.
I think they've had an epiphany. I think the increased usage of Woody Marks and them using Woody Marks in have to have it situations, running to the outside. I think they've had an epiphany, Seth. I don't think they're going to run British Brooks multiple times into a brick wall on Sunday. I feel good. And maybe this time even the Woody to the outside sets up something. Remember the touchdown they scored against the Ravens where they faked the pitch to Woody to the outside, and they had Jalen Knoll coming across the formation.
Right.
And he was wide open, and then he did the Ray Lewis dance afterwards.
Well, and that's when it comes in, okay, what style of runs are you running on the inside? Like, are you doing more inside zone runs versus duo, which is very much a duo, without getting overly technical about it, it is a we're bigger and tougher than you, and we're going to prove it type of play.
Yep.
And I just don't think they're quite there yet.
No.
So especially not versus
want to be that. They've got
they
the mindset.
They want to be that, right.
Got the mindset.
But they're still in that mode of, okay, I'm going to fight this guy 50 times until I become a good enough fighter to beat this guy.
Yep.
But they're right around, I would say, like their 23rd or 24th fight right now. So when you really have to win this game, don't let it come down to, we're going to manhandle Tavondre Sweat and Jeffrey Simmons.
Do not do that. No, do not do that at all. I want, in thinking about that play in the Ravens game where they fake the pitch to Woody left, throw it back over to Jalen Knoll, just a little flip pass by CJ to the right. I want that to happen again so that Jalen Knoll can do the funky chicken afterwards, the Billy White Shoes Johnson dance. Because that would be, because that should be Jalen Knoll's gimmick, is that he, even though Caserio on our show 2 days later said it was asinine, that needs to be Jalen Knoll's gimmick as he taunts the other team by doing the iconic touchdown dances of their legends.
I think that wouldn't necessarily have to be viewed as taunting. That's an homage to a Houston legend,
Yeah.
So I would approve of that one. I don't think that would be overly. I don't think that would be over the top. I mean, Billy White Shoes Johnson didn't do his damage in Nashville,
right?
So I think that's an appropriate taunting, but also definitely a show of respect to Billy White Shoes.
Johnson. Who would 100% view it as taunting?
Yeah,
Amy Adams Strunk.
Yeah.
She would not like that even one little bit.
I don't think she's liked by anybody in Nashville or Houston right now.
Right.
So
no, but I just like pissing her off. I think if it makes her mad, then I'm down with it. Here's Davis Mills. You talked about it here. Davis Mills on the challenge of facing a team with a bad record.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about in the team meeting today and watching film, like these guys play hard. The record is what it is. But, I mean, they're coming out. There's NFL players on that team as well. They're paid to do the job, and just like we are. So we know they're talented and have the capability of winning the game. But we got to go out and execute and play at a really high level and kind of take things in our own hands to go out there and to try to win this game. We can't sit back and start off slow and try to fall into something. We got to be the aggressors and go out there and execute.
Agree with everything he said. Everything he said. And you know who should know better than anybody that you can't take a bad team lightly and the bad teams still play hard? They're not tanking.
Yeah.
Davis Mills. Davis Mills should know better than anybody. He was on a team like this and was the starting quarterback in 2021 and 2022.
Yeah.
He should know that.
And they won a few games.
And they won a few games. Well, there's a text here. Aren't these guys tanking? What are you guys talking about? Like, no, the players aren't tanking.
Yeah, the players aren't tanking. Stop that. Tell me how many teams have gone, they've won one game already. But usually the worst team in the league has a couple of wins, even if they are tanking in the second half.
I don't count that win. That was that was that
It was
Cardinal
such a weird
game.
win. No, but it's exactly the kind of flukish thing that happens.
Yes.
They beat the Cardinals.
Right.
This isn't – the Dolphins beat the Bills last week. I don't know how many times.
They killed
how many times do I have to get frustrated by this? By people who watch the NFL every year and see the upsets and act like any game in the NFL. It's just every single year, some of the best. And the Texans, guess what? The Texans aren't one of the best teams in the league right now. Yeah. Guess what? The Texans were beating this horrible Titans team by a lofty margin of 6-0 entering the fourth quarter the last time they played them.
That was with two makeable missed field goals by Joey Sly in that game, too. Probably should have been 6-6.
Yeah, everything that Davis just said right there is true. The coaches and the players are not tanking in the middle of a game on Sunday.
Yeah.
Other than some in-game decisions in the last couple games of the year, that's where you'll see some teams where they don't go for the win. And you're like, okay, clearly you guys are 100% tanking at this point.
Yep.
It's just not the way it works in the NFL.
Right.
But then teams that are – the Astros when they were tanking – they're still going to win 50 games that year.
Yeah.
You know, it's just not. Stop it with your this team is tanking, so it's a foregone conclusion that you're going to win.
And more than any other sport, and there's multiple people bringing up tanking here. More than any other sport, it feels like to me, Seth, more than any other sport, football is the one that guys are most concerned about what they're putting out there on film for other teams.
Yeah.
And this is a team, and the bad teams are full of guys that are probably going to be on other teams next year or in other training camps next year.
You know what teams that are tanking don't do? They don't say, well, we just drafted that quarterback number 1 overall. Right. Let's just let him get the crap beat out of him for 60 plays, and we don't have to worry about him developing into a good quarterback until next year.
Right.
Like they are very much trying to get some success.
Yeah.
Like that's what people don't understand about tanking. In the NFL, you don't actually have to try hard to do it because if you're bad enough, you're only going to win a few games.
Yeah, you'll lose games.
So, no, they don't want Cam Ward to go through more hardship than he needs to. They want to try to develop him.
Yep.
So stop it with your tanking talk.
Stop it.
You just, come on. You guys that are texting are old enough to read and write.
Yeah.
So you've been watching the NFL for a while.
Right.
And you've seen and know and understand how many upsets there are in the NFL every year.
I agree with you, and that was our PSA. That's not just for you texters. That's for all of you out there at the water cooler talking about tanking with your colleagues at work and whatnot. All right? Thank you for coming to our TED Talk.
Do you think that, is there an image, do people think that McCoy, the interim coach, is getting in front of the team and saying, hey, guys, just got to be sure, whatever you do, if we get to the fourth quarter this week and it's close, I really want to be sure that you guys aren't playing all that hard.
No,
maybe let Cam Ward get sacked really hard a few times.
I heard that he got in front of the team this week, Seth, and he went to the overhead projector or the equivalent, and he fired up Mel Kiper's big board of the top 50 draft prospects and said, hey, guys, we need you to put forth your best foot to get Jeremiah Love and the offensive lineman from Miami. These are the guys we're targeting here, so go fall on your face this week.
This is why it's frustrating for me, because as a player, when you're on one of these teams that's really bad, like I was in 2005, there's all kinds of these conspiracy theories about tanking and everything. And the only way you can defend is saying, no, we actually suck this bad.
Yeah.
You're
that
listen, there's no defense that feels good. Chris Brown missed a really bad field goal against the Titans, ironically enough, and people were convinced that the team told him to miss the field goal. But it was on a series where the series had been extended because Chris Brown ran a fake field goal earlier in that series. It was obviously not a tanking situation.
Nope.
And you have to say, no, we just suck this bad.
Dude.
Will you leave me alone with your allegations of tanking football games and intentionally losing?
Well, this is where also I would ask this texter, how long have you lived in Houston for? Do you recall? Do you recall Davis Mills' last start before the one this past Sunday? It was Week 18 against the Colts, where they're converting 4th and 13s to Brandon Cooks and 4th and 20s to Jordan Akins. They're going for 2 at the end of games. You live in a city that had every reason to tank a game in Week 18 to get the number 1 pick, and they tried their asses off to essentially get the number 2 pick in the draft.
Davis Mills threw a perfect interception that turned into a touchdown.
That's exactly right. That was a TWP, a turnover-worthy play. That was a big one.
And it is one of the things that makes me nervous about this game is that Davis Mills has the highest turnover-worthy play rate in the league right now of quarterbacks who have as many throws as Davis Mills does.
Yep.
He's had a lot of dicey throws that he got lucky on. Don't do that versus this team.
Bold statement saying I could read and write could be using okay, never mind. The text
could be using chat.
Talk to text right now.
Text,
okay, that's what he says. Yeah, voice to text right now. Okay. Chris Brown the singer. No, Chris Brown the kicker. Chris Brown the kicker.
And not Chris Brown the running back for the Titans.
Right. And the Texans for a little bit. He was That's right. Yeah, he was at the Texans for a hot minute. Threw an interception down near the goal line. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, we'll get to some more Davis Mills and some more D'Amico a little bit later. But first, let's do this week's Sir, you ready for the Circle of Swarm, my friend?
Not really. This is going to be a tough one. This might be the toughest Cirque du Swarm we've had in a long time.
But you're ready in that you've got a bunch of names. Like
I'm ready, but I'm dreading how angry some people are at various guys who are going to be left out of it. I feel bad because we can only do 6.
Yep.
Okay?
Yeah, that's it. That's how it works. So let's play the intro.
What we're looking for is players, right, who are looking to swarm.
The swarm mindset, that whole mentality.
Right, we want players to have a special work ethic and a relentless mindset in everything that they do.
Who's in?
This is a special group of men. Believe it.
It's the Payne and Pendergast Texans Circle of Swarm.
All right. That was the Circle of Swarm. Believe it. Believe that. Here's how it works. Some of you may be familiar with our Circle of Trust with the Astros, which can have anywhere from 0 to 26 players in it. It's just
or sometimes we just stop doing it altogether. Yeah.
yeah.
That's a little bit. We have to do this. Yeah.
Seth picks 3, I pick 3, and it's based largely on performance from the week before with a slight glance ahead at the opponent this week. It's very subjective, and it's our Circle of Swarm, and either get on board or text in if you're angry about it. All right? That's your way of weighing in. Seth, the honor is yours, my friend. Go ahead.
I am going to go with an offensive player first.
I got a lot of offensive players in my pool right now, man.
Yeah. That player is one Woodrow Marks.
Okay, I'm going to cross that one off. He was on my list. All
as
right.
much for his for some of his impressive blocking plays as well as for his running performance and the fact that he was featured heavily in this game. The Kaylee and D'Amico and everybody else finally said, all right, let's get these rookies cooking. And also by virtue of his work as a receiver, the rookies ended up providing about a third of the targets in this game.
Yeah.
Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, and Woody Marks.
Yep.
It was very much it felt like a coming out party for the rookies last week.
They all made plays. They all made important plays in the game, and Woody Marks, chief among them, got into the end zone on a touchdown, had a big 3rd and 3 conversion.
He's on the field for 60 snaps.
Yeah, his best play might have been, I think what you were alluding to, his blitz pickup he had on one of those plays where he – like the line of scrimmage was like the 15 or 20-yard line for the Texans, and he rode the guy practically into the end zone. It was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about – I mean, they claimed I think Nick Haley said something about how him as heavily as they did, it just worked out that way. Maybe that's the case. I mean, D'Amico in the pregame interview said that they were going to get Woody Marks more involved. And he had 60 snaps in the game. The highest he'd had before that was 48 snaps. And other than that, against Seattle, and other than that, he was usually at 35 snaps or so max.
Yeah.
So that was by far his heaviest usage in terms of just being on the field all season long.
How many snaps? Do you have the snap count in front of you for the team or just him?
Not for the team.
Okay, gotcha. I was just curious because I thought.
Oh, yeah, actually I do. Who do you want?
Just Chubb. I was just curious how many snaps.
Chubb was on the field for 10 snaps.
Yeah, for 10 snaps. And I think it feels like a lot of them were in the second half of the game where they might have looked at the Jags and said, this looks like a boxer who's all punched out, who's tired. That looked like a tired defense. Maybe they've stumbled into something here, Seth, with making Woody Mark the feature back and using Nick Chubb is sort of a, a combo closer type of back. Nick Chubb looked like he had way more juice than anybody playing defense for the Jaguars on Sunday. Only 5 carries, but for 47 yards in that game.
Woody Marks can kind of pepper the opponent with skillful boxing, and then Nick Chubb comes in to land an overhead right.
Hell yeah.
Overhand right, excuse me.
Yep.
Or overhead, whatever.
Either one. All right, my first pick is Davis Mills. He engineered the comeback. He played tough. There were a few plays in that game where the ability to make the first guy miss in the pocket was displayed a few times. I don't feel like we'd seen that a lot with Davis before, where a guy comes free and he's able to either spin out of the pocket or he stiff-armed a guy one time. So I thought he was strong in the pocket. Obviously, he made all the plays that needed to be made. He made some massive throws in this game. There's just no other way to put it. All 3 of the offensive touchdowns in the fourth quarter of this game were on third down. They were on third down. They would have gone for it on fourth down, I'm sure, but they were on third down. He hit a big 4th and 2 to Jalen Noel, the 3rd and 10 to Dalton Schultz. just standing in there and just putting the ball right where it needed to be. It was Davis Mills' best and most important performance for this team, and it's not even close.
Yeah. Now, and go back to this last, so as Davis Mills plays this week versus the Titans, you go back to the first Titans game, and that was one of those classic games where early on we were a little bit worried about C.J. Stroud and his accuracy because he had 2 errant throws that were pretty bad errant throws. One was one to Nico, and then there was the misfire where Dalton Schultz was wide open and would have had the touchdown.
Yeah.
But he ended up 22 for 26 on the day.
Right.
Like he did not actually have accuracy issues. They just had issues in the red zone.
Yep.
And like it's been for most of the season with the Texans, they couldn't punch it into the red zone. Last week they go 4 for 5 in the red zone. Davis Mills is a big part of it.
Huge.
And a driving force behind a lot of it with his arm and with his all he needs to do this week is just dial back on the risky throws a little bit.
Yeah, you don't need to be risking it for the biscuit this week.
He's playing a little bit like Jameis Winston.
Yep.
Which is sometimes it's a blast and sometimes it's a nightmare. This is the Titans. Your defense is capable of shutting this team out, as they've shown. You don't have to make the hero plays in this game.
Nope, you don't. All right, who's your second swarmer?
Danielle Hunter. Who probably should have been the first selection, but in terms of just how clutch he was in the fourth quarter especially, he almost single-handedly caused the 3-and-out because he had a tackle for a loss followed by a sack on back-to-back plays on that second-to-last series. 3.5 sacks on the day, a tackle for a loss, and just an overall dominant performance. And lifting him up to basically now being pretty much identical to Will Anderson on
crazy.
Just about every stat.
It's really wild how identical the back of their football cards are right now.
Yeah, and Danielle, I think last time, did he have 2 sacks versus the Titans?
He did. He had 2 sacks in week 4, yeah.
So maybe a little bit of a prelude to him having another big statistical day.
Yeah, man, that's what the good ones do. They beef up and get multiple sacks against the bad teams.
Last time versus the Titans, as the Texans shut the Titans out, combined Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson had 12 pressures and 2 sacks.
Okay.
The 2 sacks going to Danielle Hunter.
Yep.
But they were very much a menace in that game.
Okay, Danielle Hunter's a good one. I'm going to go with Dalton Schultz for my next one. He is playing through some injuries right now, which I admire that. I know everybody's dealing with something, but Dalton is dealing with stuff that's on the injury report. He made 2 of the biggest plays of the season in that game. The touchdown, the toe tapper touchdown at the back of the end zone on 3rd and 3, I think it was. And then the 3rd and 10 on the subsequent possession, the final possession of the game for the Texans, the game-winning drive. That drive doesn't get out of first gear if Dalton doesn't get that catch on 3rd and 10. He was targeted 11 or 12 times in the game, so there is a connection there with Davis Mills. And I like this too, Seth, that he's going back. And we'll relive this at 8 o'clock today, the last time the Texans went to Tennessee with a backup quarterback and won. We'll relive that game and the highlights of it at the top of the hour at 8 o'clock. But one of those highlights was Dalton Schultz possibly saving the Texans' season back in 2023 on that catch that he had where he just ripped it away from the defender.
Yeah.
And it kept the Texans' drive alive, and they went on to score the game-tying touchdown. They win in overtime.
A big force of will moment.
Big time.
That kind of stuff D'Amico really loves.
Loves it.
Like when he's running it up into the gut 6 times in a row, trying to score from the 1-yard line. That's that force of will that sometimes it's nice if you marry it up with actual physical talent.
Right. We like the ones that work better than the ones that don't work. But D'Amico loves those. All right, so you have Woody Marks and Danielle Hunter. We're doing the Circle of Swarm. I have Davis Mills and Dalton Schultz. Who is your third and final pick for you?
Ooh. Oh, this is my last.
Make it count.
So many guys I want. Because I want Danielle, or I want Derek Stingley on there. Mm-hmm. I kind of want to put Jaden Higgins on there, but not as much as I want to put Ariante Ursary on there. I'm going to go with, because look. Wait, we don't have Nico on there yet, do we?
We don't have Nico on there either, man.
Son of a...
We don't have Nico on there. Now,
this is tough.
Here's what I'll say. I'll help you out with Nico.
Yeah.
The reason I don't have Nico on I have him in my pool, but the reason I won't take him 54 of his yards came on that Hail Mary play at the end of the half. He still would have had 6 catches for like 80 yards.
Yeah.
But it's that just now I'm talking myself into it. Some really swarmy catches over the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He turned some of those swarm.
I'm backing away from the mic. You make
Okay. All right. Derek Stingley had one of the most incredible interceptions we've ever seen in the history of not just the NFL.
Mankind.
Yes. Ever since the forward pass was permitted, there's been very few catches as good as this.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't watched exhaussly all of the film from 1937 yet, but
I like how seriously you're taking this, right?
And I'm going to give it to Derek Stingley based on this as well. I've been having so much fun watching Jacksonville people argue about Trevor Lawrence all week.
Yeah.
And a lot of people in Jacksonville say, look, yeah, there are a lot of wide receiver drops, but part of that is because Trevor Lawrence has no touch and throws an erratic all the time. And so I think there is something to Trevor Lawrence just not throwing a catchable ball. He's the opposite of Tua. And Derek Stingley couldn't catch one of his potential interceptions in that game because Derek Stingley, who has some of the most incredible ball skills we've ever seen, in a game where he made an interception that very few people on earth could have made, he also dropped one. I think because Trevor Lawrence doesn't throw a catchable ball.
That would
Derek Stingley, Circle of Swarm.
Circle of Swarm. That would be an amazing. Stingley doesn't have this in him because he's not a taunter. That would be an amazing taunt by a defensive back, though, like to be running back to their huddle and yelling at the opposing quarterback to throw a more catchable ball.
Well, hey, look at D'Amico thought that his interception that closed out the Dolphins game was more impressive just because of the situation than his interception in this game. Let's remember who was throwing that. Tua, catchable ball.
Very catchable ball, yeah.
It was catchable twice for Stingley in that Dolphins game.
It was, man, it was.
Trevor Lawrence, if Trevor Lawrence is that quarterback, Stingley might have only had one interception.
Be better, Trevor Lawrence, all right? Be better.
There's got to be. How are there not more advanced stats about spin rate and everything and catchability now that they have a little computer chip in the footballs? I would think that we'd have stats on that by now.
That's a good question. There will be at some point. There will be. All right, so we're down.
That's going to be a real quick side note. That'll be interesting with Jacoby Myers because Jacoby Myers has the lowest drop rate in football over the course of the last 5 years.
Yeah.
If Jacoby Myers starts dropping footballs a lot,
Lawrence?
That's Trevor Lawrence, man.
Yeah.
That's all Trevor Lawrence. Because it's not like Jacoby Myers has been playing with nothing but the cream of the crop at quarterback in his career.
It's the poor man's version of Brock.
Osweiler was the only quarterback who couldn't be like the best version of himself when throwing to DeAndre Hopkins.
The only force in the NFL that could shut down prime DeAndre Hopkins was Brock Osweiler.
The only guy that couldn't figure it out, that all you have to do is loft it in his general direction, and he's coming down with it.
Dude, it was so funny. I'll pick my last player here in a second, but as long as I'm bringing up Brock, he was on the call for the BC Notre Dame game a couple of weeks ago, which is really funny because that means he was in a production meeting with Bill O'Brien at one point.
Oh yeah,
yeah. So I'm curious how that
went. He falsely imprisoned him.
I'm curious, Brock. You're not. I got more to say, Brock. But it was funny because Notre Dame ran a fake punt in that game that Brock Osweiler called out before the play. He's like, look out for the fake right here.
Yeah.
And they ran a fake. And I'm like, man, I don't know who the special teams coach is for Notre Dame. And ultimately, it's Marcus Freeman's decision probably. But I'm like, if you're running things that Brock Osweiler is diagnosing before the play, you need a little bit more secrecy.
But it sounds like did Boston College shut it down?
They did. Yeah, they stopped it. Yeah, sorry, I should have included that. Yeah, they tackled Jeremiah Love in the backfield.
I'm guessing that's something that they might have snuck Brock Osweiler in the production meeting. You know.
Well, then maybe. Yeah.
No, they do that all the time.
Yeah.
Because Romo will get caught doing it sometimes.
Yeah.
Like when he's still trying to act like he knows what's coming and everything, he'll bring up something that like the coach clearly told him in the production meeting. Because he'd be like, I don't know, I think they're going to probably try to run
and Brock would do that. Even if they're like, hey, man, don't say this on the broadcast. But we got
Well, no, they can say it.
I know.
Like, they'd say it specifically to, anyway.
I know. I was just saying if they told him not to say it, Brock is somebody who would say it probably.
Yeah.
Ariante Ursary. That's the last one.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Sorry. Ariante Ursary. He's the last one in the circle of swarm. All right, Payne and Pendergast. There we go. Woody Marks, Davis Mills, Daniil Hunter, Dalton Schultz, Derek Stingley, Ariante Ursary. That's a good dude. 4 offensive players in the circle of swarm. I don't think that's ever happened. I'm pretty sure
Not
that's
since we've been doing Cirque du Swarm.
Nope.
Because we started off, 2 years ago or just last year?
last year, week 3.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's been you'll have to go through your records here during one of the breaks, and we'll see if this has been the greatest circle of swarm for the offense.
I don't
in
have the
Circle
week
of
to
Swarm
week.
history.
I only have the totals.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Yeah, so it just feels like this is a rare. It is a rarity, obviously. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, speaking of Stingley's interception, Brian Baldinger reacting to it on Baldy's breakdowns is just perfection. We will do that. We'll relive the Tennessee game in 2023 at the top of the hour as we continue to get you ready for Sunday here on Sports Radio 610. Noon kick between the Texans and the Titans. 9 o'clock Texans countdown with me and Seth. Be there. But first, prize picks. This would be a really good thing to have going too.
Flag. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios. Pendergast.
Lawrence in the pocket collapsing, and it's picked off. Stingley at the 45 of Houston, a rolling pick by Derek Stingley Jr. as Lawrence was trying to thread the needle, could not find Trammell. He found Stingley, and the Texans have the ball with 11 seconds left and a chance to add to their point total before the break.
That was a pick. I think I said this earlier this week, Seth, to welcome you back in here, Payne and Pendergast, on a Football Friday. That was a pick that's, like, to the naked eye, especially in real time, especially where you and I are sitting on the 8th level of the building.
Yeah.
That you go, oh, wow, that was impressive just based on the jump that he got on the ball. And then you watch the replay of it and you see the actual catch and you're like, holy crap, that was 10 times more impressive than it looked at first. Because I couldn't tell that it was a one-handed catch at first. You just see him jumping it and picking it off. And
that was another one that it's funny. It's a play that's been awesome because you get to enjoy Jaguars fans fighting about it because Trevor Lawrence defenders will say, that wasn't actually a bad throw by Trevor Lawrence. If you think that, you don't know ball.
Right.
And everybody else is like, well, listen, even if it's not an interception, a lot of it took incredible ball skills for Stingley to make that interception. There are a lot of defensive backs that would have broken that pass up. It wasn't a horrendous throw, but it could have been a better throw. Like, it just wasn't so that's where the cool thing about it is it was way more about Stingley's ball skills than it was his coverage. It was a ridiculously hard catch to make, and he almost made it look kind of simple.
Made it look easy, and it came at a crucial time in the game because the Jags were marching into Cam Little's field goal range, if not there already. I forget where the line of scrimmage was.
According to Nick Caserio on the GM show with Mark and John, they had a discussion about it in the team meeting. I'm curious how that would, they had an open debate about which was better, the one-handed catch by Stingley or the one-handed catch by Nico Collins.
Oh, on the two-point, yeah.
And apparently Nico Collins voted for Stingley as his being more impressive.
Yeah.
I would agree just because there's the one-handed catches are always impressive, tacky gloves or not. But for the defensive player, it's the fact that you can't anticipate where the ball is going to be the way you can as the offensive player, and you know what's coming, and it's not as hard to adjust on it necessarily.
That's a good point. All right, Brian Baldinger, you know who loved that interception by Derek Stingley? Brian Baldinger. We love the Baldy breakdowns on this show. Brian Baldinger basically filming his computer on his iPhone, it looks like, and doing the play-by-play, and he loves Derek Stingley Jr.
Let's watch Sting right at the end of the first half on the shallow cross, right? Jacksonville's trying to get in scoring position, 17 seconds to go. He's right in the hip pocket. Hands are off him. Look at this catch by Sting right here. Like, the timing of it is crazy. How good that is. Third interception of the year, right? Like, you watch this, like, just call him the glove. Like, you can't stick a ball in total control right here. Like, you just watch this thing over and over again from every angle, and you go, this is just an elite player, an elite defense. They don't give you anything. In fact, they love to take it away from you. Like, that's a great. Put that in Sting's resume right there. That might be his best interception to date. What a defense this is.
I would say the most impressive catch of any of his interceptions. D'Amico, as you just said earlier, Seth, D'Amico prefers the one that he had against the Dolphins covering Tyreek Hill down the sideline because it closed out the game. But that one-handed catch, man.
The one versus Tyreek Hill, though, that was another one where, Stingley just has that ability to make it look like he's beaten and just kind of appear out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And I think that his ability to track the ball and then to make a play on the ball is so elite. And then on the flip side of it, or on the other side of the field, with Kamari Lassiter, Lassiter doesn't have that same pure athleticism and technical ability and body control and everything that Stingley does.
Right.
But Lassiter does have that freakish awareness to judge when the ball is coming. There's so many plays where other guys who might be face guarding, the most frustrating play of all in sports is when your DB has somebody covered, but they don't turn to look for the ball.
Yep.
And, they face guard legally, but it's still a reception.
Yeah.
Lassiter has a really good ability to, even if he can't get around on it, to get his hand up between the receiver's hands and knock the ball out.
Yep.
Just does it. You don't think, we got lucky on that one. Like, no, he reads the eyes of the receiver and his body language, and he knows when the ball is coming.
And when he does get around, he's got really good ball skills. Nobody's Stingley, but he's up there last year.
I don't want the Texans defense to be thinking about this because I don't want them to get overly swarmy. We know that sometimes the Texans defense lets the swarm run amok and they get a little greedy, and that's when big plays happen or missed tackles happen. But when it comes to scoring right now, they have a razor-thin margin on points per game over the Broncos. And I think it's the Broncos.
I think it's the Rams.
It's the Rams. Yeah, it's the Rams. You're right. You're right. Look, I'm not saying that they should desperately want to have a shutout of the Titans, but they've already demonstrated that they can, Sean, and they shouldn't care about these rankings as much as I do, but I care about them.
I do too.
Yes, I very much care about them.
I'm a big rankings guy. Yes.
Yeah, so just go ahead and don't be thinking about it too much, but just go ahead and shut out the Titans and get yourself another healthy couple of points on the scoring margins.
Dude, how fun would that be? 2 shutouts of the Titans in one season? That would be amazing. That would be awesome. Is the Stingley sauce debate over? Are we done with that now? Is Stingley clearly?
I guess we have to. No, I think because we have to see how Sauce does in his new place.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's over. Look, Stingley's had his ups and downs too.
For sure. But Stingley's been. I would say, and I know and other stuff. He's not been as good this year as he was last year when he was to me, him and Surtain, undeniably the best cornerbacks in football last year. The reason I bring up Sauce and Stingley, obviously, is they were picked back-to-back, so that's always going to be a debate. I hope it's not over, only because now it's in the division, and Sauce is playing the Texans twice a year, and that's a fun kind of sidebar story to any of the Colts-Texans games moving forward.
I think the big thing with Stingley, too, is that when he's healthy, they're having him track the best receiver, and he does a lot of stuff where the level of difficulty is harder. There's one thing I don't like about the PFF scores is that I don't think they account for level of difficulty as much. There's sometimes where there's some offensive linemen who have really good grades, but they're guys who are consistently helped out by either a tight end or a 6th offensive lineman. So they don't give up a lot of pressures or anything. And that's great. Give them credit for that. But the level of difficulty isn't nearly as hard. Because I remember when Dwayne Brown was at his peak and one of the best offensive tackles in the league. And at the time, PFF would have that left tackle from the Raiders as the best offensive tackle in the league. And the Raiders almost always had either a tight end or an extra offensive lineman helping him out. And somehow that made him a better offensive lineman than Dwayne Brown. So likewise with defensive backs, I think sometimes they don't account for the challenges that each guy has based on his responsibilities.
It should be adjusted, almost like you adjust things for schedule with certain stats or whatever. Yeah.
That's why it's just really hard to grade. It's really hard to grade football. Even guys, I hear offensive line people talk about this all the time, about how you could have two veteran offensive line coaches sit down, watch a game together, and have completely different grades on their guys based on how they want them to play, what their methodology is and everything.
Yeah.
And then obviously I don't want to get into a big argument about PFF. It's just there's some things that you can't quantify.
Yeah, it's
still
imperfect.
There are a lot of advanced stats out there right now that are a little too big for the britches when it comes to football.
Yep.
If you look at the most annoying thing in the world for this Texans defense right now is when you look at pressure stats. Because pressures and hurries are not an official NFL stat. And you can look at one ranking that has the Texans as having the 16th highest pressure rate on defense.
Yeah, I hate
then
that
you
one.
look at another ranking, and it has the Texans as the third highest pressure rate
I
on
like
defense.
that one better, yeah.
And it's just, it's all,
That's the
it's
one I
all over
subscribe
the
to.
place.
Yeah.
So you just go back to the old school, all right, I'm going to watch with my eyeballs. And, these guys are making quarterbacks really uncomfortable. There you go.
All right, up next, we're going to relive the last time the Texans went to Tennessee looking to get a big win with a backup quarterback. We'll relive the magic of that. But first, Seth has the Mokaram Injury Lawyers injury report.
The Mokaram injury report. Let's start off with the Titans because with the Titans, the big one is Jeffrey Simmons. Practiced yesterday. Looks like he's going to be back. Arden Key potentially returning as well as Calvin Ridley. So they have some of their better players returning into the fold this week. With the Texans, Jalen Petrie and C.J. Stroud are out. Dalton yesterday, he had a combination of an illness and a shoulder, which I choose to look at as optimistically because last week it was like a shoulder and a leg injury, whereas this week it's a shoulder and hopefully an illness that's easy to recover from. Full participation from Azeez Al-Shire, Braxton Berrios, Christian Harris, Titus Howard. That's the big note of a guy coming back hopefully from concussion. He has to be able to practice this week without any symptoms for him to return to the field on Sunday. And quarterback Davis Mills has a left elbow, which I believe I've seen some people speculate as some kind of bursitis, which you can totally play through. This was the Mokaram Injury Lawyers injury report presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Injured in an accident, call 281-222-2222 or visit MokaraminjuryLawyers.com. And we're going right into Trajan, are we? Okay. Hey, Trajan,
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
I would say one of the best wins of the DeMeco Ryans era as head coach of the Texans was the 19-16 win over the Titans back in DeMeco's first season as Texans head coach. Week 15, C.J. Stroud had gotten concussed the week before against the Jets. I think they were missing Nico Collins in that game as well because he went out early in that Jets game. Nico only played like 3 snaps in that Jets game, and then he was out. I want to say they were without Will Anderson in that game as well, that Will was dealing with an ankle at that point. So they were big-time undermanned going to Tennessee in a game that they needed to win just to kind of stay in the playoff hunt at that point. The Texans finished the season 10-7 that year, but they went into that Tennessee game with a record, I think, of so, they're hanging around and just hoping to make the playoffs. The expectations weren't as big back then as they are now for this team. But I thought it'd be fun, Seth, just to relive some of that because that's the last time the Texans went in to really went on the road with a backup quarterback having to go in there and play, and it happened to be at Tennessee back in 2023. And this was the game probably the week leading up to it, probably best remembered for most people thinking Davis Mills was going to play. Yeah. And then you were providing the warning signals all week long, like, hey, DeMeco hasn't named anybody the starter yet. And I think it was Saturday morning that the news broke that Case Keenum was going to be the starter in this game. So let's relive some of the magic of that. It wasn't magic to start out with, I'll tell you that. The Texans fell behind by 2 scores in this game in the first half. Will Levis scored on a touchdown run to make it 6-0. They missed the extra point. And then Case Keenum, Seth, early in the second quarter, does this.
Case calls for the ball. Ready to throw. Has time. And he throws a pick. Return to the right side. 20, 15, still going. 10, 5. Touchdown, Tennessee. Elijah Molden.
Okay, Davis, if you're listening, you cannot do that on Sunday. That is the only thing that's going to keep the Titans in this game are mistakes like that. They were behind 13-0 in this game early.
Well,
Pick 6.
You think about this game last week. Davis Mills threw an interception immediately in the game, and it felt, my God, I'm just having a flashback now to just how miserable that first 3 quarters of football was in that football game. I started eating piece of cake after piece of cake after piece of cake.
You were ferocious.
Self-soothing with food, the healthiest way to do things. Yep. It was just absolutely miserable.
Yep.
And that was a miserable interception too. It was the intended receiver by Case Keenum.
Yeah.
Back in 2023.
Yeah.
You remember it was nowhere in the vicinity. So he and Agumbawale were just seemingly not on the same page, and it looked like Case had just lofted it up specifically for Molden to intercept it.
Yeah, it was,
In modern times, somebody might accuse him of point shaving because it was bad.
Modern times,
it was
2
really
years later.
bad.
Yeah, it was bad. But it was a very catchable ball.
Yeah, it was incredibly catchable. It was like he was just lofting it up specifically for Molden to catch.
It's a beautiful ball. All right, so we'll fast forward in this game, but just know that the Texans, I mean, again, that was a season teetering, and this is a season kind of teetering right now game too. Much earlier because the Texans dug themselves that 0-3 hole, but this is a massively important game. So the Texans would trail, this is 2 years ago, would trail 13-3 at the half. They would get a couple more field goals from Kaimi Fairbairn to trail 13-9 going into the fourth quarter. The Titans would tack on a field goal. They would go up 16-9. And then we're in the back half of the fourth quarter now. 10-play, 79-yard drive that would not be ending in a touchdown if it weren't for this saving play at the time by Dalton Schultz.
Keenum fakes the flip. Keenum plants. He's got time to throw. And he throws over the middle. And Dalton Schultz has it inside the 5-yard line. Somehow he comes down with the ball in traffic. First and goal.
He took the ball away from Trey Avery. That's just McCrary, I'm sorry. He just wanted it more than the Tennessee defender.
Yeah, that was a little under 5 minutes to go in the game. It was 2nd and 10 at the Tennessee 18, and Case like kind of threw it up for grabs there, Seth. I mean, he was off his back foot.
He had to scramble. He had people in his face, and Dalton Schultz had been involved in the play action blocking. And by the time he didn't even start out on a route until Case was already scrambling, on the left side of the field, and he enters the play. And Case finds him downfield and does just throw it up for grabs, and somehow Dalton Schultz just steals it out of the hands of the defender.
It's one of the most memorable plays of the DeMeco Ryans era so far in that game, because that saved the game. I mean, I know it was 2nd and 10, and they would have had 3rd down, but it should have been a pick. And not only did Dalton Schultz prevent an interception there, he steals the ball away from the defensive back. And then a couple plays later, this happens.
3rd and goal at the 3. Keenum in the gun. Singletary in the backfield with him. Schultz motioning to the left. Keenum to throw. Keenum scrambling to the right. Throws to the end zone. Yes. Caught. Touchdown, Houston. Noah Brown.
Yes, baby.
Case Keenum, welcome back. Touchdown pass.
Oh, I thought we were gonna get a go Cougs from Dre there for a second for Case Keenum. Didn't get one.
Have we had our yearly Noah Brown check-in on?
He's injured again. I know
again,
that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So last year that was the whole every damn week you'd have to have. People were saying, "Oh, sure, it'd be nice to have Noah Brown," but in any given week last year, Noah Brown was injured again.
Well, he caught that Hail Mary early in the year for the Commanders, and that got him back on everybody's radar. But yes,
he got that. That was the Hail Mary where the defender had been kind of taunting the crowd.
Yeah,
right?
Tyreek
Not
Stevenson. Yeah, it was the Bears. It was fun.
And then got beat for a soul-crushing
like one of the
touchdown.
easiest Hail Marys of all time. Like Noah Brown's just like standing right there, just catches it off the deflection. But this was big right here, man. Just kind of. Noah Brown just kind of finding an open spot there in the end zone. Like there was some improv going on this play right here.
No, that was a classic Case Keenum game.
Yep.
He looked like University of Houston Case Keenum.
Yep.
He was just kind of pulling stuff out of his butt and making it happen.
Yep.
That was a little bit of it wasn't a no-look pass, but it was a little bit of it felt like one of those point guard passes where he's running towards the sideline and just kind of whips it sidearm to
it.
Yeah.
So that tied the game at 16. So that touchdown was scored. I mean, this is how much of a defensive struggle the whole thing was. That touchdown was scored with 3 minutes left in regulation. There were still 3 more punts before the end of the game. That touchdown to tie it up was scored with 3 minutes and 3 seconds to go, and Tennessee wound up punting it back to the Texans, who wound up punting it back to Tennessee, who wound up punting it back to the Texans before they even got to overtime. That's the type of defensive struggle this game was. So then it goes to overtime. So what do the two teams do? They exchange 3 more punts. Yeah. Tennessee punts. Tennessee got the ball, and I think this was before the rule where you're guaranteed to get the ball at least once. If Tennessee had gone down and scored a touchdown, the game would have been over. But they don't. They punt. Houston punts the ball back to Tennessee, who punts the ball back to the Texans with 1:43 to go in the stupid 10-minute overtime. I hate you, Bill Polian. Texans had 1:43 to go, essentially get into field goal range, and they needed a huge play, and they got one from Devin Singletary.
First down, Texans at the Houston 20. Motor in the backfield. Case puts the leg down. Keenum to throw. Keenum. Pocket collapsing, scrambles to the right. Keenum floats the ball downfield. He's got a man motor across the 50, 40 right sideline. Well into Titan territory, out of bounds at the 38-yard line. Big play to Singletary.
Singletary, man, we forget that first year they made the playoffs with DeMeco and CJ.
Yeah.
They were leaning on Singletary the way I anticipate in the second half of the season. The way I anticipate them leaning on Woody Marks the second half of this season.
Singletary on that play, again, talking about just kind of Case Keenum improvising, extending plays, making things happen. Singletary had made 3 moves on that play.
Yeah.
A double move, then whipped back into the inside, and then extended upfield, and then found himself wide open as the safety who was covering him just couldn't keep up with him.
Yeah, that was. I think that it's interesting because the 2 plays we just played, the touchdown to Noah Brown, and and we'll play the game-winning field goal by Kaimi here in a second. But the catch right there from Singletary to get them into Titan territory and into field goal range were both Case kind of making things happen after the play's breaking down.
Yeah.
That's Case. That's what he does. All right, last one here. The Texans did end up winning this game, and it was literally the final play that would have been allowed. It would have been a tie if Kaimi Fairbairn misses this.
16-16, 2 seconds to go in overtime. 54-yard attempt, left hash mark. Here's the snap. Here's the spot. Here's the kick by Fairbairn.
Yes!
Good! The Texans win!
Yes!
Legendary! Fairbairn knocks it through from 54 as the Texans defeat the
Get outta
former
here.
Oilers.
Put those uniforms back in the trunk.
19-16. Have a nice day.
Put them up.
What a comeback. Down 13-0.
Whoa.
Numerous key players out, and the Texans dig so deep to pull out a victory against their rivals and go home with the victory.
I'll tell you what,
I didn't want it to end. I wanted to just keep going.
His Vandy's snarkiness at the end of these games, that hasn't always been a thing as much as the last couple of years.
Where he told the Steeler fans,
Get out!
Get out!
Have a nice day.
Have a nice day. Well, the uniforms, and Dre there saying, put those uniforms back in the trunk. That was the game where the Titans wore the Oiler uniforms. That was a massive storyline going into that game. Everybody here was pissed off about that.
It's been, and they're not. For those of you, we've had multiple people ask this morning. They will not be wearing the Oilers uniforms in this game.
Yep.
The Devin Singletary, as a reminder to just how amazing it is that Joe Shane still has his job.
Yeah.
Remember when on Joe Shane, the GM of the Giants, when he was telling everybody in the organization how Saquon Barkley wasn't worth keeping around because you got to find out what you have in Daniel Jones, and claiming that nobody would even want Saquon Barkley. Yeah. Why would we even bother trading him? One of the things he said in the lead up to all of that is Devin Singletary, you could get him for $4 million.
Yeah. Yeah.
After they let go of Saquon Barkley, whiff on multiple other running backs, they end up signing Devin Singletary to 3 years, $16.5 million, with $9.5 million guaranteed.
Yeah.
Spending way more than he was just casually dismissing Devin Singletary as.
I know.
Yeah.
I hate that conversation. It's a very valid point. I hate that conversation because Singletary was huge for the Texans that year.
No, because it was even he was talking about Devin Singletary look at this. He has a chopped liver for $4 million. You can get anybody out of it.
Yeah.
And then he still has a job after being so incredibly and arrogantly wrong about the running back market that season.
Dude.
And also admitting he didn't want to try to trade Saquon Barkley because it's emotionally taxing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's hard on him.
Yeah.
It was really that was really
the hardest year of my life.
It was really yeah.
Oh, that's what he said. Took years off my life.
Took years off
last
his
year.
life.
I don't want to go through that again.
Someone says Petty Andre Ware is the absolute best.
Yeah.
I like Petty Andre Ware too.
Petty Andre Ware and the combo of those two, they get super, super petty at the ends of games. And nice.
We don't have to play the whole field goal again, Ben. I'll down cue you. I just want to hear Kaimi making the field goal again and Andre losing his mind one more time. That was
54-yard attempt, left hash mark. Here's the snap. Here's the spot. Here's the kick by Fairbairn.
Yes!
Good! The Texans win!
Yes!
Legendary! Fairbairn knocks it through from 54 as the Texans defeat the former Oilers.
Put those uniforms back in the trunk.
There we go.
There we go.
I just want to hear that part.
So earlier we've had multiple people today saying, guys, why would you even bring up reasons that the Titans might be a threat to the Texans? Aren't they tanking? Listen, this is what you have to remember about this Titans team. Different coach at the time, but a couple years ago, remember when the Jaguars had a 95% chance of winning the division with a few weeks left to go?
Yeah, it was right around that time that we were just playing from right here.
And it came down to the final game of the season. The Titans had absolutely nothing to play for as they were playing ended up winning the division partly because the Titans beat the Jaguars on the final game of the season.
Yep.
When they should have been playing for draft position, this, that, the other. That's just not the way the NFL works by and large. There's exceptions to it, but by and large, like teams right up until the last game or two, especially. But like the Texans winning against the Colts, you know, it's just yes, these things continue to happen every single year.
It's a great example by you that Titans over Jags thing, because if tanking were a thing.
And it is sometimes in the last couple weeks of the season, or like the GMs.
The GMs.
Like tanking is a thing by the way the GMs. Conduct things.
But I'm saying, like, even if the GMs or the play, like, if there were ever a game where the Titans would want to not put forth great effort for dual purposes, it would be that game, because it would serve the dual purpose of giving you better draft capital and screwing the Texans, your arch rival, over.
Yeah.
That would feel like it would be an order from on high. From Amy Adams Strong. Oh, there's a way that we can screw the city of Houston that hates me?
Yeah.
Oh, well, let's go lose today. And they didn't do that.
The biggest thing really about it in the NFL is because you have so few games, I think that's a bigger part of it, that the toll it takes, especially on your young quarterback, if you're trying to get the absolute most out of Cam Ward, you're not trying to go out there and have him get destroyed physically for the entire season,
right?
And have the clock in his head screwed up. Like, they're going to try everything they can to try to give some success to Cam Ward along the way and over the second half. Because look, they're not going to go out and draft a quarterback. The biggest thing that you might take will make some decisions that are obviously long-term decisions along the way, and they'll be quicker to put guys on IR and all of that. But they still do want to give Cam Ward a fighting chance to improve as a quarterback and also to not ruin him completely the way David Carr got ruined completely.
Yep.
So it's just, you can never go into a game thinking like, oh, well, this team's tanking, so it's an easy victory.
That's right. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus, streaming November 16th. That's Sunday. On Paramount Plus, it's the return of Landman from Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone. Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton is back, featuring Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, and Sam Elliott. Landman, new season streaming this Sunday, November 16th, only on Paramount Plus. 5 Reasons I Hate You. It's the segment you all been waiting for. Titans edition. I love we get to do the Titans twice a year. 5 Reasons I Hate You. These will be original ones, I promise, from week 4. We'll do that coming up next. But tomorrow, 2 to 5.
driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, 5 reasons I hate you. We'll get into that here. People texting in that are actually headed up to Nashville for the game. I'll be at the Titans game, Sean. Oh. T-Mill is sitting in my section 2, Beer Belly Sports, representing in Nashville. Oh, the Beer Belly Sports guys are going up there. That'll be cool. Are we nervous? Has Tyler Milner broken his string of being a jinx for the Texans on the road?
I'm sure he has.
Has he?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
He was
I have to look at which games he went to.
He was at the Minnesota game last year where they got their asses kicked by Sam Darnold. T-Mill, have you stopped jinxing the DeMeco Ryans-led Texans?
I think there was a pretty good chance that the Texans were going to get their butts kicked with or without
T-Mill. Yeah.
I don't think that was. It wasn't like that was a huge upset or anything.
No, and he's probably not worth 27 points on the margin. You know, T-Mill. 34-7 was the final score of that game. There were a lot of things going wrong.
It was going to be down to the wire if T-Mill hadn't been there.
Yeah.
You know what? Nashville probably. It's just because I despise the entire state of Tennessee so much. I have to acknowledge that that's probably one of the better road trips to go if you're going to go to an away game for the Texans, and not too hard to get there either. Yeah,
tickets are probably very reasonable. The team stinks, so you're probably going to see a win, and the city is fun.
Jacksonville, depending on what time of year it is, the beaches are very underrated there.
Yes,
like the water is nothing awesome or anything. It's not like it's crystal blue Caribbean water or anything, but the beaches are actually pretty nice, and it's a cool environment.
Yep.
So we do have two desirable destinations to travel to. I have no idea on earth why anybody would willingly go to Indianapolis for anything other than business.
It's 5 reasons I hate the
swear,
Titans.
I don't know why you would do it.
It's not 5 reasons I hate the Colts. Save it for 2 weeks from now. I love that. All right, reason number 5, L'Jarius Sneed. He's on IR. He's not going to play. But what a jackass poking the bear named Nico Collins. Remember all the way back in week 4 where L'Jarius Sneed was asked about Nico Collins, and he said, who? Multiple times, and Nico had this to say.
So, Sneed on the other side.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Can't wait for the matchup. Can't wait to get back on the field with the guys and play again. You know, that's the most important thing I'm most excited about. Getting back at that with my teammates, my brothers. Going there, rocking out, getting our swag back.
He was asked about you, and he said who a couple times today.
Okay. Yeah, he knows who I am. Yeah.
Yeah, he knows who I am. He knows. Yeah. I'm a dog. He went on to say he was a dog, Nico Collins.
He did not.
He did in the next cut.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, in the next cut. But I'm moving it along here. Yeah. Well, let's play it. Here we go. Yeah, let's play it, Ben.
If somebody doesn't know you, what should they know about you after Sunday?
They know. Nah, my bad. I'm a dog. You know what I'm saying? I'm just me. I don't say much. I just play.
That's it, man. He just plays.
Yeah. I was thinking about in that initial response. I thought that he didn't. Yeah.
Yep. So L'Jarius Sneed got humbled in that game and was asked afterwards about Nico Collins.
So yeah, it's all good. You know, we all get beat. You know, best he get paid like I get paid. Shout out to him. He's a great player.
Yeah.
He was humbled.
And he had an explanation of why he acted like he didn't know who Nico Collins was. But listen, you've been in the league long enough. It's you know what you're doing, all right? And he's one of these guys now that he left the Chiefs with a whole lot of bravado, and now it feels kind of like one of those Jerry Springer shows where somebody comes out and like, oh, you dumped me then, but look at me now, and the guy is kind of you still are not up to my caliber.
No.
What do you? I don't think the Chiefs are crying a million river of tears over the loss of L'Jarius Sneed.
No
They're
chance.
doing all right.
They're doing just fine without him. So L'Jarius Sneed, because he was disrespectful to the great Nico Collins, number 5. Number 4. Calvin Ridley is their leading receiver. He's had a horrible year, and yet is still their leading receiver. He's the one guy who found a bigger way than gambling on football to commit career suicide, and that was signing with the Tennessee Titans. He voluntarily went there. He wasn't traded there. He thought it'd be a good idea to go get his bag with the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah.
So Calvin Ridley for being dumb, you are number 4 on the 5 reasons I hate you.
He did have 1,017 yards receiving last year. This year he's had some injuries. He's got 290 receiving yards. And his hopes and dreams are tethered to a rookie quarterback who's very much one of the worst quarterbacks in the league right now.
Yeah.
And this is the worst offense in the league.
Yep.
Dead last.
32nd.
32 out of 32 NFL football teams.
Indeed. Number 3, 5 reasons I hate you. As I scour the roster of the Tennessee Titans, I do that every week for this segment. Lo and behold, Seth, I scan down to the practice squad, and there's Carlos Watkins, former Texans defensive tackle from back in the Bill O'Brien era.
One of the many Clemson players on the Texans during that era.
That's exactly right. He's on the practice squad for the worst team in football. He has a fraudulent Stewart number 91 jersey.
Oh, I didn't know where you were going with that. I always liked Carlos Watkins.
Fraudulent steward of the jersey that you initially made great with this franchise.
Yes.
I hate what he's doing to sully the good name of your number.
You have to prove yourself worthy of wearing the hollowed number 91. Damn it.
Yes, thank you very much. That's reason number 3. Disrespect.
Is there currently a 91 on the Texans? I don't think there is this year.
I don't know.
Oh, no, Fadakasi, of course, yeah.
Of course, yeah.
I forgot about Fadakasi?
Yeah, exactly. Who's your favorite number 91 not named Seth Payne on the Texans
I really
lore?
liked Carlos Watkins.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd have to go through that and look and see.
You can like him again in 5 minutes. You have to hate him right now.
No, and I think the thing about Carlos was, remember how good he was at getting on camera? He was always right behind the head coach. Or the defensive coordinator.
That's
or whatever.
hilarious.
Yeah. He was always right there. Right. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to go.
That's hilarious. Mine's Roy Lopez, by the way. That's my favorite non-Payne.
Oh, yeah. Lopez was worthy.
He was fun. I mean, he was on some bad Texans teams, so bad that they were like pushing him as like one of the faces of the team for like a
He
year.
was out there signing autographs at the draft one year
Yes.
because he was one of the highest draft picks.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so reason number 2. I go look at the Hall of Fame or the Ring of Honor for all these teams when I do this, Seth. I did this for the phony Oilers. Yeah. If it weren't for Andre Johnson and J.J. Watt would single-handedly thrash the Titans Ring of Honor. There is nobody in their Ring of Honor that has just pure Titans genes or lineage. They're all, even Eddie George and Steve McNair started out as Oilers. Every single person in their Ring of Honor has some sort of tie to the Oilers. Yes, yeah.
They don't even have their own Ring of Honor members.
They don't. They can't find. They've been such trash since they became the Titans that they don't even. Where's Chris Johnson in this Ring of Honor?
And they were in Nashville long before the Texans were in Houston.
Yeah, man.
Like the Texans have at least a couple of homegrown Ring of Honor members.
Yep.
And current and future Hall of Famers.
Yeah. Here's the thing. They've had guys that are like Chris Johnson, CJ2K, the 2,000-yard rusher. Like it feels like a guy who was rushed for 2,000 yards in a season and was a good player for several years would be worthy of going into the Ring of Honor, where clearly you don't have to be a Hall of Famer to be in it. I mean, Eddie George is in here; he's a good player, obviously.
They've got
Steve
guys
McNair.
who did most of their. Eddie George did most of his damage.
Yes.
in Tennessee. But beyond him, anybody in their Hall of Fame or on their Ring of Honor did most of their damage in Houston.
Yeah, I would say
like
Eddie,
Bruce Matthews.
Yep.
Steve McNair. Steve McNair did most of his damage in.
Yeah, I was going to add McNair to your list there. Yeah, McNair and Eddie George are the two. Everyone else, though, you're right. All Oilers or Bruce Matthews at the very end was
Bruce Matthews and Mike Munchak and Frank Wycheck.
He was an Oilers but he was mostly
but he did most of his damage there. Yeah.
Yep, no doubt. But they don't have anybody who's just pure Titan in their Ring of Honor. We've got 2 pure Texans in the Ring of Honor, and the Texans have existed for fewer years than the Titans. Trash-ass franchise.
What have you been doing with yourselves?
Yeah.
Huh? Like, what are you even? Well, are you even trying?
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
Oh my God.
You just like if it wasn't conceived in Houston.
Yep.
You haven't created anything on your own there in Tennessee.
Yep.
It's disgusting.
Last one here. Amy Adams Strunk. That's not an original one. She's made this list before, but now we've got the new evidence that she belongs on this list, because I don't believe, Seth, that there was a tribute video for the Queen, Janice McNair, done by Amy Adams Strunk. I mean, I know there's some animosity between the two franchises, but you would think that...
Oh, you mean like her showing up...
For the Ring of Honor. Remember all
the
this?
Ring of Honor for the Texans Ring of Honor.
Yeah, just a video. She didn't have to be here for it, but just a video. I mean, there were several other owners and luminaries from around the league that did videos. Now,
I would say I don't want to break with the spirit of it. I could see the McNair as being much classier than Amy Adams Strunk, knowing that, okay, well, she's going to get booed if she does it, so let's just not do it.
Yeah, I was going to acknowledge that as well. That's probably fair. I'm sure.
Mostly because, again, the McNairs have class.
Yeah.
And an understanding about these things.
Right.
Yeah.
The Titans are all running around with their raccoon skin caps and dirty.
Well, you know what happened? You know why they don't have a Ring of Honor? As soon as they based the team in Nashville, like all of a sudden guys start marrying their first cousins and everything.
Yeah.
And it's a mess.
Yes. I asked Brent Doherty to come on our show today from the station up in Nashville, and he never got back to me. And I wonder if they're at that stage now on the radio, or like, I just don't feel like talking about this team. Why do I want to go preview a game in the opposing market?
Yeah,
that for my 1-8 football team.
Or he got into a big. Maybe he's just got something going on at home with his aunt wife or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
I like Brent. I don't put that evil on him.
He can still be a decent person who married his aunt.
That's true.
It's just that that's the standards and the mores of that area of the country.
Fair.
You can still be a good person. He's just a product of whence he came.
Yep. Hey, I want to circle at top of the hour. We're going to do Take-a-mania. We've got some takes that are going to try to take down the champ, Colin Cowherd, this week. I want to circle over to college football. These college football playoff rankings are out. Man, the new kids on the block are the most annoying kids on the block. I've got a little bit of advice for one of the schools out there that's in the top 10 right now. We'll do that coming up next. But first, it's the weekend. As if I need the weekend.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So this, real quick, I just want to give some advice to one of the college football fan bases. It's maybe a little bit new to the whole hierarchy, the college being relevant in the college football playoff rankings, being a top 10 team. I think this is going to be a playoff team. And I'm talking about Texas Tech. The Texas Tech people, Seth, and I'm going purely on my social media curation, what I'm seeing on my social media. They're not doing a very good job of handling their newfound status among the elite in college football. They're like they got invited to a party and just started picking fights with everybody. Uh-huh. What I find most often, and because my team has been in the lofty atmosphere of the big cheeses 2 years now with this new 12-team playoff, is that last year, if you were inside the velvet rope during the season, you weren't in there just below you. That the Fighting Irish are 9th, and Texas Tech is 6th. Be happy that you're 6th, man. Why are you coming swinging on us about our independent status and that we've got our fans are fake because half of them don't even go to our school. They just root for us because we're Catholic or because they're Irish or whatever.
They're making up for lost time, Sean.
That is true.
I guess just if you get, I think I would be totally like all the Red Raiders if I were in the same situation.
Okay.
Like, all right, we get to dance. We got invited to this dance. I'm gonna cut a damn rug.
I guess.
As I cut a promo.
Yeah.
On those stupid Catholics.
They're just swinging on everybody, man. These Texas Tech people, and I would imagine that the Texas Tech alums that listen to the show are probably pretty proud of that. Like, yeah, we're not going down without a fight, man. We're here to barroom brawl with all these blue bloods that we're in the top 12 with right now. But man, like the picking the fight about like Notre Dame's independence with their football program has done nothing to impede you through the years because you've never been relevant enough to have been impeded by it.
I don't know, Sean. To me, you're coming off a little bit like one of those snooty clubs in Britain that all the gentlemen go to, and they're like, oh, this is simply not the way business is conducted. What are you no? Why are you wearing that loud tie?
That may very well be.
Yeah.
I think
you're a little snooty.
Yeah.
Is what you are. You don't like the newcomers.
I just think they're picking a silly fight, and I think they're following.
What are they doing? Like, how aggressive are they compared to other people?
Well, BYU was the one 2 weeks ago when BYU and Texas Tech were getting ready to play each other last week. For whatever reason, BYU just started coming after Notre Dame about their independence because BYU used to be independent and now they're in the Big 12 and they're like, hey, you should join a conference. And I'm like, why? If you think there's an advantage to being independent, then why don't you? There's no rule preventing you from being independent. You were independent and then went to a conference. Why are you so mad about this? Then BYU got their asses kicked by Texas Tech. And then Texas Tech decided, you know what, we're going to pick up the fight. We're going to take the baton and come after all the Notre Dame people about them being independent and not being in a conference for football.
I guess it's a little bit, because you could frame the conference discussions a bunch of different ways. And sometimes like being in the SEC can be a disadvantage because it's hard to get a really good record in the Big Ten. In the SEC.
Yeah.
But then likewise with the Big 12, at times it's been a disadvantage because it's been too easy to get, quote unquote easy.
Yeah.
But you don't get as much respect for your conference victories or championships. I think that's where I have a hard time with it because I feel like being independent, it has all the same double-edged sword benefits and
there's good and
it benefits or downsides depending on how the schedule is that given year. Sure, it's great that you guys beat up on the Coast Guard Academy every year, but that works against you too.
It's the Navy. We don't play the Coast Guard.
I thought you played all 4 service academies.
No, we
every
played
single
one.
Year.
No, That's not true. No, you know who you sound. You know
Merchant Marine
You know what you
Academy.
sound like right now? You sound like a Texas Tech online Red Raider. Right
Have
now.
you or have you not ever played the Merchant Marine Academy?
No, not
in the
during,
school history.
Not in my lifetime. I'd have to go look. Dude, some of the schools they used to play back in the early 1900s, they're like playing like apothecary schools and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, that's everybody.
It's really funny. It's just
Cornell. At one point, I think it's still this. I think Cornell is the only Division I school in America that has a winning record versus Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
They're going back to when we.
Oh really?
We used to win national championships back in the day.
Way back in the day.
Now we're awesome at wrestling. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Marcus Freeman's kid's going there to wrestle.
That's right.
Cornell.
Good enough for even a snooty Notre Dame parent.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. His name's Vinny. I love that.
They're perennially one of the best teams in the nation. In wrestling.
This is from like a Texas Tech person. My aunt went there. I'm Irish. I'm Catholic. It was what was on TV back in the 60s. And they say Notre Dame built a football empire off the backs of people too weak to cheer their local team through the occasional losing season. Who cares why somebody cheers for a school?
You know what people need to remember, too, was there was a time in America where Catholics were genuinely treated like second-class citizens.
Right.
You know? Like it was, Catholics, papists. They were papists.
And they bonded over Notre Dame football.
I'm not sitting here and acting like it was the same as other forms of discrimination and everything, but there was a genuine. So it's kind of ironic that now people look at Notre Dame as, these snooty snobs or whatever, where it used to be that there was very much
we were wretched refuse back in the day, man.
Yeah, Italians and Irish and everything. Yeah, it was like,
yeah, maybe we're making up for lost time. You ever think of that? Huh?
That's true.
Yeah.
I still feel that way about Catholics and Irish. So that's where I have a hard time just joining in with you.
It's going to be a long hour to get
I'd say, they're independent for a reason. You think my daughter commingling with those types?
Got no friends.
My goodness.
Text message. Somebody sounds like they got their little feelings hurt. I knew these texts would come in. Sean has his panties in a bunch. Notre Dame are goobers. They do something no other program does. It's okay, Sean. Let it rest. All I say is, if it's such a big advantage, then go be independent.
You're like one of those guys in those old West movies where you're the fancy lad that rolls into Lubbock, and wearing like your fancy suit and everything. You've got people carrying your trunks for you and everything, and you go to watch the show that they put on.
Right.
What's it called? The old with the baudy women and everything.
The burlesque show.
You got to watch the burlesque show, and you're like, at what point is the Shakespeare performance coming in?
No, Who
are these Lubbokians? How dare you speak to me?
No, this is them coming to our party. We're used to being here. Texas Tech is new to the party here. They're coming into the snooty party with their dirty, muddy boots.
I hope they kick you in the teeth with their work boots. Damn it.
Yep. I bet, I bet a lot of people basically it's your play.
So you say they're making a big deal about the non-alum who root for Notre Dame.
Like the Subway alum. Notre Dame's got a huge Subway alum, contingency. A lot of
people who are. And you know what though? For most state schools, it's not like you're going to tell me the majority of Alabama fans have a degree from Alabama?
No. Yeah,
they're lucky if they made it out of 7th grade.
Right. Notre Dame is the state school for Catholic people.
You know what though? That's where I could say maybe Tech might be. That'd be an interesting one. Like percentage of people at a game on game day who actually attended that school. I bet Texas Tech is a lot higher than a lot of other places. Mm-hmm. The brand name schools like Ohio State or Texas or the Aggies and everything. There are a whole lot of people that didn't attend the school who are huge fans of those schools.
Yep.
I bet Tech's got a pretty high ratio of actual alums.
This is rich. Sean, hate to tell you. No. I'm describing this text I'm about to read. Sean, hate to tell you, but absolutely everyone feels that way about Notre Dame. Longhorn here is what it says in parentheses. Oh, yeah, everybody loves you guys. Yeah, that's sorry.
That's the thing with Texas was trying real hard to be like the Notre Dame of the South.
Yes,
We've got our own TV network.
Right,
yeah.
and you know what? Texas could, I think, and I said this at the time, Texas is probably a school that could go independent and succeed at doing it. They just didn't have the balls to do it or the network to do it. That's all.
The balls to do it.
Yeah.
What was the idea that you had floated out, that you had sent me? Oh, people thinking that the SEC should just go ahead and just it was just become their own. Everybody else can do
your own thing so we can get back to like college, actual like how college football is supposed to feel.
Yeah.
Because the SEC commissioner Sankey did a press conference or an interview where he literally said that he thought the SEC could get 8 teams into the 12-team playoff this year.
Oh,
like he's lobbying hard. Like the 4 conference champs, other 4 conference champs get in, and the SEC gets all the other spots. He's like, you can make an argument for it.
It'd be kind of cool if you did just almost go back in time and not have like the one overarching NCAA and just have a bunch of different leagues and then they might have their own rules that would develop and everything. But then back like with the AFC and the AFL and the NFL or the AL and the NL when it was very much more separated and the rules were different. But then the one time a year you see them play each other is in the World Series. I would kind of like it if you only ever saw SEC teams or Big 12 teams, or no out-of-conference play whatsoever.
That's interesting.
It just, at the end, the champion of each team enters the tournament, and then there you have it.
That'd be fun, man. That would be fun.
Because then you start getting more, and you're only allowed to have players who attended at least a couple of years of high school in your region.
There you go. Oh, you make it regional. Okay.
Yeah. We go back to also, we get rid of the whatever the hell the Big Ten and the Pac-12 are now. Put it back and make it regional.
No, dude. The geography with college football sucks these days. That's like Rutgers and Oregon in a Big Ten matchup. Like that happened earlier this year. Quick text. My son is applying to both Cornell and Notre Dame. And he's in the Odyssey app on his phone. Mm-hmm. And get to listening, and he can listen to what 2 super successful graduates of those 2 schools sound like. And he can now have dreams and hopes, and one day he can be like me and Seth.
Pendergast and Payne.
That's exactly right, Nick.
As I talked trash to that lowly cardiologist who went to Yale the other day about what a real Ivy League school looks like. And, like maybe if he'd gone to Cornell, he could have been a sports radio host. But now he's stuck being a cardiologist.
Are you ready for Take-a-mania?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm ready.
I'm ready. All right. Take-a-mania. The bad takes of the week try to take down Colin Cowherd, the champ. That's next.
Hawthorne Capital-based
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Take-a-mania. Let's get right to it. The worst takes of the week try to take down the champ. Colin Cowherd has been the champion now for, I believe, 3 or 4 weeks. With this take, this was the day after the Rockets' season opener against the OKC Thunder. So we are coming up on almost a month for Colin Cowherd as the champ. With this take on Kevin Durant, not a culture guy.
At this point, Kevin Durant's not a culture guy. He's not a two-way player, actually. He's not a grind for 82 game guy. He is a mercenary. In fact, his Twitter handle is Easy Money Sniper. And that's only because I get paid to shoot a lot was too long. In the final, I mean, he had more fouls than buckets made in the second half in OT. He just didn't do much.
All right, so we don't need to wholesale re-adjudicate this one again, but go ahead.
Saying he's no longer a two-way player is like that's kind of disingenuous, just because we haven't addressed that part of it as much.
Yeah,
he's not as good as he was defensively back when he was in discussions for Defensive Player of the Year and everything.
No, I think he's still pretty good though too.
What the hell? He makes it sound like he's not even trying.
Right.
He's only out there to get paid and shoot jumpers.
To be an easy money sniper.
Easy money sniper. And like Colin's always going to have an advantage in just how anything he says at all is annoying.
Yeah.
He could have a take where he proclaimed Seth Payne the greatest person in the world, and I would find it annoying.
Yeah. All right, so let's get to the challengers here. This one is Pat Narduzzi is the head coach at the University of Pittsburgh. They're in the ACC. They're a top 25 team. I think they're 22nd in the rankings right now. That game is tomorrow at 11 a.m. in Pittsburgh. This will be Notre Dame's last big test of the season. They win this one, they're going to the playoff. But Pat Narduzzi, who is also a hater of the independence of the Fighting Irish, was asked, hey, is this a must-win for you guys?
Do you feel like this is a must-win for this team when it comes to something?
Absolutely not. It is not an ACC game. I'm glad you brought that up. It's not an ACC game. I gladly get beat 103 or 110 to 10 in that game. They can put 100 up on us as long as we win the next two after that. But again, our focus is on Notre Dame and wins again.
Nothing says, let's go get them, guys. Quite like, I'm cool with losing 100 to 10. As long as we win the 2 ACC games.
Is he trying to do, is he just trying to drive home how important the conference is and everything? I don't know what point he was making there. I almost want to give him credit for trying to make a point in a clever way, I suppose. I don't like that he's got like permanent duck face. It looks
Dude,
like
he's a meathead. Narduzzi is.
But he looks like he's a meathead, but at the same time, it looks like he's posing for a selfie all the time.
Okay,
like an angry selfie.
Yeah.
He's kind of got like a. Just Google him on Google Images.
I will.
Half the images that come up, he's got duck face.
He has duck face.
But I think he thinks it's angry duck face, where it's just like, no, it looks like you're trying too hard to impress your ex-boyfriend. Duck face.
Yeah.
There
were a lot of Pitt people that didn't like that. Like, really?
I
like,
bet,
we're cool with rolling over for Notre Dame?
Based on the substance of what he said, can we table this and wait until next week?
Oh, and see what the
see if he loses 110 to 10. Yeah,
or something similar.
Let's table this and we might bring it back next week.
Okay. Well, then for now,
but
he loses right now. Okay. I will put that down here. Yeah, Ben, he loses for now. Yeah, there we go. All right. Next up, Joey Galloway was doing a podcast with Kirk Herbstreit, where Joey Galloway, who went to Ohio State, Big Ten school, had this to say about the Big Ten.
To me, the ACC and the Big Ten are way more 10 than SEC. Wow. That would be an actual...
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Comparable.
Wow.
Let me ask you, Mr. Wow. Is the Big Ten closer...
I'm not going to let that one go by.
No,
Holy
is
smoke.
the Big Ten closer to the SEC or the ACC?
Gotta say the SEC, right? These last 2 weeks, dude, the ACC, they've disappeared.
They've chewed themselves up.
You take Clemson and Florida State out of the ACC discussion, below 500. I don't know. I think the Big Ten is closer to the SEC.
Just this year, I think they're closer to you. Just because the bottom half of the Big Ten is not great.
Galloway caught all kinds of heat for this one.
He's got. I mean, the Big Ten has 6 teams in the top 25 right now.
Yeah. The ACC has a bunch, but they're all at the bottom of the top 20.
Yeah. They've got. I mean, they've got 3 in the top 10, right?
Yeah.
Right now,
the Big Ten do. Yeah.
Boy, that's a bad take.
It's a bad take, but I know the Seth Payne criteria. He delivered it deadpan and not in a
He did it, but he did it with a lot of arrogance to him. It was almost as he was saying, like, he almost was saying it with indignation about how, you guys are scoffing, but I'm about to explain to you how right I am. Mm-hmm. And then I didn't listen to the rest of it. Did he really lay out anything other than what he just said?
I don't know. He kind of bored me at the end of it, if I'm being honest.
He did. It's a boring take, but I'm getting, and is there any argument? Does he have any valid argument there?
That the
ACC is, or the Big Ten is closer to the ACC?
I think it's a terrible argument.
It's a horrible argument.
Yeah.
And it's not even. He beats Collins.
He does. Okay, we got a winner.
Yeah.
Okay, new champ. He may for now. Right. There's still 4 more takes we got to play. He might not make it out of this segment. Draymond Green on his podcast. Nico Harrison, Dallas GM, got fired earlier this week after a 3-8 start by the Dallas Mavericks. Draymond Green taking up for Nico Harrison.
The team that Nico constructed to go win a championship hasn't been on the court. So I find it crazy that everybody's just going to act like Kyrie Irving is this easily replaceable guy. Do you see the Indiana Pacers without Tyrese Halliburton? They look like a completely different team. Yes, they got the number 1 pick. Guess what teams that get the number 1 pick usually look like the next year? Trash. And I know what everybody's going to say, oh, man, their injury history, you knew, you had to wonder that or think that was going to happen. Well, yes. AD for a better part of the last 2 years has been extremely healthy before getting to Dallas. Kyrie Irving, since being in Dallas, has been pretty healthy. So miss me with the injury history stuff and going back 10 years and guys has been healthy the last 2 or 3 years. I don't buy that. And y'all just want to go point the finger at Nico because that was a storyline. Now let's make that a storyline again. That is whack to me. So next year, they come back to be out there and they have success. Then what?
Yeah, then Nico's fired and they have success. That's the then what.
Where is this? He's been incredibly healthy the last 2 years.
Let's talk about it, Seth. Yeah, talking about Anthony Davis, right?
24-25, he played 51 games.
Yep.
The year before that, he did play 76 games. But the year before that, he played 56 games. The year before that, 40 games. The year before that, 36 games.
Draymond's making stuff up, dude.
He's just making it up.
Making stuff up.
And
it's a horrible take.
The injury history is relevant because you traded away a guy who you didn't think was physically capable of handling the rigors of the NBA season for future years to come, out of shape, and swapped him out for a guy who very clearly has a track record of playing about a half to 2/3 of the games in an NBA season. So, yes, it's easy to – you know why it's easy to say? Because it's the correct thing to say. Sometimes something being easy to say isn't always an indication that it's a lazy thing to say. But then – the cherry on top of all of this was Nico Harrison trying to present to his fans that, hey, now after we had a 1.7% chance of winning the lottery and we won it, maybe now the fans can see the vision that you got lucky as hell to win the lottery. That somehow, no, you have to give Nico Harrison credit for what? For winning the lottery? But still, the injury concerns very much being a thing. He lied about Anthony Davis's injury history.
I knew Galloway would not last long. There you go, new champ, Draymond Green. All right, we still got a couple more here,
He's played
Seth.
5 games this year.
Yeah. He played his first game as a Maverick against the Rockets. He didn't make it he was having a great game. He had like 25 points at the half, and then he rips an abductor muscle or something in the third quarter.
It's hilarious, though, too, that if you go from his age 27 through his age 31, and through age 32, there was only one season where he played more than 56 games. So when you're worried about how a guy's going to age, how on earth do you get rid of one of the best players in the league to replace him with somebody who couldn't even stay healthy when he was young?
The worst part about Draymond is with his delivery where he's like, lose me on that, blah, blah, blah. Like, dude, you're lying and making stuff up. All right, Ben, let's skip down so I want to make sure we get these last two in here. This is Patrick Beverley. And, which Williams was it? I pulled this yesterday. It was Pat Bev.
Jason?
It was, it's White Chocolate. That's right. Jason Williams and Patrick Beverley talking about Klay Thompson's having an awful year this year.
Mm-hmm.
He's dating Megan Thee Stallion.
Ooh.
White Chocolate and Patrick Beverley hypothesized that maybe she's dragging him down.
You ain't talking about Klay Thompson. Y'all steady trying to get him a pass. I ain't never seen Klay not shoot it like this. And for him to say I'm out of my prime, like, come on, Klay. Like, come on.
He said that?
Yeah.
Speaking of BBL, I'm from West Virginia, man. I've been taught a lot by some old folks, old white folks. It only takes one to drag a battleship across the desert. That's how powerful it is. So
most wars are.
It got something to, you know what I'm saying? Klay Thompson, I ain't saying that's what it is, but that might be what it is.
All right, so he's basically saying that it's the undefeated genitalia dragging Klay Thompson down.
I don't think it's that bad of a take. He's 35 years old. You trying to keep up with Megan Thee Stallion?
You know who hated this take? Klay Thompson. He.
Oh, I bet. Yeah.
It made it across his timeline, and he was not happy about this.
He is now. Pat Beverley, unlike Draymond Green, would never lie. When Pat Beverley says he's never seen Klay Thompson shoot like this, he's
right.
Let's see, field goal percentage, he's at 32%.
Yeah, he's not Klay, man.
Yeah. 3-point percentage, 28.9%.
Yeah.
He's never been anything like this before.
Sounds to me like this one has no shot against Draymond Green and Take-a-mania, right?
No, I mean, I think plus they're just having fun with it, too. You know, he's 35 years old. He's only played 11 games.
Klay would have voted for it. Klay would have said that's the worst take ever.
If anything, Klay should have leaned into it and be like, she's a hell of a woman, guys.
Yeah, man.
You know?
Yeah.
Hey, give Megan some credit.
That's right.
Can he do it? Cover!
There you go.
Remember I saw Brandon when Brandon Scott got that picture with Megan Thee Stallion. I was like, she would tear him apart. You are not.
You are. That's
Brandon
Olympic
would agree
level.
with me, I think. Yeah.
That is Olympic level stuff right there, man. All right, last one. Kendrick Perkins finds his way back into Take-a-mania this week. Talking about Nikola Jokic, multiple-time MVP. We all know Jokic. He'll be here a week from today at Toyota Center. The Nuggets coming to town. This was Perk, lifelong Houston fan, saying this sacrilege right here.
Now, look, I grew up a Rockets fan. Clutch City, Elijah Warren. I watched him my entire childhood life, okay? And he makes Elijah Warren great games look like regular games, the numbers that he's putting up. He's the most skilled player to ever play the game.
That got a lot of Rocket fans heated yesterday. Perk stabbing the Rockets right in. You call yourself a Rocket fan, Perkins? Stabbing him right in between the shoulder blades, man. He makes Hakeem Olajuwon's great games look regular.
Can I hear that one again? That's a short one.
Play one more
now,
time.
look, I grew up a Rockets fan. Clutch City, Elijah Warren. I watched him my entire childhood life, okay? And he makes Elijah Warren great games look like regular games, the numbers that he's putting up. He's the most skilled player to ever play the game.
All right. Jokic makes Hakeem's games look regular. That's going way too far.
Way too far.
To an insulting level. And trying to speak colorfully and propping a player up by trying to tear down a legend and try to make his to try to look like regular games?
He said, his great games. Play it one more time. It's only 15 seconds.
Now, look, I grew up a Rockets fan. Clutch City, Elijah Warren. I watched him my entire childhood life, okay? And he makes Elijah Warren great games look like regular games.
There we go. That's fine. The thing I would add as you think about this, Seth, is that Olajuwon's great games also involved the defensive end of the floor.
Yeah.
Which is not exactly Jokic's strong suit. I mean, Olajuwon was a shot blocker. He'd get hands in passing lanes. I would also say, too, Olajuwon grew up. I think you and I were making this point last week about Olajuwon over some completely other topic, but that if Olajuwon were to have come up in the 2000s instead of the 1980s,
right,
he would have come up shooting threes.
I think that's probably what annoys me is that you're comparing two different eras in which the style of play was going to be completely different.
At that position especially.
And that there's certain things about the actual, I guess, the kind of artistry with which Olajuwon would do it. Yeah. There's nothing normal about that whatsoever.
Right.
And just his touch and his movement and everything. I don't want to try to take anything away from Jokic, but this is it
worse than Draymond? That's the question.
Draymond was lying about something factual.
Yeah.
Kendrick Perkins is saying something like almost it sounds like one of his football takes.
Yep.
Where he should be better than this.
Yep.
Especially if he claims he grew up a Rockets fan.
So?
Yeah, this is the worst take.
Wow.
This is the worst take.
We had the title change hands 3 times today.
Yeah. This is a brutal honesty in sports in this one. I don't think that Kendrick Perkins himself believes that.
Perk is back. He's a 2-time champ now. Remember he had his C.J. Stroud can't throw left take? Was a champ for like a month. Oh, man. All right, there you go. That was Take-a-mania. The worst takes of the week and the new champ, Kendrick Perkins.
I just, in terms of like the production and everything, though, too, they're not that far off.
No. Olajuwon's great games are legendary. Go watch the conference finals
and to say that those look like regular games somehow.
Ask David Robinson. Ask David Robinson how regular those games are for Hakeem Olajuwon.
I don't know what Kendrick Perkins was doing there and trying to prove a point or whatever, but he needs to spend a weekend in deep reflection.
He needs to watch his mouth
over the insult.
He needs to watch his mouth, man.
Yeah,
you dissing a legend like
you talk about Jokic is better than Olajuwon for this reason, that reason, or whatever, but to just go ahead and flat out make it look like nope, Olajuwon's not even in the same class as Jokic. What the hell are you doing?
All right,
what the hell are you doing?
Coming up next, we'll hear from Davis Mills. Davis Mills on what gets him rattled and also his relationship with Nick Caley as we continue to get you ready for Texans and Titans. That's coming up next.
Easy Honda. That's what's coming up right now, my friends.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
We might have to play the Andre Johnson-Cortland Finnegan fight from back in 2010, Seth. When we did 5 Reasons I Hate You like an hour ago, there were a lot of people texting, almost like texting in requests to an FM station, like, hey, DJ, can you
people love that,
play the hits? Yeah.
People can't get enough of Andre Johnson smacking down Cortland Finnegan.
Eating the piss out of Cortland Finnegan.
Cortland Finnegan was one of the most annoying players in the league. He was hated already by multiple fan bases. And I feel like that was one where it just, outside of even Houston, it resonated. And people were happy to see Cortland Finnegan getting the treatment he deserved.
Yes, Andre was doing the Lord's work in the eyes of a lot of NFL people. No doubt about that. We promise to play that. If not this segment, we'll get you ready in the final segment with it.
It was almost as good as King Joffrey dying.
Cortland's face all turning purple.
Yeah.
And yes, it was almost as good. Davis Mills met with the media yesterday. It will be a Davis Mills game on Sunday. C.J. Stroud out with the concussion. Of course, you can hear the game right here on Sports Radio 610. Noon kickoff. Seth and I have you for Texans Countdown beginning at 9 a.m. Clint Stoerner and I have you for the postgame show following that. Here was Davis Mills. This is actually pretty fun. This is Mills kind of stretching his legs a little bit here.
This is, and except in the way he delivered this, I think was perfect for what he was actually saying. Somebody had made a question earlier or something about how he seemed to be pretty composed, under pressure, despite being a backup and all of that. So I think it was, I can't remember if it was Sarge or somebody else asked, what does get you rattled?
Yep.
Not much. I've kind of always had that mindset, just being calm. I've always been pretty analytical, where stuff that happens in the past, doesn't bother me too much. I can't do anything about it. And I'm ready to kind of attack what's ahead and what's in the current moment. It's funny, my wife used to get mad at me sometimes, she'd ask me a question or kind of want to argue a little bit, and I wouldn't react. She's like, "Why are you not mad?" I was like, "It is what it is. We'll figure it out." So.
Yeah, I found it fascinating because I've got 29 follow-ups. Exactly what was it? And just how fiery is his wife?
Yeah, she is Spitfire. Is she?
Yeah, did she grow up in a household where people were yelling at each other and if you don't, it almost felt a little bit like the woman that. If she gets upset if her husband doesn't get jealous.
Yes.
They're like, oh, don't you get because that's just the way they grew up, is believing that, oh, no, if you care about something, you either yell about it or you should be jealous of other men looking at me and everything. They obviously they have a solid enough relationship that Davis Mills is comfortable talking about this. Right. But I'm curious about how they worked through all this in their relationship.
Yeah. And does she, because he doesn't get rattled, but does she get rattled on his behalf? If she sees stuff on social media.
It might be that. Yeah. Because I went immediately to soap operaville, but it could be something as simple as, how come you're not angry about what this sports writer said about you or something?
Those two idiots on Sports Radio 610 in the mornings.
Yeah.
We're talking about how the Texans have no chance.
Payne.
Exactly. Thank you, Nick.
Shut up, Nick.
We know who they are. They were saying things about you, and then he's like, yeah, it's a. Davis does seem like the kind of guy who just lets it roll off his back.
I'm envious of people who have just such an even-keeled personality that they can recognize challenges or difficulties for what they are and just think methodically, okay, let's see, how do we attack this problem?
That's Davis.
Or it is what it is, and there we go.
That's Davis, I think. Next one from Davis Mills. Nico Collins got. If you're somebody who's been complaining about a lack of targets for Nico Collins, then you came to the right place on Sunday. He was targeted, 15 times, Seth?
Yeah,
in that
the most
game?
targets all season.
Easily, yeah, I feel like 15 targets. What was the deal, Davis? Why so many targets for Nico Collins?
I think they were giving us some looks where he was isolated in one-on-one coverage, and we liked the matchup. And then there were other things where we were trying to scheme him to get him open. Nico is extremely explosive with the ball in his hand, and, as many times as we can get him the ball, good things usually happen for us. So, and it also, if defenses start covering him, it opens up a lot of our other guys too. So I think when he's playing well, I think our whole offense is going to do well. But I don't think anything was forced. It was just Nico's going to make a play. He's open. He's running good line. A great job protecting. Obviously we want to try to get him the ball.
I think this is where as you start to see some of the people start to seep in with like, hey, wait a second. Davis got the ball to Nico more than CJ has all year, what have you. You got to be really, really careful because one of the things that Davis has done in targeting Nico Collins more is put the ball in harm's way a lot more too.
Yeah.
The end of the first game he played 2 weeks ago, he should have had an extra interception when he targeted Nico downfield and underthrew it, but Nico broke that pass up. Last week, he threw a couple of dicey high-risk throws. He's got 7 turnover-worthy plays in the last 2 games, which is that 6 quarters or 7 quarters of football
that was
played?
7. CJ got hurt in the beginning of the second quarter.
Yeah, so 7, a little less than 7 quarters of football. So he's gotten lucky in a little bit that he hasn't had more interceptions than he's had. So there's no part of me that thinks, oh yeah, this is the recipe for getting Nico the ball. I think Davis has done some really good things, but I do want to see him dial it back a little bit on some of the scary throws that he just doesn't need to make.
All right, here's one from Mills. Let's skip down to 5, man. Mills on his relationship. Lots been made about the relationship of C.J. Stroud and Nick Caley. What about the backup quarterback, Davis Mills, and OC Nick Caley?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the strengths of our quarterback room. I think everyone has a very open dialogue, and we talk through pretty much those comfort levels. And I mean, even when I wasn't playing and CJ was taking all the snaps throughout the game, there's still kind of some dialogue to make sure if you ever get thrown in there, like what are some of your favorites as well, because anything can happen on game day. So I think that's something that just as a room, and most quarterback rooms throughout the league probably do that as well. But I think I've said it before, I don't think he has an ego at all. He's open to really trying anything, and as long as it works and as long as it's sound football-wise, he's willing to take a shot. And I think, I mean, the way we can build things off of what we've shown on tape and keep getting better as an offense, I mean, everyone's willing to strive for.
Hey, Nick Caley's kind of wild. He's into experimentation, man. Like he's willing to try anything.
Nick Caley, have people softened on Nick Caley at all in the last few weeks?
Yeah.
I think I've been trying to be as patient as possible. I could tell early in the season that there were some things that were fundamental. Well, early in the season, there was a lot of messed up stuff. The spacing looked all off on routes and everything, and I think looking back on it in hindsight, I think a lot of that was just simply it being a new offense, and also when they did try to get the rookies involved, they screwed stuff up at times.
Yep.
CJ, it's been a process for him of having more control at the line of scrimmage, and I mean, for everybody in the offseason that wanted to say, well, yeah, he did it in college and high school, great. I did lots of stuff in college and high school that I couldn't get away with in a professional setting. Right. It's different, yeah. Do it in the NFL, and I think that we've seen in fits and starts progress to where it looks a lot more like I think what they hope the finished product is. The fundamentals on the offensive line have improved, but over the last 3 weeks, the offensive line in various of the PFF rankings and whatnot, they've performed like an average offensive line over the last 3 weeks in terms of pressure rate, win rate, all those things. And that's my stated goal at the beginning of the year was if you're going to have this offensive line that's got a whole bunch of journeymen and a rookie at left tackle and all of that, if they can get to being an average offensive line, but then add the skill positions you have around you, that could be a huge upgrade.
Yeah.
And over the course of the last 3 weeks, I think they've by and large done that. You got to include that Broncos game in there where the 49ers were banged up and the Texans looked really good, but then they face a Broncos team that's one of the best defenses in the league, and then you had last week a respectable defense by the Jaguars. They've been performing like an average offensive line, which is a big improvement.
Yep.
And I think I've still got questions about Nick Caley, but I will give him credit for it looks like a cleaner operation than we had last year.
I agree with that. And there, no doubt, yeah, compared to last year, no doubt about that. We're going to go through the reasons to be concerned about this game because I think a lot of people are chalking this up, including me, as a Texans win. In the final segment, as we get you ready for the game, couple quick texts. Assuming the Texans win and Mills looks good, the calls for him to stay at quarterback will increase, right? Next will, because that's talk radio and that's the business we're in. the percentage chance of Davis Mills becoming the starter for the Texans once C.J. Stroud is healthy will not increase at all if they win this game. C.J.'s going to be the starter when he comes back.
C.J.'s going to be and you forget that, C.J. really pieced some defenses over the course of the last few weeks.
He was piecing the Broncos when he got hurt.
One of the biggest issues that we had really is just that they can't, the Texans can't run the ball in on the 1 yard line.
Yep.
Was that CJ's fault? The actual passing performances versus a lot of these teams, including the better defenses other than the Seahawks, have been pretty damn good. It's just the red zone woes are where everything falls apart, and a lot of that's been because of the physicality of the offensive line or lack thereof. So, no, it's not like there's been that many calls for Davis to replace CJ.
No.
And if it does increase, it's not like it's going to all of a sudden be a deafening roar. I think that, Mills has scared the crap out of me a few times in these last couple games.
7 turnover-worthy throws.
He
right there.
He does some scary stuff. He does some really good stuff, but I'm not convinced that all of a sudden Davis Mills is a completely different guy than he's been previously in his career.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here. We will find out what the guys on In the Loop have going on starting at 10 o'clock today. They'll jump in here with us shortly. We'll continue to get you ready for the Texans and the Titans this Sunday. I think we need to start to make this a tradition. In the last segment on the Friday before it's Tavion Johnson, Cortland Finnegan beatdown. So we will do that for you coming up next. But first, Beck's Prime. Friday is a good Beck's Prime day. You guys know I live right next to the one at Kirby in Alabama right
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, I think this needs to be the new tradition when they play the Titans. Because when we do 5 Reasons I Hate You, 8:25 every Friday, and we didn't have the Andre Johnson, Cortland Finnegan fight on there, a lot of you get what about Cortland Finnegan? He's a reason to hate them. Yeah, he's like, his number's retired almost. You almost can't use him in 5 Reasons I Hate You.
Yeah, it would lose
lazy.
And it would come up every time. We don't want it to lose its special nature.
That's right. Yeah. But what we will do is, for the benefit of those of you who want to relive the magic, this is Andre Johnson beating the crap out of Cortland Finnegan back in November of 2010.
Derek Ward in the game, the lone back, Schaub under center, 3rd and 8 at the 41 of Tennessee. Handoff Ward, flag down, running right, and brought down across the 35-yard line. And now Andre Johnson and Finnegan are going at it. Helmet comes off of Finnegan, and Andre Johnson's ejected. Andre Johnson lost his cool with Cortland Finnegan, and you know Cortland's just trying to get Andre Johnson upset. More fighting on the field, big pushing, shoving action, and Andre Johnson wants more. Somebody at the 40-yard line. A lot of pushing and shoving, and somebody's going to pull Andre Johnson out. Jeff Fisher at midfield with Cortland Finnegan trying to keep him out of it, and this thing is not even broken up officially yet.
Okay, we'll break it up officially right there. Yeah.
They, it's funny. I saw Cortland Finnegan. I should go find this audio, and we can play it the next time we do this next year at least. Basically saying, yeah, we got what we wanted. Andre got ejected in that game. They're like, no, Andre waited until the game was already won.
The game was 20-0 when he got
and then went
out.
Back into the game to do it after they had already pulled Andre from the game.
Yeah.
Like that's no, you didn't get what you wanted.
No,
that wasn't at all like that. Your strategy would have been to agitate Andre and get him ejected in the first quarter or something.
Yep. So
trying
that
to
was
rewrite history like he's Draymond Green or something.
He's Draymond Green, exactly. That game was the last time the Texans had shut out a team prior to Week 4 of this year. So the last 2 times they've shut out an NFL team, it's been the Tennessee Titans. I want another one,
man.
Yeah. I want another one, man. I want another one this Sunday against the Tennessee Titans. So let's.
The Texans had a near shutout in the Ravens game last year.
And
the
offense did get shut out. Yeah. I would have rather.
What an awful memory that whole.
On Christmas.
The fact that it was on Christmas Day just made it so brutal, man.
Brutal, 31-2. Okay, that's not happening this weekend though. Here's D'Amico Ryans. Improved.
I think where Cam has grown to me, where it's early on, seeing a lot where he was running out of the back of the pocket, trying to make the big play a lot, where you see him trying to settle down. I think offensively, they'll try to settle things down here after the bye week, kind of, not try to take the big plays as much and try to get the ball out of the quarterback's hands a little quicker. So I think that's where the coaching staff will come in and try to help him to settle down even more.
Okay.
You brought it up earlier, and I tend to, the bye week you can always slice it up a million different ways to make it look like an advantage or a disadvantage or something. I do think when it comes to maybe getting some easy completions for Cam Ward and just having a couple packages that are something the Texans haven't seen yet, and they make it simple for them, that you got to be on guard for something like that. I don't think it's going to be something. Look, if they try to just go max protect and hit a deep shot or something, good luck. I mean, good luck. He doesn't have the horses to do it. Calvin Ridley comes back from injury, and that's the big marquee return for them. The defensive side of the ball is what I worry about more, because going into the fourth quarter of Week 4, the Texans had a 6-0 lead. They'd been moving the ball. CJ would go on to be 22 of 26, I think, in this game, but they just couldn't punch it in the red zone. So the offense versus that Titans defense, it gets back Jeffrey Simmons, who will be playing alongside Devondre Sweat. That's the big test for this offensive line. You guys have played better over the last versus those studs on that defensive line. That's the strength of the Titans team.
They can lose this game, the Texans. They can easily lose this game.
They're only what's the spread on this right now?
It's gone down, actually. It started over a touchdown, and now I think it started over a touchdown, Seth, with the idea that, hey, maybe CJ comes back this week, but now that we know that it's Davis. The spread on this game is 6.
Yeah, I don't know. For anybody that thinks, oh, well, the Titans are tanking or whatever, just if you try to be as objective as possible about it, look at it and look at what Vegas is telling you.
Yeah.
No, the Texans aren't favored by all that much versus one of the worst teams in the league. This is very much, in my mind, at the beginning of the week, I was wondering how I was going to get excited about this football game. And the more I think about it and realize, wait a second, like we're less than 2 weeks removed from watching the Texans just get pieced by the Broncos. And yes, your quarterback got injured in that game, but there were a whole lot of other things that were going wrong with it. That this isn't, it's not as simple as, hey, you've got an awesome defense going up against a bad offense. The offense still has a lot to prove.
Yes. Yeah, this team, it's been under a calendar year since this team lost to Will Levis at home in Week 12 last year. I mean, it's Week 11 right now this season. That's less than a full kind of calendar season. And Will Levis went 18 of 24 for 278 yards in that game. That is one thing the Texans have gotten better with this year, Seth, is giving up big plays. I mean, that's a big reason why they're, first in yardage given up, first in points given up. They haven't given up nearly as many last year. I mean, Will Levis averaged over 11 yards an attempt last year in the game against the Texans.
And that was in a game where, hey, there were injuries in the secondary last year, and that led to some of the big plays. Yeah, there's two big injuries in the secondary right now. You're down Jalen Petrie, plus your starting safety. The Titans don't necessarily have a lot of scary weaponry to attack you with that, but you're not the healthiest version of the number one scoring defense in the league.
That's right. Yeah, that's my question. When we can look at an example of them losing to this very team, granted different quarterback, but this team a year ago, and in that game, C.J. Stroud threw 2 picks. Could I see Davis Mills throwing 2 picks? Absolutely, I could. The Texans ran for 40 yards on 17 carries in that game, so they could not run the football in that game, in no small part due to the presence of Jeffrey Simmons and Tavondre Sweat in the middle of that, in the middle of that defensive line for the Titans. So I look at this game last year where they won. And there are some things that are replicable this year in this game. I mean, the Texans could easily they turned the ball over twice in the first quarter against the Jacksonville Jaguars to let them get off to a big start last week. So, yeah, you definitely cannot take this game lightly, man.
Did I? I didn't send you the clip of M.J. Stewart when he got injured.
No.
Boy, he got waylaid from the end zone copy. It was ugly.
What did he tore a quad, right? I think that ended up being what the injury was.
I believe so.
Yeah.
It was it was an awkward, ugly.
Yeah.
Maybe unless that wasn't the play that he got injured, could have been on one.
Yep. What's your prediction for the game, man?
My prediction for this football game will be I think the Texans are going to try to get the run game going. I just hope that they don't try to turn it into a grudge match of, hey, this is the week we prove that we can shove around Tavondre Sweat and Jeffrey Simmons. This is when we show them what's up. That is a recipe for disaster right there. Know thyself.
Yes.
That's what I say to D'Amico.
Yep.
Know thyself, okay? Your offensive line has made some improvements. They're not going to bulldoze Tavondre Sweat and Jeffrey Simmons. Mm-mm. They're just flat not going to do it.
No.
So I think with a relatively conservative game plan and hopefully attacking the edges in the run game, it's still the over-under on this game is 38.5. I'm gonna say the Texans get up into the 20s this game, Sean.
Oh, get out of here!
I'm gonna call it a 21-10 victory.
21-10. I got 27-13.
Okay.
I think is mine. So I got to actually going over, I guess, if total's 37.
I see whenever in the rare occurrence where the Texans have an over-under in the 40s, I'm like a man in the 1900s, or early 1900s getting excited about seeing a woman's ankle. I'm like, oh!
Skin!
42.5. Oh, I didn't know that was legal in this state.
It's non-facial skin that I'm seeing right there.
They've relaxed the blue laws.
Yeah. I'm going 27-13. So we've got that. 9 o'clock Texans Countdown on Sunday, noon kickoff here on Sports Radio 610 as we welcome the fellas from In the Loop, John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Sorry, I didn't.
It's a surprise.
I've got a high school friend here. Reggie met him. My friend Ken Peterson is in the control room in there.
What's happening, Ken?
We were in homeroom together for like 8 straight years.
Homeroom was the best.
Pendergast,
yes.
And then Peterson. We went alphabetical.
Okay.
And right in between us was John Perugini, one of my very best friends. And we used to. I was telling Seth, I'm like, that's where my sports talk career got started, was in homeroom, because we had 3 of us that were Sixer fans and 3 of them that were Celtic fans. And we argued every single day about, and that was back when it was fun to argue about the Sixers and the Celtics.
Yeah,
in the early 80s. Like, you know, Andrew Toney and Moses Malone and Dr. J. It was good times.
I hated homeroom because that was when I first realized just how inefficient this whole public schooling thing was. I was like, you guys can't figure out how to take attendance without assembling us all in one spot at the beginning of the day. Like, I get computer systems weren't what they are now, but my God.
Yeah.
15 minutes out of my day ruined just because you guys can't figure out a better way to take attendance.
That was the rattle, the kind of the thing that shook me going from elementary school to junior high. Like elementary school, it was all about your homeroom. That's what you did. Everything. Everything was homeroom.
You stayed together.
You stayed together. And then I got to junior high, and my first day, I'm like, homeroom's over after 5 minutes? These are my friends.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got to go off to
go forth and make new ones.
Algebra? Yeah, I did. And I made a couple. Including Ken.
And yet you never learned about the Donner Party.
No, I didn't. I wonder if Ken knows. We went to the same high school.
Yeah, you went to the same school. Ask him if he knows what the Donner Party is.
Give me a thumbs up if you know about the Donner Party. The Donner Party? Ken's not giving a thumbs up.
What the hell kind of trash?
Y'all were talking about the Sixers.
They were doing more important stuff.
Yeah, see, it's not my fault. It's the man's fault. That's what that is. We're so stupid, Ken. So what's up, fellas?
Nothing, man. Big
Football
Friday.
man.
Yeah.
Let's get it.
It's a huge Friday. Yeah, it's a huge Friday. What's the question of the day?
Okay. Actually, you played some audio of Andre Johnson just kicking some ass. Some Portland Finnegan ass.
God bless him. God bless him. And that's one of those things that we're sitting there talking with the fellas, and I'm like, that's something that technically I should find like indefensible, right? Like just getting up in the middle of a game, starting to fight. That's technically
before the play even starts.
We'll
we'll
defend that every time.
People want a statue of that built outside NRG Stadium.
Yes. So the question is, what are your sports hypocrisies? Like I'm a hypocrite about that. So was Reggie.
Okay.
This and also ties in with this game. The city of Nashville.
Yeah.
I love Nashville.
Okay.
Love Nashville.
Pretty good city.
Hate everything else about it.
Okay.
Hate everything about their team.
You know what mine is, and I'm feeling it acutely right now because of all the college football playoff chatter that's going on my timeline, is that I tend to reverse engineer whatever the criteria is for the college football playoff into whatever my team is.
Yes.
Yep.
Not some years I'm big into they beat them head to head.
Yeah.
And now this year I'm like, screw you, Miami. Whatever. No, they're the best. Notre Dame's the better
Look at
team.
the record.
Yeah. Look at who they beat and
That's
the
a
margin
good
of
one.
victory.
Yeah, that's a
very
really good
hypocritical
one.
about
Yes.
that.
But
I guess my biggest thing is probably just the way you get swayed about free agency if a guy leaves. And it doesn't seem to be all about the money. It's more like, oh, no, he just likes it there better. But, like, I have zero issues whatsoever ever when somebody comes to my team. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
like,
a good
it just
one,
makes, like, Kevin Durant, for instance.
Okay.
And that's not free agency. I get it. But it's kind of, player directed to a certain extent.
That's a great one. And it makes me think of just one very recently for me, which is when the Dodgers win the World Series, I'm like, okay, you bought it with a credit card, basically.
Yeah.
And if Jim Crane all of a sudden were to have paid Shohei Ohtani $700 million,
let's go with
680 of it on credit,
yeah,
I'd have been like, rings are rings.
Ohtani is one of mine.
Just mad at innovation, huh?
Yeah.
Look at you.
That's right.
Well,
man.
and whenever you get upset about that too with the payrolls, it started. You got to be kind of muted as an Astros fan because they are still usually one of the 5th through 7th highest paying teams in baseball. So it's but we're not way up there. But meanwhile, the rest of the teams in the league, the Pirates of the world and everything, they don't have a chance in hell.
Right.
So it's not like I can't condemn the heavy spending nearly as much as some of those other teams.
See, now I feel dirty even having tweeted something about the Dodgers and their credit card because you're right. There's probably people in like Pittsburgh and Minnesota like, hey,
hello,
we're still singing for our supper right now.
Well, I feel like the people in Pittsburgh, they know that's a whole different level of something else.
It is.
That's just like thrift.
It's too bad because their ballpark is amazing.
PNC is a gorgeous
Have you
park.
been?
I haven't been, but I have had a lot of experience with friends on really, really well.
It's so nice. Have either you, Seth or John, have you guys been to PNC?
Yes, it's awesome.
It's PNC is beautiful. It's right there downtown, beautiful view. It's great, man.
I've never been. I've just been from seeing it from the football stadium.
Yeah, it's really cool. I feel bad for the Pittsburgh people. Nice ballpark that holds like
Pittsburgh
4,000
is kind of a
people.
hypocrisy for me.
Oh, what? Okay.
I like Pittsburgh.
Okay.
And not anything about their team.
So you see it as hypocritical if you like the city but hate their
like
teams.
a particular thing like Ohtani. I love Ohtani.
Okay.
And they give me a hard time on this show because he's a Dodger.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
That's your favorite team over there.
Yeah.
So-
I said today that I hope we were comparing him to Mike Trout for a little bit, because they're, Shohei wins another MVP.
Yeah.
Trout was winning MVPs. And we were saying we hope maybe 6-7 years from now that the youngsters will be like, who is the Shohei guy again? Like they are with Trout because he hasn't done anything in 6 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I was saying I was hoping it'd be because he got pinched for a gambling scandal.
Well, that's on the table.
It is. It's in the mix.
Yeah.
It's 100% in the mix.
Yes.
You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. You're also listening to Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Are you guys are you overconfident, confident, or nervous about this game coming up on Sunday?
Confident.
You're confident.
Confident.
Not overconfident.
I think that's a mistake.
Yeah.
There's a couple of little things that here and there. We talked about it yesterday. Texans special teams have been sliding. And
they were awful last week.
And they've been sliding before that.
Yeah.
And they've got a really good kick returner and a really good punt and kick blocker.
Invisible yards,
and
man.
Arden Key.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm confident, but I'm a little bit closer to that borderline than I should be.
Point towards
seeing Jeffrey Simmons there scares me a little bit because things change, especially. I mean, even for Davis Mills, when that pressure up the middle starts changing.
Yeah.
And Tavondre Sweat and Jeffrey Simmons being available, especially with all of the moving around of bodies in the offensive line.
Yep.
I'm tugging at my collar a little bit.
I was overconfident coming into the show, and it took 2 segments for old Sethers to come in and talk me back down onto the same ledge that you guys are standing on right now.
Bucket of cold water.
I'm going to send you a reel later of some of the horrendous offensive plays from the Texans in the first game.
Oh, please do, because I don't remember any of them.
Including just leaving Jeffrey Simmons completely unblocked.
That one I remember.
Right. But the thing that I keep coming back to that keeps me from jumping off the ledge, so to say, is even with that being the case, 26-0. You know what I mean? Like that was the final was that they absolutely still ran that team.
Yeah.
So it's giving me a little bit of insulation from my anxiety.
I'll tell you what, the razor thin margin that the Texans have to make the playoffs right now, it's almost impossible for them to make the playoffs, at least the way it looks right now, if they don't win all of the games that they should win.
Yes,
because you still have to steal one from the Colts or Chiefs. You've got to beat the Bills at home. Like you've
Chargers.
got to win this game. This
Chargers
is
that one might be more doable. The Chargers, I don't know exactly what they're doing with their
But they're a
lives.
playoff team.
They
right?
are. They are. You're
pretty
right.
good right now. Yeah.
They're a playoff team right now, but they also, the Titans gave them a hard time because the Chargers' offensive line is just so disgustingly bad.
Yeah.
Okay, last one before we get out of here. The Chargers play the Jags this weekend. The Jags are 5-4. The Chargers are 7-3, but not even lead. They're wild Broncos, and they still got the Chiefs lurking.
Yeah.
Who are we rooting? Are we rooting for the Chargers to move even further ahead of the Texans, but drag the Jaguars back down, or are we rooting for the whole thing to get a little more compressed?
I think it's got to be the Jaguars.
You're rooting for the Jags this weekend.
I don't want to.
If the Jags lose and the Texans win and the Broncos beat the Chiefs, the Texans are the 7th seed.
That's why. That's why, because
So
you're in the mix for the wild card. That's it.
So you want the Chargers to beat the
come
Jags.
down. No. You want to make the wild card.
Right.
But I think the Chargers might be a team that you can maybe catch.
You can maybe catch.
Yeah.
But you catch the Jaguars if they
catch
lose.
The Jags.
That's
true.
So that's what I'm saying.
I'm indifferent then.
It's a I wasn't trying to argue one way or the other.
No, I mean that's a good point, but I'm thinking just get to the knock them down, knock the teams down that have 7.
Bring the whole
7.
thing back down. Yeah. God, I hate being in this spot. It's so much more fun when we were 6-2 and beating everybody by 4 games.
That's right, and then just pointing and laughing.
No, they're all pointing.
Everybody take a step back.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense. All right, boys, have a great show.
Thanks, man.
You're listening to Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth, I will see you 9 a.m. Sunday morning. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and you and your friend there from high school just go take a trip down Wikipedia way.
The Donner Party.
The Donner Party. I'm so glad Ken didn't know. Ken's giving me the thumbs up right now.
I guarantee you Ken looked it up. Ken looked it up.
We'll do it over coffee over across the street. All right, boys. Have a great weekend. We'll see you 9 a.m. on Sunday for Texans Countdown. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
Damn it, now I got to figure out who I'm rooting for in this Chargers.
I wish he hadn't
As
asked
if
that.
it matters.
I wish he
As
hadn't
if
asked that.
whoever I want to win is going to – like, you don't think I've been wanting the Texans to win all season long? That doesn't matter for anything. All right, it's a Football Friday here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Happy Friday to you, John Lopez.
Happy Friday. Oh,
Happy Friday there, Figgy. Fig, can I thank you. Happy Friday, Fig.
Happy Friday. Now go ahead, Lopez.
Little quick shout out. A little bit of a surprise yesterday. Got an invite to a sneak peek at the Houston Zoo Lights. Dude, highly unpaid indoor. Highly recommend. They did a fantastic.
Sure about
job.
That?
Yes,
Aiden's
highly recommend.
jealous of you right now.
It is so cool. I even set aside my no Christmas until after Thanksgiving rule to go.
Look at that.
Yeah, it was awesome. Of course, my granddaughters were there. So
there you go. Those are the stars of the show there. All right,
now you got to go to the Nutcracker, the Houston Nutcracker, whatever that is.
Nutcracker Market is what they Yeah. I basically, after you guys informed me about that, I started asking a lot of people what they knew and what they didn't. And I'm going to be honest. Started finding some particular lines of demographics under which this divided on, and that's where I would leave it. Not the people in my direct bubble. Not very familiar with the Nutcracker Market. I will say though,
you got to go, man.
There were people that were interested in going, so I might need to see about going and doing a little bit of a reconnaissance on that thing. But Football Friday show, jump in on it. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. And then we always have to appreciate the Mo Caram and Drew Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and then also on the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. John Lopez, is this a pivotal game?
Man, that's a great question. Is this a pivotal game? I think, and I'm not talking about winning or losing. Obviously, if you lose, it's pivotal. If you win, it's a great step.
Well, if you lose, is that? Yeah, I guess that is the pivot because you're just like Seth just said.
Yeah,
you're basically killing the margins that are already very slim. You need to win the ones that are very obvious. You're at 5.5 point favorites right now on the road. Right, this is one of those ones where our friends in the desert go, Texans should probably win this one.
Yeah.
If you don't, I mean, I don't know what you can expect of this team for the rest of the seasons besides not making the playoffs.
But again, I'm confident. Obviously, if you lose, last week is erased, and it's pivotal. But I think we all agree that they're going to win. I'm talking about pivotal in other ways. And let's start with the offensive line. Is it pivotal for the offensive line? You know, the way that they finished that game and then came in, and then they come in and just knock the bleep out of the Tennessee Titans. Would that be pivotal for the season?
If they
don't,
if they replicate that, that'd be absolutely pivotal because again,
and if they don't, same thing.
We have not seen them have that kind of success.
Right.
Like I said, literally their success rate running the football we had not seen since week 1 of 2024 when you played the Colts.
Right.
Like that was a fine performance. And so if they were to replicate that would go so far as to say that they are finding some level of answers offensive line-wise. I would love to say that's the case. I'm going to be honest. The way I'm looking at it, I'm like, that is a high water mark that I don't think that they continue to hit. So at what level below that are they? And the Titans will tell us that to some degree because, yes, the Titans are bad. However, as we were talking about, they're getting some reinforcements back on the defensive line. It's the one thing I can look at with this Tennessee Titans team and say,
right.
There's some interest. There's some intrigue there. That is a side of or a portion of their football team that has some level of good to it.
Right.
When you talk about Jeffrey Simmons, when you talk about Tavondre Sweat, when you talk about Arden Key, there are actually some challenges there. So if they do come out and they look solid, okay. Now you're cooking with something. If not, okay. That raises some questions for me, especially because that seems to be necessary for what Nick Haley and D'Amico Ryans have said that they want this team to be, which is a team that runs the football that's tough, that's physical.
Right.
If they can't do that, then we go, okay. What we saw last week might have been a little bit of a fluke.
We're back on the roller coaster.
It might have been the Jags. It might have just be whatever the roller coaster exists.
We're back on the roller coaster. I think it's pivotal for the offensive line because even if the Texans win, which we expect them to do, all right, but it's sort of 2.6 yards per carry, and gave up a sack and 8 pressures or whatever it is, I'm not going to feel any better. I'm going to almost erase the performance they had in the fourth quarter, right?
I mean, for
almost,
yeah, because I mean, like
because they'll be back to like, all right, they won, but
right. Right.
You know, man, we can't really. It's hard for me to style point wins at this point, man.
But the line you can.
They got to get over 500, man.
Agreed.
At this point, even if it's a close game, even if they win by a field goal, I think you just got to rack up these wins and try to get over 500 so you can still be in the hunt.
No, I'm with Figgy 100%, and I know you agree. But what will we be talking about if it's another sort of sloppy offensive line win?
Right. Hey, thank God that you're at 500, right?
Yeah.
You just need to get wins as you're laying out there, Fig. The thing is, 4 days later, you have the Buffalo Bills, and I don't know how encouraged I would be going into that one.
I mean, this conversation been going on all season, though,
Correct.
where we think the offensive line, like, okay, they played the okay game, and then the next week is not so okay.
But what if on the heels of the last week's win against the Jaguars, they steamroll these cats with a good defensive line, the strength of the team? Then
a better defensive line.
Well, yeah, but it is the strength of their team. All of a sudden, you'll be saying they're on to something. It'll be pivotal.
Or at least it'll be like, it feels like they're on to something.
It feels like they're on to something.
Where I don't think there's been very many of those instances to this point in the season.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Here's
see what
one
that
more
looks
for
like.
you.
All right.
How pivotal is it for Nick Caley? He was in his bag. You heard Clint Stoerner just gushing about him.
Effusive is the word that I would use.
Effusive. And then all of a sudden we see the same. What are they doing in the red zone? You know, what was that call? Why is this? You know, why is, all due respect, you know, Christian Korsnath and Jalen Noel? I mean, how pivotal is it for Nick Caley?
Yeah, I mean, and along the same lines as what I think we ultimately landed on with the offensive line, this could be the thing where we start seeing them establish a little bit of a track record. Like, just are we seeing that something is sticking, that you're latching on to something? Because with Nick Caley, it's been somewhat fair to acknowledge this is his first time, and there's been a lot of ups and downs that maybe you could attribute somewhat to growing pains. Some of this, I think, it's fair to say he might have been behind the curve on any of this when you hired him straight up, right? Yeah. That's neither here nor there right in this moment. The idea is he is here. What has the development been? Could this show you or give you some level of indication that he is finding a level of groove? Not just himself, but with the committee of minds offensively that this team has. Are they finding a level of groove? Are they finding something that could be sustainable? I think that the pivot here is more the scary part than the idea that, okay, they're finding something, because, again, I don't know how much you will lean into that with the Tennessee Titans and how decrepit their defense has been. But it looks real bad if you fall off the wagon, so to say, of the progress that seemingly you might have made versus the Jaguars versus this team. So it could be pivotal, and I think the pivot would be the worst thing possible.
And then there's another couple here for you. What about special teams? We you know, Frank Ross has been given so much grace because they've been so good for so long. We mentioned it with the boys just a minute ago. They've been sliding, and then they were just bad. You know, what if there's another crack? What if they respond? You know, that's why the word pivotal goes either way. You know? What if they returning and making some big plays and are tight, you know, in terms of coverage and all that stuff?
Yeah, I guess. It feels like, as we've kind of talked about, there's enough of a track record in, unfortunately, the negative
every
direction.
Season's different.
That's what I'm saying. And unfortunately, of this season, there's been enough of a track record in the negative direction where I don't know if just handling it in one game is sufficient. The question marks exist there, special teams-wise, and I don't know that a good performance here wipes that away.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I would love to see a good special teams performance happen, if for no other reason than I think it would indicate that they acknowledged it, and Frank Ross said enough is enough, and this stops now, right? That would feel good. Unfortunately, this is, and I see you 832 on the text line. Texans really got us a football purgatory. This is going to be one of those ones where I'm just going to exist there and be like, all right, what special teams performance are you getting? Are you still getting Tommy Townsend out kicking coverage? Are you getting guys outside of their lanes allowing big plays? Are you doing musical chairs return-wise as well? Are those things that are going to stabilize? I don't know that just this week will give me solace there, but I would like to see them move in the right direction.
All right, now here's an interesting one for me. What about Nick Caserio? Let's say it goes, again, both sides. Let's say there's holes in the offensive line. There, you know, some of these players and moves that he's made or you know, not looking good. But let's say the Trent Brown comes around, tied, you know, some of these players that obviously Ursery's been trending up. Woody Marks as a draft pick. Is this a pivotal game for Nick Caserio?
I actually don't think this pivotal. Both positive and negative for Nick Caserio exist here, right? You got to give him his credit for the number of draft picks that they got that look like they are very much useful and instrumental to what you're doing. Woody Marks getting a lion's share of snaps and being capable of handling that, being a 4th-round draft pick, that is phenomenal. Ariante Ursary looking like one of the best rookie tackles that it was taken, and you got him in the 2nd round at 48. That looks phenomenal, right? Higgins being able to add his impact, Noel being as dynamic as he is, those are important, right? You see the ways in which some of these, and even Trent Brown being able to come in and give you what he gave you on top of what we feel like was the mentorship that he brought, understanding some aspects of this system. Those are all positives. The negatives still exist, right? The fact that you have the capability of doing all this musical chair stuff is because you did not have the talent that was so clear and so far and away better than the remainder of your replacement level players that you go, these are the 5 and we know what it is because they give us the best chance.
Right, because if the offensive line reverts, if Nick Caley reverts, it's still a bad look for Nick Caserio. But if everything starts to kind of click,
I think that those things remain where they are, and so I don't know that this game changes much of that. I think you have. I do appreciate the willingness to stop and make sure we give Caserio credit on the things that did go well, especially in the midst of us feeling some real anxiety and angst about some of the ways that he handled building this roster going into the season. But no, I think that this game does not factor in much to that. I don't think this is where the pivot is.
And then finally this one, and I get that it's quote unquote, but it could be pivotal for the Davis Mills discussion. He throws for 300.
For the discussion, sure.
Yeah.
For the reality of it, I don't think so.
Exactly.
And that's
but that outside noise going to get bigger.
Sure. But let them tell it in that building. That outside noise don't hit them. They don't pay it no mind.
Are you guys good?
You know what I mean? So I think that this is kind of the potential rope-a-dope of sorts, and because you look at it and you go backup quarterback in Davis Mills, but playing against the Tennessee Titans, one of the worst teams in all of football, right? I think that there's some places where you could bat it away, but I understand that he has the possibility of having a good game, especially because if you can hold up on the offensive line, that secondary is boo-boo, right? I don't know if I can find a nice way to say it. It's a football Friday. I'm done holding my tongue. That secondary is boo-boo over there. So he should be able to go and attack them. They run a decent amount of zone. In fact, they run a lot of zone, that Titans team. If he can be diligent and dice them up, this it'll be one of those things where it could be pivotal to the conversation, quote unquote. But I think we all understand game, and most importantly, them in that building, they're not going to have that. Now it gets ugly though if the Bills go out and make a showing of a returning C.J. Stroud.
Exactly,
that's where it gets ugly. But we all know what game it is.
Exactly.
There you go. In the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going on a football Friday. Rock with us, 713-572-4610. Quick detour here as the Rockets get their second NBA Cup game tonight. I just kind of want to hit a little bit of something, nothing, or everything Rockets edition. Are these various different topics in the Rockets domain? Something we do next.
Ready? The Texans are... and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 16.
Happy Football Friday to you. You are indeed in the loop. I see you on the text line. We get a text like this periodically, like once every, I don't know, probably about 4 or 5 shows, thereabouts. Any update on Joe Mixon? The best I got, like nothing of real magnitude.
The only update I saw was he was at some private event. I think
right.
Chandler Johnson.
Yeah, Chancellor Johnson tweeted that Joe was seen attending a private event with Tank Dell.
And it looked like he cut his hair. That's the update.
Yep, that's the update.
Make of that what you will, right? Like he's alive.
He threw up the H.
Throwing up the H, so maybe still invested, going to the barbershop. So, he's not down on it. I feel like when you're really down, you don't go and cut your hair. But when you cut your hair, you feel, you're feeling all right. So he's feeling okay.
No, exact opposite. When people press, they eat, or they get a haircut.
You don't go to the barbershop.
Yeah, you do.
When you depressed?
Oh, yeah, look it up. That's what people say.
I feel like
psychologists say. They go shopping. They
like trying to fix it.
Yeah, trying to feel
I feel
better.
like when somebody cut their hair, especially somebody like him who has some long hair, if you cut your hair, you trying to change
He's
something.
trying to feel better, yes. It's a psychological exercise.
All right.
Yeah.
That's all reckless speculation.
Let me switch it up a little bit.
He's bummed, man. No, I'm just kidding.
All right. Okay. This has gone way too far. Here we go. Let's go ahead and turn this thing
Prayers
over.
up.
I feel he gonna come back next year. I feel better than I ever did in my career.
Best shape of my life.
Best shape of my life.
We'll be like, well, it was fun.
He done.
All right, let's get to this. Something, nothing, or everything is what we're going to play here. 713-572-4610. Play along. It's the Rockets edition of this as the Rockets head into a NBA Cup game tonight versus the Portland Trailblazers. 6-5. Denny Avdia has been playing pretty well. It'll be interesting, but I feel like the Rockets should handle it. We can talk more about that later because that's neither here nor there. Something, nothing, or everything, John Lopez. Let's begin with this. I don't know if you saw, Reed Shepherd had a fantastic night on Wednesday.
We talked about it.
And somebody brought it to Reed that apparently Reed talked about this. Apparently a man talked to Reed in the weight room and said, quote, "If you take one more dribble when you're open, I'm going to punch you in the face." John Lopez, Figgy Fig, listener. Something, nothing, everything.
I think it's everything.
Okay.
I really do.
Why is that?
I've been wanting to be an integral part. I think we've landed on maybe not starting, but integral. And when they tell you something like that, that's not lip service. That's like shoot the damn ball.
Yeah, basketball players, man, when they get that and they're like, "Hey, bro, you better shoot it."
Yeah.
To the point of aggression, I think that I'm with you. I actually think this is everything, and we've seen it. Like Reed
Shepherd,
Shepherd,
to be Steve Kerr, man,
or even worse, Jordan Poole. No, that you see it. You see it right now with Reed that entirely focused on getting his shot up. Right. I think that this is why I'm not necessarily as invested in Reed Shepherd as playmaker, ball handler, point guard per se.
More minutes.
Definitely some more minutes so that he can be out there. But the willingness to shoot and the marksmanship that he's displaying, I think that it shows with confidence. Confidence is a word that I've used with Reed a lot, and it feels like you have someone like a man who, mind you, will do it. Right?
Yeah.
Like this doesn't feel like an empty threat. Amen Thompson, we know
he might even punch him.
He get a little rough. Even his brother was like, he was a little rough. So the idea that Amen threatened violence with Reed if he did not, I think that one, it shows the confidence that this team has, the way that they're building each other up, and you're seeing the dividends. So I'm with you. I think that that's everything. Fig, anything else that you want to add on it?
Nah, I think so. Hey, don't get punched in the face, bro.
That's right.
That ball touches your hands, you put it up.
Preserve yourself, Reed. Yeah. But no, it's looked really good. You've seen him sidestep to make sure that he gets shots up. He looks really good right now. All right, something, nothing, or everything here. There's been reports, there's been rumors that the Rockets next season will have new jerseys. jerseys, and I don't think this means
City
they'll
Connect.
just have the City Connect.
No,
some
actual,
City edition.
their regular
rebrand.
They will have some new jerseys. Something, nothing, or everything.
It's something.
Okay.
It's not nothing. It's always a topic. It's really sort of a big discussion point for a lot. Do you like them? Do you not like them? I like these old ones here, and no, they should have done this or that. No, it's something. Obviously, we'll wait to see the official, but there's some leaks out there, and I think an homage to the old '90s Rockets might be
ketchup and mustard,
a little bit of a hint in there. Yeah.
I'm going to say everything, man.
Everything.
I think everything because, when I think about these current Rockets jerseys, they kind of remind me of the James Harden era, the Daryl Morey era, kind of.
They've moved a little bit away from it. They have like the solid block letters now. Not as much.
It's not a big change, though.
You know what's funny?
It's updated, but
it is updated.
It's updated, but it kind of reminds me of that era a little bit. It seems like they trying to move towards that era, which I think they should, man.
It's always at least something.
Okay,
uniform discussion.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
And the thing that is funny is I was thinking about this when I went to, what was it, a week and a half ago. The game that I went to was Rockets Mavs when the Mavs came into town, and I was thinking about it. That R logo. I was thinking back to those eras of Harden.
Yeah,
it doesn't really fit with the jersey of what they have now. Not that I'm saying that they need to do a complete reband. I don't think that they should do that. But like they're really heavy on the block letters now, so I'm interested where they go with it. Do they keep that kind of style, or do they kind of change some of the word marks? And then really, I think we're all, as a city, it feels like clamoring for something.
And I think that would be hot.
Yeah, and I think this is just a new team in general, man. Like, I don't think anybody, I think outside of Capella, who just came back this year, I think they do need a new brand, kind of a rebrand for this one.
All right, so you got something, and Figgy with a little bit of everything.
A little bit
in
of
there.
everything.
All right, how about this one? Because I'll go back to Wednesday once again, because obviously they were off last night. And the 832 actually texting right at the right time, something in that similar vein. They asked, was there anything said about Eason and Adams' scuffle, being Tari Eason, Steven Adams? During this game, especially in the third quarter, things that's around that time, Tari Eason, some people in the building, people that were watching the game seemed to notice him having like a little bit of a weird demeanor, seeming like having a little bit of a raised or elevated conversation, so to say, on the sideline. At one point with Royale Ivy, and then at points in the game, just kind of maybe posting himself in the corner and maybe not looking engaged or active with what's happening. Of course, he's still knocking down shots. He's still producing. However, there's been some little interesting instances of Tari Eason. Remind you, a player who did not have a deal done, before the deadline to make it happen. So he will be a restricted free agent. Is this something? Is this nothing? Is this everything?
It's something. It is always something when a contract is involved, and then we have to talk about that. I mean, that's definitely part of the factor here. It's a factor here. I'm not going to overdo it, because I think it's something that can be sort of handled and talked about. But it's not nothing. It's not nothing at all.
It's funny because I found the Wizards being the opponent on that night interesting with it too, because it was the return of Cam Whitmore, and Cam very much you could see having some not similar demeanor things, because I think it was a little bit different, but you could see him clearly languishing under the circumstance where there just weren't minutes for him. Whether it was based off of the way that he played and maybe a disagreement in that style with what Ime wanted to do or whatever else might have been happening. And I don't think that's quite happening with Tari, because Tari is integral to what they do. He's an important piece off the bench, and he's been playing really well. But it does feel like there's something there. I just don't know to what level of something. It feels like this team has great vibes, and at some point them being together will help ease that. But at the same time, I could also argue it's really early for you to have little negative, for lack of a better term, little negative things happening like this to where you're kind of butting heads. But
correct.
How much of that is just the nature of team sports where, you have people in this environment working together, and at times they might have disagreements?
Yeah, that last part you just said, I think it's something because of that. I'm not sure if it's because of the whole contract thing, because I feel like Tari is having a really good year right now, to the point it's kind of looking a little smart on his part, where maybe he could get a little more. I'm not sure. I don't know how long it's going to last, him the way he's playing this season, but I think it's more to the last part Reggie said. That's my
See, I'm there where it that old saying, it's always about the money. Now maybe there was another basketball teams, whether it's a middle school team or an NBA team, we either played at some level. And when it comes down to minutes, minutes is what it's all about, playing time. And the minutes translate to dollars, at the NBA level. So I think they are intertwined. I'm not going to go over the top here because I think it's something that Ime Udoka especially can handle, but it's something.
I think the thing is with him playing really good this season so far, and maybe he want more minutes.
Yeah.
I think that could have an effect. Like, man, this is kind of messing up my money right now.
It's always about the money.
Yeah,
his minutes are right on pace with what they were last season. Now, of course, he didn't play. He only played 57 games. It was kind of that management. He has played in all 10 to this point. It's weird because in my head, I don't know that he's like, I need more minutes. It feels like his role is pretty well situated there, and I think that you could. I don't know that maybe within himself he argues that there's more.
Everybody needs more minutes.
But
everybody wants more minutes.
But see, the thing is, I feel like he's kind of banking on himself a little bit to get a big contract.
I mean, we know where you played. Sure. Everybody wants more minutes.
I mean, to some degree, but it feels like, especially if he's in on this team, which I believe him to be, that it would make sense that this is the role that you serve and that it's a very vital one and it's important, but only God knows. We'll see if this continues to be a thing or if this is just like a little blip.
Right.
Because, again,
I think it'll be handled.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So just something.
Yeah.
Maybe a smaller something, but a something indeed. All right. There you go. A little something, nothing, or everything here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. That was the Rockets edition of that. I might need to bring that back in other facets. But coming up next, Inspired by Andre Johnson. Remember that one time that he beat Cortland Finnegan's ass?
Hey, man, I'm finna beat his ass.
That's right, and he did. What are your sports hypocrisies? 713-572-4610. Get involved, and we'll talk about it next.
Hey, man, I'm finna beat his ass.
The Drive.
my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Friday to you. Let's get into the question of the day. What are some of your sports hypocrisies? 713-572-4610. That is the number to text. Inspired by the fact that the Texans will be in Nashville facing off against the Tennessee Titans. And that reminded me of that one time that Andre Johnson, the legend of himself, like the legend that he is, I don't want to say cemented legendary status, but just added another portion to his lore. That one time that he whooped Cortland Finnegan's ass for talking too much. Yeah. Oh, man. Love that day. Love that day so much.
Yes.
And that's a real beef too. He said he probably wouldn't even speak to him if he saw him
remember he was talking about that drop that you had?
Yeah.
Like he saw him at a club or something?
Yeah, he said he probably just walked past him.
Yeah.
I'm like, damn.
That's a real beef.
But I always look at players that fight in their uniforms, like especially when Credit, he took that helmet straight off. But I'm always just like, what are you doing?
Yeah, well, there was one this past weekend.
Yeah, it's like, what are we doing here?
Punched him right in the side of the helmet.
Posting up with the helmet on.
Yeah.
Like, what you going to hit?
Exactly.
Andre did it, and I was like, bravo. Just beautiful. You love this. This is art.
Not only is that a sports hypocrisy, because as you mentioned earlier, if anybody else does that, you're like, what are you doing, man? You know, but not only is it hypocrisy, if it happened today, the reaction might be different.
Dude, they would be talking about him being banned from the NFL.
Yes.
Honestly, if it happened today with Andre Johnson, I think you get away with it. I think one of the contexts of that was...
Man, I don't know.
Andre, like one of the things that made it very clear that Andre was in the right here is that we know who Andre Johnson is. He not really talking to nobody. Like, Andre ain't bothering nobody.
See, I would think that, but I know this is more on a serious note, but when Myles Garrett had his deal with Mason. Who was it?
That's a good example.
No, that's him, Mason Rudolph. I was thinking about that.
That's a really good example.
He did throw the he did swing the helmet, so I get that part. But this Myles Garrett don't be hurting nobody.
No, and
they wanted him banned from the NFL.
Yeah, that's a perfect example. Because Myles Garrett is just universally loved. That's not his character.
A guy that got punched in the face and didn't do anything. Punched in the face in the streets.
Yeah,
and didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
and they wanted him out of the NFL.
So what's your sports hypocrisy where it shouldn't be, but it is?
Mine, look, I love the city of Pittsburgh. I've been there a couple times to the point I thought about moving there. I'm like 3 hours away from Cleveland.
Yeah.
I would never, ever wear black and yellow, let alone root for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
And you're not even like, I know you grew up in Cleveland, your people, Browns people. You're not even a Browns fan, but you're just like, I can't.
Yeah, I just hate Pittsburgh, man. Just the
teams.
Yeah, the teams. I hate black and yellow, man. I don't even like the Wiz Khalifa song, Black and Yellow. I just can't do it, man.
The city's great. The stadiums are great. The restaurants are great. The airport is one of the best airports in America. But I'm with you. The Pittsburgh teams, I'm just nah.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is they be having some great players that I would take any one of them players outside of Big Ben.
Yeah.
But I would take every one of their players, but just for them playing in Pittsburgh, I'm just like, nah.
Do you have another one?
Well, I wanted to read this one because I also agree with it from the 512. Peyton Manning.
Peyton Manning is my hypocrisy.
And here's the thing.
I love Peyton Manning.
You remember the time period because it feels like in any sport you got to have the, who's the greatest? Do you take this guy or who's your guy? This guy or that guy? I was very strongly a Peyton Manning over Tom Brady.
I don't know if I was that far, but
I was very strongly on
close.
that side.
I was not.
I was very strongly on that side. And yeah, he was just out here killing the Texans.
Yeah. The city of Nashville. I mean, it's not even an hour and a half flight, man. You can get to Nashville. You can go to the Opry. You can go to the, all the strip there. I forget what it's called. The water.
What, Broadway? Is that what we're talking about?
Is it Broadway? Yeah, Broadway. It's just a beautiful, awesome city.
I need
music,
to visit there.
Live music, it's an awesome awesome.
Sure. Well, I was like,
hate their teams and their owners.
How many teams do they got?
They got one.
Yeah, I was like, how many teams are we talking
They
about
got the
here?
Predators, don't they?
Yeah, they got the Predators.
Yeah, they do have the Preds. They do have the Preds.
Yeah.
Don't the Preds be out there throwing fish on the ice all the damn time?
Yeah.
What is wrong with them?
Shohei is my
Let's
modern
go Dodgers.
Shohei is my modern day Peyton, because I was always so torn when the Texans faced the Colts. Obviously, you want the Texans to win, but I was a Peyton fan. Now, obviously, he's a Dodger, but I'm a big Ohtani fan. Yeah.
All right. How about this from the 832? They say their sports hypocrisy loved them some LT, some Lawrence Taylor, and his possibly drug-fueled aggression. Hated Mark Gastineau.
Well, he was a Jet. Oh, just New York in general. I got you.
Yeah. 281, they said John Stockton would love if they were on my team. Hate him to death. Yeah, I'm sorry. I respect where you're coming from. Both them Utah Cats.
I never like anybody on Utah. The only person, honestly, was Donovan Mitchell. And I'm like, bro, you should not even be there, man.
I don't think he wanted to be. He was to be.
You should not be there.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's a good one. I feel like one of the ones that's rough, and you know what? Sometimes you just have to lean into that hypocrisy, especially when it deals with your team. I believe very strongly in the idea that nut punchers will never prosper. Like, you just out here kicking people in the junk, right, for no good reason. You shouldn't prosper. I do feel bad for Chris Paul. Like, Chris Paul is a habitual, not just nut puncher, but then also like he's the tattletale. Like, oh, he should not respect that. Except he's one of the greatest point guards that we've seen.
One of the best there's been.
I don't know how to make that dichotomy shake, but they both exist. 832, they said theirs is liking Dak Prescott but hating the Cowboys. How many of those players?
I'm kind of there. I'm kind of there. Yeah.
I'll take it a step further, and y'all might throw me out of here for this. I actually have no issue with the team, the Dallas Cowboys team. I have an issue with the fans. It's the fans that make me not like the team.
That's a whole other substack.
I have no issue with the Dallas Cowboys as a team.
Yeah, but Jerry Jones and all. Yeah, I can't get there with you. I will say this, and you reminded me of one. The University of Notre Dame. I've been there so many times back in my previous life covering college football, and every time I walked on that campus, I was like awestruck. And the traditions, and coming from A&M, I can relate, and the actual gold they put in their helmets, and it's just so freaking awesome. And I can't hate that team more. I can't hate that team more.
Yeah, I'm kind of. I mean, obviously, I'm like that with Michigan, University of Michigan. But I have no issue with the city of Detroit. I have no issue with the Tigers or the Lions and all that stuff. It's just that team. It's just Michigan.
What about the fight song?
I
like their fight song. That's one of the greats.
Ooh, that's one of those. I hadn't even thought about it. College football offers some really interesting situations where I know there's teams that I go, and I hear the fight song, and I'm like,
you start tapping your toe.
On the YouTube page, this is a really good one because I think a lot of people fall in line with this. Hated Brady on the Patriots, loved him on the Bucs.
Yes,
I think there's a lot of people that I can honestly say kept that same energy. Right. However, there's a lot of people for whom that changed. Yeah. I would like to know why that is.
I think it was the Patriots' longevity of success. The length of their success. You just had enough of it. Yeah.
Is that okay? How much of that is also them Boston sports fans going back to the sports fan?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Honestly,
just the arrogance and all of their damn teams winning something.
I quite enjoy this new iteration of Patriots, especially because Drake May is he looks.
That's so bizarre.
We'll talk about this a little bit more with Thursday Night Football.
I'm with you. I'm like, I like this guy. I love Mike Vrabel. The Patriots again.
They were down bad for 4 years, and they're gonna try and pretend like they was down and out for a long. Y'all had 4 years.
Try 23.
Right. Get out of my face with this. Ain't nobody worried about this. Yes. And then just the whole title town of it all. I don't really love that. 713 Kobe. That's a good one.
That is a really good one.
Because I don't think I'm really in a place where I have a hypocrisy there. I just know that my take that I believe to be reasoned is never going to be one that I can reason with the people that absolutely love Kobe Bryant, because it's not about reason. It's about the way they feel. It's like, hey, every time y'all want to talk about the greatest of all time and y'all go LeBron, MJ, and then the Kobe fans want to slide him in there, no, he don't deserve to be here.
Yeah.
That's fine. We can talk. I love him. He's a great player. We don't have to do that. And, of course, that's not going to go over very well. No, of course. It is. There are definitely some Colts in here. And then 713, Eugene T.Y. Hilton, someone said.
Yeah.
Which, that one's is okay. I was about to say, is that any way worse than Peyton Manning? But there's no way. There's no way that's worse than Peyton.
No.
Okay, keep those coming in. 713-572-4610. Your sports hypocrisies. I feel like there's a lot of meat on the bone there if we really dug into the various different ways that those show up. But we got to move it along here on a Football Friday, and no better way to do that than to go around the NFL, where Thursday Night Football, kind of what we expected, and something I find very interesting, a little battle between the NFLPA and the NFL on report cards. We'll talk about that and more next.
Daniil Hunter. content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we go around the NFL here on a Football Friday here. And, of course, question of the day answer still coming in. Someone mentioned Greg Popovich. Sure, especially if you very much despise the Spurs. And then this one is fair, and I don't know how we didn't get to it earlier. Just the whole cheating scandal with the Astros. Definitely some hypocrisy there.
That's a good one, yeah.
Definitely some there. Just a little bit.
Yeah.
We don't have to dive into it. You get it.
Well, what about the... Yeah.
All right, here we go with a little bit of Thursday Night Football. And, of course, yesterday I was like, I don't know how much we'll talk about this one. I thought there were some things to talk about here. A 27-14 victory for the Patriots, but it didn't look as easy as maybe the score. At least
it was closer than I thought.
Yeah.
It definitely wasn't over by halftime.
No, it wasn't. And, of course, that's what we figured out. As we were going on, we're like, nah, this is probably going to be one of those games where it's like a 7-7 at the half. It felt like the Jets did some really interesting things. They went fully into the high school offense of just run the football, run the quarterback, try and see if you can make it tough for the Patriots. And they did for a little while, but of course the tremendous talent of the Patriots ultimately wins out in this one.
It was Drake May show. We're looking at some highlights right now in studio. Drake May is just, he's clearly an MVP candidate. I still would put Matt Stafford above him. Obviously, Jonathan Taylor, but I think he's right there with him.
Yeah, I think he's. Last time I checked, he's an odds-on, or he's tied with best odds for MVP with Matthew Stafford, as you mentioned. And the thing that you just can't shake, no matter how you cut it, the Patriots' development and growth, as they are a league-leading 9-2 right now, is largely behind Drake May being absolutely fantastic. 25, 34, 281, and a touchdown in this game. But I guess the other name that you got to give a lot of credit to, Travion Henderson, man.
Oh, boy, that was something.
Like, Ramondre Stevenson not there has allowed him to absolutely flourish in this role. 62 yards, 2 touchdowns, and then also 1 in the air. He looks really good. There's a lot of young talent that they have there. And I guess outside of the young talent, Stephon Diggs looked really good in this one.
Well, we mentioned this yesterday, and Stephon Diggs, you talk about just a complete is it a turnaround, rebirth, whatever it is? He is a game-changing franchise receiver for them right now.
Yeah.
And he wasn't that
back story for him.
Yeah.
One of the things that is also worth noting, you did see who scored a touchdown in this game, right?
For
John Mechie.
Oh,
John Mechie the third.
I saw that.
Salute to John Mechie, finding somewhere to get himself a little bit of love. I don't know what this ultimately does for him, but hopefully he can have a little bit of staying power in this league.
He had a couple passes, or a couple catches.
Right, 3 receptions, in fact, for 45 yards, including the touchdown pass. For him, I think I can't speak for everybody, but I feel like the majority of folks have no ill will towards Mechie.
Oh, yeah. No, none at all.
Nah.
None at all.
Seeing him find a little bit of success is cool. I will say, when it comes to this Jets team, his defense actually was playing pretty well against the Patriots in this thing.
This looks like a team that is kind of what I was hoping for, because I'm a big Aaron Glenn fan. That's just coming along at a slow pace. Aaron Glenn is going to be there. He's not going to be one of those guys that's just done, even though they started so badly. I think people are starting to see sort of the development of the, whatever you want to call it, the culture, the way they're doing things, et cetera. No, I think the Jets, I'm not going to say they're onto something.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Yeah, you can start to see where the plan is kind of taking shape.
They went with a level of desperation. The Jets are usually heavy in man coverage, and obviously they just traded Sauce Gardner, so I wonder if this changes this some. They only played 3 snaps in man coverage, so they came out and they flipped the script entirely. So I think that probably helped keep the game close. What was on tape was not what the Patriots came out and saw. We're able to beat up the Jets there. So yeah.
Quick side note before we move on: I like those uniforms the Patriots wore better than any alternate uniform I've seen.
Really?
They were sweet.
Were they like
They were
they look like they look like the Patriots equipment manager
Nah,
faded
those
the
are some
jerseys.
sharp
They'll look
looking
like some
uniforms.
faded jerseys, dog.
Those are some sharp.
Ain't no them gray joints.
Yeah, it's grayish blue. I don't know what the color is.
It was like a
called.
cool gray, maybe a French gray, whatever.
Yeah, I thought they were sharp, man.
I don't know about all that. It looked like they took the blue jerseys and they just washed them a million times.
I liked it a lot.
They look better than the Buffalo Bills alternates.
Yes.
I ain't like the Buffalo Bills alternate. Theirs were kind of similar to that too.
Mm-hmm.
From the 830, May is better than Stroud at this point. How do you take that comment?
Hell, I was about to say.
Absolutely.
I was about to say he looked better than Herbert to me.
Well, the way he moves around in the pocket is exactly why NFL general managers love those. And obviously he can run, but those quarterbacks that are sort of like classic pocket quarterback. He just knows how to manipulate the pocket. That whatever it is, the vision he has, the way he feels his way around the pocket. It looks like big time, next level.
I mean, there's clearly a lot of confidence in his game right now, and there should be. He looks really. I mean, hell, I think it might have been Patriots Texans was the first game of his career where we go, oh, they might have something here.
Yeah, you're right.
Remember last year?
And I don't think that game was close.
No, it wasn't. I mean,
our takeaway was Drake May is there. That's the quarterback right there.
And he's continued to build upon that. I don't feel any qualms in saying I could very, very easily see the Patriots having that first round bye. They look like they could do something real serious.
And I guess it's kind of good having Josh McDaniels too.
Yeah, no,
that's a big part of it.
Dialing up a good offense over there. And another way to highlight that, it's inherently not a New England offense that is bad or say. It's just how do you execute it? Who are you putting in the system?
Exactly.
It's always how the system fits with what you are doing and the innovations that you have. All right, we continue with some football talk here on Sports Radio 610, which is presented by Paramount Plus. Streaming November 16th on Paramount Plus. That's Sunday. It's the return of Landman from Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone. Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton is back, and it's featuring Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, and Sam Elliott. That's Landman, and the new season is streaming Sunday, November 16th, only on Paramount Plus. I found this to be very intriguing here, John Lopez, as the NFL team owners apparently filed a grievance to stop something that I personally have gotten great enjoyment of getting getting on a yearly basis, which is the NFL Players Association's report cards that they put out. The league apparently claims that the report cards, which is a poll of the players on various aspects of working conditions for the players, violates a CBA clause that they say that NFL owners and the union must quote use reasonable efforts to curtail public comments by club personnel or players which express criticism of any club, its coach, or its operation and policy. So the clause itself does sound like it applies to it. This just feels like how you're not going to win this. No, ain't nobody trying to hear this, right? In the court of public opinion, at the very least.
Well, here's how I would defend it. So they're saying you're not supposed to say anything bad about the owners. Basically.
Not in public, right? Bring this to us. We can work this in house.
Here's my defense. Who said it?
I mean, it's part of the CBA.
No, name the person.
Oh, well, the Players Association.
Who?
The Players Association.
Who's that?
The players.
Who's on first? No, my point is like the spirit of and I think not even the spirit. I think that rule or whatever they want to call it is about criticism levied against them. Criticism by the president of the NFLPA or a player or a coach or something like that. Well, coach doesn't matter. It doesn't fit. But you see what I'm saying? Like this was a survey. This was a survey.
Yeah, but I mean, in a way, here's the thing that's funny is it's basically speaking to criticism. It's not inherently a critique if things are going well, right?
This is true.
These things become critiques when you see them Fs pop up, right? I think that we've seen the teams that have handled this best are teams that acknowledge, oh wow, this is a thing that's happening, and then they address it. And it ends up actually being positive for those team owners.
The ones that did well.
That handle it in those ways, right?
Yeah.
The NFLPA obviously pushed back on this and, noted instances where teams saw it and they were able to respond. Apparently, the NFLPA said, we responded to the grievance with our intention to fight against this action and continue what's clearly become an effective tool for comparing workplace you to inform career decisions. And I've got to agree, like as much as I'm normally going to be on the labor side anyways, that does make sense as a comeback when it comes to like, there's not a standard for how you equip any team for going out and winning. Like you would have to depend on NFL owners to just have a competitive drive to have better accommodations or similar accommodations to other places in the league.
Yeah.
This is a way to kind of compare it on a 1-to-1 scale. And again, the best owners use this as a tool as opposed to seeing this as derision.
Yeah, that's what the Menares did, because remember, I think it was last season.
Hot tub or something?
The hot tub thing. They didn't.
Is it the hot tub or sauna?
One of them.
Yeah, it was one of them. And then right away they say, oh, we about to put one in now. Thank you for letting us know.
This whole thing is about fragile egos and fragile pride. They don't want to be embarrassed.
Yeah,
sorry. Sorry.
I wonder if the Chiefs owner is probably one of those, because I think they got a really bad grade on one at last year.
Yeah,
and I wonder if teams like that's kind of like, man, don't put our business out there like that.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see. I'm very intrigued to see how this goes, because I think a lot of people on the outside looking in would probably side with the PA, but that's not always how this thing goes. And if you talk about the power dynamics, the owners have a lot of power here. So I'm interested to see if that will weigh heavily in what ultimately happens with the grievance. I'll try and keep an eye on that.
Fragile egos. That's all it is.
I mean, sure.
Yeah.
But I understand how what you put here. I can understand that perspective to some degree. All right. This is something that I saw that was kind of interesting to me personally. I'm interested to see how you get this. Apparently, actually, before I even get there, one of the things I absolutely love about anything in sports, or really I think this probably applies to life, is as soon as somebody leaves, you get to hear what people really think about them. And apparently with the Giants, former Giants head coach Brian Daboll, quote, exploded and threatened offensive coordinator and now interim head coach Mike Kafka during the team's recent loss to the Eagles, according to an anonymous player. Quote, one player recently told ESPN of Daboll exploding and threatening to take away play calling from assistant head coach and offensive coordinator Mike Kafka after tight end Theo Johnson dropped a crucial third down pass downfield against the Eagles. This is the kind of finger-pointing and tantrum throwing that is exactly why the Giants moved on from Brian Daboll.
Yeah, and anybody who's seen him, especially with the going into the tent and all that stuff when Scatterboo had the you're like, that doesn't surprise me.
He be exploding on players on the sideline at times.
Oh,
man. Remember, what was it, the guy that kind of messed up? I don't know if it was like a kick return or he messed up something.
Yeah.
And he was just tearing into him.
Doesn't surprise me.
So that don't surprise me at all.
Yeah, but the idea of like having a toxic work environment, that's real nasty business. If for no other reason, then those are things that you better be great to make it work. It's one of the things I always think about with Bill Belichick in his time, and then tenure in the league, and then all of the people off his tree that would go and coach somewhere.
Yeah,
it's like you can't come in here and do Bill Bolts. Because you saw that here, right? You don't have the skin in the game. You don't have the equity in order to make this walk.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's exactly what's happening here with Brian Daboll, but he's in that same vein, and you end up looking up and you go, yeah, man, it just creates a bad situation. And when you're losing games, that people aren't going to willing to give you the benefit of the doubt because they don't like how they work.
And it goes back to what we've mentioned a few times. If you're going to be that, you better not only just be, a winner, you better be well liked. You better have a good personality. You got to be good with the media, all that stuff, because it'll come back to bite you, and it's coming back to bite them. And there's nothing wrong. We all know. Hell, they may have had the discussions here. Discussions are being made about who should be doing what, right? Whether it's play calling or whatever. But like that, that's the difference.
Yeah. So I don't. It became more of an interest to me as I don't think people are sticking with this thought, but people were having thoughts like, is that an OC that you would want? I do wonder if, especially coming off of the Bobby Slowick tenure with kind of the things that we had afterwards about feeling like he did not have enough of a collaborative aspect, if that doesn't taint the way that you view Brian Daboll and any next job that he gets.
It has to, right?
As well. I would imagine so, but you never know how these things go. Around the NFL, before we walk this thing away here, there's a lot of intriguing football games this weekend, John Lopez.
Oh, I think it's the best weekend of football we've had all year.
Do you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, go ahead and state the case.
Remember we used to talk about 5-star games and 4-star games and all that. I see at least At least.
Hey, what 5-star games for you?
Seahawks-Rams?
Seahawks-Rams is a banger.
That is a banger.
That is a banger. the team that is rivaling the Texans for fewest points allowed at this point in the season is that LA Rams defense. And
I think it's a great weekend for football.
You put on top of that, this offense has been really good. That could be very
Stafford
good.
against that defense. And I think Lions-Eagles.
Yeah. Lions-Eagles is an interesting one.
That's a 5-star game, baby. With everything that's on the line now, for the 8-2 Eagles, I say everything on the line. And then the Lions doing what they're doing. I think that's a big-time game.
Yeah, but one of the things that's interesting that I hadn't considered until I was thinking about it deeper, you realize Dan Campbell took over play-calling duties offensively at a very particular time, which is the week that they played the Washington Commanders.
Mm-hmm.
The Washington Commanders' defense is very bad.
Yeah.
That is a defense that in their past 4 games, I believe, they've been outscored by 20 points.
Yeah, and I saw that stat, which has never really happened in whatever many years.
If they lose by 20-plus points again this weekend versus the Miami Dolphins in Madrid, Spain, they would tie a record. It would be like record-breaking of consecutive games being beaten to an absolute pulp in games. And I'm interested to see, because we were talking about it. I know I was saying it. The Lions looked like they might have done something with Dan Campbell taking over play calling. How much of that was just really smart positioning?
Yeah.
I'm now the dude who's taking over play calling against a very bad defense. Look, I have fixed it, right? Is that actually the case?
Now who you face?
Another that I'm intrigued in, but I think you're right. There's some really good games that are on the schedule here.
A couple more that I wouldn't necessarily put 5-star, but they're up there. Bucks and Bills, man. Bucks and Bills is
100%.
Up there. Chiefs and Broncos. What are the Chiefs? The Broncos defense. Broncos with Bo Nix in the offense. I mean, they're and the good news is the vast majority of these games are after the Texans play.
Yeah.
So you can sit back, watch the Texans, and then you get little Seahawks-Rams, little Chiefs-Broncos, and then the nightcap is Lions-Eagles.
Yeah.
Good Sunday.
Yeah, it should be a really good Sunday, and it'll be even better Sunday if the Texans do what they are supposed to do in getting a victory versus the Tennessee Titans in Nashville. You'll, of course, be able to hear that here on Sports Radio 610 at noon. 9 a.m. is when you tune in to get your Texans countdown going with Sean and Seth. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, is there any way back from the gambling situation, as there's another big-time gambling operation happening within the world of sports? Can this be fixed in sports? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
I just mentioned what a weekend. What a weekend to go ahead and get that grill today. Get into Texas Star Grill Shop, 4 locations, fantastic place, and then put it to use tomorrow.
with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yes, indeed, a Football Friday, and it's Football Friday music here in the loop. A little bit of I Want to Know by Joe happening as we head into another segment on a Football Friday. Appreciate you rocking with us. The reason why Figgy Fig is playing this is because the Texans are playing this. It's Football Friday music, not because we decided, but because someone at the Texans decided. This was shout out to Jonathan Alexander doing his capital J journalism on this day. This apparently was playing in the
Salute
bubble.
to J.A., man.
While they was working.
The NMA probably don't know anything about this.
Wow, you think DJ don't know about no Joe?
100%, man. He's a young buck.
But that's not just about being a young buck. In that way, that's an indictment of his parents. You think his parents don't?
I don't think he know nothing about this, man.
I'm gonna hit him up. I'm gonna ask him. What do you know?
He don't know anything past 2010.
Wow, that's crazy.
Shots fired right there.
By the way, who do you think had Joe on the aux score? Because I don't feel like it's dudes on the team, right? This had to be
D'Amico?
the coaches. I feel like D'Amico might have Joe on his playlist.
I can see him in a little R&B.
Yeah. Didn't he say that once when he was talking about in the offseason about his music with Vandermeer on Texans?
Oh, well, let me write that down. I will go do some research.
You got to find that.
Yeah.
I need to know who.
I think he talked about it once.
I want to know who decided the Football Friday.
Because this was around during his time.
Oh, yeah.
Going into the weekend, like, you know what? We're not just playing 90s music. We're playing 90s
We need some
R&B.
good vibes, yo. We ain't playing no NBA Youngboy and all that stuff. No Ride Wave.
Has anybody gotten a pulse of what the dudes in the locker room listen to for real?
No, but we need to get the Friday playlists in advance.
Oh, okay. I'm going to.
Figgy, we can do that.
Yeah.
We can get the Friday playlist in advance, and then as they're playing it, we're playing it.
I want to find out who's playing the music, though.
I think it might change.
Because in training camp, I think they had somebody randomly just putting a playlist together. But not to quote Joe, but I want to know who's playing. I want to know who's playing this music.
He said, I want to know who's got the aux. All right. Some more important notes from practice. And this is also per Jonathan Alexander, at least where I'm seeing it. C.J. Stroud and Petrie still in concussion protocol, and they have not reached the steps to practice yet. Even with this being more of a walkthrough on a Friday, as it typically is, that one hit me squarely in the chest.
It should. It absolutely should, because, and I'm not trying to work sometimes, and we've all seen this happen. There are so many different levels of concussion. You know, there are concussions where the guy's back relatively soon. Whatever. There are some concussions that players feel the effects for weeks. You know, maybe all season. There's something. You know, they always say it just didn't feel right. You know, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. The first person I thought about was Henry To'oTo'o, who when he
all
had
year long
concussion. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was. I think his wife posted a video of him watching the game with glasses on.
Yeah,
he had some special type of sunglasses on. So. It could be a concussion somewhat like that where you got to sit in the dark.
I'm not saying it is, but it you know, that report that he's still in the protocol, you know, is like you said, Reggie, just it ain't great.
And I will lean on Jonathan Alexander, who says technically there's 4 more opportunities to get 2 practices in because, of course, you need 2 practices in clearing the various different levels of protocol. But that would have to imagine – I'd have to imagine that would mean – that those guys are close so that they can get those practices in before a Thursday night football game?
I was just going to say, it's a Thursday night game.
They'll still have a couple of practices. When he said 4 opportunities.
So they play Sunday. Monday, they're probably going to scratch their off day or do it like a half day and do meetings and film and stuff.
But for taking off boxes, that might be useful.
That's just Tuesday and Wednesday and maybe even a light way. It's just Tuesday, really.
Yeah. So, Ray, last time CJ had a concussion, he was out 2 games. I hear you. This isn't about him being out. We know he's going to be out for this game. Mm-hmm. It's the situation that not clear the protocol yet. Now, of course, we don't know where he is in the protocol. Like maybe he's on the final steps of the protocol but he hasn't practiced it all. So that's at least 2 practices that he still needs to get in order to be cleared and ready to go play football. So obviously not trying to look past the Titans game, but this does have impact on the Bills game, not just on one side, on the other, right? With Jaden Petrie possibly not playing, although as Seth makes mention of, the little musical chairs that they like doing where you might put Kamari Lassiter in on slot might be tenable with the Bills, seeing as the biggest threat that they have is on the interior with Khalil Shakir as a slot guy. So those are things that are there for you. But yeah, those are some notes. Also, I believe Dalton Schultz was seen with his helmet at practice, which I imagine is probably a good thing. Him and Harrison Bryant had missed the first couple of practices this week. Cade Stover still practicing in his active window, but he's still technically on IR. So maybe on Saturday we end up seeing him.
And they would have to make a move, yeah.
But yeah, those are all things that are happening tight end wise as we continue to watch and head towards Nashville. All right. One of the things that popped up again, we've been watching a lot of gambling news happen in the world of sports right now. And just this morning, or just yesterday actually, another instance as 14 people were charged for roles in a multi-million-dollar illegal sports betting ring that involved college athletes this time. So we've seen basketball coaches and former players get hemmed up in this. We've seen baseball players in a somewhat different scheme because obviously that was with the Dominican Republic, but seemingly some level of organized crime. Again, New Jersey organized crime. So this is a lot more akin to what we saw with the basketball situation. According to the authorities, Joseph Perna, a member of the Lucchese crime family.
That's been around for 100 years.
So they've got a lot of experience, a lot of institutional knowledge here. And his associates ran a nationwide network of bookmakers who use offshore websites to facilitate approximately $2 million in bets between 2022 and 24. So the NCAA is aware of the charges. They're looking into it. But this is tapped in with college, which, I mean, in history, college has been one of those places where, some gambling things have happened. College basketball gambling has happened. Gambling scandals have happened. But the larger question I want to ask outside of this particular one, we're seeing this at all sorts of different levels, all tapped in and with seemingly organized crime. Is this something that can be fixed? Because we saw baseball kind of try and limit prop bets. NFL is talking about right now doing something similar. And those all feel like Band-Aids at best. Is there any way back, or did we open the door to Pandora's box that can never be closed?
There is no way this will be fixed. Zero chance. It couldn't be fixed when it was illegal and they frowned upon it. And they were, you could lose your job or lose your scholarship and never play again and be blackballed and all this other stuff. There is no way. I mean, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. You can't do it. And the other part of this that is just really, you talk about the discussion you really want to have. The discussion that I think is really intriguing is you've made a path for organized crime to expand their market. You've done it. You've expanded their market.
Which is funny because it would have. I understand what you're saying because now you have more people that have been
legal?
gatewayed into it.
Yes.
But the thought process I imagine was you legalize this and you cut those folks out of this because why do the illegal gambling when you could just do the legal gambling?
Yeah.
And the thought process seems to hold that, hey, okay, people will go and they'll legalize it. You'll have your taxation on it and it'll be all fine and good. That's not how this is played out. And so it really feels like that step might have been a really terrible one, especially because, as you mentioned, not only did this not eradicate those, nefarious areas, the dark shadows of this, it's kind of bolstered it in a weird way.
You've expanded the market because it's still frowned upon, especially, certain types of bets and such. But these wise guys and these contacts can go to players and coaches and staff and everything else and say, hey, man, it's legal. We're making legal bets. You just can't, we'll do it for you, and it's just the temptation is bigger. Also the temptation for, let's say you're a professional or a college athlete.
Thanks, man.
And
you think I'm that good?
This is an imaginary world. But let's say you're a college athlete. You have friends everywhere that can make legal bets. So it's easier for you to do it. And not only that, but the market of gambling and the gambling outlets and sort of the stamp of approval, you're giving them everything they wanted,
Yeah, it's times we've had these conversations as the evidence and these stories continue to mount is, it was always when it came to banning gambling about the integrity of the game and the perceived integrity of the game because people were not going to buy in to these products if they don't feel like fair competition.
Right.
We're seeing more and more things that feel like they gnaw at and maybe just entirely slice at the integrity of these games. And I go, is this set to crumble at some point? Or is this to a point where the gambling actually kind of sustains itself because whether it's the integrity is there or not, the fiend, like the nature of having that gambling addiction is going to continue to feed people buying into this stuff.
Well, the answer to that for me is where are the safeguards? The safeguards right now is a lot of lip service. Don't do that, and they're shaking their forefinger at you. But then they're, speaking of hypocrisy of all the gambling outlets and such that are, and let's face it, as much as Las Vegas is not necessarily run entirely by the mob anymore, there is a big mob presence, and these gambling outlets, whether it's any of these that we see advertised on all these networks, they're on the up and up, air quotes. There is still a seedy element there, which leads to the point of integrity of the game and affecting it.
When I say, is there any way to go back? The most obvious part of this is like taking the gambling money out of this and not having, because I see somebody saying, I'm tired of having the gambling shoved down my throat. There's just so much money that having that there is going to be there. You can't
put it back in.
You can't take it out of there. And I think as you established, it's so much a part of the culture of watching sports now. Hell, I'm somebody who I'm not a big gambler. You know this about me.
No.
I'm still quoting lines to try and have some level of understanding as to what's happening with these games. Like, I think that it's become so pervasive in it that it is part and parcel of what these sports are, and that's the thing that scares me more. I would not be nearly as afraid for like the lifeblood of sports with all this if it's just like, all right, well, my bad, we made a wrong turn, we can change.
Yeah.
This is going to be a part of it, and the thing that I wonder is, does this eventually end up, does this walk sports to a place where sports no longer holds the same impact in our life, or are we just so intertwined that we're just going to go with it anyway? We're just all going to also have a level of disdain, or maybe that's not the right word, but
no, I know where you're going with this.
We're all just going to be very skeptical and cynical towards sports as we do it.
I do agree. I think sports is never going to go away, never going to be bigger, and in fact is only going to get bigger. But ask your if you're in your car, if you're sitting at home, sitting in your office, just ask the next person you see. Do you think sports are affected and outcomes are affected by gambling? Yes. Everybody will say it. At some level, sports are affected by gambling, right? Hell, you just gave. We just talked about the injury report. Do you know why they have to give injury reports in the first place? Gambling. And even 25 years ago or 20 years ago, whenever it started, it's mandatory. And they're like, so the teams will know about what. Gambling, the reason that they why do they put these point spreads out there, and now you're getting the stamp of approval? Like I said, I think a lot of people are skeptical, a lot of people are cynical, and I think most people would agree that there are games that we watch every week that are affected by gambling. The outcome is affected by gambling,
and that's the belief there. I see you 832 saying legal bets and fixing bets are totally different. I'm not saying that legal bets are in the same vein there. There's a through line, though. It's the larger prevalence of gambling in our sports makes it so that people go, hey, if we fix this, this gives us an opportunity to garner, pull out more money from the situation. It's one of those things where I'm not trying to vilify like the actual gambling, but you can't deny that the continued growth of this has made this more prevalent. Or there may be an argument, though, that the continued growth of this and the amount of investment that the books have in this has made it so that they're finding more of the gambling and the fixing that's happening in it, because those companies are invested in making sure that people aren't doing nefarious things.
Yeah.
But another big gambling scandal popping up in sports. This one tapping into the college ranks. It's wild to see. And we'll have to continue to watch to see what it means and how it impacts the sports that we love so much. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping. The Rockets have a couple of interesting games this weekend, but also, did the baseball voters get this right? I want to get your opinion on this, John Lopez, and we'll do that next.
All right, let's talk about ability trees and a good day. Maybe you're going to knock off early. Just want to make that call to ability trees.
SportsRadio.com/value.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here on a Football Friday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Starting with the fact that the fellas of the drive will be out at the Boomerjacks in Webster for their Football Friday festivities. If you're nearby, go ahead and pop out, see the fellas. You know that they never come empty-handed. There's all sorts of giveaways that'll be there. You show up and sign up for, or, sign up for the raffle, I guess is the way that you say. But Boomerjack's a real solid place to eat as well. And so go eat, drink, hang out, see the
poppin'
fellas.
area. Webster's a poppin' area.
Is it?
Very underrated.
If this means anything to you, I think I might pop out as well to go see the fellas. I feel like I have a bad habit of popping out when the fellas are on the west side, southwest side. And I don't necessarily pop out when they're east, northeast, things like that. So I'm trying to expand a little bit.
Go down to Webster, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Smell
go.
that salt air. It's
That's
good
right.
for you.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah.
100%. All right. Some other things that are popping this weekend should be fun for your Houston Rockets. It's just generally fun watching the Houston Rockets. Little mini confessions before we get to our confessions. I think the Rockets might be boring in the best way for me.
That's an interesting take.
Right? The reason why I say that is going into these games, they have the game against Portland tonight. It's the Emirates NBA Cup game. The game number 2 of that tournament. They have an opportunity to get their first win on the board. Then they'll have Orlando this weekend on Sunday. And mind you, KD bobbleheads will be on offer on Sunday. But I look at both of those games and I go, I don't know how much I have to learn from those. Right? I think that when I say boring that way, the Rockets kind of feel like I'm starting to feel what they are. There's not a lot of the games on the schedule where I go, I think there's something interesting to learn here about the team. It might just be, all right, let's see what the team puts up here and have fun with it. So when I say boring, I don't inherently mean not fun, but just not in a place where I'm like, oh, I'm learning something at any given turn.
I think it's still early enough in the season. We're still intrigued by, how they play things. And I think Ime Udoka and the entire Rockets, coaching staff is still trying to kind of parse out how exactly the puzzle comes together.
Question. Without question. Yeah. So maybe I'm a little early on that stance. But I think that, however, a couple of good games. Not bad teams. Orlando doesn't score very well, but that's a solid team there. And then Portland, it's not a bad team, I'll say. But the Rockets have looked really, really good. 3rd in net rating in the league. And, of course, like I said, big-time opportunity to get that NBA Cup victory. And if you don't mind, you just get out there and go see that nice red NBA Cup board, baby.
Figgy, have you seen it?
I didn't see the
Get your eyes ready.
Oh, boy, it is red.
You might need to wear some blue light blockers or something.
Is it worse than the Minnesota one? That Minnesota one was lime green.
They did use the green. Yeah. It looks like they have descended into hell. And I don't mean that as any level of moral judgment. It's just really red.
It's real red.
It's really aggressively red.
It's going to, I'll put it this way. Tonight, when you're watching that game, go on Twitter. You're going to be able to see a lot of commentary about the Rockets.
I see it now. Yeah. It kind of look fly. It do kind of look like they playing in hell or something.
It does.
Like a cartoon or something.
Yeah. Which the Portland Trailblazers will feel like they're in some level of hell facing off against this Rockets team. Should be a fun one tonight, 7 on actually, I don't know if this has any level of national broadcast associated with it. Now that I think about it, I'll check that before I say something out of pocket. All right, some other things that are popping. Yes, indeed, the MLB awards continue to roll in, and we know who the MVPs are, the most valuable players. We will start with John Lopez's favorite. Figgy Fig, do you know who won NL MVP? That's it. I know John Lopez was excited yesterday at Shohei Ohtani.
I'm surprised you didn't wear your shirt, man.
The one you gave me? I wear that shirt at night. It's comfortable. Yeah, it is. But
wait, did we just learn about your nighttime gear?
Yeah, gym shorts and a T-shirt. Who doesn't wear that?
You really love Ohtani.
Yeah, I sleep in it. No, I don't. It was kind of, speaking of boring, I don't know how deserved, obviously the AL MVP.
Well, we'll get there in a second.
But for him to do it 4 times now?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was going to get there. I don't know. Did you see any of the award presentation here?
No, contrary to what Figgy believes, I did not.
All right. You would if you had more TVs.
He had a watch party.
Watch party.
Kyle Schwarber of the Phillies was second. Yeah. He had a fantastic season, obviously swinging the bat. And then I believe it was second place votes for Juan Soto and I believe Geraldo Perdomo, but Soto and Kyle Schwarber, I believe, were the top three when it came to finalists. And if you just see the split screen with them three, those two were looking like, why y'all wasting my time?
Yeah, they were.
Like, you could see them.
Everyone knew.
You could see them. It was just like, come on, man, what are we doing here? He is a unanimous winner, 4th MVP in 5 years. And think about it. Remember, he's the first player in Major League history to win multiple MVPs in either league.
Yeah, 2 and 2. Yeah.
And he would have won 5 consecutive MVPs if it wasn't for that 62 home run season, right? Like Aaron Judge hit 62, and that was like, yo, we got to do this. Yeah. And if it wasn't, it would have been a level of dominance that's kind of crazy.
That you probably will never see again with what he did. No, it was no surprise. Although I will say, when Paul Skeens won the NL Cy Young, he was just kind of like, cool. I think it was just his personality.
Did you see what they were doing with the NL Cy Young party? Skeens and his, obviously, are they fiance, girlfriend? I don't know where they are at this point, but his significant
old lady.
His old lady. There we go. I love that one. Olivia Dunn. I feel weird calling her Livy. I feel like I'm too old to be calling her.
I call her Livy.
I know you do. Olivia Dunn. They was eating hot dogs at the party.
Yeah, they were just
they had a hot dog machine. Yeah, they had the glizzy machine with the rollers and stuff, and I was like, is that ho-hum?
No, you like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
Do you?
That kind of shows your personality a little bit.
Yeah, it does. And so did his facially. He was like, little golf clap, you know?
That man's ready to be out of Pittsburgh. I tell you that for
so
damn
ready
sure.
to get out of Pittsburgh.
Go play somewhere that matters.
Good luck.
He likes the city, just hates the team.
There you go. Just like all the rest of us. By the way, you bringing that up did make me think of something that I had forgotten with that segment. Maybe I'll make that my confession or something. But the AL MVP was something that outside of the NL MVP, the NL Cy Young was one that we weren't sure which way it would go. Ultimately, it went to the Yankee. Aaron Judge prevailed over Cal Raleigh as the AL MVP. And the explanations I found to be fascinating. The Athletic actually put up a piece detailing some of the
Chandler
voters.
Rome did it
Chandler
too.
Rome put it. He was in there as well, talking about how he made his decision, and he talked about how access players by asking a lot of players, what they value, what are the things that they're thinking. Some of them would talk about statistics and everything. But then ultimately you look at some player voting things and you end up with Cal Raleigh. Do you feel like they got it right with Aaron Judge getting 17 first place votes, Cal Raleigh getting 13 first place votes, and then the second place votes going vice versa?
No.
Do you think that the voters got it right of Aaron Judge being the AL MVP over Cal Raleigh, who had the historic catcher season?
I actually don't. I'm in the place where what do you talk about how you would judge it if I were a voter. The number one thing is like, what does Cal Raleigh have to do? What do I got to do to win an MVP? And I think the kicker for me, and this was a common refrain for the people who did vote for Cal Raleigh, the dude plays, not only does he play the position and hit like he did, he plays catcher and hits like he did.
And
that to me would have been the trump card.
Well, that's interesting because I think if you did look at it outside of home runs, and I believe maybe one other stat, every other statistic, advanced or otherwise, pointed towards Aaron Judge. But that's the question I ask: how much do you value that catcher position multiplier that seemingly exists with some folks? Like it seems like yourself.
I actually thought it would be a slam dunk for Cal Raleigh. That's how much I value it, because it's not just the physical rigors of playing catcher. You're calling the game, or at least you're a big part of calling the game. You're helping your pitchers. And so you are a complete defensive player, literally on every pitch. And then, to me, I thought it'd be a slam dunk for Cal Raleigh. I really did.
Yeah.
Literally, it's like the quarterback,
Yeah, I feel you. Like the idea of a more advanced or, a more intensive position. But it was like home runs at catcher was the whole big story. I get how Aaron Judge ultimately gets it with all the various different metrics. And you know me, I love metrics. I do feel bad for Kyle Raleigh that
like
he
I said,
was
what
not
do
able
I have to do?
this, but
literally have my hands on the ball every play.
Yeah.
Every pitch.
Yeah, I feel you. But that's ultimately where it goes. It ends up being Aaron Judge who gets that. And fair addition, screw Aaron Judge, screw the Yankees, screw the Mariners too. Fair enough. Fair enough. If that's ultimately your comeback,
and that's where we land. Screw them all.
Oh man, look, we got our pound of flesh. We ultimately got a Gold Glover. And then you got a top 3 Cy Young candidate. You got yourself some
sweet
extra
suit,
picks.
That Dubon wore at the awards.
I missed it.
Or not the awards where it was when he was announced. He was somewhere had like a red velvet, little suit working. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah. Look, if there's one thing, I know Dubon's got some style and some flair to him, and happy that obviously he came away with another another Gold Glove award. So there you go. That's what's popping here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. Excited for the weekend that will be here with sports just in general, but especially for the Texans. And let's talk more about the Texans. Like we mentioned, they're out at practice. Some guys made their way back, but maybe the biggest thing is that CJ both still have not cleared concussion protocol. So we're very intrigued as to what that means, and we'll see. I was like, I don't even know what information we'll have on Monday by the time we're back on air. It's going to be a mad dash to see if they can clear the protocol for Thursday night football for them. All right, coming up next, though, let's play a little Would You Rather headed into this Titans game when it comes to Texans outcomes. Would you rather coming up next?
The Drive. Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Funky Football Friday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with John Lopez, myself, Reginald Atatula, and Figgy Fig. It's been a good one thus far, having a lot of fun. I need to write myself a note because I almost forgot. I am going to do some research and see who I can ask about the playlist.
Yeah.
How we got
that'll happen.
How we got the Joe.
Yeah.
Who ultimately had who on R&B on a Friday, football Friday. I know I need
somebody in that locker room who be one of the reporters or somebody got to ask, hey, who played that song?
This feels like the perfect opportunity for like Cron.com to put up a really fun feature story about like the music they listen to.
That's a good one.
That feels like it's very much an opportunity. So I might send some texts.
I want to know.
Just writing your joke. I am going to be listening to 90s R&B later today, just off of the strength of that, for sure. But more important than that is a big game that the Texans have on Sunday, if for no other reason than you need it to get back to 500. You do that, you are 5-5, and now you have an opportunity where the world is yours in some ways, and you can go forward and reasonably see your path forward. But it starts by making sure that you get a victory, and in doing so, there's some possibilities, John Lopez. So let's play a little game of Would You Rather. Play along with us on the text line, 713-572-4610, or I guess on YouTube or Twitch. John Lopez.
I got you. I like to do this occasionally, just kind of the Would You Rather, not just because it can be fun, but I think it can be revealing, maybe on how you feel things you hope they go, or how what would help this team the most, or what would it mean, or whatever. And I think this first one can be revealing and something fun. Would you rather, and we're talking about Sunday's game, would you rather Davis Mills throw for 300 yards or Woody Marks rush for 100?
This isn't even a question for me.
Easy?
This is so easy. It's Woody Marks run for 100 yards.
I'm
without
there too.
question.
Yeah. I don't need Davis Mills to throw.
Davis Mills for 300, you win that football game. I think that's evident.
I don't know about that.
You think Davis Mills and Cam Ward get it in a shootout?
No. I'm talking about in general, not this game specifically, but it's a bunch of games where you look at the stat sheet and Davis Mills like, oh, he had a good game, but they lost up by a lot.
Right, but
so I don't need him to throw for 300 yards.
Fair enough, but I'm limited in this game. If Davis Mills throws for 300, you win that football game. However, I don't know. Now, I guess you could make the argument that
I've got an argument.
Okay, I'll let you make that argument.
I've got an argument.
I think the Woody Marks one though is the biggest one for me because I'm looking at this defensive line that you're facing off against with the return of Jeffrey Simmons, with the return of Arden Key. Obviously, you got Tafondre Sweat, big trash can full of dirt right there. If this offensive line, whichever iteration they run out there, can move them boys like that, and you have another sustained successful running game, I think that one, it means that they lean further into the Woody Marks experiment, which is good. Then two, it means that this offensive line is moving guys off the ball in a consistent manner, and that's something I feel like can carry on. Davis Mills throwing for 300 is all fine and good, but I don't anticipate him being the starting quarterback beyond hopefully this week, considering recent news. But I like that. That's cool. There might be some other ramifications. Running the football and making sure that the thing that they want to do well as an organization, run the football that they're doing, that would be huge for me.
All right, so short answer is I agree with both of you that I would choose Woody Marks. However, I think there's a strong argument to be made in this regard for Davis Mills to be I'd rather have him throw 300 yards. Davis Mills is not going to be the starting quarterback long term, but if you have a quarterback throwing for 300 yards, Nick Caley is all of a sudden doing things right.
Sure.
Nick Caley is second game in a row where you're like, he might be on to something or he is on to something, and your offensive line is protecting. Your offensive line is protecting the quarterback.
Sure.
So I would fall with Woody Marks for all the reasons that you talked about, not the least of which is, the bulk of the load. I think there might be something there, with him just on a personal level. But I think you can make an argument. If Davis Mills throws for 300 yards, that says a lot about the line and Nick Caley.
More likely to happen.
Ooh, more likely?
I actually think I have the answer here as well.
I'm going to have to say Woody Marks.
I think it's Davis Mills.
Really?
He threw for 292 last year.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing because I'm not sure about we still got questions about this offensive line and if they even going to use Woody Marsh the way they did.
I think
before.
they're committed. They're on the record even more publicly. Yeah, they said it.
I think
again
D'Amico
this week.
said so.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not willing to bet my money on that.
And I elevated him, him on my fantasy football.
Yeah, they said a lot of things.
What's that supposed to be? He said that like that was.
I have confidence.
I put him in the starting role, which means he's going to get the.
You heard it from the OG first. Bet your house on it.
We all know that how you set your personal fantasy football lineup is how those teams handle it.
Empty out your savings account, guys. You heard it from the OG first.
Not only that, I got him on underdog too.
Oh wow!
It's gonna be
so we know exactly who to turn to if he doesn't get snaps.
It's gonna be a big day for Woody.
See you.
Healthy scratch.
I would be so mad. Do you understand? I would be so mad. From the 713, I'm greedy and I want both to have. That's not how this game is played.
That's not how it works.
That's not how the game is played.
That's not how it's played. But again, it can be revealing, like I said, you know, with the Davis Mills. So this one might be revealing too. Would you rather Nico Collins have a 100-yard receiving game or Jalen Noel?
This is
That's a tough one. That's a tough one.
This one's actually tough for me.
If Nico gets 100, he's rolling.
Right, and I think
he's rolling.
The thing that I want to lean towards Nico on is if he does have 100, I think that means that teams are going to be forced to have some of those guys be open. Or I could just say Jalen Noel gets 100 because Nico was going to get his. So I'm just going to go.
No, it's one or the other.
Give me Jalen Noel. Also, because on top of that, it's also another instance of seeing the coaching staff and the decision makers make a decision that it feels like they haven't. I'm not certain that they'll make, which is utilizing Jalen Noel in an appropriate manner.
I'm right there with you. I'm interested in your answer, Figgy, because I would rather. Sounds weird. I'd rather see Jalen Noel because of not just him. That means he's getting more reps. He's getting more targets. Again, goes back to the Nick Caley thing as well. You know, all of a sudden they're creating some opportunities for him. But it sounds weird saying not Nico Collins.
Yeah, no, I think I kind of look at it like this. We know what Nico can do. We know what he can do. I want to see if Jalen Noel, unless he get like a crazy ass 2 catches for over 100 yards or something like that. But I think yards things we seeing more Jalen Noel, and you know, that's a good thing.
On top of that, you said that we know what Nico can do. I think more importantly for me, other teams, opponents know what Nico can do.
Yeah.
As it's currently situated, if I'm a defense and I'm game planning to play against the Houston Texans, the only number I'm circling on offense, at least in the passing game, is number 12. Give them another number to circle, right? And I think that if Jalen Noel puts up a type of performance like that, teams have to begin, at least to some degree, considering what does this kid do, especially with this explosion that he has, the amount of separation that he can create.
Divert your attention a little bit.
Exactly. And I think that is always something that's important, making defensive coordinators have to think.
All right, this is an interesting one for me. Would you rather Titus Howard go back to tackle or play guard with Trent Brown at tackle?
I've been examining my feelings on this all week long.
That's
and
a tough one,
I haven't
too,
settled
man.
anywhere.
Yeah.
Like, I legitimately have not settled anywhere with this. I think, weirdly enough, right at this moment, because this is just a snapshot of my feelings, I've been going back and forth. I might be Titus back at tackle. It might have him be comfortable. And actually, you know what? Bump that. We have changed again. You are in the moment seeing Reggie flip-flop back to the other way. Actually, I'd like to see him at guard, particularly because of this game. With all the big boys that you have on the other side, I would like to have a big boy on our side.
And then maybe go back next game?
Look, I told you it's not. This is probably going to be the least logical answer I give you of this game, of this would you rather. This one is just pure feeling, and right now the feeling is put the big boy next to the other big boy.
Yeah.
I think I'd rather see Titus get back. And this is nothing against Titus or anything like that. I just don't know what to expect from Trent Brown. Yes, he had a good game, especially in the second half and all that stuff. But health-wise, I'm just not sure if you could get a full game of Trent Brown for the next couple games and be good.
This one was my easy answer.
Okay.
Easy answer. Titus at guard, Trent Brown at tackle. I don't know about his health. We'll worry about that if it changes, right?
Yeah.
And all we've heard, it's a sticking point for me, best 5. Let's put our best 5 out there. Let's get our best 5 out there. Let's get them.
That's fair, especially looking at the game last.
Let's put our best 5
looking
out
at
there.
the last game, that's fair.
Yeah, and that's the best 5. This is easy for me.
Maybe. I'm trying to make sure that I'm not forgetting Trent Brown had some rough reps as well on Sunday.
Sure.
But I guess that's the tough thing about this offensive line. There's going to be some rough reps here and there for a lot of them. I'm just leaning on the big boy next to big boys.
All right. Would you rather? I think they were both limited in practice yesterday. We'll see about their designation today. Should be coming out here pretty soon. But one of these guys may or may not play. Would you rather Ed Ingram play or Cade Stover?
Ed Ingram play. Again, I'm going to default to the game at its essence about blocking and tackling. That offensive line needs to come together, and Ed Ingram has been the most aggressive offensive lineman to this point.
Can I give you something to think about?
Please.
If Ed Ingram doesn't play, Blake Fisher is going to be the jumbo package tight end. So there's that'll speaks to what you're talking about.
That's the first thing I thought about.
Yeah. Yeah.
So with I'll probably Ed Ingram because he's been the most. He is probably the most consistent.
I meant Cade Stover, but yeah,
he's probably the most consistent old lineman on the Texans so far, man. And if we could get him back, I'm fine with it.
I want to see Cade Stover.
I would like to see Cade Stover.
I want to see Cade Stover.
The thing about it is, I think we might still be in hypothetical mode with what we were hoping for with Cade Stover. I remember vividly Johnny Harris talking about how he believed that this could be the year for Cade Stover, and it's still a possibility. But the injury kind of has put that on hold, and we have not seen that yet. So the idea that Cade Stover comes back off of an injury and is instantly that. I can't get there. I know what Ed Ingram has been this year for this team, and it's much different than what I anticipated him being, but I'm grateful for it, and I think I need it, especially at a position of great need.
All right, one more for you guys. And this kind of feels at first that it has to do with Davis Mills 300 and Woody Marks 100, but I'm talking about, would you rather see the run game thrive just in general or the pass game thrive just in general? Not just Davis Mills, but like
just
receivers, what they have – how many different guys catching the ball, and Dalton Schultz and all that. Would you rather see the passing game thrive or the run game thrive?
It's funny because it feels incongruent with my previous answer, but I think it actually might be the pass game, funny enough. And that is more on just the general philosophy and makeup of the way that this team wants to play. This defense is capable of being the lockdown and the being the what you're doing here. However, I like the idea of a passing offense that can go and put up points and put pressure on the other team, or an offense that can maybe dig yourself out of something if you need to.
Yes.
Being able to run the football would be very useful, and I think obviously this is very much the biggest answer of the five or that you've had posited, where both would be the thing that I'd absolutely love. But oddly enough, I think it might be the passing game because I think that there's been enough circumstances where being perfect on down and distance is what's necessary. I think if your passing game is flourishing, you can afford to maybe fall behind the sticks every once in a while if you do, or at least dig yourself out of that hole if you end up there.
I'm going to say the running game. I think if they got the running game going on, that's going to make everything a lot easier. A lot of second and shorts and stuff like that. So I'm going to roll with the running game.
I'm with Reggie on this. I think I want to see the passing game thrive with multiple players getting targets and receptions. The pass blocking, that does speak directly to Davis Mills getting 300. The pass blocking being tough, and it also speaks to Nick Caley again. Like we opened the show today with, is this a pivotal game? And I just kept saying for Nick Caley, yes, it is. So I'd love to see the passing game thrive. They're not going to stop running the ball, whether it's a 2-yard average per carry average or a 5-yard per carry average. They're just going to just keep doing that just because they want to be able to not gain negative yards. But they need to show a lot more consistency, with multiple people having good games in the passing game.
I think that this is the one where there's not a bad answer.
Yeah.
Even more so than any offense thrives at period.
Well,
right?
Yeah.
If you give me something that they thrive at, I'm happy. And I think that, Fig, you make a great point on the idea that, hey, you know what every offense wants, no matter how up and down it is or no matter how much 11 personnel, whatever they do, empty, they want to be able to run the football, right? Every offense coordinator would love if they just hand the ball off and just run it down the other team's throat. 5, 6, 7 yards at a time. Just boom, boom, boom. That's what every team would prefer. You don't put the ball in harm's way. You really wear down the defense, time of possession, all those things would be great. So I think that that's still a very good answer.
Yeah, and I feel confident because I mean you ain't got Justin Fields back there, so I feel like you can run the ball down their throats and eventually make a great pass. I feel like that could help you unless you Justin Fields and the Jets.
In the same vein as the first question I asked, more likely to happen in this game, thriving running game or thriving passing game?
I'm gonna have to say passing game.
I think so as well.
Yeah.
I think so as well. Because the last time, you remember the last time that you played the Titans and I was like, hey, don't run the ball inside, run it outside?
Yeah.
Where did they run the football? Because there's a lot of inside. Like, I'm very intrigued to see if Nick Caley actually, and the entirety of the Brain Trust, because again, I think he's made it clear that he's heeding the advice of those folks that are around him in a way that I imagine is useful for him. I think that hopefully they looked at, what was that week? Was that week 3? Am I remembering? Or no, that's week 4 rather.
Titans game?
Yeah, week 4 versus the Titans. And they go, hey, we should probably run away from Jeffrey Simmons and Andre Speck. If they do take heed of that, and you're able to see that run game come together. But
and it speaks to Caley.
I'm not certain about that,
Yeah,
especially because this team likes running inside zone, and sometimes they can run into a wall just trying to do things that they feel like they should do and they are supposed to do.
Yeah.
So there you go. A little bit of a would you rather. I think with some of these answers, people were largely in on the Ed Ingram over Cade Stover. He's been one of the best offensive linemen for you this year. Somebody said, I guess with the Titus Howard, it's pretty split. There's some people that have him at guard. Some people that have him at tackle though, like don't want to move him around, don't mess with him, let him continue to do the thing that he does really well, especially coming off of concussion. And a lot of no love on who you would rather have over 100-yard receiving game over Nico Collins. So there you go, little would you rather. I think again, revelatory, the word that you use about this headed into this Titans game. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we will do our lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic. And we'll do that next.
Daniil Hunter. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I'm here to get complete redemption and get you were right, I was wrong from all y'all.
Who was right?
I was.
About what?
Of course he was right.
About what?
He'd never say he was wrong.
No, I mean, I think you will agree with me. I even think Reggie will agree with me.
Good luck with that, big fella.
Hey, dictionary.com came up with the word of the year for 2025. And what does Reggie always been say? Well, like irregardless and stuff like that. It's in the dictionary.
That's right.
That don't mean it's a word. That means that the dictionary.com and
literally how
Webster's have said they've kind of thrown up the white flag, right?
That's
well, people use it.
Literally how words work.
Okay. You know what the word of the year is for 2025? Figgy, take a guess. The word of the year for 2025.
I'm gonna just shoot in the dark and say 6, 7.
Bingo. 6, 7.
I did not know this.
I know you didn't.
I just took a shot in the dark.
The word of the year for 2025 is 6, 7. And you're telling me it's in the dictionary.
Are those not words?
Those are separate words.
Now is it number 6, 7, or did they spell it out?
I'll have to look.
I'd have to
because if they spelled it out,
dude, come on.
I don't see what you're upset about.
Because
the kids are hyped right now.
They are
listening to this.
I think I saw you retweet this on social media. A number of the kind of like day games that some basketball, some college basketball teams will have, or like some.
It was a women's basketball game.
They'll play during the day, like at 11 a.m., so that the kids they could bring kids through. And when the score is about to hit 67, the kids lose their effing living mind. They're like, yeah,
6, 7.
6, 7.
That's right.
Is the word of
that is hilarious.
The year. It is sad, is what it is. It is sad, and it goes to prove just because it's in the dictionary doesn't mean it's a word.
It is. It's
you gotta keep that same energy for all of the words in the dictionary. Then,
well, no, there are actual words in the dictionary.
It's a word.
How you gonna pick and choose what's a word and what's not a word in the dictionary?
They're just kowtowing to the masses and the idiocy.
That's the whole nature of the word of the year. Like the word of the year is just, speaking to the masses. Like that is exactly what it's there for. It's there as a publicity thing to bring people to the dictionary. Like, yeah, that's what it's supposed to do.
Man.
And
I mean,
I shouldn't. You don't be mad at it regardless. But like 6 and 7, both words.
But see, you're parsing that out. You're because there's a 6 and there's a 7.
That's right.
But 6, 7 is the word of the year.
Okay.
Regardless of what he had to say, man, it is what it is, though.
It is indeed. In fact, you hear Davis Mills hit him with the "it is what it is." Davis Mills explain. He understands what he knows game. He
I did hear that, by the way.
These are my confessions.
I've got to be honest. At this point, I think I might have. I have no other choice, in fact, than to feel like to figure out what is happening with Kendrick Perkins, the pride.
Oh, I saw this. Yeah.
Before I even get into what I'm thinking here, this is Kendrick Perkins, and this is him talking about Nikola Jokic, the center for the Nuggets, who's just had a phenomenal season. Looks like he is on an early path to try and secure yet another MVP. This was the analysis that Kendrick Perkins gave on NBA Today yesterday.
I grew up a Rockets fan. Clutch City, Elijah Warren. I watched him my entire childhood life, okay? And he makes Elijah Warren great games look like regular games, the numbers that he's putting up. He's the most skilled player to ever play the game. I'm not mad at Ty Lue's game plan because Zubac is one of the best defenders, post defenders.
I feel like we already got to the point. We got to the point. You heard what he said. He said it made Elijah Warren's games look like regular games. And at this point, I have no other choice than to believe he's just trying to pick a fight with Houston. Yes. Like CJ Stroud can't throw to his left. Yeah. Davis Mills should be the quarterback. Nikola Jokic Not Olajuwon. That's a conversation that can be had.
Sure.
That he made Olajuwon's great games look like regular. What are we doing here?
Man, he needs to open up a barbershop and start cutting people hair.
Yeah,
because this is some barbershop type talk, man.
Oh, yes. That Olajuwon, he's all right.
Right. Not even just like, I believe him to be better than Hakeem Olajuwon.
Yes.
A take.
That you can listen to.
But when I'm like,
yeah.
You just, Olajuwon just regular.
Make him,
just regular. Mind you, Olajuwon was a dude who was great, not just on offense, but also on defense. And I love me some Nikola Jokic, but he is not a defender, right? you miss me with that, Bert. Miss me with that.
The other element of this is, what did Houston do to him? What happened? Who hurt him?
It had to be It had to be a nice, beautiful woman of Houston.
Who hurt
him? We got a lot of them.
No, the one thing I hate that he did in this clip was at the very beginning. Oh, I've been a Rockets fan, Clutch City. I watched all of his games. But then you go to this, like, you didn't watch his games.
That was disrespectful.
But it's beyond that. Like Reggie said, it's also C.J. Stroud. It's also Davis Mills. Like, somebody in Houston hurt.
Well, he liked him some Davis Mills, apparently, to the point where he should be the quarterback.
No, but even that is a troll.
Yeah. He's trolling. Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So we brought up Davis Mills a little earlier in Confessions, and remember last week I said he's kind of a buzzkill for me, and every time I hear him, it just kind of bring the bad back from when the team was awful.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I felt Jersey for it after what he had to say about what gets him rattled.
Not much. I've kind of always had that mindset, just being calm. I've always been pretty analytical, where stuff that happens in the past doesn't bother me too much. I can't do anything about it, and I'm ready to kind of attack what's ahead and what's in the current moment. It's funny, my wife used to get mad at me sometimes, she'd ask me a question or kind of want to argue a little bit, and I wouldn't react. She's like, "Why are you not mad?" I was like, it is what it is. We'll figure it out. So
Man, I'm the same way. I do not argue, and my wife don't get mad at me for not arguing. But in the past, before her, I did have girlfriends that would try to argue, try to tick me off, and I was just like, I don't care. And they would get so mad to the point they would try to make me mad on purpose. Yes. Just to try to get a reaction. I'm the same exact way. I was standing up clapping when I heard that answer. I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about, man. I might have to buy a jersey.
Get that
just
Davis
from
Mills jersey.
Yeah, I relate to him a lot for this one, man.
You know, the other thing I thought about this, and because every guy has at least one or two victories. You lose almost everything against your significant other. They win everything, right? But there's always a couple of little things that you win. I think this is something that he won. You know, because it's not like she's finally just come around I guess he's not going to, you know what I mean?
I like that you've put this as winning as if this is.
No, but I'm saying because a lot of times they'll just want to keep fighting and they'll get you so riled up
some people just be trying to pick a fight to the point where you're like, what are you doing? And that get the other person going.
Yeah.
Me, I'm just like, all right, you want to do that? All right. That's it. I'm not arguing. I'm not going back and forth.
Right.
I'm like, okay. And that ticks them off so bad.
You and Davis.
Figure, you talking about those other girlfriends. Those other girlfriends are Lopez, because Davis Mills just hit him with the "it is what it is." And Lopez is the one who's arguing and fighting nah, you don't mean nothing. Nah, it means something. It means that I have accepted this reality.
I'm the same way as Davis. I would sit there and be like, all right, bet. So there you go. That's it, man. I won't argue about this again.
Yeah.
And then they try to come back. I want to talk about.
We're cool.
I'm like, no, I'm good. We ain't got to talk about it. I'm cool. I'm moved on. I'm good. The past is the past. Yeah. It is what it is.
It is what it is. And the InTheLoop.com word of the year is
it is what it is.
These are my confessions.
For 2/3 of the show, anyway.
That's a majority. I'll take that. Yeah.
Borderline abuse.
Excuse me?
I think this is borderline abuse. And Figgy, you know I love you. I love you like my second favorite fishing rod. I mean, it's legit.
Is that a saying? Is that a thing that fishermen say?
But did you see the Texans social media team yesterday?
Yeah, they actually got in on this. I seen this trend before.
I have as well.
Yeah, they got in on this trend.
We don't have to play the audio, but they were asking players about inviting them just to see what they're dog baptism.
Mm-hmm.
And Figgy is growing Jackson's hair into a mullet.
That is true. He did tell us that.
Yeah, talked about that.
I posted it too, and everybody liked it.
I think there are things like not the seriousness of like real abuse, but in terms of just fun, cultural, pop culture type borderline abuse, pet and child abuse. I think if you're baptizing your dog or growing your dog's hair into a mullet, that's borderline abuse.
Wow. So you just don't want the dog to be part of the church and get closer to Jesus. That's crazy, man. They say all dogs go to heaven, but not Lopez's dog, not on Lopez's watch.
And wait a minute, this is saying a lot for Lopez. Didn't you just have a party for one of your dogs?
It was a birthday party.
Quinceañera at that, bro.
Yeah, man. You put a hat on the dog.
That's not abuse.
Actually, yeah, you did advocate for putting these.
That dog looks so uncomfortable,
putting
man.
That was fun.
You were like costumes on the dog. The dog loves it.
We did
dog
not.
don't love it.
First of all, we did not put a hat.
And Lopez trying to say it's animal abuse for a certain haircut.
First of all, that's a party. That's not a way. That's not a way of life. That's not a way of life. You're giving Jackson a mullet, dude.
That's better than putting a hat on the damn dog.
We didn't put a hat on.
Dogs do not like anything on their head, let alone a hat. Man.
Although I did give Gibson did dress up as a pirate once.
There it is.
For Halloween.
Animal abuse. Animal abuse.
Borderline abuse is giving your dog a mullet. Giving your dog a mullet?
That's swag, man.
That's swag.
Yeah, man. That's fly.
How about?
I never liked
that's
that.
Borderline.
I know some people going to probably text in and say, "Hey, I need that" and all that stuff. I don't know anybody's situation, but it would never happen for me, man.
Never, ever. Leashes on children.
I prefer not to speak.
Did you have a leash when you were a kid?
If I speak, I'll be very.
Oh, Reggie wore a leash.
No. But I
Yes, he did, man.
Nah. But
I can see Reggie just wandering off
with his energy.
Get your ass back here, boy.
That's right.
Y'all can think what you want. I will not be commenting on that situation.
How about a neighbor once invited us to a dog wedding? You got to draw the line somewhere.
I mean, if they paying for it,
a dog wedding.
Is it an open bar? You asking the wrong question, big dog.
I tried to have a little birthday get together for my old dog Stanley, and my wife was like, "Hell no, that you doing too much."
That's a temporary thing, as opposed to like a mullet.
I have such a hard time remembering this, but I love this Texans social media video that they did. Who was it that asked? Who decided it, you or the dog? And I do love the investment that all the dudes in the locker room had. There was I think Xavier Hutchinson was like, "I'll be there in spirit," which. Fantastic answer to someone inviting you to something that you don't want to go to.
And they said 6 a.m. by the way.
Yeah, they said 6 a.m. He was like, I'll be there in spirit, which I found to be fantastic. And then a number of players, including Nico, was like, oh, I can bring my dog? All right, bet. And they were just like, as long as I can bring my dog and he can have fun with it, that's cool. So I appreciate that the Texans had a lot of fun. I'm Confesh here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get ready for a weekend of college football. Let's get Lopez's college football headline headed into the weekend. That is our college football preview presented by Wrangler, and we'll do that next.
Ready?
That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
That's right. A lot to do in this here segment. We will be giving away a 4-pack of tickets to see the ECU next week on their senior night. It's the final home game of the season, so you'll want that 4-pack of tickets. It's the last time we'll do it on the week, so keep it locked in. But you also want to keep it locked in because there's a lot of college football conversation to have. After you got mad at dictionary.com for 6-7 word of the year. You were like, I'll hop on the trend.
All the kids that's listening right now
I'll be a wave rider.
It's not a word.
The millions of kids is listening right now going crazy right now.
But let me tell you why it's 6-7 Saturday.
Just riding the wave.
6-7, according to most reports and most of our discussions, could mean something, maybe doesn't mean anything. It's sort of random.
Okay.
That's this weekend in college football.
If you say so.
It could mean something. Well, let me give you some examples.
All right.
I don't think there's a better example than what's going to go on between the hedges in Athens, Georgia. Texas, number 10 Texas, going into number 5 Georgia. Could mean the world for both these teams, but especially Texas. But here's where it gets interesting. Suppose Georgia beats Texas, and Texas ends up beating A&M, perish the thought, the final weekend of the college regular season. They're still probably going to make the playoff.
Who, Texas?
As a three-loss resume, assuming they beat Arkansas in between, so that's maybe a little bit
I think
dicey.
that's a pretty fair assumption, big dog.
Yeah. But, like, Texas could lose to Georgia. And
without question.
And it may not mean that much in the grand scheme, depending on what other teams do, but they will have beaten A&M, presuming A&M goes in there as number 3 or number 2. They will have beaten, won 4 straight before this Georgia game. I think it's 4 straight. It might be 5 straight. Beaten Oklahoma. They would have a case as a 3-loss team to still make the playoff.
Yeah, all eyes are going to be on this game, 6:30 on ABC. Well, if you got YouTube TV, make sure you're
they still going through that right now?
Yes.
Brother,
man,
the CFO
is insane.
The CFO of Disney said we will go. Basically, he said we can go as long as they do, which is a sick thing to put out in public.
Man,
that doesn't earn you no sympathy. With nobody
if I was a subscriber, everybody that's subscribed to it should just unsubscribe.
It's getting to the point where you got to hold a grudge.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you got to hold a grudge against them now.
But regardless, that's going to be on ABC. Texas at Georgia, and I find this game super intriguing because, for one, who is this University of Texas team? Right, we're still trying to figure that out. And I saw First Take having this conversation. Is this an Arch Manning legacy game, as some people are?
Get out of here.
Okay, so that's a no. I do think that this could be.
How did they get to that?
Because it's Arch Manning.
Well, I do think that this could be a very big game for
him. I felt like that just came out of nowhere, though.
Yeah.
No, I think this could be a big game for him. He's been pleased. We were talking about this in one of those breaks. I think he's a victim of his last name. There was a lot of hype for him on the front side of this.
But if he do, let's say he do ball out in this game, is that going to change anything, or?
I think there's more people that are starting to.
Is he back the number 1 overall pick?
No,
right
I don't think he should have been there either now. And of course, I'm benefiting from hindsight like everybody else is. But I do think that he has had a fairly good season to this point, and this would be – you would need to do it here. Like, if you're going to beat Georgia, you're going to need to be able to throw the football.
He's a big-time quarterback that has played better in recent weeks.
100%. And honestly,
ain't no legacy game stuff. That's down the road.
That felt like that was like a kind of a TV thing, to be fair. But I do think that this has an opportunity to be a big game for him in particular, on top of the University of Texas. Because, I mean, look at it. Who are all the big-time quarterbacks that we came into the season looking at? Drew Aller was not very good, got hurt. Nussmeier,
Nussmeier's been benched.
Lagway, been benched. Our guy in South Carolina, Lenore Sellers, hasn't had a particularly good season. Now everything around him is
Yeah, he's talented, but
the guys that you came into the season looking at as, oh man, look at the great quarterbacks, haven't really been demonstrating anything like that. And I think if you were going from the power ranking of the guys who you came into the season expecting to look good and the guys who have looked and how they've looked to this point, Arch is actually fairly high up that ladder, though. So he's going to have to be the guy, though, that helps them get over this, because their defense can absolutely hold Georgia in check. That's something I'm not afraid about.
Sure,
it's will the offense operate as they need to, and it's going to be squarely on his shoulder.
7 could mean something, maybe doesn't mean anything.
6-7. I do love all the people on the text line trying to put in these supposed answers for what 6-7 means. I'm pretty sure that all of them are wrong.
Hey, we all, and I'm saying we is that all of us need to sit this one out, man.
It's not for us. This is not for us.
Yeah, let them have it.
Alabama, number 4 Alabama versus number 10 Oklahoma. Alabama's going to be in the postseason, or will they? If Oklahoma steps up, beats them, they still have, rivalry game coming up. Same thing with Oklahoma. They're sort of on the brink. If they lose, they're out. If they win, I don't know exactly how much it's going to change a whole lot of that. That's a great win over an Alabama team that's surging. So it's this is a very, very intriguing game here.
A strong agree, and this is very much a styles make fights game as well. Oklahoma's defense has been pretty damn stellar this year, and then I look at Alabama. That feels like they found a little bit of their level with the offense under Kalen DeBoer and with Ryan Grubb as the coordinator there. So yeah, this feels like this could be an interesting one. And Oklahoma, like I said, is pretty well situated to make this really tough on them. This is, interestingly enough, for Oklahoma, the first time that John Mateer, and he said it himself, has had like a week to chill, because they're coming off of a bye week.
Yeah.
And remember their other bye week earlier on in the season, he was having hand surgery. Remember how all the Oklahoma fans were like going and talking about the surgeon doing the work and going into his office and leaving presents like weirdos. This is the first time that he's not dealing with the surgery or a game coming into another one. So, like, that offense give you anything, because it's been a little dicey. And that's probably the nicest way I could possibly talk about Oklahoma's offense.
Yeah, and then this one is really, really interesting to me for a number of reasons. Notre Dame is at Pitt. Notre Dame is coming to your house. Game day is going to be there. Do you know what Pat Narduzzi said about this game?
What did Pat say?
Doesn't really mean a lot. And he's right.
Pat Narduzzi is a sick person.
Yeah.
Pat Narduzzi is the type of head coach that if you really want to throw the football, he's like, that's fine and good, we're running the ball. Like, he would love nothing more than just a grimy football game every time he goes out where they just run the football and bash people's heads in.
Well, the thing about him is the reason he's right, they could lose this game and still get to the playoff.
Pitt?
Yeah.
In the ACC.
It doesn't really mean anything in the ACC, and he's right.
The ACC is so downtrodden this year. We talked about the possibilities of there is a very slim scenario, but a scenario nonetheless that exists, that you could have an automatic bid go to
Duke is 5-4
to the American and go to the Sun Belt. And those things are distinct. There's possibilities that exist within there, especially if you end up with a 4-win Duke that can still win this ACC as well. So Pitt can still win the ACC, but I think that there has to be an acknowledgement that, you can win your conference and get in for Pitt, which, again, still exists. But you got to be careful, because there is a way where you end up doing that and still end up on the outside looking in.
But then on the other hand, while he's right, it doesn't mean anything in terms of the playoff. It's Notre Dame. Notre Dame's coming to your house in college game days there, so it means a lot. And by the way, it's big. I said that last week, I think, or a week before. But this time I really mean it. Notre Dame has to win this, and they're in. They're in the postseason.
I would probably imagine so.
Texas A&M has their first home game in a month.
Dang, they've been just road tripping, haven't they?
A month on the road. They had 3 road games and a bye week, so they have not played at home. in that long. South Carolina comes into town.
Why is this here?
Because I'm about to tell you. South Carolina, I didn't put the audio in. I meant to. South Carolina last year beat A&M. Lenore Sellers, you mentioned him earlier.
Yes, sir.
Really talented quarterback. After they beat A&M last year, he says, Shane Beamer said, "I'd like to thank our 12th man."
So this is all in here. This isn't you as editorial, setting the stage. He's not setting the stage for a game that you need to know. This is Aggie fan John Lopez setting up the "I told you so."
No, it's all
or
over.
The revenge.
But
that's all this is.
And no, it doesn't really mean anything for A&M. Obviously, if they lose, it's relatively meaningful. But you win out, you're still in. With one loss, maybe even top 4. Who knows? But for South Carolina and Shane Beamer and all those other things, it could mean something for him. And maybe those words that he said
could mean. You just wanted to bring. I'd have respected it more if you were just like, last year Shane Beamer was talking bleep. This year he about to get his bleep pushed in. Like that's what's about to happen.
I think the Sellers is pretty good. Let me ask you about this one. Does this mean anything? I think it's that important at first blush. But let me explain it. Ole Miss is playing Florida. Okay.
Yes.
The leader in the clubhouse, and there's a lot of a lot of chatter around about Lane Kiffin taking the Florida job, like a lot.
Correct.
Like a lot. If the best way to keep the best way for Florida to get Lane Kiffin is by beating Lane Kiffin, because if they beat him, he won't be in the playoff. And that means that they can hire him sooner, right after the season.
So we both know who Lane Kiffin is, right?
Yeah.
He has existed with the level of shamelessness as a head coach.
Yeah.
That makes me think that playoff bid ain't stopping no shell, big dog.
No, what I'm saying, Bill, they can make it official right after the season or after their bowl game.
So you're saying that a win here could delay that by a few weeks?
Yeah.
Okay.
Month.
Honestly, you know what the biggest thing I bet Florida is upset about? That this game is in Gainesville, right? Because Ole Miss get to come over here, or Ole Miss comes over here, and Lane Kiffin get to look at the facilities ahead of time. Like that's what it feels like. I don't know what Florida can change, or that can change what's happening here for Ole Miss. Like this is just, I feel like these are we're on a collision course towards that being the case.
And then an interesting little twist, and not necessarily a 6-7 type game, but North Carolina might be bowl eligible.
They
might be bowl eligible.
Playing
Bill Belichick.
Better football, which, to be fair, should have been here. I ain't giving you no love here, Bill. Sorry, big dog. They are playing Wake Forest. They're 4-5, and this is a 6-3 Wake Forest team. This will be on CW. I mean, the analytics having a extent of things, but UNC's had a little nice run of play and actually had, I think, a solid win in there, if memory serves. I just still this is well below what
they beat Syracuse.
Yes, that was a good victory.
Yeah.
But this is well below what the expectation was for UNC. You can go bowling, that's all fine and good. They ain't really signed up for this to look as bad as it had.
And it might not mean anything. He might still end up with the Giants.
Look,
so maybe it is a 6-7 game.
That is fair. The 6-7 weekend does it mean anything? Does it not mean anything? Might not. Rock with it. So that's our college football preview presented by Wrangler. That leads us to a game that's not happening this week, but a game that will be happening next week. University of Houston Cougars will be welcoming in TCU on senior night, and you could be there to salute the seniors in their final showing at TDECU Stadium by being caller number 7 right now, 713-572-4610. You'll get yourself a 4-pack of tickets so you and 3 friends can be out there at TDECU Stadium enjoying the fun, the pageantry that is University of Houston Cougars. These tickets courtesy of the University of Houston. Again, call number 7 at 713-572-4610. We'll get that 4-pack of tickets. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this football Friday. And, of course, with it being a football Friday, heading into a game day Sunday this weekend. Let's do it. Texans win because, Texans lose because. What are the factors that will contribute to a Texans victory? And probably let's have some fun with it. What are the outlandish situations that would have to happen for a Texans loss? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
All right, football season is in full swing.
doing a 6-7, gets under people's skin. But then you do it ironically, and all you're doing is serving to continue to substantiate this thing.
Oh, yeah, you're making it grow.
So we all succumb to this.
It must be stopped.
But it can't be. The more that you try and stop it, the more that you give it life, more oxygen you give it. It is what it is. All right, it's a Football Friday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. The Football Friday fun will roll on even after we're done with the fellas of the drive. Today, the configuration, B. Scott sitting in with Ron the Show Hughley, and they'll both be at the Boomer Jacks in Webster. Sorry, I love this song so much. This is one of my favorites. Marvin Gaye. So damn good. But yeah, the Boomer Jacks in Webster is where the fellas will be. I think I'll pop out and say hello as well. Do like I do. Go out, get you something to drink, get you something to eat. Enter for a chance to win the prizes that are out there. The Football Friday festivities roll on today as well. As we all gear up for Texans, Titans in Nashville, an important game that can get the Texans to 500. So let's do it. Texans win because, Texans lose because. What are the factors that'll determine a win versus a loss in this game here, John Lopez?
Well, the easy one is Davis Mills. Ultimately, there's other levels here that I think are going to kind of, win because, lose because type things, even though I think we all are picking the Texans. But Davis Mills, and Seth said it this morning, as much as we're talking about Davis Mills and how good he played and how gritty it was there in the fourth quarter, he still does things that kind of drive you nuts occasionally.
Certainly.
I mean, just kind of drive you nuts. In that first half, I was going to say first quarter, but in the first half against the Jaguars, I mean, he was missing some dudes by 2 feet. 2 and 3 feet.
And a lot of them were high in the same way that, especially when he came in off the bench cold after CJ was, sustained this concussion a couple weeks ago. Yeah, it seems like that's a possibility in this game or just with his game. I imagine or I hope that doesn't remain the case. But, yeah, there's still obviously some small parts in his game. And I think Figgy did a great job of mentioning something that if you sat with Davis Compton Mills, as a fact that I always enjoy is that's what his middle name is that, he can be an inconsistent fella. Like the high end of this can look really good, but there can be some inconsistencies. You hope that there isn't a dip in the play. But if he can give you something close to what he was able to give you in the latter portions of that game last week, you should be able to move the ball pretty well.
Just wow, what a performance. No, just get close to that.
It will be interesting, though, because it felt like they got a decent amount of, if memory serves, man looks in that game last week. So you were able to get some instances where you throw the ball up to Nico Collins, and it's just one-on-one. Does my guy beat your guy? And I love Nico Collins in those situations. This is going to be a lot of zone. At least historically during the season, the Titans have played a lot of zone, whether it's single high zone with cover 3 or cover 1, or even too high with like cover 2 or cover 4, things of that nature, cover 6, right? There's going to be a decent amount of instances where I think it's going to be incumbent on Dalton Schultz to sit down in space. It's going to be Nico Collins on in-breakers finding room in space. I think it's going to be those types of things. So is he going to find that same patience of getting the ball to those spaces, getting the ball to his guys, being accurate with that football on time, and letting this offense continue to move? But yeah, Davis Mills, obviously a lot of focus on him in this game.
Be good.
Just be good. That is the analysis that In the Loop provides you on this Friday.
But again, prone to make some plays that still drive you nuts. And Figgy was talking about how cool he was and doesn't don't want to argue and all that. That's a reflection of how he can let stuff go. That's what the question was about. So even when he doesn't do well, hopefully he can kind of, channel that again.
Great answer from the 832. Texans win because Hannah says so. I mean, we joking. If there is a team that the ownership does not want to lose to,
yes,
it is this one. Yeah. I imagine everybody's on high alert as much as you can't go there and lose.
No,
can't do it.
Last year
was bad enough. You let Will Bleeping Levis come in and do what he did. Like this is one of those
over here too.
This is one of those. It can't. It can't. Like the circumstances are already big enough internally where you're trying to get to 500 and going 4-6 is not fun, especially before a short week and all that. But just the vibes would be terrible.
I'm kind of curious how they feel over there because remember last year that win was their Super Bowl.
Yes,
and I think they might have said it. I think they might have gave Amy Adams
they gave
the
her.
game.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
I'm just kind of curious now because I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. It seemed like she might be in a little bit of hiding now. Because,
she's absolutely hiding.
Yeah,
we talked to Ron Slay about that. This week.
So
she hadn't said a word.
Yeah, so I'm curious. I don't know if she's in that locker room like, hey guys, y'all got to go out there and win this game for me. I wonder if they have that same feeling as they did last year.
And they're in a different place where they've already had the
fired the coach.
Yep. They've sold off the team for parts in a lot of ways. I do wonder. I don't know that we are in Q word territory with them. I don't know if like inherently you're seeing quit from the players. However, the cauldron has all of the ingredients for that to happen at some point. If it does.
I don't know if she in the locker room giving the pep talk like, hey, this is the game I want y'all to win. And
I think the message is known. I mean, the message is clear that she wants this. And by the way, that makes them dangerous. It made them dangerous last year.
Yeah.
This is about Amy Adams wanting it so bad. But you know who else does? Cal and Hannah. And I think that message is very clear. This is a great rival show. Doesn't matter, good, bad, whatever. They hate each other even more so than ever. I do think, she'll be in the locker room if they manage to get a win. She'll find a way to the locker room.
All of a sudden, magically appear. Hey, by God, that's Amy Adams' starting music. I think Texans lose because I don't think that this will force them to lose necessarily. However, this is going to be a factor that could very much put them in a bad place, which is the interior defensive line of this Tennessee team is at full strength.
Yeah.
Because you got to remember, Jeffrey Simmons, who had the fastest sack that I've ever seen in my life.
0.2 seconds.
And that maybe everybody that we're talking to at this moment might have seen in their lives. That was him by his lonesome. Tavondre Sweat didn't play in that game. That big boy is playing here now, in addition to Jeffrey Simmons making his way back from having injury. Like, there's going to be some big boys in the middle that can apply pressure. In fact, Jeffrey Simmons has 23 pressures this season, a 12.6 pressure rate via Next Gen Stats, which is fourth highest. This is a lot of pressure up the middle and ability to stop the run up the middle with them actually getting their full contingent back. So even all of the previous stats about what the Tennessee Titans are able to do with interior pressure or run stopping are not going to be fully descriptive of what they can do. So your ability to hold up in the middle and pass protection, and maybe even more importantly, whatever push you're able to get in the run game is going to be very, very of note to me personally. I think this is why it's going to be important just generally for Davis to hopefully them keep him clean up the middle, because that changes the picture of what he's doing if he's getting pressure up the middle. And it's going to be very important for Nick Haley to not try and just we're going to rat this. No, run away from it. Get away from the middle because it's going to be clogged up.
Or at least, get to some sort of off the tackle type stuff. But I agree with you, and I'm glad you said that. About the way they're going to attack this defensive front, because I think you can expand that as a win because, and frankly, could be a lose because, and that is, don't overthink things.
Yeah.
To me, the Texans are very, I don't know if it's a character flaw or just the way that they try to win, whatever it is, they tend to overthink a lot. Why don't they've overthought the line? We know that they overthink it. We know Jalen Noel is probably the guy you should be playing. This whole had the best week of practice, which was one thing this week that just irritated me.
I didn't.
Yeah. CD Saw had a really good week of practice. That's why he started. What? But don't overthink it. Get your best players out there. Run the ball, pass the ball. Make easy calls. Don't overthink it.
I'm with you. You there. A fair point from the 832 to bring up. It's something that I knew, I guess, but I had not brought up at any given point. Do you know what the all-time record is in this series?
Okay. This is one of those things where I can't remember what I had for breakfast, but I do remember this. I'm not looking. You can see my screen.
I know you're not.
I believe it's 24-23-1 Tennessee.
That is correct.
I don't know.
That's crazy.
24-23.
Off the top of the dome.
Well, it's just.
And so the Texans have an opportunity to draw that level in this game.
Yeah.
Win because got to do it. Got to do it. Time to get that thing back, right? Like, it's obviously you can't get all of it back in this moment, but level it up so that next year you can come in and finish that thing off. But yeah, absolutely do that. The very obvious Texans win because this is an incredible defensive pass rush, just defensive front in general, and they're facing off against a Cam Ward who is beleaguered this year. It's been a real rough year for him, to the point where I'm wondering if the way that this year started has significantly lessened his chances of actually being an answer there for them as a Titans team. According to Next Gen Stats, 36.1% of dropbacks for Texans opponents have been pressured. And there's various other places that you can look where you see it even stronger. And they do so very, very quickly at the second fastest rate. The Texans do.
Yeah.
So they add pressure and they do it fast. And Cam Ward has completed 44% of his passes when under pressure, which is the 6th worst. Him under pressure has not been good. Yes, they're getting Calvin Ridley back. That I imagine they hope is helpful for them. But Calvin Ridley hadn't been that great this year, right? Like I know that Alec Ayamanor, I like him out of Stanford. He's a solid wide receiver. They got some other guys. Chimera Dike has been solid for them, but none of them are world beaters, and they're definitely not so much so that they're going to secondary. You're going to be able to get after Cam Ward. You just got to make sure that you corral him up, and he should either just miss or maybe even give you opportunities to turn the ball over.
The most important thing to that point is get a quick start, because if you get a quick start, as opposed to last week, first of all, you're not playing catch up. You're not. But secondly, I think you can suck the life out of them, and that's when you maybe use the Q word. Maybe they will quit if you can get up on them real soon, because they have right now they're the number 1 pick in the 2026 draft. They own that pick. They have the worst record. So you make them quit, get out to an early start. So I guess that's also a win, because and then the other one that I was thinking about with this, and again, it's just keep an eye on it, put a pin in it. Texan special teams, man. Texas special teams.
Yeah, the special teams. You've been harping on this pretty hard.
It worries me. I'm extremely confident in Frank Ross because his track record has been, until recently, impeccable. But it's a month now. It's 3 or 4 weeks of little stuff, and that became into big stuff this past weekend.
Yeah. I think that's a fair point, and we've mentioned it a lot. And you mentioned that the Titans have some interesting. They've got some good special teams.
DK is really good.
Chimera Dike returning has been really good in doing that. And then you also mentioned Arden Key has gotten his hand on a few kicks, and so that's going to be something to watch out for as well. How are you feeling about Dalton Schultz?
Oh, I feel good about it. You mean playing? I don't know if it's going to be 100%, but he was hurting just as much, if not more, going into last week's game, and I thought he had his best game of the year, all things considered.
I feel like we probably need to give him a little love for that. Like he's shown a level of toughness showing out, and then not only coming out here, but he's looked good as he has, to the point where my stupid brain was like, "You sure you don't want to be hurt more often?" Like I don't remember last time I saw Dalton Schultz make a play like going up on the sideline and toe tapping. So it'll be fun watching him get out there and play. Chigakonkwo is a name, tight end wise, where I will be interested to see how, whether it's Miles Bryant that plays in that nickel spot for the Texans, or if they
looks like it'll be Miles Bryant, right?
I would imagine so. They trust him but I'm not sure if they go with a single way of handling this. It might be some Miles Bryant. I wonder how much they go to base, because the Titans play with 3 wide receivers more often than not. Like they don't get big nearly as much as other teams do. So do the Texans try and sneak in some base where they actually do have 3 linebackers, or are they going to go with more Miles Bryant as just a simple replacement for Jalen Petrie? Or do we even see some of the Kamari Lassiter sliding in, and then maybe like a Tremont Smith on the outside? How much of that do we see in this game? Either way, I'm not afraid, but I just am interested to see how they handle that, especially with someone like a Chigakonkwo that we know is, and maybe even Gunnar Helm, that we know are solid receivers of the football, but maybe not necessarily ones that are game enders per se.
And then my final thought is me not trying to overthink it. Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson play 4 quarters. It's over if you play 4 quarters.
Do you think this is a
and he's on a heater? Danielle Hunter is definitely on a heater now.
100%. Do you think this is a both of them get 2 type of game?
Could be. I know that sounds outrageous.
Both in multiple
in most circumstances.
Figgy was giving everybody snacks. He was giving.
I said 8.
Togia.
I said 1.
You were like, everybody come get a sack. Hey, come get out here, Kamari Lassiter. You go ahead and cornerback blitz and get a sack. Everybody come get a sack if you want one. All right.
If Jalen Petrie is playing, I would have given him.
Jalen Petrie would 100%.
Yeah, 100%.
One of them blitzes off the edge, because he screams in. just hard, just crazy. But yeah, this one feels like a W. No.
Oh yeah, this is a dub.
High scoring.
I don't think so. I think this defense, the way it plays, they might make the Titans fold, early. Hopefully that's the case, and then you can just cruise on in to the victory. I'm going to say, I'll go ahead and make my call here. I think it's going to be a relatively impressive win for the things that we want to see. Might they get into the 30s? The answer is yes.
Ooh.
31-13.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say like 27-13, so we're in a similar basket there.
I'm keeping my eye on. All right, problem solved. Let's move on with the season.
Okay. All right.
31-13.
All right. Well, excited to see what this looks like. 713, I'm interested in this because I think this is a possibility or plausibility at the very least. They're going to stuff the run game for the Texans and make Mills beat them. That's quite possible.
Mm-hmm.
They have the capabilities of doing that. But the Texans, it'll be really good work if they could show their that is we'll be watching 12 noon on Sunday. You'll hear it right here on your home of the Houston Texans, Sports Radio 610. 9 a.m. is when you start the Texans countdown with Sean and Seth, getting you ready for all things that's necessary, actives, inactives. We'll know at that, during then if Cade Stover gets the activation from IR. All those things we'll be watching heading into this game. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is the time where we hand things off to our guy Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What's happening, man?
Yeah, so we got a legendary toy that's back on the shelf, and I wonder if the OG will buy this for his grandbaby. Plus, a listener sent me something, and he said, you want to piss off Reggie with something?
No.
Will Reggie really be pissed off over this, though?
Oh, no.
I think he might not be pissed off.
All right, it's a Friday. They're trying to make me mad. We'll see what it looks like next.
provide Angel Eye video access, peer support, and essential comforts to families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildrens.org.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a football Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. The Easy Bake Oven is back on the shelves.
Hey, yo.
Oh, my God.
We can do that in 2025?
Yeah, we can do that in 2025. So this new edition is priced around $35. It swaps out the old light bulb heating system for a proper heating element and features a
I don't know if that's a good
redesigned door.
Oh, it's a good thing.
To reduce the burns. People was getting burnt.
I know, but
my sister had one. Well, first of all, let's get to the core of the matter. You're baking with a light bulb.
Correct. Correct.
Don't spoil the fun, man.
Imagine all the, I don't know how many different diseases I've eaten. Because my sister had one. Here, try this.
The radiation.
It's a little mushy. It's a little mushy.
Yeah, so it's back on the shelves now, and I want to know. I was going to ask you if you was going to get this for your grandbaby, but I think it's by law you got to get it.
By law?
Yeah, that's right.
By law, man.
As Natalie's.
This is an easy answer. If I don't get it, someone will.
I was about to say, if you don't get it, I will get it.
Yeah,
damn
no,
it.
she likes to bake with her dad. You know, she has a little roller that he bought her. Yeah, so
she got to
that's
get
true.
one.
So she's definitely got to.
Gimme.
She got to get one.
Yeah,
At least one. Every little girl got to have some type of easy bake
Especially
oven.
now that you're not cooking with a light bulb.
Well, but my thing about it is it's a real heating element, and I go, does the door lock? Because
has to, right?
That feels like that's a hazard of sorts.
It got a redesigned door to reduce burn risk.
Okay, and I'm glad you said that too.
Reduce, but not eliminate, huh?
Yeah.
I actually have some experience with this. Like I said, my sister had one and whatever. Now, they had the doors on the Easy Bake Oven. I think they were glass. Help me out if I'm wrong. But the little handle, the little knobs were metal.
Good.
So she would open it. Ah!
Learning lessons.
Now, I mean, I will like to say this, too. The first one was launched in 1963.
Right.
So they probably trying to figure some stuff out.
Yeah.
And they ain't really think about the whole safety thing and all that. They just threw something out there.
Yeah.
But yep, it's back on the shelves. I wonder how fast these gonna go off the shelves.
I think pretty fast.
Pretty fast.
Yeah.
Faster than the Elmo one.
I think parents and grandparents, parents that grew up with them, grandparents that grew up with them, I think they're gonna, yeah.
Wait, you talking about it returning? It got recalled at some point, didn't it?
Yeah, because
that's why it was off.
hazard.
That's why it's off the shelves.
Yeah,
that's why it's
hazard.
off. It's back now. They didn't.
I mean, I wasn't lying.
They fixed some things. Yeah. Ain't nobody say this thing was safe. It was just cool.
From the metal part of the Easy Bake Oven, totally safe.
Yeah.
It was wild, man.
Yeah, ain't nobody say it was all safe.
All right, you get her the Easy Bake Oven. I'll get her some oven mitts. we can't have a baby.
Make sure that baby has some insurance too, just in case.
Unbelievable.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So I got to give a special shout out to a guy by the name of Bots of Legacy on Twitter. He's a listener. He always sends us stuff. He always send me stuff for the mixtape, and he sent me this. Apparently, it's an article or story from ABC 13 News here in Houston that Galveston is looking to use a $20 million AI-driven traffic system to ease the congestion.
Oh, boy.
That spikes up during the holidays, events, and all that stuff in Galveston.
This is going to be so bad.
Okay. All right. Tell me more.
Yeah, so I guess Galveston, I want to say, did I put it in here? So Galveston is not, it don't really be that packed as far as like people that's living there on the day-to-day.
Right.
But on the weekend,
holiday,
any weekend.
Yeah, holidays, you got the cruise ship days and all that stuff.
Man.
It spikes up a lot.
When the cruises are loading up, Galveston can be a mess.
Yeah, so this AI system they plan on using, I guess they plan on using in that all 106 intercepts, using cameras to adjust the light in real time.
Oh, boy.
And I guess they're going to start with the one off the seawall before next summer.
Seawall Boulevard.
Yeah. Do you feel like this is a good idea to try this?
Reggie?
And they also going to have real people there as well. So it's just not 100% using this AI program, but they're using this to try to, I guess, ease the time a little bit, change the time up.
Yeah, basically like a traffic cop. If you see a lot of cars on this one, you want to let them go through.
Or game day coming up.
Yeah.
Let's just, put somebody out there so we can kind of fix the light.
But doing it with AI.
This actually falls more in line with, not that I'm the ultimate arbiter, but things that feel like they are useful uses of this technology.
Okay, so I'm kind of right on it a little bit.
I'm not against technology advancing. Like I'm not a Neanderthal of sorts. It just feels like a lot of times we're using this technology for stuff that y'all should be able to look
lazy.
up. Just being lazy. But this one, because what I was thinking to myself is, do the kind of systems that we already have built in for various other intersections, do those not help in these, like sensors and stuff that are already in place? Do those not help? And I could see how maybe not, especially if like one direction is really long and the other one has a few. Yeah. Those sensors, I don't know if they would pick up.
And a lot of time it's based on time.
Right. And so the idea that, okay, well, this clearly in this instance, we need something to acknowledge that there's more people here and we probably need to stay here to move more along. That does feel like that would need higher level of processing. So it does seem like it would
kind of feel that, because at first, the first thing I thought was like, oh God. But when I actually read on it, on what they're trying to do, I'm like, okay, that kind of makes sense a little bit, especially how busy it get on weekends, holidays, and the cruise ship days.
Yeah, in theory, for sure. I just don't want to be there the first weekend they put it.
There you go. That was the secondary part. Was like, are we sure this gonna work?
The kinks a little bit,
are we sure this gonna work?
It's like like the iPhone 3 versus iPhone 18. They can work some kinks out there.
Yeah. One thing that'd make me real mad though is if the AI system's there and we still sitting here in traffic, like, hey, what we spend all this money for?
Yeah.
They using up all our drinking water for us to not go.
So you're not pissed off over this, right?
I can't say that I am. Sorry to disappoint.
Okay, that's cool. Shout out to Bots of Legacy for attacking me in that story. As I continue on the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. Lopez, I got to ask you a question, man.
I am here for you.
Did you ever lie for one of your kids to kind of keep them out of trouble at any point in your life where there's in a situation and you kind of lied, you lied for them to help them out?
I'm positive I have.
I feel like you might have lied to the wife.
Maybe that more than anything, but I'm trying to think of a good example that would maybe be like funny or whatever. But like little stuff, I'm sure. Like, oh no, he didn't, whatever. But just to avoid the confrontation. Yeah, but like something big, I'm trying to think of like maybe, would be different.
What about? I want to see if you would do this. Would you? What would you do if one of your kids called you and said, and they told the cops that you were passed out? And so now you kind of got to go in acting mode a little bit because the cop is following to kind of confirm the story a little bit. Would you go all out to try to help them get through that little lie?
I tell you,
to avoid the ticket.
That specific example, I would not. I would make
really.
I would make him take.
Oh,
if it was just
what an awful dad!
I honestly thought Lopez would be in on it. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, if it was just a ticket. That's a lesson.
You wouldn't do that for a ticket.
You got to learn that lesson, man. You can't be speeding because it also has a safety factor in it.
I bet it does.
There's a safety factor. I don't want and I'm thinking like when they were teenagers, like if my 36-year-old, 35-year-old son called and said, "Hey, can you?" Sure, whatever, But like as a teen, I was thinking like teenage dad me. I'm like, no, you got to learn this lesson. You can't be speeding. Your life could be in danger.
I hope your kids don't commit a murder and try to go to you. You're going to rat them out.
Well, I would just stop at I hope your kids don't commit a murder.
Yeah, we can stop right there. Yeah, you know what? Me too.
Some parents be like, wait, what? All right, hold on. Yeah. Just come here. We're going to hide you. We're going to do this so you don't get caught.
Again, depends on the circumstance. But that specific one, I'd be like, nah, man.
Okay. Yeah. Well, a kid decided to play a prank on his parents by doing that very thing.
Oh, no.
So he was driving in the car in his dad's truck, and he decided to call his parents and told him that the cops pulled him over for speeding. And he told the cops that his dad pwned while he was speeding, and told his parents that the cop decided to follow him home to confirm all of this. And this is how it sounded.
Dad, I just got pulled over for a speeding ticket. What happened? Yeah, I just got pulled over. I told the cop, though, that I was speeding because you were passed out, and I was speeding to help you.
Dude, were you? You were in my truck, too?
Yeah. Well, now the cop's following me back home, and we're about to be back. You have to, like, pretend to pass out or something.
Oh, you're a jackass.
Please.
That's bull.
Please, we're
How far?
like 2 minutes. There's a cop behind me, too.
Okay.
Just pretend you, like, passed out mowing the lawn or something.
I'll do it.
What do you say? Call him an ass?
Yeah, dumbass. Yeah, dumbass. So now, kind of painting the picture, the parents are outside with the lawnmower right there. The dad is passed out in the grass.
Faking it.
Yeah, faking it. The mom is kind of holding him up and pouring water in his mouth to try to make it look like he done passed out. And here's the kid pulling up to them now with no cop behind him.
Yeah.
Just pulling up, recording, and this is what it sounded like.
Dad, are you okay?
Where are the cops? We're doing this for you, you dumb Where are the cops? I don't see how this...
Are you with us?
You're
an ass.
Idiot.
God, I'm not helping you again. I'm not helping you
you're
again.
You're an idiot. I hurt my back, but you're an
Now you finish the
freaking on.
She said I hurt my back doing it. She's so mad.
She said, we're doing this for you, you dumb.
I kind of want to be friends with the parents. I really do. They sound like they'll be fun to be around. You dumbass.
Honestly, I'm surprised that he ain't catch no hands because they were already mad, and then they were like, "Fine, we'll do it." So they already were. It was clearly an imposition. The idea that all he got was you finished the lawn feels like he got out. He got out pretty easy there.
Yeah. So you wouldn't do that for any of your kids?
Well, I mean, and probably at this age, probably. But when they were teenagers, no, I wouldn't. You gotta learn your lesson.
So you'll lay out in the grass like you passed out with Jan pouring water in your mouth?
Sure.
As long as it has to be moon water, though. By the way, people were asking for an update on the Beaver moon water.
It was the what was it called?
The Beaver moon.
Beaver moon. The Beaver moon water.
Why do I remember and you don't?
It was I just drew a blank, but I remember the all-time record is 24, 23, and 1. That's the things I talk about.
Sure.
Right. But yes, invigorating. Absolutely invigorating.
Okay.
The Beaver moon water. Yes.
Okay.
The fact that his statement, the words that came out of your mouth was "and absolutely invigorating the Beaver moon water." Those are words that were said on FCC airwaves.
Well, it's true.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. I got to give a special salute to Chase.
A bank?
No, it's not a bank.
Good, because I don't think they need salutes.
Yeah, so a fire broke out at a home in Long Island, New York, and ended up spreading to 2 different houses. But Chase saved the day and potentially saved some lives.
Look at the flames. 2 houses were on fire. 5 people were in danger, and this little smushy started barking, running all over, and saved the day. Salvatore wasn't home at the time, but his 28-year-old son was upstairs.
My son had to jump out that window onto the roof and get down. I heard the dog woke them up, the people downstairs, the landlord and his wife, his fiance up, and then they woke up my son. I think he called him on the phone and woke him up.
Little 2-year-old Chase, that's the dog's name, is only 12 pounds, and he is a mini golden doodle. Another fantastic reminder that dogs are awesome, but so are smoke detectors. Assistant Chief Hadrick Ray ran in to help save a couple in their 80s next door.
I asked them, are they out? And then we seen that the one was in a walker. So me and him ran in, we grabbed him out, and then the Long Beach Police Department helped with the second victim that was inside of that house.
But the big story was that the dog Chase actually beat the smoke alarm going off. The people downstairs, the dog and homeowners, initially, they thought there was an intruder. Most important thing to tell people, you got to have a what?
Smoke detector.
You got to have a smoke detector.
Or a peg.
Or both.
Salute to Chase, man.
Man, Chase
he
is a
saved
hero.
some lives, man.
He did. And first of all,
and he beat the smoke detector, too.
Yes.
Faster than the smoke detector. Man, he got into action quick.
There's no question. That is a good bark. And actually, there's no question that this, in fact, happened in Long Island, as they like to say.
Oh, yeah, just up the accents.
All the accents.
Yeah.
And Chase, little known fact, did not have a mullet.
Yeah, he didn't look as fly as Jackson, though.
The thing that's funny, though, is obviously social media-wise, you have stories like this, and then you have stories of videos of people trying to prank their dog to see if their dog will react if they fall
robbery,
out
yeah.
or if there's robbery and the dogs don't. And I wonder, for everybody listening that has a dog or any other pet, is your pet a chase or is your pet, I'll just hang out? Somebody else.
No, I know for sure if an intruder came in the house, my dog would probably just be laying there.
Jackson's like, that's not my business.
Is it a Chase or is it a Jackson?
No, for real. I'll never forget. I was watching the news years ago, and they showed a robbery going on in a house, like a house intruder, and it was a freaking dog, and it was like a Labrador or something like that. And this dude fighting for his life. There's like two dudes in there. He trying to fight both of them. And this Labrador sitting there with his tail wagging, just looking as happy as could be. Yeah, I was just like, oh, you got to get another dog, man. that dude was fighting for his life. I think the guys had some guns and all that stuff, and he just
like,
all over the bed, and he's just sitting there wagging his tail, man. I'm like, oh, man.
Yep.
Salute to Chase,
hope that works out for you.
Salute to Chase, indeed. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That is the mixtape. At 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. At something believed to be mixtape worthy. And boy, golly, y'all's stories about easy bake ovens. Wild. Wild indeed. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive who are out at the Boomer Jacks in Webster. Go out and see them. Before we talk to them, we got to draft the weekend, and we'll do that next.
Daniil Hunter.
On meds, too. Call 800-777-1225 or biglou.com.
Thank you, Figgy.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Been a fun Friday, funky football Friday. Maybe not as funky as the fellas they were practicing there at the bubble there off of Kirby as they were playing some I Want to Know by Joe. I still feel like we need to find out.
I want to know who played that song.
100%. I keep forgetting. I need to send some texts off and see if we can get some insight into that going on there. But it's been a fun show. Nonetheless, in fact, Appreciations at 713 said it was having a horrible day, but the mixtape gave him a much-needed laugh. That's what we hope to be able to do, so we always appreciate that you guys are enjoying it with us. All right, getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. It's Ron and B. Scott in for Clint Stoerner. They're at the Boomer Jacks in Webster. Start getting out there if you can. We'll talk to them in a moment, but before we do that, we need to draft the weekend, and I believe it's time for judge. Not his judge capacity, though, as a civilian.
No, I will not pass judgment if you disagree. But I'm such a big college football fan, but I can't get off what a good weekend it is going to be in the NFL.
It's a weird college football weekend to be. There's some interesting games in each slate, which is good, but it's not like a super strong. And of course, as soon as I say that, there's going to be a mess of funny games that happen. I'm sure.
But Seahawks-Rams. I mean, Seahawks-Rams, the afternoon game on Sunday is just going to be – I'm going to be locked in on that.
Yeah, it's a good one. I mean, probably the two teams that have the best case for being the best teams in the NFL. Mm-hmm. Great offenses, great defenses available here. And then, of course, common opponent, right? These are division rivals, so that's going to be real solid. Fig, would you like to go second?
I'll go third. I'll let you go second.
All right, I'll go second then. And give me – Tampa Bay at Buffalo. Obviously, a little bit of a look ahead for the Texans. Unfortunately, it's in that same time window. They're in the noon slate as well. However, Buffalo having a little tough time stopping the run, a little bit of a rough time also running the football. I think Tampa can provide some can run up against Buffalo and make it tough on them. And I will find this really interesting. This will be really intriguing to see if Buffalo has those same issues on back-to-back weeks like they did the week prior.
Scouting report game.
And it is indeed a scouting report game. Yeah. Even though, funny enough, Buffalo 5.5-point favorites in this. Now, they are at home in this game, so it is in Buffalo. That does kind of change the dynamic here. But, I'm gonna
go NFL as well. I'm gonna go Chiefs and Broncos. I don't know. I'm just kind of curious.
Like I said, big games.
A little AFC West action. I kind of want to see. Honestly, I want to see how real the Broncos are, which is crazy to say because they 8-2. But I want to see if the Chiefs
and the Chiefs.
Yeah, I want to see is this going to be a bad year for them?
An interesting thing for me with that game is Sean Payton does a great job of game planning as best as he can with what he has. Steve Spagnuolo, I think I've been a little bit under the radar. I'm not sure how great that defense has been under his charge. I'm interested to see some of that in that game.
I think you think you've seen some cracks?
It feels like it. Maybe I need to ask my man Ron because I know that he keeps a real close eye on that.
I think they've been pretty good.
Is that my man Ron?
Hey, I know there's some people yelling at their radios right now. Wait a minute. Y'all went through the entire first round and didn't pick Texas at Georgia? Well, I'm picking it now.
Yeah.
I'm picking it now because
had my eyes on that one.
A lot of intrigue there for both squads. You heard us talking about it earlier, and obviously you can always go back and rewind and listen to the whole show on Odyssey. Some people are doing that right now. But, yeah, Texas and Georgia, I think for both squads, pretty faithful game here.
Yeah, you're 100% right there. And Texas has an opportunity to kind of give themselves a nice marquee victory. And they've got some rough games here in the next stretch, so this is going to be necessary to secure their position in the college football playoff if that's indeed where they want to go. I actually will go Bell, interestingly enough. Give me Chargers-Jags. This is going to be one of those games, and I've been thinking about it during the full course of our show as during our other crosstalk with Sean and Seth. Sean asked, who are we supposed to root for? And I was like, I was going back and forth. I finally settled. I'm rooting for the Chargers in this game. Their remaining strength of schedule is more difficult. The Jags, I think the toughest games that the Jags still have remaining on their schedule, I believe, are the 2 times that they play the Colts and the Broncos outside of this Chargers game.
So they get it's workable.
Jacksonville still has 2 times against Tennessee. They got the Jets on the schedule. They got the Cardinals on the schedule.
They still have 2 against the Titans?
They still have 2. I don't know how we're scheduling these, but
That's crazy.
They're going to have an opportunity to get some wins, so I'm actually wanting them to catch an extra loss here.
You're kind of changing my mind because my concept on that was just everybody ahead of the Texans start losing.
And I'm with you. I'm with you.
I'm gonna go to college football, and I got to go with Oklahoma and Alabama.
That's a good one.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
Oklahoma, Alabama, for sure. Obviously, you know what I'm going to watch. So in the 11 a.m. slot, so I'm not going to pick that one here. But I am going to go back to the NFL again. I said it earlier. I think this is the best weekend we've had of NFL football, and we go to Sunday night football. Lions at Eagles is going to be right after the other one. Right after some of those other games, Seahawks, Rams, etc. You go Lions and Eagles.
All right, I'm going to be true to this. I would pick one of these Rockets games. I think both of them would be interesting, including the NBA Cup game that's happening tonight versus Portland. I mean truly when I say it. This isn't a bit. Give me Nigeria versus Congo.
Oh, yeah.
World Cup qualifying final. They need to win this game to play in the World Cup next year, and I need it to happen so badly. I was watching yesterday.
Maybe in Houston.
Yeah, they might play in Houston, at which point I might be the happiest man. Actually, I say that as if there aren't a million other Houstonians that are Nigerian, and I might not have that much of an easy time getting tickets. However, you saw me during yesterday's show when I was very much watching a game as I was doing a show.
Oh, dang near killed yourself.
That's right. And so this means something to me, y'all. It means something. So, yes, I will be watching World Cup qualifying in the Confederation of Africa Football.
Hey, did you pick Seahawks Rams?
Yes. He did.
Okay. I was just making sure.
You were like, hey, y'all left that on the board?
Yeah, no, I couldn't remember. I had a little brain fart right there. I'm going to probably go... I guess I'm in the NFL sticks right here because I'm kind of intrigued by the Bears a little bit, man. They are 6-3, which I didn't even realize. And they play the Vikings. So I think I'm going to go with that game just to kind of see.
9. Right? J.J. McCarthy?
Oh, I was like, we just yelling number 7. Like, what are we doing?
6-7.
There we go. That's Lopez's favorite word right there, 6-7. Favorite afternoon drive show in all of Houston. If it's not this one, you're wrong. Let's go out to the Boomer Jacks in Webster, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing, and talk with the fellas of the drive. Today it is Ron and B-Scott. Fellas, what's happening, man?
What's good, baby? It's a good time out here. And this one in Webster is nice. They got us kind of in the tuck, as E40 would say, and got us on the little turf. But it's a good spot out here, and we're gonna have us a good time. You know, we ain't empty-handed. You got a chance to win some Texans tickets if you put your name in our raffle box, and many other prizes. Shout out to our Houston Ford dealers who are allowing us to hook people up with those Texans tickets. But it's gonna be a good time on this important Football Friday, B-Skeezy.
Hey, man, and them drafting the weekend just now, how safe was that World Cup pick?
World Cup qualifying, mind you.
Yeah, it was on my list.
Man, get out of here, Lopez. Nobody on the show and nobody at the station was going to actually draft that. Reggie knew he had that one.
Yeah, that one locked
honestly, the only reason I mention is because I actually am going to make sure I watch that. There's some times where we're making a pick where I'm like, oh, this is a game of interest, but I don't think I'm going to watch it. I just had to be real.
This is what we got. I got it one day. I gotta get to Reggie in soccer. I want to be in his presence. I want to see.
If y'all weren't on the road yesterday, you would have seen me
in the soccer. I want to see it. I want to be there.
We've done live shows, World Cup qualifying or that type of vibe. We've done shows for live shows for that. He just wasn't here yet, so we'll see it.
Yeah, I mean, World Cup next year. There's quite an opportunity that we end up in that place.
No, I want to see it. Yeah, I just want to see, especially Nigeria too. I'd really like to. I want to see where.
Oh, it got intense, man. It got intense.
That Reggie gets.
Yeah, I'm definitely behave truly like a fan for many things, and soccer is absolutely one of those. I behave very much like a fan. All right, fellas. Obviously, a lot of football to talk, and honestly, I'm very happy to trade 4 full hours of B. Scott for the hour that we typically get. But I would have loved to get B. Scott's opinion, and obviously yours, Ron, as well, about a little segment we did earlier today where we did is this something, nothing, or everything? And one of the big things in that was Wednesday, Tari Eason's kind of demeanor became a little bit of a subject of conversation on Twitter and some of those other spaces. It felt like he had a little bit of a elevated conversation with Steven Adams and some of the folks on the bench. Is that something, nothing, or everything?
I would say nothing. Because Tari Eason, and this is just one of the things about kind of the team, he's one of the more emotional and I would say like outwardly emotional type of players. And so this to me is just kind of more on brand with the personality. Now, if it was out of character, now maybe this moment might seem like it's out of character, but if he wasn't like that type of guy, then maybe it would be a little bit different. But everybody kind of knows that Tari Eason says what is on his mind and is not shy about it by any stretch. So I would say that it's probably nothing for me.
Listen, I agree with everything you said. He is an emotional player. This may be mean of me. But it is nothing because Tari Eason is not good enough for it to be something.
Oh, wow.
I'm not saying
he's been shooting it like Reggie Miller, man.
53% from three.
I got you. I'm not saying that it is that he is not a valuable piece. This is like they're not going to live and die without Tari Eason, which means like, hey, man, if this is going to you can't A.J. Brown this. You're not going to this ain't going to be a consistent thing because if this is a consistent thing, this isn't Şengün, Thompson, or Durant.
Well, and he is also their most lame duck player.
You know what I'm saying?
No offense to him, he is their most lame duck and probably most dispensable player in that way.
If he wants to, if this becomes a thing, B. Scott, Reggie, and John, there are people who can help Udoka teach him a chill out lesson.
Yeah,
we got some other parts to fill that role. Yeah. So I don't.
Send your ass to Portland.
I didn't mean to be mean on that.
No, look, I'm just saying. I'm kind of there with you, but I think everything you said kind of says that it is something. You know, it is like some sort of. And I'm not going to overstate it by any stretch because I hear what B. Scott said as well. But I think there's some sort of not a rift, whatever you want to call it. Minutes, money is going to be on the line. You know, wanting to be this or that. I think it's a little something.
Yeah, I think more than anything, just aside from this anecdote, I think what is more so something is that lame duck status. The fact that he didn't get that contract. And whatever is lingering behind that. I think if we just kind of isolate this moment, though, I mean, we see this all the time with basketball players having a back and forth and then, apologizing and being done with it by the end of the day.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't take this one anecdote as being a big something. He's something to monitor for sure.
Yeah.
Love it, fellas. That is the type of insight I enjoy getting from you guys, and it's a football Friday, so there's all sorts of stuff getting into Texans, Titans, and others.
Hey, Mama gonna get
that's not the person you need to worry about. You need to worry about Momster on Twitter. She gonna come get you, big dog.
Love you too.
Love you, fellas. I'm about to head out to Webster myself to come see you, gentlemen.
Hey, by the way, you guys know this probably, but Webster's a fun place, man. They get down pretty good in Webster.
There's all one of the things I love about the remotes is when they send me somewhere where I actually don't frequent. Like I've been all around town from here, obviously, but I don't come this way very often, man. So I enjoy that part of it.
Part two, Lopez. Final. Should I smoke it or should I fry it?
On what?
Turkey.
Popeye's turkey I told you about yesterday.
If you've never had a fried turkey, do it fried, 100%.
All right.
I mean, it sounds like you don't want to. You don't have to.
I'm not going back and forth. I mean, I got to go make a trip.
No, you'll like
go make a Texas Star grill shot.
713-572-4610. Help the man out. Should he smoke his turkey or fry his turkey?
I've never done either one of them. I've never done either one of them.
He needs a turducken. You know what a turducken is?
See, I don't think you start with the turducken. I think you work your way up.
I don't think so.
All right, fellas, let's get out of your way so you guys can have a good one. Lopez, have a fantastic weekend.
You too, my man.
I know you will also.
Let's go Nigeria.
There we go. That's exactly what I was looking for. I appreciate it. He knows exactly the words to tell me. All right, and I know exactly the words to tell you right now. You're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station, and right now, The Drive is live.
That's right, The Drive is live, and The Drive is on the road for a foot. It brings us here to Webster. Boomer Jacks, a beautiful spot. Make your way on out here if you're close. If you're not, it doesn't matter. If you're in the building, you got a chance to take home some prizes. If you look over here, right here at our desk, Tia will raise her hand right there. There she is. Our box right there. You can throw your ticket, pull a ticket, put it in our raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win many, many prizes. We are hooking folks up. We got four $25 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors you can win. We have a free oil change to Tomball Ford. Any kind of car you want, you can throw it in there. You can win a free oil change. Oil change. There it is.
Change for sure.
Chain or change. There it is.
See if they got chains when you get there.
In the 5 o'clock hour, you got a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Texans-Colts game coming up a little bit later on in the season. And the way this thing is trending and the way that we hope it trends for the Texans, that will be a huge game for the Texans. You got a chance to win a pair of tickets. And I believe we've got glasses from the drive. You can pick that up, baby. That's on the house. You ain't got to win that. You can pick that on up. So come on in as I see some people are getting their tickets, putting them in there. You got a chance to win as we will hook folks up. B. Scott is in the building as Clint is out today, and Tyler Milner is out too. I'm going to be honest right now. I will give you my feelings about this game. We will give our feelings about this game. As you all know, Tyler is 0-4 in his last 4 road game trips to follow the Texans. 0-4, and he said there's no curse, and he is going to break the curse. That 0-4 includes losses to the Carolina Panthers, who are terrible. Absolute just an ass-kicking by the Minnesota Vikings, who we didn't know would beat them down like that, and he has decided to go anyway. And I'll be honest, I feel really good for the Texans in this game, but I'm a little nervous right now because last night on Best Bets, Tyler went 0 for 5. And he went 0 for 5 on Wednesday too. So Tyler's 0 for 10 on his best bets, and that's the kind of luck he is taking to Nashville for this game. He is 0 for 10 in his last 2 days for T-Mill's best bets.
So he is taking his 0 for mojo, his 0 for energy out to Tennessee, where the Texans are almost assuredly going to win this game.
Like they were against the Panthers.
Except for the fact that Tyler is there.
Except Tyler's there.
With that energy.
The McNairs were texting when they found out he was going again, and they were offering to buy up his tickets and his airfare for him not to show.
Yeah. And Tyler, surprisingly, is not going to be.
Owners.
He's not going to be the team player that we know that he is, and make this sacrifice for the team.
He believes it's not a thing. He believes it's just a coincidence that the Texans have lost these 4 straight games.
In his defense, they lose this game, I'll have a tough time blaming Tyler. Like even if even if the curse is real,
my hands are tied.
They lose this game, they deserve to be cursed. They deserve whatever energy Tyler is bringing toward them.
My hands are tied. My hands are tied at this. I don't believe in curses. I do not. As I said earlier this week, I think Babe Ruth was just really, really good. I don't believe in curses.
Come on, Ron. There's got to be at least one thing you got to believe.
No. Shout out to Colin is in there. No, I don't believe in curses. I don't. I don't believe that teams lose because something outside of their hands happens. I don't. But if Tyler goes to this team and they lose to this sorry-ass team, my hands are tied. I like Tyler. I can't argue it. I cannot argue it. All right? You lost to Bryce Young in the midst of Bryce Young's worst years ever. And you found a way to lose to Bryce Young. He threw for like 130 yards, and you lost. He pulled a J.J. McCarthy on you, and you lost. Not supposed to lose that game. That team went to the playoffs and blew out the Browns. It went to the playoffs, and they lost to you, Tyler. My hands are tied.
Dude.
I can't. So good luck. He's 0 for 10 the last 2 days.
I also feel like this is his best chance to break said curse if it exists, though, right? Like, again, curse or no curse, it seems like it is impossible. And I don't think that it's actually impossible, but it feels like it's impossible for them to lose this game.
Text line coming in. Is the McNair story true? Yes. They even said they would send him to against the Colts.
Send his ass to the moon. Send him anywhere but to Tennessee.
A witness right here. I saw it happen. I was in the studio when that whole thing went down.
No, listen, it's a thing. We'll see. Hopefully we get back Monday and we're no longer talking about the Tyler Milner curse.
Let me ask you this: if the Texans get down at any point, and I spoiler alert, at some point during this show, I will tell you how the Texans should never trail during this game, in case you didn't know that already. But at any point the Texans are trailing during this game,
he's got to leave.
Tyler's got to leave, right?
Does that count though? If he leaves the stadium,
yeah, he's got to leave. He's got to at least leave the stadium. He won't have enough time to leave Nashville.
He's got to go to a bar on Broadway and watch the rest of it.
Yeah, and it can't be like third quarter. I'm talking about first quarter if the Texans go down.
I think his wife has to too, because his wife has been sitting next to him for all of them. I think his wife's got to do it too. I think she's got to leave.
Yeah, well, she can't stay in the stadium and be like, "Bye, baby," while I sit here.
And they're taking his dad, who's a Titans fan.
Now he can stay.
He's a Titans fan.
He's a Titans fan. Obviously, he's probably rooting for the Titans to win. He can stay, but Tyler's got to take his ass on somewhere else.
Yeah. All right, so we'll see. Tyler Milner 0 for 10 in the last 2 days on Best Bets. Did not hit one of them. Tyler, for some reason, thought to himself, "Yeah, I want to bet the over on passing for Justin Fields."
For Justin Fields. He deserves what he gets.
What the hell's he thinking over there?
He deserves what he gets. I love you, Tyler, but you bet that you deserve what you get, buddy.
All right, B713572416. Shout out to Colin. Colin in for T-Mill today as Tyler is out there breaking the curse. This is my feeling on this game. And by the way, Dalton Schultz practiced today, so it looks like he's going to be able to go in this game while CJ, Jalen Petrie, and Kaimi Fairbairn are out of this game. But even with all of that, there is only bad to learn from this game.
Come on now, that's nonsense. What are you talking about?
There's only bad. There's no good to learn from this game. Nothing at all. This is like Texas A&M playing the Citadel before they have to play Alabama.
Well, I'm here for the Titans' disrespect there.
No,
I'll take that.
I'm just saying this is a terrible team. This is a terrible team that is ready to quit, that's ready to go. None of their games are generally over by the third quarter.
Yeah.
By the third quarter, they're generally over. The only reason why they were in their last game was because Justin Herbert threw a pick six, and then also in the first quarter they got a punt return for a touchdown. All right. They are not a good team, and I understand your backup quarterback is in, but they are not a good team. To me, there's nothing positive that you take away from this. It does matter how they win this game. If they win this game 17-10, there's an issue. If this thing is close, there's an issue. They should beat the brakes off these dudes and move on. Like, there's nothing to take from this, right? There is nothing to take from this. Right now, they're 4-5 right now to make the playoffs. There's nothing that can happen in this game that would make me take them more serious. Now, it starts with Buffalo next week. This is just a game that they need to go out there and just beat the hell out of this terrible team. But nothing but bad can come out of this.
Now, I agree with the notion that there's nothing that they could do in this game to make you take them more seriously, nor should you take them seriously now. So going into the game, you shouldn't take them seriously, and really no matter what happens from the game, should you take them seriously simply because of what happens from the game. I agree with that point. But as far as nothing positive being able to be taken away from the game, I wouldn't say that, because I feel like this is one of those winning buys you time sort of things. Like, this is, to me, for the offense, this could be like a self-scout game, right? When you have a team like the Texans that have a first-year offensive coordinator and play caller who is sort of starting to find his rhythm and groove but hasn't arrived yet. Let's be clear about it. He's not necessarily good at this or has found his way, but is finding his way. This is an opportunity for you, like, being honest about it. This could be one of those, like, old-school Alabama LSU type of games where they could win 9-6. The defense could win them this game, right? Like, if
they win 9-6,
but the point is they could win this game without performing well offensively. So given that, I feel like you can go out there and try some things, do a little bit of trial and error, see some things that maybe this is included in the playbook going forward, and you find your groove. Like, if they can go out there find something with, let's say, Jalen Noel has a big game, and that gives them a reason to give the ball to Jalen Noel more. That's a positive takeaway. Let's say Woody Marks has a big game, and they decide that, hey, now Woody Marks is our number one running back.
They didn't do that after the first two times. If those two fellas have had big games.
I'm just saying this
That's
is.
why I don't learn nothing from it.
But it's another opportunity to do. It's another data point and an opportunity to do that and say, hey, going forward, this is the thing that we can lean on. Hey, does our offensive line respond well to going up against not just Jeffrey Simmons, but Jeffrey Simmons and Tavondre Sweat, which they didn't have to do the last time that they faced the Titans.
That is the biggest challenge of the game.
So I think that there are some ancillary points where you can take away, let's apply this to the future and make us a better football team based off of what we did against this bad football team. No, am I gonna take them seriously based off of it? No, but are there things that they can learn about themselves from the game? I think so.
So for you, if they have a great offensive performance and Kaylee has a good performance, it will make you look at them differently?
No, not me. That's what I'm saying. This is not – so I agree with your premise, but it's not necessarily about us and how we view the team because I don't think that could be unchanged. I'm agreeing with that point.
Oh, you're talking about how they feel about themselves.
I think that they can use it.
Oh, that's fine.
To go into the next game, and there is at least some value in that, in kind of the reps. There is some repetition part about it that can be beneficial to them.
Text line coming through, Ron, same old negative hater. Listen, if you're hearing that as negative, you can. I'm telling you that I believe the Houston Texans, even without their quarterback, they're a 5.5-point favorite without their quarterback. Even without their quarterback, you are so much better than this team.
Well,
this is like I said, I'm serious. This is like Texas A&M strapping it up against the Citadel on Saturday. Like that is the difference in how these two. You should beat the hell out of this team, and it's just like, thank you. You had to play a game. All right, I mean, like let's move on to the next one.
Well, it's literally already happened before. Like when the Texans beat the Titans earlier in the year, 26-0. Did anybody take them more seriously because they beat the Titans 26-0? Nobody talked, but nobody was like, you know what? Now they've got it. Now you felt a little bit better about some of the things that you saw and some of the takeaways from the game. And what were the things that we talked about after that? Can they build off of this? Can they learn anything from this? Can they now take the next step? It'll be a similar type of conversation, but it won't be, hey, now the Texans are good because they beat the Titans. There is no scenario where that could happen.
No, not to me. Yeah, I expect them, like even if somebody said, what if they put up 45? I mean, if they put up 45 for me, like I can see that. Like this game, to me, should mirror the Ravens game. Like the Ravens game, when you looked out there and you saw the Ravens and you saw the players that were on the field, then you knew like this is clearly lopsided.
But I think the 45. I think that's a good point though. Like, what if they put up 45? We're not going to take them more seriously because they put up 45. But hopefully, whatever they do to get them to 45 are things that they can take away and say, hey, this is something that we do well. This is something that we can throw out of the playbook. This is something that we can lean on. You know, they talk all the time about, hey, it's week to week, opponent to opponent. But also some of the cliches is focus on ourselves. What do we do well? Focus on the Texans. Well, this is, to me, at least offensively, it's a self-scout game, and defensively, it's a stat game. It's guys over there that got all-pro on the defensive side of the ball, right?
Yeah.
All-pro aspirations, probably defensive player of the year aspirations at some point in their career.
They should get all of it.
This is a stat game for the defense and a self-scout game for the offense, and I think that's the value. And for us, no value. For them, there could be.
Yeah, I don't think if you tell me right now, do the Titans score? Like, what would I bet? Do they score or not? I feel like I'd probably be more inclined to say they don't. like that's how to me lopsided this is. I'm just saying, right? Like, to me, the season starts next Thursday against Buffalo.
Well, for
that's
me,
where it is. This is just you got to play this game to get to it.
To the point of whether they score, I do feel like the Texans should be. I know they're 5.5-point favorites, but they should be up by 2 scores as soon as they are 5-2 scores, and they should never be.
This should never be.
And it should never be less than a 2-score lead from that point.
When they entered the fourth quarter, just like most of the Titans games, it should be clear distance between the two teams.
Yes.
That's how most of their games have been.
It's literally the number 1 ranked defense going up against the last ranked offense.
They're ranked 30th in everything on offense. Some form or fashion between 30 and 32, they're ranked.
Well, I think they're exactly 32 in total.
They're 32 in total offense, but
yeah.
I'm talking about run offense.
Yeah, no, they're bad.
They're terrible.
Yeah,
right. And it should
stat
be
stat game. Let's go.
And they got a little quitability in them. I'll be honest with you. They get that.
Can you blame them?
No, they got a little 1, 2, 3 Cancun in them. I'm gonna tell you that. No,
what would you rather?
I'm out. I'm telling you, man. Get through this here, man. Let's just get through here healthy. Let's not get hurt. All right, as we continue here, again, if you're on your way, you're in the building, you got a chance to win prizes. You get hooked up. Come on out. We're at Boomer Jack's here in Webster. Come have a good time. Hang out with us as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Outages can happen anytime. Extreme heat, extreme cold, even hurricane season.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive on a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Boomer and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here on a Football Friday, and it is just getting started. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Shout out to, man, we got some great listeners. My man walked up here. He said his wife made some cookies.
Oh, there we go.
So they're trying to get to me. They're trying to get to me.
Yeah, after my own heart right there.
Beautiful right there. And my man needs some sugar.
Hey,
go ahead and get you some. We appreciate you coming out. Come on out. If you're in the building or on your way, make sure you take a stop at our raffle box so you got a chance to win plenty of prizes. And also, check out that Ultimate Tailgate. If you have not done so, use that QR code and enter yourself in the Ultimate Tailgate where you can win a $1,000 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors and a pair of tickets in the suite for that Colts game coming up at the end of the year. You'll be in the second biggest suite in the stadium and hang out with us and amongst other things. So go ahead, use that QR code there and enter into the Ultimate Tailgate. Give yourself a chance to win. So a lot to get to here. And listen, we're just going to be honest with you. That's what I'm going to do, and what I try to do every day is this should be an ass kicking. Like, I'm not going to mess with you and just say, like, all right, man, if they could get, like, no, it's not going to really show anything. This is a bad football team, and you're not going to measure if you can make the playoffs and go on a run by beating this sorry-ass team. You should beat this team and move on, and then it gets going next Thursday. But I'm going to tell you something we got to stop. For YouTube and Twitch. We've got to stop this. It feels like this is building more and more through the week, Brandon. Someone has texted in, B. Scott. What if Mills goes out there and beats the brakes out of that defense for the Titans?
Good for him.
Do you start questioning Stroud?
Why would I do that? Like, why would I do that? If
do you start questioning Stroud? Do you start questioning Stroud with the OC? Do you start questioning Stroud? This is starting to build where we're starting to see more and more of this. We talked about it on Monday with Paul Gallant. We're seeing it, and I'm trying to ignore it, of the if Davis Mills comes out and plays well again, what does this mean for CJ? I almost choked with Clint late last night. We got to stop this, guys.
Why do we want to be and I don't mean this as a knock on Davis Mills. I mean this as a knock, just to be clear, as a knock on you, on whoever you are who believes this. Why do we have to be a poverty mindset fan base? Like a fan base that has already gone through this experience. And look, it doesn't have to be anything taken away from Davis Mills. I don't get why we've got to go from A to Z. Why we can't just give Davis Mills credit and let him have his moment and appreciate it and tip the cap, salute, and all of that. Give him dap, do all of that without going from A all the way to Z. Now, if you're somebody, and I will say this, ask questions about C.J. Stroud, if you're somebody that already has some doubts about C.J. Stroud, then maybe I understand you having a conversation specifically about C.J. Stroud. But Stroud alone. But I don't want to conflate the two or have one conversation at the other conversation's expense or again, conflate them. Like, one thing is not the other, okay? See, if you don't believe that C.J. Stroud is the guy, you're free to believe that. But to think that because Davis Mills gives you a couple of good games or beats a pitiful poverty Titans team and helps you in an improbable comeback against a Jaguars team that is prone to choke in these kind of ways, that's a step too far. And we do have to stop this.
Tony in Houston, he just texted me on my phone and the text line. I got my wish. Davis Mills this weekend. And if he wins, I want to see him play the Bills. I've already answered the question in my own heart about who should be starting. What are we doing, guys? Like C.J. Stroud has nothing to worry about when it comes to his job to Davis Mills. Nothing. C.J. Stroud is going to get a second contract with the Houston Texans. C.J. Stroud is the quarterback of the future. And stop this
it's
with
hilarious.
Davis. Stop. What are we doing here?
It's hilarious because we can play.
I like sometimes there's a straw man thing, but as we've looked at this. You see all this stuff.
Yeah.
There are too many people saying this. Too many people stick with that hand. Stop it.
It's fun to play the result when the result was what it was on Sunday. But, like, I wonder what
Don't you turn your head. Don't you turn your head. Don't you turn your head. Don't even stop it. You do not want Davis Mills out there the rest of it. Stop. As soon as C.J. Stroud is healthy, he is the damn quarterback. What if Money Mills goes for 403 touchdowns? What if?
I'm curious.
Who cares?
What did you think after the third play of the game? Were you in that same space where you are now and by the end of the game? After the third play of the game,
than this Houston.
And Davis Mills has thrown an interception.
You're better than this Houston. You're better than this Webster.
At the point when you were down 10-0,
You're
very
Cypress.
early in the game because of the play of the quarterback. Did you feel the same way at that point? Probably not. Probably not.
Text line coming in. B. Scott articulated it perfectly. Another way to think about it, the Mills floor may be higher. What? But the CJ ceiling is way higher. I don't even think the floor is higher.
Yeah,
I don't.
No, I think he had a great moment.
He did. Shout out to him for putting on a cape.
He had a great moment, and we don't have to forget it. We'll never forget it. Like the ball, the set on that dude to take off and give you that 14-yard scramble for the touchdown. Like, we won't forget it. The fact that he had the offense him and Nick Caley had the offense in a rhythm for pretty much all of the fourth quarter and for the second half. Give him credit for it. But he's your franchise.
Mills is way more poised than CJ. Oh, my favorite.
You got to be crazy.
Y'all stop riding CJ. This ain't his rookie year anymore. Okay. Once you revert back to the see, I don't even want to do that. I don't want to have to do this to Davis.
With Mills, though?
I don't want to have to do this with Davis. Just go take a look at that fourth quarter against Denver. Did he look poised? He looked poised in that one? Or did he just go 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out? Did he look poised in that one?
Well, here's the thing.
Like, come on, guys. Let's just
even if I concede the poise point, because I actually do like Davis Mills' his poise
I just want to shave my
and
head.
how he's calm and all of that. But, like, what does that do for you when he's inaccurate or when he's just simply not good enough?
Man?
You know, like you can be as poised as you want to be, but I still need you to be a good player. I still need you to be a plus player.
I got sucked into this. This is my fault.
So
this is my fault, Brandon.
Poise ain't enough. He got poise, but poise ain't enough.
Guys, guys, y'all are being way logical right now. That's the first step. That's the first misstep y'all took, is being logical about it.
Yeah,
I like his strength in the pocket. You saw him body a couple of defensive linemen. He's a stiff-armed dude. He's tough. I don't feel like he rattles, but he ain't that good.
He's a really good backup quarterback. He's just not on the level as your quarterback, C.J. Stroud. And there is nothing. Stop this. Please, stop this. And if C.J. Stroud all of a sudden then comes back and plays this row of Bills, Colts, and Chiefs and doesn't look as good as Davis did against the Jags, and they're not going to see, you know what? Yeah, you are. And I've got to stop.
When I think back to some of the worst moments since C.J. Stroud has been here, let's go to the Christmas game last year, the Beyonce Bowl, when they lost 31-2 to the Baltimore Ravens.
Davis in?
The last thing that I can remember thinking would have been, hey, you know what we really need right now to get us going? Some Mills.
10.
Get 10 in the game.
General Mills.
And I think Davis has a great place on this team. Let's just stop losing our minds.
Yeah, no, when CJ gets concussed.
This is not Tom Brady and Drew Bledsoe.
Something bad happens to him, yeah, give me Davis.
He's not Tom Brady. CJ's not Drew Bledsoe. This is not happening, guys. Let's chill.
It's a weird space to be in.
It really is. All right, coming up as we continue, I've always wanted this rivalry to be a big deal between the Titans and the Texans because Bud Adams took your team and left. And I don't understand why the Cowboys are a bigger rival than the team and the person who took your team away from you and forced you to not have football. Well, I think I have found the person that lets me know who he cares more about. We'll let you hear that coming up next.
Breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, obviously. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. I'm telling you, I'm
Volteo and our friends at Zamora remind us to drink responsibly.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Boomer Jackson Webster, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. As I am going to get myself into a good mood. This text line is absolutely killing me. CJ versus Mills is not a thing. CJ is QB1, period, and a good thing D'Amico and both Knicks get to make the decision. I sure hope so. I'm with you. But I
they're not idiots.
I promise you, if you see the rest of this stuff, I just wanted to read it. It is wild. I don't know why I'm going to do this to myself, but I am really I just Colin, can you open up the phone line?
Okay.
713-572-4610. I specifically want to hear from the people, the Tonys of the world.
God.
I just want to hear the explanation.
Do you?
I feel
Really?
like it's something to type it. I want to hear I want to hear these who are like, I'm ready to go to 10. I'm ready to go to Mills because I just want you to say it out loud.
So at the risk of entertaining stupidity, how people voice this to breathe more life into this than we already have.
I am just really intrigued to hear it. I really am. I am just really intrigued to hear it. It is too many people out here saying this.
I do agree that if you hold this position, that you should be given an opportunity to explain it. Like say it out loud from beginning to end.
Has it gotten this bad for CJ?
No, explain it.
Like, has it gotten this bad for CJ from the family? I mean, that is a quick turn.
But again, to my earlier point, even if it has, okay, so if the answer for you is, hey, don't pay CJ Stroud $60 million a year. Hey, I'm concerned about what kind of team you can build around CJ Stroud once he's making $60 million a year. And apparently you don't view him as a guy who lifts everybody else around him. Everything needs to be perfect around him. If that's what you think, that's one thing. But you think the answer to that is what? 10?
This one here. CJ hasn't been good, fellas. Just admit it already.
Okay, but
it's your job to push the Texans agenda. But we all watch the games. Yeah, and we all watch Davis.
If CJ Stroud to you has not been good, you are free to believe that. But then that means that the Texans need to now be in the market for a quarterback. They need to be in the market for a new quarterback. They need to be trying to find the next Baker Mayfield or trying to draft the next what they thought C.J. Stroud was going to be. The answer is not the guy that started in 2021 and 2022 that you then made your backup and necessitated in the fields with franchise quarterback. They wouldn't have ever had to have drafted C.J. Stroud to begin with, and they could have just picked Will Anderson. Right?
Yeah.
They wouldn't have had to draft C.J. Stroud. They wouldn't have had to trade the extra first-round pick to go get Will Anderson. They could have just drafted him. They had another first-round pick that year anyway, right? They could have drafted Will Anderson, somebody else later on in the first round, and we could have been on and about our way.
And
that's what would have happened, by the way.
And he would have finished 8th in the MVP race that year. All right.
Yeah.
Let's. That's
rough, man.
I want to hear this, Fred. We got Fred from Cyprus. Fred, let me hear this. Are you one that believes that you're ready for a potential change and you want to see Davis in there instead of CJ?
And I 1,000% can't even have the conversation about Davis Mills starting over CJ. Stop with the insanity, right? The man did his job. Okay, well, these guys say he doesn't lift people around. Things have to be perfect. Were they perfect last year? And did they make the playoffs? Did he win a playoff? Did he win a playoff the year before? I mean, enough. I mean, this doesn't make any football sense. And I'm just glad they're not the ones making the decision. All right, have a good show, guys. Bye.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear from Fred a good is making football sense.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, how quickly we forget. In what universe does somebody in their first 2 seasons win a division, and then be questioned, and not only questioned, but for the guy that he replaced? For the guy that he replaced.
Yeah. Tony, again, explanation is easy. CJ can stay on the team and mature. He's not worth $60 million. That's a different conversation,
yes.
as B. Scott is saying.
Yes.
That's a different conversation. All right. Here is Here's Ray in Rosenberg.
What you got, Ray?
You with us, Ray? Hold on, we'll come back to Ray here in just a bit. But text line, he's not a top 10 quarterback. Again, different conversation. Here's Ray. Ray in Rosenberg. Go ahead, Ray.
Come on, Houston, y'all need to wake up. And Davis Mills had a half of a good game and got lucky, came back and won that game. I got a feeling this Sunday that a lot of Houston Texans fans are going to be very, very angry, possibly even lose this game over mediocre.
All right, I appreciate the call, Ray. I don't think that. I think Davis will be able to handle the Titans.
Yeah.
I don't think that. But
I don't know how good Ray is, but I think Ray could almost handle it. If Ray can just go out there and handle business, Ray could handle the Titans.
I think Ray's got a shot. Yeah.
I mean, what are we doing?
Yeah, you guys are texting up a storm, but I mean, it is wild. It is wild to me that this is.
I would have thought more than anything, and this is why it surprises me. I would have thought more than anything the credit to Davis Mills would have been like maybe a Nick Caserio tip of the cap. Like, hey, shout out that has been taking a lot of heat, and rightfully so, because I think that he built a team that is right now not good enough. But at the very least, his first draft pick was somebody who they tried as their starter, did not work out, but was good enough to stick around, be their backup quarterback, earn a second contract as a backup quarterback, and somebody that can go in there in a pinch when your quarterback is concussed. It's a pick that I think objectively worked out. One of the few things that I think right now you can kind of give Nick Caserio credit for. That's something that I would do more so than say, hey, this is the guy over who is clearly the franchise guy.
All right, Nick and Crosby. Nick, do you want to see more Davis Mills?
Hey, what's up, guys? So I'm going to say this. DJ is soft. We saw it when Tank went down. He started crying like he needed his mama. Every time things get tough around CJ, he's pouting on the sidelines. He's just not what we need. The argument you guys are making are the same argument they were making for Tua back in Miami.
Oh, Tua.
We knew he was concussed, yet they wanted to keep trying to pay the dude, even though he was a mediocre player who was always concussed. Now look at the situation they're in. I don't want to be in that situation with CJ. He's soft, and we just can't rely on the dude.
Nick, do you think Davis Mills? You're more comfortable, and you think Davis Mills gives this team a better chance to win than C.J. Stroud? I understand you're a better chance to win.
In Nick Haley's current system right now,
you do not believe this. Nick, you don't believe this.
I do. I'm a Michigan guy. I was there when CJ folded against Michigan 2 years back to back. He just don't have to do it fluid, my man.
What about when he brought the team back against Tampa? What about when he beat Joe Burrow in Cincinnati? What about these two playoff games that he's won?
He's got potential but he's just not. He won't be consistent. I don't want to pay a guy who's not going to be consistent. Who shows up every once in a while. Every once in a while, he'll have a 300-yard game once a year. I don't need that. I want somebody who's going to be able to move the football up and down the field, convert first downs on a consistent basis. And I just don't see that out of CJ. I'm sorry.
All right. I appreciate the call, Nick. I just wanted to hear it. Wow. I think Nick's insane and out of his mind. But,
look, did you hear that? Not only does he prefer Davis Mills, he prefers Nick Caley's system.
Yeah,
he said
Davis Mills.
He said Davis Mills in Nick Caley's systems. All I heard was two people that I don't prefer over C.J. Stroud.
Listen,
Nick Caley and Davis Mills.
Nick, I love it. Please call back. But that's you don't believe that. You're frustrated. I don't know why you're frustrated, and your personal feeling about CJ's softness is what is clouding that. You don't believe that Davis Mills is a better fit in any system. You watched him. Now there are some people where that part of CJ has just not been able. You've not been able to recover from.
Yeah.
But that still doesn't mean you got to take the next step of crazy to get to Davis Mills. I'd rather he gives us the best chance to win. And then I could tell, Nick, that you didn't believe that the way you said, in Nick Haley's current system. I could tell you were like, someone texted Nick is correct. Okay.
In Nick Haley's system. Like that's a crazy way to start a sentence. As a justification for a player or against a player.
I just wanted to hear
Nick Haley's system.
There's a lot of other Nicks out there.
But you know what it does? I think it does show us a lot of how far we've come with CJ. Like I can remember his rookie year about midway through it. Maybe it was after the Burrow game where we were having a conversation. Is he a certainly top 10, top 7 quarterback in the NFL? And now we're not having that conversation at all. We've gone the opposite direction of, hey, do we prefer his backup who he actually replaced? Do we prefer the system that we are not still to this moment, to this day, are sure is good or exactly what it is?
Yeah, I'm not saying that CJ is a top 10 quarterback, and I'm not saying CJ is going to be the answer here. And yes, there are some steps back he has taken from his rookie year.
Yeah.
But I don't think that person is just gone. I think there are a lot of things that have gone in, and I think potentially he is going to have his third offensive coordinator in 4 years coming up next year, potentially. But Davis Mills is not it. If you're on one that's like, Nick, you brought it up to pay him $60 million, I'm with you on that. I got you on that. I can understand that. But it ain't like, yeah, man, hey, man, he gets healthy, man, let's hand this thing over to 10.
You know, I can remember before the season that we agreed to a man that there was nothing that C.J. Stroud could do this year other than, perhaps get hurt, but absent of like a non-healthy season, that there was nothing that C.J. Stroud could do this year to hurt his chances of getting that second contract, that $60+ million a year contract. And I still believe that. I still think that the Texans brass and the people that are in charge of making that decision believe that. But it is interesting to see how the fan base is not in consensus on that. Like, I think we were all, by and large, pretty much on the same page of, hey, this is the guy of the future. This is the guy that they're going to pay. There's not going to be a reason not to pay him. And it seems to be at least some split on that.
Yep. All right, coming up, B. Scott has some thoughts here, and I wonder how many people are in the same space as Brandon going into this game. We'll discuss that as we continue right here live, Football Friday here at Boomer Jackson Webster.
It's hunting season and holiday season, and there's an academy.
people.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Boomer Jackson Webster, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, baby, as we are live here on a Football Friday, live at Boomer Jacks here in Webster, so make your way on out here. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. A great, great night to spend your time here. TVs everywhere. You want to watch the Rockets as they go out and beat the hell out of the Portland Trail Blazers tonight. You could do that here. Many other NBA games on TV here. Some college football. You see Clemson probably lose again. And Dabo Swinney have the worst season of his life recently.
Is he gone?
You can watch that here. So, man, it's a lot going on. TVs everywhere here, and a great time and a great spot to start your night. I'm seeing frozen margaritas all over the place. I got a mule going. It is a good time, and we got folks out here hanging out. And you can obviously win prizes here today. We do not come empty-handed. Empty-handed.
None of that.
None of it. You can you text game in the 5 o'clock hour, courtesy of our good friends at the Houston Ford dealers. You can win. We've already hooked somebody up with a Academy Sports and Outdoors gift card. There are 3 others you can win. Also, a free oil change. Shout out to the folks over there at Tomball Ford. Any type of car you have, you can bring it up there and get a free oil change. So a lot to get to, and we've got some glasses, our commemorative glasses that we've been doing. If you don't have the Drive one, go ahead and get you one. There we go. We got mixed signals here. We got a Giants and Texans fan right here, all in one. There you go. That is Houston right there, baby.
What a tortured soul.
That's a guy who probably grew up around Jersey. And then he's probably lived in Houston for about 30 years now.
I'm praying for you, brother.
24. There we go. Something like that. Yeah, go ahead, man. Yeah, he's lost Jackson Dart, fired a coach on one end. Here we go. So, but no, man, it's a good time. Come on out and enjoy yourself.
He gets Jameis this weekend.
He gets Jameis.
There you go.
Jameis.
You know what they say about people born by water? They're different.
There you go. That's Jameis.
Right.
My man Mike Kafka said, first thing I'm going to do is start Jameis.
Yeah.
There we go, baby. Why not?
He's here for a good time. Here for a thrill.
Sierra just saying, Russ, man, how long we going to do this? Come on. There's something else we can do after this. How long we going to do this? Then now they passing you up for Jameis.
Nah, he tell, look, I bought you your Masters. You sit over there and you wait for me to finish playing.
There you go.
I got you your Masters back, baby.
He's dangerous.
All right, come hang out with us, and we'll open up those phone lines again. I love hearing from the people, and that was fun hearing from Nick. Again, Nick, please call back. Crazy as hell. Can't get with you. But by the way, Nick, you got a lot of fighters with you.
Yeah. You're not alone, brother.
You ain't alone. I mean, Tony is serious. You got a lot of fighters with you. But
my man say in Nick Caley's system.
He lost you after that.
I was like, oh, man, hold on, wait a minute. We talk the system that we are not entirely sure is going to be here again next year.
I scooted up closer when he said that. Here we go.
Nick Caley's system.
All right. I wonder how many people are rolling with you on this, B. Scott, as we go into this game against the Titans. This is we talked about it going into last week. For this team to have any chance to get to the playoffs, they got to win these two, the Jags and the Titans. And then you go into that 3-game gauntlet of Buffalo, at Indy, at Kansas City, and now what can you do there? A lot of things will determine that. But you have a feeling right now going into this game.
So I love the timing of me being here to fill in for Clint and to be out here at Boomer Jacks out in Webster on a football Friday, and that we get out here and be with the people and feel the energy, be a part of the energy. I'm here for it. I appreciate it. I'm glad I'm here today, honestly. Glad I'm here today with you, Ron, because I hope this is not the case, but this might be the last football Friday that I truly care about. And I got a sneaky suspicion that it might be. I hope that it ain't the last football Friday that I care about, because a week from today, by the time we do football Friday again, they will have played this game against the Titans, and we suspect that they will have won it. but they will have also played that Thursday night game against the Buffalo Bills. And honestly, if they win this game against the Titans, but then go out there and lose to the Bills on Thursday Night Football,
you're out?
I'm not going to feel like this is as relevant as it is today. Like, this is not going to be relevant to me anymore, because think about it. You are in a log jam that is essentially with the Buffalo Bills, the Kansas City Chiefs, the Jacksonville Jaguars are in that mix along there with you. And, of course, the Chargers are ahead, right? Like, the Chargers seem like they got the best shot at it, right? But the Chargers are right there, like you mentioned. And, of course, the Ravens are right behind you, really the same record, but on your heels. And to me, if you lose to the Bills, one of the teams that's right there with you, that does not, to me, bode well for your chances against the Chiefs or your chances in those 2 games against the Indianapolis Colts. And then, honestly, just the math of it all of losing to the Bills, right? You can't really afford to lose too many games. You lose that one a week from today, that's going to take a lot of the wind out of the sails, a lot of the air out from underneath this whole journey that we're on can the Texans make the playoffs. They lose that game, and I'm going to feel like the answer is no. And I won't really care as much about Football Friday a week from now.
So the Buffalo game is a real turning point for you.
It's a turning point.
Here's my 16. Are you saying you think you're out on the playoffs if they lose to Buffalo?
Yeah, I'm out.
Definitive. All right, 713-572-4610. Those of you out here at Boomer Jacks, you're listening. Brandon Scott said he's out. If they win Sunday and then lose to Buffalo, he feels like the playoffs are done.
They're obviously not mathematically eliminated at that point.
Do you agree?
But I'm
with
out
that?
at that point.
Do you agree? Are you with him? 713-572-4610. They lose to the Bills, you're out. Show of hands. They lose to the Bills. You think it's done? I can't get with that. To me, my thinking is they win Sunday. If they lose Sunday, we're talking about a different thing.
Yeah.
We're talking about somebody's going to lose their job at some point before the next season comes. Like somebody, you're not going to lose. You're not going to lose to the Titans right now, and to combine with everything else that's happened. All right, I think we all agree the season's over if they lose Sunday. For me, if they beat the Titans and get to 5-5, for me they have to go 2-1 in that 3-game stretch. Now that 2 may be beat Colts, beat Bills and lose to the Chiefs, beat Bills, lose to the Colts, beat the Chiefs, lose to the Bills, beat Colts, beat Chiefs, whatever.
They lose to the Bills, you think they're beating the Chiefs and the Colts?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying simply for me, it is they win Sunday, they got to go 2-1 in that stretch to give themselves a realistic chance. If they don't go 2-1 in that stretch, I'm out. I'm with you on that. But they got to go 2-1 in that stretch. Because I'm gonna give them the Raiders. I'm gonna give them the Cardinals, and then they get Indy at home and they get the Chargers. They get to play the Chargers, a team ahead of them. That feels different. They lose to the Bills and the Colts. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. But I think they got to go 2-1 in that 3-game stretch for them to have a chance. Because to me, do you think they got to sweep that 3? To get it, because I know they got to get to 10, but somebody texted, hell, I'm already out. Somebody said right there with you.
That's the thing. We're right there already on the cusp. We're right there already on the cusp. You lose to the Bills, then it's just the odds of it all. And think about it.
I know your feeling doesn't feel great going into those.
The feeling doesn't feel great, and then just think about all of the teams that I was talking to you about this before the show, or maybe in between breaks. This is one of those years where the boogeyman, or the boogeymen, if you will, of the AFC are right there with you fighting for one of those last wild card spots.
And you play all of them.
One of them is the Bills, right? And so you've got to start there. It's got to start there with a win against the Bills. Obviously, you're not saying, hey, I'm just going to concede against the Chiefs or I'm going to concede against the Colts. But it doesn't make you feel really good about their chances about it or their chances for it if they can't take care of business against the Bills. You're looking at the Bills, the Chiefs, the Jaguars are right there in the mix, and the Ravens. All of these teams right there, either on your heels, tied with you, or ahead of you. So, if you don't beat the Bills less than a week from today, I'm not going to feel like this is a relevant conversation anymore.
All right, text line, do you agree with B. Scott? B. Scott said that this season for him is determined by the Bills' home game Thursday Night Football. If they lose that game, he's out on them making the playoffs. Now, obviously, that wouldn't be an upset that would happen. But I'm not quite there. Text line coming in. The Bills likely the class of the AFC. They're beating Tennessee and losing the next 3 after that. They'll definitely be out of it.
And see, think about it. If you're along those lines, you don't like them against none of these teams, right? So it's actually got the optimism even, right? Because I would say that right now the feeling and the thought leans more toward a pessimistic side. The optimism doesn't even begin. Kind of to your earlier point, only bad could come from this upcoming game, right? Well, the optimism doesn't even begin until you beat the Bills and unless you beat the Bills.
Text line coming through. If you say they've got to get to 10, that means they can only lose 2 more games, and they have the Bills, the Chiefs, the Chargers, and the Colts twice. Listen, I didn't say it was easy. I'm just telling you what they got to do. Like, they're going to have to get 2 or 3 games that they probably are not going to be favored in. Because you're right. They've got the Colts, the Chiefs, and the Chargers on the road. Those are all tough games. They put themselves in a tough spot. I'm just telling you, if 3 games stretch, they got to go 2-1. If they go 2-1 in that stretch, now that would put them 1 game over 500 the rest of the way. And then it's like, all right, you've got the Cardinals, you've got the Raiders, you've got the Chargers, and you've got the Colts again at home.
What is the best team that the Texans have beaten so far? Is it Jacksonville last week? Is it the San Francisco 49ers? And I'm only asking that question for this.
No, that's a fair question.
Based off of their season so far, and then if they lose to the Bills, what is it about their play or their season that leads you to believe that they would have a favorable record against the rest of those teams?
Again, we're not.
You know what I'm saying?
We're not talking about what I think, right? I'm just like how I would feel. Excuse me, if they lose after. Yeah, I mean, if they lose to the Bills, my confidence would not shoot up the mark that they would go 2-0 against the Colts and the Chiefs. I'm just telling you that is when I will step off the train. I'm just telling you that's when I will step off the train. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you right now. I don't think they're going to be able to go 2-1 in that stretch.
It's not looking good.
I don't. Like you said, I think the Niners are the best team that they've beaten in this stretch.
And they were. And I didn't knock them for this at the time, but the Niners were not the Niners at the moment.
Yeah, they were injured, but at least that Niners team had been playing injured throughout. That sure. Niners team beat the Rams on the road against the Texans. So, I mean, that I hear that. That to me is their best win. And no, I don't think the 49ers probably are in the same range of those 3 teams that they're going to have to play after the Titans. Again, I don't feel great about it. I'm just telling you, I will officially step on off when they if that occurs. They go 2-1, they beat the Titans. Whoo, here you go.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You beat the Titans. You get to 5-5. You go 2-1 in that stretch. Now you're 7-6. Okay. And then I know you got winnable games against the Raiders and the Cardinals to get me to 9. And then can you beat the Chargers or the Colts to get to 10? And now I can see the path.
Yeah, it's just that
you're operating on how you're going to feel after if they lose to the Bills.
Well, and also just how the AFC has flipped in a way where you're talking about, hey, like the Chargers and the Colts. Well, traditionally you're thinking about the Chargers and the Colts as being kind of welterweights in comparison to, say, the Bills and the Chiefs. But they're actually some of the better teams in the AFC this year, and it's not the Chiefs and the Bills necessarily. Well, the Bills, I think, are kind of a different case, but it's not necessarily those teams that have traditionally been the boogeymen. So you don't beat these teams who are in down years in comparison. It doesn't make you feel good about your chances against the teams that have demonstrated themselves to be good, like the Chargers have, and certainly like the Colts have, whether you believe in them or not.
Texas Ross, open-toed sandals. I am on they can still make the playoff train. I haven't jumped off that yet. Hell, I picked them to win the division.
Have some conviction, Ron.
I picked them to win the division.
Yeah.
There's going to be somebody who'll text in soon. Ron, how about that? They text in daily. How about how they going to win the division? You still feel good about that? No, I don't.
Yeah, no, it's
Got
not
no
looking
evidence.
good.
Not going to happen.
Not looking great.
But no, yeah, that's the route. Do I feel great about that route? No. Would I put money on that? No.
There are
not a chance.
There are 3 wild card spots?
Yep.
And there are roughly 5 teams competing for them?
Yep.
And the Texans might be the 4th best team.
Maybe. But if they get to 10, we'll see.
Out of all of them?
But they have beaten the Ravens, and they have the other ones that they get to play. All right, coming up as we continue, I talked about this a little bit earlier, the rivalry between the Titans. I feel like now I feel good about it because one of the voices of the Texans showed me who he cares about. We'll discuss that next.
Serta Pro Painters, y'all. Serta Pro Painters. If you're looking for a fresh coat of paint, maybe freshen up things around the office, freshen up things around the house, Serta Pro Painters.
Daily.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Boomer Jackson Webster, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we continue here. Football Friday here live, good crowd coming out, and still room for you to make your way on out here. We're at the Webster location, and a great spot. Come on in, easy to get to, and you got a chance to win multiple prizes. We're going to hook somebody else up as soon as this segment ends. So if you have not put a ticket in the raffle box, you got a chance to do that and win multiple prizes, including gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. Shout out to Academy Sports and Outdoors. A free oil change, Tomball Ford. You got a chance to win that. Any kind of vehicle you have, Andy. And the 5 o'clock hour, you got a chance to win a pair of tickets to a future Texans game. Not just a future Texans game, but the Colts game. The Colts-Texans game, which could loom large, unless you're Brandon Scott and they lose to the Bills, but could loom large.
No, I don't know about
coming up. You got a chance to win a pair of those tickets right here. All right, listen, one of the things that has been something that I have just been blown away, and I've understood more. You get here almost 6 years, and, I mean, you know, you really get a sense in the feel of the rivalry between that city up 45 in Dallas and Houston, especially the Cowboys. You get a sense of it from fan to fan. But I have always wanted and believed that the Titans and the Texans should be one of the most fierce rivalries in all of the NFL. I mean, you got an asshat group that just decided to take your team from you and then has the audacity to not even allow you to use the colors. I see my man right here who's got on a perfectly beautiful, like, you know, that close. It's not even the Oiler blue. The close to the Oiler blue. They're not allowed to actually use it. Because they're not allowed to use the Columbia blue. The close to the Oiler blue, and they can't even wear those uniforms. Hell, they've stopped the Houston Cougars from being able to wear the damn color.
Yeah, very Karen-like. Very Karen-like.
Very, very much. And the name, and what's her name, Amy? But they've Karen, Amy's the new Karen. Yeah. But I've always felt like that should be a. It just doesn't seem. It seems like the Colts are bigger. It seems like obviously the Cowboys are bigger. Like you get into some people, the Patriots are bigger. People now are hating the Chiefs more. I just think that should be a bigger deal. And they've done it a little bit when they've just said, "Nah, man, we're gonna wear the jerseys against y'all.
Yeah,
we're gonna do that." And I know that's pissed some people off, but I got a feel from Andre Ware. He calls every one of the games right here on Sports Radio 610. You can hear him and Mark Vandermeer on Sunday as they'll call this Titans-Texans game. But I listened to, and it was interesting, I listened to both of his calls. His calls against the Jags last week with Davis Mills runs runs in the touchdown that gives them the lead for one of the biggest comebacks in team history and keeping them alive. Mm-hmm. And then I listened to him when they had that game-winning field goal against the Titans. And I just want you to hear the difference. It feels like Andre doesn't give a damn about one of these teams. And I enjoy it. Let's hear Colin the first one. The first one when they beat the Titans on a field goal in overtime. Listen to Andre Ware.
16-16, 2 seconds to go in overtime. 54-yard attempt, left hash mark. Here's the snap. Here's the spot. Here's the kick by Fairbairn.
Yes!
Good! The Texans win!
Yes!
Legendary! Fairbairn knocks it through from 54 as the Texans defeat the former Oilers. 19-16. Have a nice day.
That was personal.
Put him up.
He's still going.
A comeback down 13-0. Numerous key players out, and the Texans dig oh so deep to pull out a victory against their rivals and go home with the victory.
Hey, those last ad libs, the last couple.
Did you know he did that?
Those last couple sound like he was actually kicking somebody's ass.
Yes, he blocked out. He blacked out. I mean, he didn't give a rip about stepping over Vandy.
No,
he blacked out because you can tell it was personal.
Yeah.
That the Titans was personal.
Yeah.
Now, last week was a huge moment, and I'm going to tell you, Vandy is at the same level he was in that one.
Right.
Just listen to the difference from Andre. Here is last week's Davis Mills clincher to ultimately be the game winner.
37 seconds to go. 29-24, Texans trailing, 3rd and goal at the 14. Mills, shotgun, marks to his left, 2 receivers, wide side right. Here's the snap. Davis looking, Davis stepping to his left. Davis on the run, 10, Davis 5, Davis to the corner. Davis! Touchdown, Houston! The Texans take the lead on the Mills scramble. Amazing! Where is he? D. Mills gets it done.
It's like he's waiting on Andre. There's Andre.
30 seconds to go, and Houston.
Andre doesn't give a damn about the Jags. Andre didn't give a damn about the Jags.
Didn't blink.
But the Titans, I mean, he was all like, he wanted to throw their jerseys, all of them in the trunk. They beat the Jags. My man just sitting there. All right, man. Okay.
So I read.
I love it. I love to see. There is those are both division rivals. There is a clear difference for how Andre feels about those two.
So,
I love it.
So I read this differently than you did. Now, obviously, the Titans game, I think, had a little extra sauce on it because
it did.
Because of
It
the
should.
like it wasn't just the rivalry, just the division, just that it was the Titans, but it was also specifically, I think, the uniform thing that was getting at Andre, right?
He told him to put him in the trunk.
And
he said put Warren Moon in the trunk too.
I really wonder more than anything. I wonder if Andre was anything like me when that Davis Mills run happened, where he's thinking instead of celebrating the way he did when they beat the Titans with the field goal, knowing that they beat the Titans with the field goal, when Davis Mills ran that in, I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I wasn't convinced for sure that the Texans were about to win that game.
Davis! You think Andre was thinking, all right, it's 30 seconds left.
Look, I haven't talked to Andre, and I don't know what Andre was thinking, but I know damn sure what I was thinking. And I was not thinking that they just won the game. I was thinking they just took the lead. I was thinking that Davis Mills got a set on them for going out there and getting that touchdown, and I was giving them credit for that. What I wasn't doing was celebrating as if they had won the game because I was not convinced. I told y'all this. I was not convinced that they were going to win the game until they had actually won the game.
Text line coming through. Andre, one game is a game-winning field goal. The Jags one is a touchdown, but with time left. Maybe he didn't want to jinx anything. Man, he didn't say nothing.
He didn't say nothing.
They were down 29-10. Davis Mills just came out of nowhere. Went Bo Nix in the fourth quarter. It wasn't nothing. That game against the Titans, he was making noise for 55 seconds.
Well, he lost his mind. He lost his mind like Mark does. Like Mark does.
Come on.
Not to pull the carpet back too much.
Put him in a trunk.
But I do wonder if there was a little bit of conversation at some point of not stepping on Mark in these types of moments. Like, hey, Mark is the play-by-play guy. He's the one that's most trained and equipped for these moments. Maybe let him have it. But I don't feel like that was the conversation. I don't feel like that was the conversation. It did make me wonder, though. Like, has somebody made Dre aware that, hey, you don't want to step on some of these calls. They get replayed on NFL films and all kind of different things that the NFL does. We want these calls to be clean, Andre. We want these calls to be clean. I wonder about
somebody
that.
said something to him.
I wonder. It does make me wonder because he didn't. To me, that wasn't a lack of emotion or a lack of care. He ain't say nothing.
He didn't say anything.
It almost felt.
And there's a video of it. He did. He chills on the video.
It almost felt strategic, like on purpose.
Couldn't contain himself when he told him to put them damn things in the trunk. Text line coming in. Andre was reserved because he he knew we'd have to listen to these insane Mills advocates all week.
I actually joked with you about that before the show. I was like, I wonder if he could anticipate these ridiculous conversations that we were going to have on the radio in the following week about Davis Mills being the guy.
All right, we'll hear from some of you still. As I know, we've got a couple of calls here. Southside Al wants to jump in. I know somebody is just absolutely blown away by an earlier conversation we had, and we'll do our Saturday slate. Big games in college football. Which games are you watching? What's your game of the week in college football? We'll do all that as we continue live right here from Boomer Jacks here in Webster on a Football Friday on the Drive.
All right, y'all, you got to take care of that rig you're driving now. If you need that oil change,
and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Boomer Jackson Webster, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in, man. A good time being had out here. I see some people having some drinks. I see somebody on their third. My man back there, I told my man, I said, man, stay out of trouble. He said, nah, I'm looking for it.
Yeah.
There you go. Why not? Why not, man? All right, as we're having a good time here, more prizes that you can win if you're on your way out here. Put your ticket in the raffle box. You got a chance to win. And, again, I urge you to use that QR code. If you have not done so, go ahead and enter into the Ultimate Tailgate. You got a chance to win a $1,000 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors and tickets in the suite. Tickets in the suite. And I'm telling you, it comes with food, it comes with drinks, it comes with alcoholic drinks, all of that in the suite. And you can win 2 tickets there as well. Hit that Ultimate Tailgate. Go ahead and use that QR code, and you have a chance to be a winner there for our Ultimate Tailgate if you've not done so. All right, before we get to our Saturday slate here, Colin, let's grab some lines here. Let me hear from Nick, who is I guess flabbergasted by an earlier conversation.
Miles or Mills and CJ. To me, as a Colts fan, it doesn't matter to me, either one of them. I don't think CJ is a leader of men, but I don't think Mills has the skills. So we'll take either one of them to the bank, I realize at this point. But I was really overtaken by the statement of some Texan who mentioned that the class of the AFC is the Bills. He clearly doesn't watch football, because that, I don't know if they would look. They were maybe, I wouldn't call them the class, but they were at their helm at one time in AFC East. But that clearly has been taken over by the Patriots.
Well, hold on, Nick,
they have been the class and are the class.
Are you saying the Colts are the class?
No, I said the Patriots are the class of the AFC.
The Patriots are the class. Oh. Okay.
Yes, I do. Yeah, I do think so, and I think they're back to reclaim that. They
All
have
right,
been.
Paul.
It took. Yeah, that's my take.
All right, appreciate the call. No, I'm not ready to go there.
Okay. The Patriots.
Patriots class.
I mean, they're nice. They're
Yeah.
nice. They're well coached. Quarterback seems to be pretty good.
Yeah. We'll see.
The class, I don't know.
Yeah,
well, you know what, though, to that question and to that point, is there a class of the AFC? Because, I mean, the best teams right now, at least the ones with the best record, are the Patriots, the Broncos. I know the Chargers have a really good record, even though they're behind the Broncos in their division. But is there a class of the AFC? To my point, teams fighting for wild card spots, and the Chiefs and the Bills and the Ravens. Like, who is the class of the AFC?
Who do you trust the most in the AFC?
Probably the Chiefs.
I think you know the answer.
Probably the Chiefs.
All right, South Side Al. Before we get to our Saturday slate, what's going on? Go ahead, Al. It's good to hear from you always.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, Ron, you kind of chipped at the old iceberg. B. Scott, it's always good to talk to the homie. Check this out. This is the thing about the football this season. It's so up and down, especially in AFC. You just mentioned it. You got teams coming out of nowhere, got the top record. And the thing about the Texans, I just want them to have a mind frame of one game at a time. Beat what's in front of you, the Texans. The Bills, their defense is trash. Once you eliminate Cook, last time we played the Bills, I think we beat them. And let's get to the Colts. That happened with Jacksonville last week, Ron. Jacksonville and Indianapolis, and I think CJ will be back by then. And I'm going to say this and get y'all to you. It's something about them teams with the Houston Texans. We never have a problem with now one of them, except when they had Peyton Manning. After that, the Colts, they've been having Jonathan Taylor. We didn't met them with Jonathan Taylor. And if you play the box with the coach, Daniel Jones going to have to beat my secondary while they dreaming. And I don't think he can do it. You put 8 in the box with JT and let Daniel Jones deal with Stingley and Lassiter. Man, I feel good about that with Indianapolis coach. I ain't gonna get.
Listen, they've been putting 8 in the box all year with this Jonathan Taylor.
He's a bad mofo.
This is something. This has been a little something different.
Yeah.
They got and they've got a lot of weapons for Dan. Listen, I don't trust Daniel Jones either, Al. I can't. But When you give him that offensive line and you give him the threat of Jonathan Taylor, I mean, I watched Atlanta put 9 in the box. He ran for 83.
Yeah.
And Tyler Warren's a weapon. They've got weapons all around the outside, and they've got a really good coach who's a really good play caller. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, no, I like the
the Texans have the Texans have the best defense in football, and so they do have a shot. But I don't know.
No, I like the tune that Al is singing there. I'm not sure how much I believe in it. Especially watching Jonathan Taylor this year, like he is special, man. You talk about run through you, run around you, run past you. Like there is really no weakness in his game as a running back. Yeah. So like I got a tough time saying that, hey, you just stack the box and you eliminate Jonathan Taylor. No, you can try.
But I wouldn't be surprised if the Texans stopped them, like slowed them down. Like I wouldn't be surprised if like the Texans gave them, like Pittsburgh gave them hell and turned them over 6 times. Sure. I wouldn't be surprised if they. But I mean, are the Texans going to be able to score enough?
But then it also does come down to like to this point about not believing in Daniel Jones. I don't think any of us do, but what version of Daniel Jones are you going to get on a given day, right? Like, are you going to get the turnover-prone Daniel Jones, which plays right into the Texans' defense hands, or that plays within the Shane Steichen system and leans on Jonathan Taylor and offers you some things with his legs and actually plays to his capability? Like sometimes Daniel Jones is right, and when he is, everything around him with this Colts team is kind of scary.
And they've only had the bad Daniel Jones once.
Right.
All right, let's get that. Give me that college football. There it is. All right, let's do our Saturday slate. 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch. You can throw your games in too. I talked to a guy in the bathroom. He said, "Man, can Texas win this game at Georgia?"
Boy,
that's a big one this weekend. Nervous. A lot of games to go. Notre Dame going to Pitt for really what feels like their last big test before their season ends. USC, Iowa. Another top 25 matchup. Alabama, they're hosting Oklahoma. Florida at Ole Miss. And then, as we said, the big one there in Athens between Texas and Georgia. Colin, let me hear yours, man. Colin, what's your game of the week? What game are you watching coming up on Saturday?
So I'm a sicko. I'm a sicko. I like to watch every single game that I can, but I'm keeping an eye on number 11 Oklahoma against number 4 Bama. That Oklahoma defense, I like to see how they do against that Alabama offense. And since we're run up against it, I want to get y'all's in. I want to give y'all a bonus one real quick. I'm also looking at number 24 USF going to Annapolis, Maryland to take on the Navy midshipmen. I'm a Navy guy. Go Navy, beat Army. I think that'll be a one to keep an eye on when it comes to the Group of 5 in a couple weeks. I like to see how that affects things.
Sounds good, Colin. I'm not going to watch a minute of that game. I'm just going to be honest with you.
He is a sicko. He did preface it. He did let us know that he was a
South
sicko.
Florida has a chance. Yeah, I'm with him on that. They're 24, but I'm probably not going to watch that one myself. All right, B. Scott, I'm gonna go with the Florida Ole Miss.
All right.
This is interesting to me because I feel like there might be a lot of people on that Ole Miss side that may be over there on that Florida side next year. I feel like there may be some players that may make their way over to Florida. There may be the coach that may make their way over to Florida. Like this is a interesting game because it feels like that may be the spot that Lane Kiffin ends up, and he's playing the team that he may coach next year.
Okay.
So that to me is intriguing and interesting to see how many of these guys. Because I think if Lane goes somewhere, I think he'll have several players, like all coaches do, leave and go and follow him. And there may be some future Florida Gators right there on that Ole Miss side.
Yeah, that's a good one, man. I got to say, going through the slate, going through the list of games, and I looked at this one, I did not think about that element of it, and that is definitely an intriguing part of that game, so I like that pick.
Where are you going?
I'm going to go ahead and go with Notre Dame at Pitt, and this is the reason. Like we talked about, this is probably Notre Dame's final test, but specific with Pitt, and I thought ESPN did a good job of pointing this out. Bill had an article. Pitt does this thing like every decade or so where they upset a highly ranked team or a team that's got college football playoff or national championship aspirations. And this is just kind of a thing that Pitt does. They did it against Miami in 2017 in Kenny Pickett's freshman season. They did it against Virginia Tech in 2003.
This is sad.
And I think this is shaping up to be like Pitt has got like sneaky upset energy. And I think between their freshman quarterback, and that's what's helped them win their last 5, 6, 7 games or so, whatever it's been, and they got a really risky defense, like a defense that likes to kind of pin its ears back, and C.J. Carr, I think, is equipped to go up against them and have some success. But Notre Dame at Pitt, I'm on upset watch, upset alert for Pitt against Notre Dame. That's my game to watch over the weekend.
This is sad.
Are we both sickos now? That we did that?
No.
I mean, I couldn't give you the obvious of Texas and Georgia.
He's a Texas fan. He just
I know, but hey,
he
listen.
doesn't believe it.
Hey, deep down though, he's a Bearcat.
It's obvious. Look, and we understand the situation with Texas.
You don't believe it.
Between Georgia, Arkansas, and A&M, Texas needs to go minimum 2-1, probably 3-0.
Oh, to make the playoff, they need to go 3-0.
And I'm nervous about all of it. Of course, I'm going to be watching that game, so I couldn't go with the obvious.
They can beat Georgia, as I said, and screw you, Champ Slice. As I said in that bathroom, yes, that man, he started talking to me on my way out of the door, and yes, I did stand behind him roughly and talk to him as
Why you got to paint the picture like that?
Well, because Champ,
I stood trying to imply here,
Champ
guys.
Slice said on YouTube, show stood behind that man as he peed. Yes. He was still talking to me. I felt rude to just close the door on him and say, "Hold up." I finished the conversation.
Rather behind him than in front of him.
Yeah, or beside him.
Yeah, right.
I was coming out the door. I thought I saw a lady come out. I said, "Well, maybe I would close the door." My man probably don't want to be just sitting here. But yeah, man, he asked me if Texas had a chance. I think they got a chance.
I do think they have a chance, but I just can't.
You gonna go Notre Dame?
Yeah, Notre Dame Pitt. I need a game that I'm not going to be entirely invested in and pulling out my dreadlocks, which black people don't do, by the way, but metaphorically speaking.
All right, coming up, Dirty's Daily. He's not here. We'll try to do him justice. Let's hit a few things, including I hope Nick Caley is lying. I really do. I hope Nick Caley is lying. I'm afraid he may not be. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Ready? The Texans are headed to Nashville for another AFC. Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey Sports. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. It is Dirty's Daily, and Dirty's Daily has us here on the road on a Football Friday at Boomer Jacks. We're in Webster. As it's 4 o'clock, people are starting to get off work, start their weekend right. Bring out the kids, man. I see my man here brought out the kids. They're shooting baskets. It's a good time out here to be had, and you can come out and join us. Great food, great drinks. Reggie from In the Loop is in the building. You can come say hello to Reggie and get you a nice new commemorative glass. If you don't have the Drive glass, they're right there for you to take home. Go ahead and do that. Get that thing. Get them all. Get all 4 of them, and not to mention your chance to win prizes, including Academy Sports and Outdoor gift cards and a free oil change to Tom Ball Ford, as well as tickets to a Colts-Texans game, a pair of tickets to a Colts-Texans game, courtesy of our Houston Ford dealers. All right, Dirty's Daily. Clint's out today. T-Mill is out today, and good luck, Tyler. Just want to let you know again, 0 for his last 10 on T-Mill's best bets, and he is taking that luck to Nashville. And by the way, he is 0 for his last 4 road games, including awful as a rookie, and the Texans walked into Carolina with him and lost to that Bryce Young team. I believe they won 2 games all season, and one of them was that one. And, yes, that started the birth of – I don't believe in curses, but the T-Mill curse. And he is hell-bent on breaking it. And he tried to choose this game.
Hey, about to start calling T-Mill Ofer.
Maybe that's why he took the day off, so that way he didn't have to hear it from you.
Well, no, he didn't know. He didn't believe he was going to be 0 for 10.
Nah.
He had planned this already.
It's money on the line. And you can guarantee that he wasn't trying to be Ofer, but he's about to be Ofer. It's about to be his name.
It's kind of luck he's taking right now. We'll see, but a lot to get to. All right, Nick Caley said something earlier this week, and I hope he's being coy. I hope this is gamesmanship. I hope this is a situation of I'm not going to give too much. He talked about Woody Marks. He was asked the question about what he's seeing from Woody Marks, how he goes about determining who gets the most touches, because in the last game, Woody Marks seemed to be the feature back. He got more touches than Nick Chubb, and this was his response to that.
Yeah, I think it goes with everything. You go into a game and you sit there and you try to have balance in a variety of ways for all the right reasons. And sometimes you get into a rhythm, and he played well and he was playing well down the stretch. And I think they both complement him and Nick both complement each other. So he did well. Sometimes it doesn't go the way you want it to, but he did a great job, and I thought played consistent throughout the game, and happy with his performance for sure.
All right, that's Nick Caley. Listen,
you don't like that?
I just hope he's lying, and I hope
what's wrong with what he said?
I hope he's got to a point where he's like, hey, all right, yeah, no matter what it is, what game it is, that Woody Marks is going to be the guy that we feature. The only problem is I've looked back at the last 5 games, B. Scott, and 3 out of the 5 games, Nick Chubb has been the one who's got the most touches in the game. And I just think we have moved to a space where Woody Marks should be the guy who is getting the most snaps and the most touches at the running back spot. And I hope that is the space that they are moving towards with this offense, that Woody Marks, because we watched Woody Marks had an explosion against the Titans the last time they played him. Had a rushing touchdown, a receiving touchdown, and then the next week against Baltimore, even though they blew him out, Nick Chubb was the one who got the most carries. I just hope moving forward that Woody Marks, that's one of the adjustments in the second half of the season, that he is the guy at the running back position.
I don't get this one. I don't actually see this one. I would say I do agree that Woody Marks is their better all-around back at this point in his career, and that I would prefer Woody Marks over Nick Chubb if you're asking me to choose between the two of them. But one of my larger complaints with the Texans offense, and especially with their running game, is that they didn't have two running backs. Like, this is one of them, certainly in recent Texans history, where they've had two running backs where even if I didn't necessarily feel great about either of them, that I felt pretty good about both of them. And so I think to preserve both Woody Marks and Nick Chubb, like neither guy has been so great where I'm like, hey, that's the guy that's got to be the bell cow. That's the guy that's got to be the guy. Neither of them have been that great, but both of them have been good enough to where I want them involved. Like, let's not forget that a lot of the good things that you saw, game-winning drive that you saw from the Texans last week, starts with a 16 or 19 run from Nick Chubb. And Nick Chubb looked as explosive as I've seen him look since he's been with the Texans. So, look, I'm all for Woody Marks getting his opportunity, but I'm not necessarily here for the idea that Nick Chubb, like I feel like what's been implied about Nick Chubb is that he's washed, that you're wasting downs or wasting carries on Nick Chubb, and I have not gotten that sense from watching him.
Well,
I'm actually fine with Nick Chubb's place in the offense.
I'm not saying that he needs to be exited out. Last week was fantastic, and he did a nice job late. Woody Marks in last week's game had 16 touches. Nick Chubb had 5. Love it. That's all I'm saying. He had 14 carries. Nick Chubb had 5. I'm not saying that it has to be a situation where he is the bell cow back and he is the only one that gets carries. What I'm saying is when you go into a game, we're looking at the running back position. Woody Marks right now should be the guy that is getting the most touches. Right? I'm not saying this has to be a Joe Mixon situation from last year where Joe Mixon would get 23 carries and Dameon Pierce would get 1.5, it felt like. No, 14, 5, some. But they have gone into games where, like a couple of weeks ago, in the game against Seattle, in that game, when you look at the touches, like Woody or it was 10-5.
Yeah.
And I don't.
I do think they've graduated from that. Like, kind of to your point,
so.
I do feel like they're at a point where they have at least seen enough, and this is not even a knock on Nick Chubb, but where they have seen enough from Woody Marks for him to be more of a focal point of their offense. To me, it almost feels like it's implied that we're talking about Nick Chubb like he's Dari, and I don't want it to be that. Like, hey, why are we wasting this time on Nick Chubb? I think to preserve the best and to get the best out of the both of them, you do need a healthy dosage of both of them.
I'm not saying it. All I'm saying is that for what he's saying, I hope we're not in the space of, all right, man, we're going to go through this game here, this game plan, and our game plan says Nick Chubb should be more of the focal point of the run game. I don't see a scenario of which that should be the answer.
Yeah. Well, based off of how Woody's played, though, it doesn't right. He's kind of earned that benefit of the doubt to be Woody, sort of the.
Oh, I agree with you.
Yeah,
I do. So I'm hoping it's not just a hey, all right, this week's game plan says Chubb game. Like I hope that is not the case. I think he is clearly to me the second back right now.
So I hear you because I agree with that premise, but I also think that Nick Chubb has been good enough to where for whatever reason they view a matchup advantage for Nick Chubb, where they feel a reason that Nick Chubb should be featured more. I am okay with Nick Chubb playing and Nick Chubb getting a heavy dosage of the carries because he's been decent.
I can't get to the featured more. I just can't get past that. All right, we heard a caller earlier say thinks that the Patriots are the class of the AFC. They are now 9-2 after beating another bad team in the Jets yesterday. They have won 8 straight, the number 1 seed currently in the AFC. What are the Patriots?
Ooh, great question. What is this?
I
thought that last night for a good bit.
What are the Patriots?
What are we watching? What is this exactly? I think they're a good. They are a good team. Obviously, okay, they got the record that says so, but they are well coached. They've got a quarterback that looks like he is their quarterback of the future. Hendrick, they got the Ohio State running back that seems to be
coming on. Yeah.
I mean, he's really coming on.
And he pulls away.
And so between their young combination of, I guess Vrabel's not a young head coach anymore, but he's between their first-year head coach, their second-year quarterback, defense, I think, is holding it down. I think that it's a pretty good team. Now, are they the class of the AFC, like my man wanted us to say that they were in a previous segment? I don't know about all of that, but they are good. Like, I am not here for downplaying what we're seeing. They are legitimately good, I think.
Yeah,
great contender, scary. I'm not sure about all of that.
Like,
but good for sure.
They've got a very Colts feel to them because I want to say I don't trust them, but in the games in which you watch and say, all right, they're tough games. All right, this is a game that'll let us know if the Patriots are good. They went on the road and beat Buffalo.
Yeah.
Something the Chiefs couldn't do. Something, other teams that we think highly of couldn't do.
Did they beat Tampa, too?
And then they went on the road to beat Tampa.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I don't like –
good teams.
Now, in between that, they played the Browns and the Jets and the Panthers and the Saints. But, I mean, do I trust them in the postseason? We'll see. I think they have a really good coach that knows what he's doing, that's had some success in the postseason. But
yeah, I'm all for giving a team credit for beating a good team, but not taking away from them when they beat a bad team.
Yeah.
So there's nothing really that the Patriots are supposed to do about those other teams being terrible.
That's another thing to me with the Colts and the Patriots. They seem to look the same against the good teams in the same way they do against the bad teams.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like it did like it's like, all right, yeah, the Colts are really good. Yeah, they put 40 on the Raiders. Yeah, who doesn't?
Yeah.
You know, they put 38 on the – it's a similar thing. All right, finally, man, A.J. Brown. I've got to change the position here on A.J. Here, A.J. Brown had yet again another week of A.J. Brown issues, and I guess he was playing a game and made some comments about him and not being on a fantasy. Don't pick him on to be on your fantasy team because
this is the Twitch thing.
This is the Twitch thing.
Yeah.
He made some comments. This is happening on a weekly basis. Here is him refusing to apologize for the comments that he made playing the game on Twitch. Go ahead.
Is there any perspective or explanation that maybe you wanted to give everyone for some context behind those comments?
Which context? Which comments are you referring to?
I believe it was a Twitch stream where you said, I think you alluded to the fact that you weren't totally happy or things weren't going well work-wise.
Yeah. I think that's fair. I think if you got eyes, you can see that. The same things I've been saying all season. So me making light of my situation on Twitch with my friend, that's something I'm not apologizing for. Because like I said, if you got eyes, you can see that. And so that's me trying to laugh through my situation.
Man, hey, if stand on business was a press availability, was a media right there. Yeah, I said it. I said what I said.
B. Scott, listen, I gotta hop off the train.
You done with A.J. Brown?
I am done defending him in this thing. Like my whole thing is,
man, say what he feel, man.
My whole thing has been, Brandon. I don't think he's saying anything wrong. I understand. I don't believe A.J. is just. And he said it also to the media. I don't believe A.J.'s in a position where he's just like, you know what, I just want my numbers, and I don't care about winning. I do think A.J. looks at this and is like, we are too good to just go scoreless in halves. We're too good to not complete a pass in the second half. That happened. We're better than scoring 10 points in games. I do think that, but Brandon, he's doing it every week. It's every week. Whether they win, whether he catches 2 touchdowns at 100 yards, whether he doesn't catch a pass, every week it's like they have to design this into the weekly program. All right, Wednesday we've got to be able to be ready to address the latest A.J. Brown issue. It's every single week. I can't defend it. Like, get a week off, dog. Like, come on, man.
nobody wants to be around, and everybody knows somebody like this. You ever have somebody in your life who seems like they're just always in a bad mood? Doesn't matter if it's highs or lows, good and bad. They always got something to complain about. They always are just off. Their energy is just off. That seems to be A.J. Brown. I traded him, and I thought they were crazy. I thought they were insane. Why would they trade A.J. Brown? And I do understand. Like, I still think that from a football standpoint, but I also understand from a personality standpoint. You're just saying, hey, I don't want the guy around who's always bringing the energy down. D'Amico Ryans calls them energy vampires. He actually seems to be one of those.
Oh, God. I mean, it's every week.
Every week. So I get why somebody even as talented as A.J. Brown, why you would say, you know what, I'm good on that.
Again, man, B. Scott, we know I agree with him. But at some point, man, we can't just – this can't be something every single week.
Yeah, man, suck it up, Buttercup. Let's get right.
And even the 7-2 thing to me is not even – it's just like, all right, man, and he's doing it to be – and it's not indoors, it's public.
You know what I want to do?
Every single week.
I want to go back and watch their Super Bowl celebrations and just see, was A.J. Brown somewhere pouting about something in the midst of them winning the Super Bowl?
But I know
but this.
I know he don't like Channel View Zone, and I don't believe Channel View Zone, Jalen Hurts likes him back.
Yeah, no,
that's clear. That is clearly something there. They can lie about that. They won't.
Pretty transparent.
There is no way that those two are having conversations to try to figure this out.
You think they have dinner together? You think they meet up at the Philadelphia equivalent of Boomer Jacks?
And I bet they ain't talked in weeks, months. They like that time Mad Dog and Mike Francesa got into it, and they just stopped talking. For
they thought like years?
Yeah, they went they got a good 6 months without speaking to each other. And did all right. Coming up as we continue, I know it is a football Friday, and we'll get back to set you up for this Titans-Texans game. But, hey, something that many people have had as an issue. It's not an issue. You can take a deep breath. I'll see if B. Scott agrees with me. You can take a deep breath here in Houston Sports. This is something you ain't got to worry about. We'll discuss next.
When lunch hour hits, fuel up like you mean it with lunch at the Lodge at your local Twin Peaks with hard.
best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppa's John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Boomer Jackson Webster, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. As I see some people shooting some hoops out here, having a good time. Congratulations to our latest winner. You can be a winner as well. If you're on your way or in the building, go ahead and get yourself entered into our raffle box. Go ahead and grab a ticket, and Tia will hook you up and get you in our raffle box for a chance to win multiple prizes that we have left here. I do want to get into these Rockets real quick. You know me. I probably shouldn't at the time, but I will damn sure go ahead and open up the door and get in the basement with you.
Let's do it.
Text line. I'm guessing this is in reference to my A.J. Brown take of, hey, man, I had to jump off the train just because he just got to slow it down. Ron hasn't played in the sports. Reading this verbatim. Ron hasn't played in the sports, but want to comment about the passion of an athlete. LOL. I know what Ron like. He likes good boys.
I don't get it.
I don't either. If you've listened to the show, I think there are a lot of people who would argue that is not that people don't send to me like, oh, Ron just likes the good boys and he doesn't ever want anybody that questions anything.
But this whole didn't play the sport thing, like, how old are we? I mean, you are 40-something years old. Like, what are we talking about? You didn't play in the – yeah, Ron is a grown-ass man. What are we talking about? He didn't play in the sports. Like,
that's the way I like
who
it.
gives a good
in
damn?
Sports.
What are we talking about?
Like, clearly,
What?
it's every. There's a lot of people who didn't play in the sports that have a similar. This wasn't a.
But even if you like
standalone take, this is not a weird thing.
But even if you did, who cares? Like, who cares if you did? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
So the thing is, though, there are a lot of coaches out there that didn't play, that are really good at what they do.
They get a pass, yeah. Bill Belichick. That didn't play in the sports. So silly.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, I know D'Amico played, but I've seen Nick Caley up close and personal. That doesn't look like somebody that played in the sports. He's calling your offense.
It's just dumb, man. What are you talking about? Listen, I'm not a good guy. Anything at some point, though, man. Hey, bro, weeks you got an issue.
Yeah.
And at some point, like, we got to move on.
Yeah.
All right. Speaking of moving on, Speaking of moving on, the Rockets, they get going tonight as they will the NBA Cup. Get excited, baby.
Let's go,
See
baby.
what this floor looks like.
Get this NBA Cup going.
There we go. As they will take on the Portland Trailblazers, a game in which I think they should win. The Trailblazers have been a little frisky this year. They did beat OKC, which is strange. But this is a game that the Rockets should win. And I'll throw this out there. It's my opinion, and you can have your thoughts on it. I think the number one thing walking into the season is, all right, man, Fred got hurt. This point guard situation, how is this going to shake out? And B. Scott, I'm here to say it. You all can take a deep breath.
Yeah,
I think we're good here. I think we're good here.
You coming to my side?
I think we're. I'm here. I've been here. I didn't know. I was never on another side. I was on a wait. Look, let's see how this thing works. I think we're good here. I don't think there is any kind of, hey, man, they got to go get Kyrie Irving at the break or something like that. No, I think they are good here. I think they'll be good here when Fred comes back or whatever. But the combination of Amen Thompson and Reed Shepherd that are only going to get better as they continue to get more reps, more time. Reed Shepherd clearly is looking like a player that feels comfortable out there, especially offensively.
Yeah.
That may happen. But
well, especially if they can't run that damn zone war for them.
Yeah. They're going to run into some, and they're trying to do things to protect them. But, you look at this. Your point guard position, early in the game, short sample size, but this is rolling. Amin Thompson's giving you 17.5 a game, 5+ assists a game, 6 rebounds on 50% shooting. And Reed Shepherd is giving you over 12 a game, 3 assists, 2 rebounds, and shooting 50% from 3, right? And they're only going to get more comfortable. To me, that was the biggest question. I've compared the point guard situation to the offensive line situation for the Texans going into the season. I think they're good there, B. Scott. I think they're going to be fine, and I think this is going to be a group. When I say a group, these two, when these games get important and when this starts to get into May and June, that they'll be at a level where they'll be fine at the point guard spot.
So this is where I've been the entire time. You can definitely watch the Rockets at times and see where they need a point guard. Where it comes up, it's like, they could use Fred VanVleet right now, or they could just use somebody to help them get organized and kind of get into their sets or whatever it is.
Moments.
They definitely have their moments where they look like they need a point guard. But also, to the point that you're making, the players that they do have, all of the non-point guards that are out there, are really good. And so how do you make up for this lack of point guard? How do you make up for this thing that you're lacking? Well, you have guys that take care of the basketball. You find different ways to get into your offensive hub. And then those guys who are supposed to be filling that point guard role, even if they're not traditional point guards or point guards in the traditional standard, are they doing at least the thing that they're supposed to be doing? Are they playing true to their scouting report? And to your point, Amin Thompson and Reed Shepherd are both doing that. No, they're not classic point guards or point guards in the traditional sense, but what they are really damn good basketball players. Reed Shepherd, a knockdown shooter who was not doing knockdown shooting for the most part in the beginning, right? I think he struggled to shoot the ball
he looks a lot more comfortable, though.
Now he looks comfortable.
And confident.
Now he looks confident. Now he's shooting the ball the way that you would expect somebody like Reed Shepherd to shoot the ball. Amin Thompson growing into a star right before our very eyes.
He is looking like an all-NBA, third team type all-NBA player. When you put together what he does to affect the entire game on both sides.
Exactly. And so to that point, it doesn't matter if he's not a point guard, because what he is that valuable and that important to you and that influential in terms of winning, that the fact that it's not a point guard is not what's holding you back. And they've got enough good offensive players between Amin Thompson, Reed Shepherd, and obviously the existence of Kevin Durant and Alperen Sengun gives you enough room to operate, enough space to work with to where you don't necessarily have to have that traditional point guard out there.
Offense definitely hasn't been a problem to start the year.
No, they're one of the better offensive teams in basketball.
Now, in fairness, as I see this, you do want to see them against better competition. And they have played some teams that aren't great here recently, besides San Antonio, and Portland is fine. I don't know that they're are going to be a big factor as it continues. But I know they got the Magic coming up, and they've got some other contending teams that we'll see a little bit more in. But
you know what I just
where they are right now on November 14th. You can just continue to see that there is going to be growth, and where they're going to be in January and February is clear what it's going to be.
You see it the most in close games. It feels like they need a point guard when the games are close. Now, fortunately for them, they've done a lot of big winning.
There was a couple of possessions in that Spurs game where it was like, could they get into something?
Yeah, I felt
think
that
Stan
way.
Van Gundy mentioned it, saying, this is where they could use Fred VanVleet.
Yeah, as good as they were against Oklahoma City to start the season, there were moments in that game where I thought they could have used a point guard. It will show up in the close games that they play, and it will definitely show up in the playoffs when that time comes if these guys have not developed in the way that you want them to. But right now, it hasn't really been much of an issue. It is something that I think is still something to look out for. But hopefully by the time it does really matter, Amin Thompson and Reed Shepherd have played with a certain level of confidence and a certain amount to where they're a lot better at it down the stretch.
That's right. All right, as we continue here, live from Boomer Jack's here in Webster. Make your way on out here. They've got great food. great drink way to start your weekend here on a Friday. So make your way on out here. And you also got a chance to win some prizes as well as we continue. Listen, man, we're gonna really narrow down what this thing is about. This thing on Sunday. Tell you exactly what this game is about. We'll discuss that next.
All right, if you are in the process of selling a home, if you want to sell a home, and if you've ever sold a home, think about selling that sucker in under a week. I tell you, that's music to your ears, and it'll be a beautiful thing.
on Sports Radio 610. Live from Boomer Jackson Webster, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Let's go now. Let me hear it now. Clap it up, baby. There we go. It's a good time being had out here. Got Notre Dame fans. Steve in the building running through here. We'll see what happens. They got one more easy game left.
Upset alert, man.
Yeah. They probably got to play again, probably.
Yeah.
They slow it down, but he's excited about his Irish as they'll try to get back to the playoff. But a lot of good people out here are having a great time. And go ahead, order you another drink. Have you a good time. Tip your waitresses. They're doing a great job. Staff is fantastic here. And if you have not gotten here, 4:45-ish, people getting off work, it's a good time to bring your ass on out here.
That's right.
Yep, bring the kids. I see this young lady. She's trying to shoot it in there. I don't know if she's going to make it. But yeah, come on out here. It's a good time to be had. All right. B. Scott, I'm going to tell you how I feel about this game. And, you know, there's not, if you've listened to the show, there's not a lot of breakdown of what the hell is going to happen in this game.
Texans win.
Because I just don't have it in me. I'm sorry. Listen, I know that maybe some of you may be looking for the offensive line versus the D-line breakdown. Maybe
come on, man. Ed Ingram's back against Devondre Sweat. Come on now, give me a little breakdown of the hand placement and the feet and everything. Come on now.
Some of you may be looking for hey, L'Jarius Sneed's not in. What are they going to do to Nico Collins? Maybe looking at that.
Hold on, show. Hold on. You didn't play though, so you can't comment on that. Come on.
Listen,
now.
I'm going to tell you. Yeah. Right, yeah. Well, good on that one. Seth Payne and then Sean Pendergast, they'll have you a full breakdown for the pregame show coming up on Sunday.
9 o'clock sharp, baby.
There you go, right there. But I just there is nothing but bad that can come for this game. Nothing but bad.
Come on now.
Nothing but bad for the Texans. The Texans need to go in here and beat the brakes off of this team. They are a far better team than this team. And when I say they're a far better team than this team, I think every team in the National Football League is a better team than this team. This team is awful. They can sleepwalk to me and win this game by double digits. This is not a good football team. All right? And they win 34-0. To me, it does not tell me anything about what they're going to do against Buffalo, Indy, or Kansas City. It doesn't.
No.
Which is when the season really matters and counts. The only thing that's bad that can come out of this is if you lose this game, somebody is going to lose their job. Maybe not right away, but somebody is. They're not going to lose this game, and they should not lose this game. You're 4-5 right now. This is to get to 500, and then let's go and see what you can do. How good of a team can you be? All right, then we can start to break down this defense against Josh Allen and that offensive line and what you can do and how they can stop James Cook. But not this one. Tony Pollard is not coming in here and going off. All right, Cam Ridley is a half a quarter away from preparing for whatever vacation that he is ready to go on. All right, this is not a game at all. I said it earlier. This is the Citadel before A&M plays Alabama. All right, just play the game, get through.
They so sorry you just combined their quarterback and their wide receiver.
I did.
They might have Calvin Ward,
yeah.
Cam Ridley. What difference does it make?
I'm serious. And I'll be honest. The only thing that does matter to me is how you win.
Yeah.
All right, this to me, like I said, only thing bad. They get out there and win 14 to 10, I got a problem.
Yeah. Well, look,
this should be an absolute ass kicking.
But the how you win part, though, I don't want to gloss over that because I do.
That's
think,
a deal to you.
Well, because I do think that there's some value in how they win. I mean, just stand with your point here, okay? If they win 17-10, that's a bad thing. That's a problem. But that also it means that you're going into the next game feeling like, okay, you're playing Buffalo as the team that just barely beat the Tennessee Titans. They just barely beat them 17-10. If you win convincingly, if you do so with the offense looking the way that it has in its previous victories, the offense looking the way that it did, quite frankly, the last time that you played the Titans, that's something that I feel like you can at least, maybe not as a commentator or an evaluator or an observer, kind of like just looking at the game and saying, hey, this is something that I can lean on. But for them, like I called it earlier, it's a self-scout game. And to me, that's an opportunity for the Texans, where it's a game where your defense can win you the game by themselves. By themselves, the defense can win you the game.
I don't think they should score. I'm not saying they can't score. You never know what happens. But, I mean.
But how could you not as an offense to get right, to figure things out? Everything that we complain about the offense, or have complained about the offense throughout the year, this is an opportunity where winning buys you time. The possibility, or likelihood, I should say, of winning buys you some time. And the time that I'm talking about is just the 60 minutes that is this game to figure some things out offensively, or to at least build off of some of the things that you've already done offensively. I do think that some good can at the very least come from that. Now, I would agree with you on this. There's a lot more bad than good that can happen. But I do think that there is some possibility for good to happen.
Yeah, they go out here and beat this team 35-0. It will not change my feeling on their playoff chances, how I think of them, because this is. I mean, the Titans just aren't.
Would a convincing win not make you feel better about their chance? Because I don't know if either one of us feel good about their chances of beating Buffalo on Thursday right now as we sit here.
I'll be honest.
There's nothing that they could do against the Titans that make you feel like, hey, they can apply this, or there's something that they found within themselves that they can take to Buffalo or against Buffalo and ride that out.
I mean, the closest thing is if they somehow, like, dominate Jeffrey Simmons. But outside of that, but even in that, it still would.
What if Jalen Noel or Jaden Higgins have a breakout game?
No, it doesn't mean anything to me, because, one, it's the competition, right? It's to me, this is very much like the Ravens game. I don't know, 10 or something like that.
Yeah.
This is just like that game, right? That game when Hutchinson caught 2 touchdowns didn't make me think Xavier Hutchinson was on the road to getting after it.
He got a lot of press, though. He ended up doing interviews and podcasts and everything.
I think Christian Kirk led the team in receiving yards in that game. That didn't make me think, here comes Christian Kirk. I watched that team. I didn't recognize half the Ravens defense out there. I didn't know those guys. They pulled like 7 guys off the practice squad that played a ton. So, no, it didn't really change. Only thing is bad to come out. They're so much better than this team. I cannot stress how much better the Jacksonville Jaguars are than the Texans. I mean, I'm sorry, than the Titans.
Right.
I cannot stress. They are 10 times better than that team.
What if they do the thing that you've been clamoring for, and what if this becomes like a stamp of approval Woody Marks game, where it becomes very clear that they've done the thing that you've asked for, gotten off of the Nick Chubb Woody Marks committee and really committed to Woody Marks, and he has a big game against a solid front?
Well, no, because here's my deal is they have shown that what they do from one game doesn't mean that they're actually going to do it in the next, right? Like last time they played Woody Marks, they thought, boy, he was going to get off. The next game he had like 4 touches against the Ravens. Right now, obviously, they didn't, they beat the hell out of that team, and they could do anything they wanted in that game. So, like, for me, it goes from it's one play to another. I think CJ will be back. It's a whole team so bad. I believe, with the exception of Jeffrey Simmons, they'll be able to do whatever the hell they want to do in this game. And Jeffrey Simmons dominated the last one, and they still put up 20 points in the fourth quarter. Like someone texted in, any given Sunday run. Guys, listen, I'm just being realistic with you. They can play Sunday, Saturday, Monday, Tuesday, leap year. It doesn't matter. They should whoop the brakes off of this team. They are awful.
Are they saying any given Sunday on behalf of the Titans or the Texans? Because that would be a sad place to be living in.
I'm taking that they believe any given
Sunday.
Hey,
man, how much do you believe in your team? Well, any given Sunday. That does not spell, hey, our team is good.
And I see the Texans. Yes, I understand they have their backup quarterback in. That's all right.
That would make your point even more.
I've seen enough. They're a 5.5-point favorite on the road with their quarterback injured.
See, I would argue. I would argue more so that a great game with a quarterback who's not going to play again is also a waste, or to some degree a waste or a throwaway.
No,
aside from the point I was making earlier about the play calling, like I think it's an opportunity for Nick Caley more than anybody. Like a Nick Caley game. I know Clint was on here on the show earlier in the week saying that Nick Caley had his best game, that he had an elite game. Okay, can he build on that? Can he have another one of those? And it would be discouraging and troubling if not against a Titans team that is as pitiful as the one that we're describing. But if he can, that to me is at least a positive and encouraging sign for the Texans.
Yeah, man. We'll see, man. They've already fired their coach, right? We'll get it.
Two-score game the entire game.
I'm gonna I will be floored.
They should be up by 2 scores
and let them have it.
They should be up by 2 scores by midway through the second quarter, and then from that point on, should never be up by less than 2 scores.
We don't have to get silly though. We don't have to go past it. From the text line, the last text that just came through, Mills is about to earn the starting quarterback job this week. Guys, we don't have to take crazy leaps. What is going on around here?
I think they're trolling us now.
Colin, are you texting in?
They know how
crazy.
Let me
trace this number.
Wait, hey, whoa. Why me?
This is Colin's phone number. Somebody, I feel like people are just trying to dig in.
No, they don't have drugs that good in that producer booth that Colin is sitting in. I can promise you that. The drugs are not that good.
Hey, Nick,
I played the fifth on that one.
Nick was feeling good earlier today, baby. He was feeling real good. All right, coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire as we continue here on a Football Friday. The injury report is out. We've told you about C.J., Fairbairn, and Petrie being out. There is another player on this offense that is out for this game. We'll let you know the latest on that. Rockets get going tonight against the Blazers, and baseball gave out their MVPs. I got a bit of a problem. I really do. I got a bit of a problem. We'll discuss that coming up next.
For many of y'all out there, it's happening, man. Your hair's thinning, your crown's disappearing. Maybe.
season. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Dirty's not here, but B. Scott.
That's right.
Show and crazy-ass Collins in the building as T-Mill is out.
Where does this crazy come from, man?
It just came to me. Hey, man, sit back and just accept it now. All right? Crazy-ass Collins is in the building, and we are in the building. That is the latest. We are here. Boomer Jacks in Webster. Give it up again. We're having a good time out here. People are buying other people's shots for some reason, but we're having a great time out here. And by the way, Clint, if you are listening, Kim is on your ass now. Kim said, I've been waiting for y'all to come to my side of town, and where the hell is Dirty Red? All right? You're going to have to make that up. Kim is hot. Shout out to Kim and everybody else who's come out. We've had a good time. Again, still, if you're in the building or you're on your way, because it's only 5 o'clock, we'll be here till 6, you can still win our big prize, a pair of tickets to the Texans-Colts game, which hopefully matters. A pair of tickets.
We'll see.
Colts-Texans game coming up later on. You can win that. Put a ticket in our raffle box, and you got a chance to win those tickets. And if you are in the building and you've not grabbed one of our commemorative glasses, we do have one for the drive. Those are free. Those you can just walk up and grab and take home with you. We're doing a full set. There's one from Payne and Pendergast, one from In the Loop, one from the drive, one from Area 45. You have a chance to win those. All right, let's get down to it. B. Scott, the final injury report, at least the final of the week right now, is out, and we'll let you know where we are with the Texans because they did add a couple more to the injured list. We knew on Thursday, D'Amico Ryans, the head coach, spoke to the media and said that C.J. Stroud, Jalen Petrie, and Kaimi Fairbairn would be out of this game. They missed the last game. They would be out. Those two, Stroud and Petrie, still in concussion protocol, and then Fairbairn struggling with that right quad. But there is an addition, Harrison Bryant.
Oh, I thought you was going to say Damon Arnett.
I was going to get to it. Harrison Bryant, more important of the two.
I'm messing with you.
Damien had a hell of a tackle.
What happened to Damon Arnett, man?
He had a hell of a tackle on special teams. One of the only few people who got tackles on special teams. Anyway, Harrison Bryant, who has been the backup tight end, he is out of this game. He has not practiced all week, a neck-shoulder issue. And then as Brandon said, Damon Arnett, he is out with an ankle injury. He just showed up. Just popped himself up there. Ed Ingram, who missed last game with the knee, he was limited today, but he is listed as questionable. Jakob Johnson, the fullback, is questionable. And then Cade Stover, so that's important. With Harrison Bryant out, Cade Stover has practiced all week. He's been a full participant the last, I think.
Just today.
Yesterday was limited, but been a full participant today. He is questionable. You would assume he probably goes in this thing. Other good news, there is no designation for Dalton Schultz, who practiced for the first time this week. He was a little sick in the shoulder. He will go. No designation under him, and everybody else should be a go in this game. Harrison Bryant is the new one. Cade Stover back. Is this that works right? That swap out, that feels like it. And Cade Stover, if he's the Cade Stover that he was before he got injured, it's actually an upgrade over this.
I'm so glad that you actually said that because I didn't have the heart to say it in the previous segment when you were saying that there's nothing positive that can happen because I didn't feel like this was significant enough to bring up to that point. But I do think that if you can get Cade Stover back into the mix, that's a small incremental positive that you could point to for the Texans. Even if, like you say, Cade Stover and let's say Harrison Bryant does come back, might we see the end of or maybe a limiting of this jumbo package? Maybe they don't feel like they need to do that as much, even though they found some success with it. So Cade Stover as a missing element to their offense. I don't want to overstate it, but I do think that there's something there.
Yeah, so that is that's the injury report from the Texans side of things. Xavier Woods is the only player, the starting safety for the Titans. It doesn't matter, but the starting safety for the Titans.
No, he's not going to save him.
He missed several games here. He is out, but Jeffrey Simmons is listed as questionable, and Cam, a.k.a. Calvin Ridley, he is also listed as questionable with the hamstring. Again, they're going to come in and get their asses kicked at home, so it really doesn't matter. But I am just giving you.
They are not. So you're saying they're not an Xavier Woods away from being able to beat the Texans or anybody for that matter?
They are a half a quarter from throwing it in. They get Davis Mills and company goes down and drives it in for a touchdown, and they get a stop. It's over.
There's the positive that you missed. The rivalry that you're talking about, the hatred that exists between the Texans and the Titans.
I get it.
The possibility and likelihood of putting your neck or putting your foot on the neck and on the throat of your rival. Throwing salt in the wood, insult to injury.
You're right.
Drowning them bastards, if you will.
Do something to where Hannah McNair has the ability to show her ass.
Yes.
Like, do something, because Hannah sure will.
Give Hannah a reason.
Give her a reason.
Give Hannah a reason to gritty right in front of the Amy Adams Strunk box or whatever, wherever she watches the game.
I want her to stand up for the box. She point towards Amy's box the way Gary Bertier pointed to that coach on Remember the Titans.
Yes.
Just point to her. Yeah, give her that. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, add to it.
That would be good.
So they can show their ass. But outside of that, it's
not
ridiculous.
much. Not much happening.
Yeah, Cade Stover looks like he'll be back. Harrison Bryant added to the list of players who will be out.
The fake Oilers.
5 o'clock fire.
I see you, Colin. Feeling good over there. All right, tonight, Tyler's not here, but his favorite NBA Cup play. There is nothing that gets Tyler Milner more excited than NBA play Cup tonight.
He's cuddled up next to a TV right now.
There he is. Yeah, he's in Nashville, but he doesn't because he left at 7. How drunk is Tyler right now? He left at 7.
Incoherent.
But he is going to find his way to a TV to watch this NBA Cup. He's told me something about them floors gets him going. The Rockets host the Blazers tonight at Toyota Center. To me, this is another one of those teams. Obviously, it's 82 games, and you have kind of ups and downs. But to me, this is another one of those teams that the Rockets are a better basketball team at home, and they should take care of. And to me, what I love about watching the Rockets, and I think this is another game where this continues, is they just have so many answers that they can bring to the table where you look up there, and there is no team in the league that is more primed to having 5-6 guys in double figures more than the Rockets.
Yeah, they don't have – and they're the number one offense in basketball right now. They don't have a weakness. Offensive player provides offensive value for you in Steven Adams. Like Steven Adams and I guess you could say Amin Thompson is the only two guys that can't shoot, but obviously Thompson is who he is. We understand that. And then Steven Adams creates all of these extra opportunities for you to shoot the basketball. So they don't have really to a man a weakness offensively, and everybody is either a star or a star in their role so far. When they play a game like this against the Portland Trailblazers that you expect them to win, the thing that I'm looking out for are the others, the guys like Reed Shepherd, who has come up big in the last few games, the Tari Easons of the world, the other guys around Kevin Durant, Alperen Sengun, and Amin Thompson. That's what I want to see. I want to see how they play in a game like this.
Let me how many guys on this team are you comfortable saying any given night, like realistically, not like crazy, any given night can give you 20?
Let's count them. Let's go. Obviously, Amin Thompson, Alperen Sengun, Kevin Durant. I think that Jabari Smith Jr. can give you 20 on any given night. I think that Reed Shepherd can give you 20 on any given night. I've gotten a 5 already. So there's at least 5. And then Tari Eason, if he's shooting threes the way he has on most games that are not the Milwaukee game or the first 2 games of the season, that's 6 guys right there. That's 6. At least 6, and I might even be leaving somebody out. But I'll give you 6 right there. And then Dorian Finney-Smith obviously hasn't played yet,
he gets back,
and he's not healthy. But I would even throw him in there as a
all those guys. It's not like, oh, hey,
No.
They just went crazy. Like they can go and
Can
score.
legit give it to you. Yep.
And that's the thing that the Rockets bring to the table is, all right, I'm going to take away Kevin. First off, you can't fully take him away. But then, like, Kevin and Şengün are two guys that teams just don't have matchups for. Right? Hell, we watched the Spurs, and they got the best defensive player in the sport.
Yeah.
In Wemby. And
we watched the Bucks try to guard Alpi with Giannis at the end of the game, and he put him in a blender.
And he still gets what he wants to get.
Yeah.
Before we move on, because I know with the Rockets we could get going. Have you done this? I've had to adjust how I watch the Rockets in defensive basketball, like the way that they play defense. They are an offensive team now.
Yes,
and they like when you watch them and you play defense, because it's so hard. They were built on like gritty toughness. They'll make this sucker 101-98.
Yep.
They're gonna do this. They'll run. They're an offensive team now.
Yeah,
and
I like it better here.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I like it better
here. When you swap out Dylan Brooks for Kevin Durant and you put Reed out there, it's great. But defensively, they're more of a, all right, well, we got to get stops. We're going to get them.
Yeah.
But I've had to adjust. It took me a little bit, but I had to adjust like, all right, this is an offensive – this is like Golden State. Then they'll get stops when they need to get stops.
Well, I think they'll be an even better defensive team when they stop running that damn zone. Like they're
trying to protect people, man.
Yeah, like it's Syracuse or something. Like you gotta sometimes let somebody go out there and sing. Maybe you can't switch with Reed Shepherd. No, not maybe Shepherd. Okay, fine. But all of this zone defense, like you're playing your high school varsity, or like it's Syracuse or somebody. Look, that's an NBA team on the other side.
Nerve here.
Oh, well, I'm just saying, like when they played the Mavs, they beat the Mavs. But P.J. Washington was killing that zone. They lost to the Spurs and gave up all of those offensive rebounds to the Spurs because they weren't boxing out because they weren't man-to-man. Stop playing that damn zone defense and you'll be a better defensive team.
And they're not always connected. Like they
don't know what they're doing out there half the time.
Like I remember in a critical point in the fourth quarter of that Spurs game, they gave up a wide-open three.
Yeah.
And then in the next possession, they gave up a dunk.
Well,
and this is late in the fourth quarter of that game.
Yeah, and not to get too technical, but it's because it's a quasi zone. Like they're playing zone, but sometimes they're matching up. Like they're going from zone to man, and it's confusing as I say it, and it's confusing for them to actually go out there and do
both of those plays I'm talking about, it was Reed. Reed was confused, and I said, "Well, hell, man, I'd rather Reed get his ass kicked one-on-one."
He is a liability.
Maybe, but I'm just saying, maybe somebody, a shot blocker, will help him.
Yeah.
On the way, other than. Oh, what the hell am I supposed to do here? He just left people wide open.
Yeah.
All right, Rockets tonight. We'll see if they can get another win as they face a Blazer team that's been a little frisky this year. They should beat them, though.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, it's been awards time in Major League Baseball. You surprised, by the way, Hunter Brown finished third in the Cy Young?
No, that sounds about right.
I know Crochet had a really good year, and we talked a lot more. Hunter Brown, and he was pretty far back.
Yeah,
right?
Yes. I mean, Scuba was obviously
no surprise there.
Yeah, and I think everybody else was kind of fighting for second place. Hunter finishing third. I think that's right about the place where he should have been.
You get that extra comp pick.
Yeah. What is that about? They're just giving picks for no reason.
Yeah.
I just like finish third, you get an extra pick. Like, okay.
Well, don't nobody know how to draft anyway in baseball. So,
but the MVP award goes in the AL to Aaron Judge. He was the AL MVP for the third time in 4 years. And then Shohei Ohtani is the unanimous winner for the fourth MVP in 5 years. So those two guys have shown to be the best players in baseball. I've got an issue. I think Aaron Judge and Ohtani are the best players in baseball.
Yeah.
Now Bobby Witt's coming. Personal, a little bit too there.
If you say so.
Bobby Witt.
I agree with you. I agree with you, man. I love me some Bobby Witt Jr.
So is Cam Smith, guys.
Well, okay, I'm not even going to go down. That felt like a texter right there. All right? It felt like a texter right there. Anyway.
Jeremy Ping is knocking down that door.
You almost got me. But listen, I got no problem with Ohtani, although Schwarber had a hell of a year as well with the Phillies. And I think they were the number 1 seed. I think they had the best record. Oh, I'm sorry, the Brewers did. But they were the number 2 seed. But I got a problem. I thought Cal Raleigh should have won the MVP.
I've seen a lot of people on this.
To me, what he did in catching every day, like, and when I say that, this is not a, like 155 games this year.
Sure.
Right? There wasn't a lot of, hey, man, go DH or go, have the – he caught a lot. And I don't know. Aaron Judge is great, but I thought to me, if you took Cal Raleigh off of that team, and I know Julio had a good year. He was first team all MLB. They're really trying with that. But I think if you take him off that team, like I just don't think Seattle is anywhere close to where they are. And to me, yes, the Yankees aren't as good, obviously, if you take Judge off. But they had other guys that did things, and their pitching was really good this year. I don't know, man. I'm not going to go off or go crazy, but it felt like to me that Cal Raleigh was the best player in the American League.
Yeah, so I thought Aaron Judge was the best player during the season when this discussion was being had in real time, and I still feel that way. I get all of these arguments that people are making about Cal Raleigh doubling up, catching, and hitting all of those home runs that he did, and it was an incredible season. But when you break it down and you can kind of go look at some of the numbers, there just wasn't really much, I think, aside from really just the home runs.
And the RBIs and the
right. Well, I think the home runs and the RBIs are kind of connected there, so I just put those together. But if you look deeper into the numbers, for the most part, Aaron Judge just flat out was the better player. And if you want to grade on the curve of the catching, that's fine. I think it does do Cal Raleigh a disservice that we don't really have a great way of quantifying catching. People don't necessarily really understand hard to quantify. You kind of just say it, we caught every game, and then you're supposed to be impressed by it. But if you just look at it kind of just empirically, I feel like Aaron Judge was the better player, and there really, for me, isn't much controversy here.
I'm not going to fight you for it. All right, I'm not losing my mind like the people with Davis Mills. I'm not losing my mind there, but I don't know. It felt like Cal Raleigh. It was his year. All right, coming up as we continue here. Again, speaking of Davis Mills and C.J. Stroud, I do not think in any way that Davis Mills should be in anybody's conversation about replacing C.J. Stroud. It is dumb to me. I just want to be honest. I'm not saying you're dumb, but it is dumb to me.
Maybe.
But I think there may be one potential thing we've got to look at that Davis Mills may do better than C.J. That's a good ass tease, y'all. I'm sorry,
y'all come on back.
I'm sorry. We'll do that next.
Nobody knows this town. Nobody knows all the tree species, and more importantly, the threats to all those big, beautiful, valuable trees.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive on a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppa's John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Boomer Jackson Webster, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Good time being had here. All right. Again, no more shots for the host. It's a good time.
One more.
No. One more. Hey, look here now.
One more.
Got a big baseball game tonight, playoffs. Shout out to the Gators. Let's get it done, baby. You got this, Grayson. All right, you got this, fellas. Come on now. You got to, hey, big.
I'm thinking NBA Cup. This boy talking about baseball.
Oh, man, I'm talking about Sienna
Little League.
Sienna Little League, baby. You got a big game tonight now.
Well, hey, real quick, though, shout out and good luck to all the Texas high school football teams that are starting the playoffs today. I know some of them already started. I know Katie started yesterday. But good luck to everybody, and congratulations to those that are further in their academic and athletic careers in the college that committed over the past couple of days.
That's right, yeah. Congratulations to them. But again, yeah, Sienna Gators. Let's go now. Big one tonight now. All right, let's get to the championship game tomorrow. Let's do it. All right, man, need a big one from you, Austin. Let's go. Let's do it. Have a good time. But no, man, we're having fun out here. Coming up, if you're in the building or on your way, we are going to announce our winner of the Texans tickets, courtesy of our good friends at Houston Ford Dealers. So if you have not gotten a ticket for your chance to get into our raffle to win tickets, you may want to do that right now, because as soon as this segment ends, we will announce our winner. All right, it's been a good time. Go ahead, order you some drinks, tip your bartender, tip your waitresses. It's been a fun time, and you can continue. We'll be here till 6 o'clock, but you can stay here long past that. A good time is being had out here. All right, B. Scott's in. Clint is out today. Tyler is risking it all, is out today. Colin is, you heard there, is in the building as well, holding it down. It's been a good time. All right. Again, I want to make this clear. I think it is silliness about people with the, hey, let's give it for CJ. I think it's silliness. The minute that CJ Stroud is not having symptoms and is cleared to go, he needs to be the starting quarterback for the Houston Texans, because he by far gives you the best chance to win. Now, that doesn't mean he's perfect. Mm-mm. And I'm listening to Davis Mills this week, and this may be something that Davis is doing better than C.J. Stroud. And I do, for this game, hell, it don't matter. Just like the Baltimore game, which I compared this to, I mean, I think Nico had like 40-something yards. It doesn't matter. But for moving forward, this is a major, major deal the rest of the way if they're going to make a run. This was Davis Mills talking about Nico Collins and what teams are doing to Nico Collins.
I mean, it's a lot of fun. Nico's a playmaker. I think he's pretty much a mismatch against everyone they put on the other side. I think a lot of defensives starting to get him into a lot of cloud coverage, double coverage over top of him, and they find ways to take him out of the game. But anytime they don't, we're looking to find a way to get him the ball. And, I mean, he's grown a lot since 2021 when we were rookies. And, I just wish the best for him and continue to light up the league.
As he said there, we're seeing him teams try to take him away. Mm-hmm. Talked about that cloud coverage to that person who's that is. But teams are definitely trying to take him away, and they should, right? I mean, who else on the Texans do you feel that you need to pay more attention to than Nico Collins? But it seems like teams have been doing that all year, which we thought would be the case when there's no Tank Dell, there's no Stephon Diggs, and they've got young receivers that haven't been proven. Well, I will say this. It does seem like, Brandon, that Davis Mills seems to have better success at getting Nico the ball. Right? We're watching the same offense. I'll just say the last 2 games, and Davis Mills played 7 quarters, roughly, of the last 2 games. I know CJ, he got injured at like the 12, 13-minute mark of the second quarter. So he's played 7 quarters. In the game against Denver, Nico had 7 catches, 75 yards on 11 targets. He had 2 targets and 1 catch while CJ was in the game. So the rest of the way, he targeted him 9 times and had 8 catches. In the Jags game, Nico had 15 targets on 7 catches for 136 yards. And really, to be honest, he missed him. He probably had another touchdown that he missed him on.
He did.
He had 15 targets in the last 2 games. Davis Mills had 4 times. That is something that CJ, I think, needs to pick up. That needs to be a part of things that, like, to me, I don't think it's a coincidence. I think there are times that Davis Mills is saying, I am looking there first and I'm going there.
Yeah.
I know what the read is, but I'm looking there because that's where I trust. And I do think that is something that CJ can improve. I don't think that the lack of Nico getting as many touches, and I think it's proven here, is all on Nick Caley.
Yeah, I don't know if it's all on Nick Caley, but I do feel like it's more so on what Davis Mills was talking about earlier in that quote, like earlier in that audio where he's talking about how teams are doing a good job of the cloud coverage and double coverage of them. And then when they don't, and I'd be interested to kind of go back and look and see how many times did they get off of that? How many times did they kind of go away from that in the times that Davis Mills has been out there? But I would point out kind of in C.J. Stroud's defense that in some of his best games of the year so far have been ones where, whether it's coincidentally or not, where he's done a really good job of spreading the ball around. The games where 8 or 9 different guys got catches, and I was okay with that result too. Like I'm all for feeding Nico and featuring Nico and getting the most out of your number 1 receiver. But I thought C.J. Stroud had done a good job of finding the open receiver or going to where the play as opposed to force feeding Nico Collins. I actually think that it's more of an indication with Davis Mills of him being a more limited quarterback, of having to go to the surest of things that they have out there as opposed to going to the plethora of weapons that they supposedly have out there. I think I think C.J. Stroud is just probably doing a better job of distributing the football.
I think C.J. should embrace some of that going to the clear thing.
I don't know that he's not. That's what I'm saying, though. I don't know that he's not as much as it is the opposing defenses have recognized, hey, they're Nico or bust. They don't have a whole lot out there. Xavier Hutchinson might be their second best receiving option. But you don't think they're doing it against Davis? Like Davis?
Well,
that's what I'm saying. I have not studied it well enough. Maybe my guy who talked about you not playing, maybe he can come tell me exactly the snap counts and the X's and O's of it all. I'm not exactly sure. But I do feel like that it's wise to spread the ball around if Nico is being bracketed. And then if he's not, I think that Davis Mills has done a good job of finding them.
But I think one of the differences we saw, again, I want to make this very clear. I do not think Davis Mills should be in this game if C.J. Stroud is healthy, clearly. All right, but I think one of the things we have seen is the 49er game and the Raven game come to mind when you say, I think some of C.J.'s best games when we've seen him spread it around. Well, they were in control offensively. They were in rhythm. They were those games. They were getting almost whatever they wanted. In some of the games where they have then struggled and teams stifled them, I think at that point, kind of like I think where the Texans were late in the game, where all right, man, we got to go.
Yeah.
Like I think in that case, when trouble is there and you got to make plays. I think he's got to find and go that route a lot more. Yeah. I'm not saying he's incapable of doing it. I've watched him do it. Hell, I remember 2 years ago against the Colts, they didn't have nobody else out there. They had a rookie in Hutchinson that was the other guy because everybody else was hurt. His ass was finding him and getting it to him. Again, and I think it's not a coincidence when they're coming back. He was force feeding and getting the ball over to Nico, and he was making plays.
Yeah. No, I can't separate the visual of, because I've been here for all of it, of Davis Mills early in his career throwing balls that were way too high for even Nico Collins' tall ass to catch.
That Broncos game. That's one that Tyler went to.
And then on top of that, all of the success that C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins have had leading up to this point, I cannot separate. My mind cannot fully understand the idea that for whatever reason C.J. Stroud wouldn't be looking to find Nico Collins enough. I understand that Nico hasn't had a big enough year and that they haven't found each other enough, but to me it can't be something that is either on purpose or something that CJ is not doing. To me, it's got to be that the players are dictating it.
All right, coming up, we'll do our Friday finish, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in on this. The Texans will win if they do. We'll do predictions. Colin, we'll hear what your prediction is, too. We'll do our predictions. You can send yours in as well as we continue right here on a Football Friday live from Boomer Jacks here in Webster.
Can you take care of your family? Do you get the compensation that you deserve? Do you have the peace of mind? I'm telling you.
Sports Radio 610, live from Boomer.
Shout out to everybody who took the time to come out. Congratulations to our winner. She won a pair of tickets to the Texans-Colts game. We are out every single Friday. Check out SportsRadio610.com to find out our next events, and also follow us on Twitter and on Instagram, everywhere you can find out where we will be. We're out every Thursday and Friday, and every single football Friday we're hooking you up with tickets. We're hooking you up with Academy Sports and Outdoor gift cards, and you can be a part of that. Again, shout out to the staff here at Boomer Jacks in Webster. They have been fantastic the whole way, and we've had a great time at this venue as always. And shout out to our promo staff. Give Tia a hand. Tia did a great job. Shout out to Tia as they always work hard. And then our guy Andy. All right, he's that old white guy that knows the weather and watches the news all night long. He is our engineer. He's kept us on the air and kept us on YouTube and Twitch. Give Andy a hand. He's been fantastic today. And our guy Colin filling in for T. Mill, who is pressing his luck in Nashville right
pressing
now.
Pressing all of our luck, David.
Yeah. Shout out to Colin, who has kept us on the air, has done a great job filling in. We appreciate you. As we get done here, Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, they've got it. D'Amico Ryan's the head coach. If you're riding around, he will be live as soon as we get done. You'll be able to hear from D'Amico. And then Area 45, the fellas get going. Are you rolling on that tonight, Colin?
No, it's going to be Joe.
Joe's in. I was wondering if Colin was going to say, yeah, man, I'll work this whole thing on out. Area 45.
I want to go home, man.
There you go. Yeah, get you some rest, man. Get you. You got a lot of college football apparently to watch tomorrow.
Well, you know my Bearcats play against Delaware at Shell Stadium.
Are we gonna get that second win of the season, Colin? Are we gonna get that number 2 win of the season, man? What's up?
Well, the fact that it's my birthday tomorrow, I hope so.
It's your birthday tomorrow. Happy birthday to Colin, huh?
There we go.
Happy birthday to Colin. You waited too late to let us know.
I'm getting old, man. I'm turning 25. I'm getting old.
Good for you, man. I hope you get something tomorrow, man. That's Colin's birthday for him.
Love to be 25 again.
Oh, man.
25 was so good.
Yeah.
I was so poor.
Yeah. No, don't look at me crazy.
Broke.
Don't keep looking at me crazy, Reggie. Yeah, I hope Colin gets something tomorrow. I said that. 25, I hope he does. Spread them wings and everything else. All right, Area 45, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton coming up behind us. All right, before we get to T-Mill's best bets, and by the way, he is 0 for 10 the last 2 days. T-Mill's best bets. Let's text in 713-572-4610. The Texans will win if they do what? For you, B. Scott, get us started. The Texans will win if they do what?
The Texans will win if the defense simply if the number Texans have simply just plays like a top 5, top 8 defense. So the Texans will win if the defense just shows up and plays true to form. We talked about this earlier in the show, but I truly believe this, that the Texans can simply win this game off the strength of their defense alone. Look, we understand a couple of weeks ago when they lost to the Denver Broncos, they couldn't score a touchdown worth of damn. I don't even think they need no touchdowns to win this game. The defense can win it on their own. Now, we want to see the offense move the ball. We want to see them dominate. We want to see them up by 2 scores, like I said, as soon as they possibly can be. But at the very least, the defense shows up. The Texans do not have an excuse to not win this game or to lose this game. I'm picking the Texans 28, Titans 9. Texans 28-9.
28-9. All right, you got them scoring 9. All right, as I see some people texting in, the Texans will win if they do what? Someone texted in, the Texans will win if Woody Marks has 80 yards rushing and 30 yards receiving.
I wouldn't be mad at that.
Yep. That's very similar to what he did in the first matchup. The first matchup, he hurt the Titans running the football. That was kind of his coming out party, and then they just said, no, let's chill after that. But he caught a touchdown and ran one in. he really showed a difference there.
Am I crazy that I just kind of barely remember that game? You remember how awful it was in the first half, and then they kind of figure it out in the second half?
I mean, it was 6-6. It was 6-0 going to the fourth.
Right, it was so bad.
And then they went off, and then he scored 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter.
That was one of my worst football viewing experiences.
Yeah, someone texted in, they win if they just score. I'm to the point you were making, man.
I'm being generous giving them 9.
The Titans are going to have a hard time scoring points.
I'm being very generous to the Titans, giving them 9 because they're at home. I'm being very kind, unnecessarily so.
The 8-2 Broncos were in a fight to score in this game. Now, ultimately they did, but they were in a fight to score. In this team, I was
going to say they kind of suck too.
Yeah,
I mean, I know they're 8-2, but they're not good.
For me, listen, the Texans will win if they just don't do stupid things to help the Titans.
Fair enough.
Just don't do stupid things. Like the Titans.
Is there a number? Is there an over/under on stupid things that they can? Because I think they can get away with doing.
I think they can get away with doing. Depending on the stupid things.
Right. And the timing of it probably.
Penalties, I think they can get I think they can have 13, 14 penalties and win by 21 points. I think they could now.
I think they could lose the turnover battle and still win the game.
Absolutely. I look at this when I say stupid things is what the Chargers did. And again, the Chargers still were up by 10 in the fourth quarter. The Chargers kicked off the game by throwing a pick 6 to the Titans. And then the next time they punted, and then the Titans took it back. They scored 14 points by giving up a pick 6 and a punt return. Right? Just don't do like you did last week. Don't do stupid things. Like throw a pick on the third play to your defense, near the red zone. Don't fumble the kickoff and set your defense up in the red zone. I just don't do stupid things. And I don't think this thing is close. All right, Colin, what is your if the way that the Texans win if they do what, Colin?
You kind of stole my point there, or I was stealing your point before I even realized. Just keep it simple.
Did.
No.
Stop stealing.
Get this right.
Keep it simple. No BS. I mean, and maybe try a few things out. Get the young guys some reps. But there's really nothing more to it, man. I just don't want anything crazy to happen, much like that Carolina game a few years ago, where they had no business losing that game, but then for some reason they did, and it is what it is. But overall, the simple phrase "kiss," keep it simple, stupid.
Man, defense shows up, they should be able to moonwalk to a victory. Moonwalk.
Again, I cannot stress how much worse this Titans team is than that Panthers team that you're speaking of. This team. They're not only bad, but they're bad, and they got one hand on the rope.
Have the Texans played? I have to go back and look at this. Have the Texans played a worse team in the DeMeco Ryans era?
I don't think so.
I think this is the worst.
I think this is the worst.
Maybe probably by a mile.
By a good margin.
Yeah.
By a good margin. Someone else texted in turnovers. They can't turn it over.
I think they can turn it over. They can turn it over.
Just not a bunch.
Don't turn it over, but I think they can.
Times, yeah.
Yeah. I got the Texans winning 28-9.
28-9. Colin, what's your prediction here?
I got them winning 24-10.
24-10.
Man, we're
Tyler,
being really generous.
I think the Titans are going to get a pity touchdown at the end.
I just don't. Tyler has them 27-13. I mean,
13 is crazy.
You know what? If they score 13 or that 10 that you're talking, they scored. I don't think they're going to score a touchdown. I'll be very disappointed.
That's why I had 9.
You're gonna be
I was being generous with 3 field goal drives. But I don't think they get in the end zone.
13, Tyler?
No end zone action. 0.
And listen, I don't know who's kicking, but old Joey Sly, he was the one who kept missing those 40-yard field goals the first time they played.
You know what I hate though? The fact that Tyler on this rough streak, 0 for 10 in his last 10 picks, right? Tyler, if he's picking them to score 13, that means that they're either going to score 0 or 30. Right? That means that the Titans are destined to either not score at all or to score 30 points against these Texans. One or the other.
He said
it's not going to be 13.
I got 27-3.
Okay.
The line right now is 5.5 underdogs. The Titans are.
Yeah. If
I'd hammer the over.
If at any point past wherever it is that the Texans are able to go up by 2 scores, if this is a 5, 6, 7-point game, that is a disappointment. They should be up by 2 scores for as long as they are able to be up by 2 scores.
Brandon on YouTube and Twitch, 40-10. Again, I think the touchdown's a little aggressive for the Titans, but this feels like
crazy.
This feels to me, right?
The over-under, by the way, is 37.
I'd take the under on that.
37. What do I have? I got 27-9. So that's the under.
I just don't think they're going to be able to help you. 39-3 coming in from the text line. Someone texting the Texans win if their plane doesn't crash. That's
fair enough.
A little morbid, but I hear you.
Fair enough.
Again, they show up.
I like their chances. Knock on wood.
Yep.
Don't think the plane's going to crash. Think they'll win the game.
Some good people on that plane. So let's get in there safely.
Yeah. A lot of pressure on the pilot now. That this has been put out in the air.
All right.
It's all good.
Real quick, T. Mill, his best bets. He's 0 for his last 10. You want to give him? You got him, Colin? It's just a Colin. I'll give him out real quick. Again, if you don't catch these, go to @TMillRealDeal. He'll tweet
at your
them
own
out.
risk, by the way.
He's already tweeted them out. He's 0 for 10 in his last 2 days, so either maybe he's due or you can fade him. But Chargers at Jags, he's got the Chargers -2.5. Giants at Packers, he's got the Giants. They're +8. He likes the Giants to cover there.